Yeet. What's good, chat? It is fucking late. Oh. Ooh, do, 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 do. Yeah. Yeah. Did I sleep? I did. I did indeed. I slept for 3 hours. Why are we not watching G2 versus KC? Is it true that G2's playing with a sub? I don't know. I just figured this would be the more hype match. But maybe we do watch G2 versus KC if it's better. I don't know. They're both at the same time, BO1. And G2's playing with a sub. G2 is playing with Shaq instead of Leaf. You could just switch. I won't switch. Well, I'm going to commit to one game for sure. But I feel like I mean, PRX should probably stomp Billy, but in the off chance they don't, it might be exciting. I do think PRX is probably more exciting here because they're coming off the win as well. Here's walkouts, I think. We could pull it as well, maybe soon. G2 versus KC will be a close though. PRX will be a stomp. Not necessarily. They got a drum guy? What the hell?
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally
The
here.
fire suit.
Players from every corner of the globe have descended upon Riyadh for their shot at becoming legends.
The stage is set, and across the next 7 weeks, all 26 titles.
The players are so
will
close.
unfold
They are so close.
for
You're so
millions to
right.
see.
Speaking of millions, in fact, just come here for a second. We need to get
Why are the deaths
personal
so
for
close?
this. I need to tell you something huge.
Holy shit, that's actually insane.
Over the next 7 weeks, what is the total prize pool, Fancy?
Trash talk about it, but go
It
crazy.
is a total prize pool of $70 million across all titles.
Jesus.
70 million.
That's insane.
welcome to the Esports World Cup, where we are starting off huge with Valorant.
6 days of action lie ahead. In a battle to be the best, $1.25 million on the line, and to tally up club championship points.
Speaking of the club championship, last year's winners Falcons won't be competing here in Valorant, so it gives all of these teams a real opportunity to get a head start.
That's right. But hey, we all know why we're here, so let's get to the most important part of the show, and it's the players.
Indeed it is, starting with G2.
All right, here we go with the walkouts. Let's see. Leaf is not playing. I'm not sure why he's not playing, but wait, where's the? Oh, he's sick. Medical reasons.
Up next, we have Carmen Corp.
Am I on the wrong stream? I thought I was watching PRX. What the fuck's happening? I just realized I'm on the wrong stream.
Please welcome Sentinels.
Oh, they're all coming out. Oh no, wait, this is the other. Wait, why? Second looks like he just woke up. Is there a crowd? I have no idea, bro.
Please welcome BBL.
Wait, are all the teams doing a walkout right now? Oh shit. Why do they all look like starstruck?
XLG.
Everyone's walkouts are scuffed as fuck, dude. Why is everyone's walkouts so scuffed?
It's PRX.
What is happening right now? Why is it so scuffed?
Team Heretics.
Damn. That's probably the best one yet. What jersey do I got? I just got on the Toronto jersey.
Please welcome NRG.
Sam? What the fuck? This Sam looks pissed as hell.
It's RRQ.
The jersey, yeah, the color is unique. Bright. They're showing all of Group A. Is that what someone in chat said?
Titan Esports Club.
Titan. Ooh, the Panda Dunks.
Next up, Gen G.
So that was the best one yet.
It's Edward Gaming.
It feels scuffed because the crowd is so silent. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if there is a crowd. Kong Kong. I haven't seen this motherfucker in years, I feel like. That sexy little fuck.
Fnatic.
Oh, Steve.
Both ends of the stage. Obviously, yes, PRX coming off of a
What's
big
Val's
win,
prize pool? What up?
but are they going to be able to
K-Son.
maintain
Am I
that
seeing that?
form?
I'm seeing that
And
correctly.
Billy,
K-Son.
a disappointing
What up, bro?
performance in that
What's the
group
prize
stage.
pool for this?
So we get a look here
Prize pool
at
for
our
Valorant is
head-to-end
1.25
fans
million.
aboard the maps.
I think
Of
first
course, we're
place,
still
if I'm not
playing
mistaken, is
back on the previous
500.
map set, so it is going to be Lotus as the decider. That's kind of what I figured. Both teams do really like this map. You know, Billy has been picking it in China, so this is definitely going to be.
I met K-Son
really
at
close
the
affair between these two squads.
Yeah, obviously the analyst has
Lois' birthday party.
Reiterating, we are going to be seeing some best of ones to kick off this tournament. Then we will get into the proper best.
He was telling me how the
threes,
Boston Major was a
play,
fluke.
The GSL bracket.
Shit's
and then
crazy,
once we
bro.
get to the playoffs, that single elimination.
all good.
So Lotus coming through is going to be making
I'm
quite a
planning
bit
to
of
say
sense to
that.
me as well. But BLG certainly going to have their work cut out for them here. PRX.
It is a
very
BO1
much
chat.
A formidable opponent when it comes down to this map, and they put that
Looks
on
like we're
display.
going
This was
Lotus.
the map that
They got
closed out
PRX
the grand
labeled as
finals versus Fnatic on.
Prex.
Yeah, absolutely. In overtime.
Haven't
With a
seen that
crazy 2v4,
initial for them, but
something in
we'll take
Forsaken,
it.
Stepping up to the plate and
Oh,
bringing
mods
home
for
the first
predictions. I got you
trophy
guys. I'm gonna
for
do
the
it. I don't know if
PRX
I got any
squad.
mods
These
right now
two
because it's
teams,
hella
believe
late.
it or not, have never faced each other. This is their first time playing,
Who will win
and that's pretty hard to
map
believe. I mean, they're
one?
kind of
Sure.
consistent.
Or actually, who will win Lotus?
They make
This is a
consistent
1v1.
appearances at global events, and you know, for these two squads to have kind of that reputation,
PRX
and now they're finally getting
or
a chance to meet each other
BLG.
at a huge event like this in our opening
All right.
match. Really excited for this.
5-minute prediction.
I am as
It's
well.
live.
And we should be able to get into an agent select here in just a couple minutes. Let's see what they're going to be bringing to bear. I mean,
And
you
I'm gonna
mentioned
turn off
it,
my
we are
auto
playing
ads,
on previous patch.
and I'll
We
run
do
ads
not
between the
have,
maps.
the new map set, so Corrode not to be seen. Bind not going to be in the mix at all here for EWC. So it is going to be the same map set that we were seeing over at Masters Toronto, as well as in the lead up to the event.
Nah, we're not watching
I think
G2. I think this is more hype. G2 also have a sub.
Here for both of these
PRX are coming off the tournament
get ready
win.
for this tournament, so
We'll keep an eye on it.
Wrench in the gears
If
would be,
this game becomes a stomp, maybe we switch over, but we'll probably just ride
that would be
through.
less than optimal. I mean, I think if there was any team that could learn Corrode on the fly, it'd probably be PRX. But yeah, for sure, this is going to be a good one.
Watch
I mean, you're gonna
both?
be
Nah, I don't like the idea of watching 2 games at once. I like to just be focused on one because I feel like it's half foot in, half foot out. How many games today? Yo, if you guys haven't seen the schedule, it's
really
fucking
curious,
insane,
Billy
dog.
likes to play a more stock standard.
I don't know who the
style.
fuck cooked this shit, but
they
got
more like a
about
Western squad, and that kind of comes
3,
back to their
4,
coach
5,
Lyle,
6,
who does a
7,
really
8
nice
BO1s
job, getting these boys
into
to
4
play,
BO3s.
fundamentally
And it
strong
looks like we're
Valorant.
gonna
But the
end
problem
at
for them I
noon
saw,
Pacific.
in
Am I gonna make
Masters
it the
was
whole
that
way? Probably
they kinda
not. If it goes that
collapsed
far,
once. They
that's
started
10
to lose
hours
a
from
couple
now.
rounds in a row. Like, their fundamentals started
To
breaking
be honest, I
apart. It
probably
seemed
won't
like
make it to
their
that
comms were maybe
long.
breaking down
I
a
took a
little bit.
3-hour
Some
nap
of their
before
team
this.
fighting wasn't as good. So
We're gonna go
in
for
my
as long as I
opinion, I'm looking
can.
at Nap here, the
And
IGL
then
or
if
Billy
Sentinels
Billy
make it
to
there,
make sure that he's focused in, he's keeping the comms clear,
maybe I just
keeping
keep the
his
stream
team
on and go to
engaged,
sleep,
making good
dog,
macro reads. All
and
those
say
things
I
are
was
really
here.
important because the PRX tricky to play against on Lotus, especially because of the way that Something plays this map. He might not be putting up huge numbers necessarily on the Euro all the time, but he's getting a lot of important
If Sentinels
information,
make it
especially
there,
on
I
the
will
A side.
sleep on
He does a
stream.
really good job of working
If I'm dying.
kind of mid-round.
So I can say I was
past
here.
Rubble, getting to those double doors, getting good information so PRX can make good decisions.
All right, looks like we're
based
starting
off
though.
of, some of what he's doing there.
Alrighty, well.
Get your prediction in. Go all in if you're not a
Players
bitch.
Loaded up into the game, so here we go. We can take a look at
Agent
the
select.
agent select now. It's not
Is that a
really
mirror
gonna be any
comp?
changes whatsoever. Key difference obviously going to be the double duelist there for the side of PRX. BLG
No, they have
still
Euro.
sticking with just the Rays there from YC, with Russia on the Viper, so a bit more control available here for BLG. We're going to be starting on the attacking side.
Yeah, absolutely. So
PRX
again,
are about to run him the
my
fuck
eyes
down, eh?
drift back to Something going up against these double controller comps to make sure that he's getting value.
Bro, this is a
out of that
demonic
extra set of
fucking
flashes that he's gonna be
start
able to bring
time
to bear
for
on that Yoru.
stream,
Things
dude.
like that going to be pretty
The match
important.
just started at
for
2 a.m. It
PRX
actually
just in
couldn't
general,
be
you
any
know,
worse.
they
What
find
would be
those
worse than
moments
2
it
a.m.?
takes. At
3
Masters
a.m.
Toronto, there was a noticeable
that worse or
difference
better?
in
I
their
don't even
pace
know.
of play, right? They're a little bit slower than they used to be in terms of, you know, when they're able to find success as the rounds wear on. But
It's 5
part of
a.m.
that
for
is gonna
East?
come down
I
to
feel like
kind of
5
when
a.m.
they
is better
decide
than
to
2
turn up the tempo,
a.m.
when they find those moments to go for those quick, explosive openings with like the Seize Nade combo off the rip. You see
I
that
think
outside
2
of
a.m. is
B
the
main a
worst
lot,
possible time
where
it could
they'll set
be.
up for Jing to explode out of C Mound, things like that to look for on this defender side. They kind of
2 a.m. is
those for those
like
moments when it seems like
in the
Forsaken
middle
or
of the
somebody
night.
gets a good read on what their opponent's
For
strategy
Europe,
is
it's
gonna
perfect.
be.
I'm happy for you,
So
bro.
you've gotta
Let's
be
go
really
EU.
aware of that kind
You're
of
him,
stuff as
dude.
Billy.
Players getting situated still
2
here
a.m.
on
in
the stage. You
Pakistan?
can
That's what
see
I'm
the
saying, bro. This
smiles
shit
on the
sucks.
laughter here from the side of
Wait,
PRX.
it's 2 a.m. in
They're
Pakistan?
ready to have some fun as they
lying?
look to get themselves back-to-back international trophies.
I'm in Pakistan.
From Toronto.
It's
all
2
the way
p.m.
over
you
here
lying, bitch.
to Saudi
You don't know
Arabia,
your AMs and
looking to
PMs.
Take another one back with them. See if they're going to be able to do it. But of course, there is plenty more on the line. The claimed
All right, here we go.
keys of your opponents. Also something that certainly would be a nice little cherry on top. But looks like we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and get ready to dive into the pistol here.
Is the audio good?
Looks like we're going to have a couple sheriffs on the side of PRX.
They're just going to throw the haunt out. Some smokes set up by Billy.
The fuck is all this
That's going to allow
shit?
PRX to grab an
Why do I
orb,
turn
get
these
something
shits off?
pushed up past Rubble there. Meanwhile, the main forces of BLG making their way over towards B main, but it was a quick rotation over for PRX, kind of anticipating this. There's a wall set up
Who
early,
picked the
though,
map as a random?
from
Nah,
Billy
they just
Billy.
vetoed down. Veto.
They're just kinda
Veto.
working the map, just looking to see if PRX has stacked aside and seeing if they can figure that out and go somewhere
What a
else. But so
fucking
far,
wall.
PRX holding it close to the vest.
An attack wall on
Top of the
B?
wall there. Late linger from Russia is going to be
Oh,
able to get
lurker?
himself a kill. So sheriff shot to the face, something going to be taken down. Nice little opener there.
The desks are so close to each other,
That's going to
so
call for a pivot here.
let's
for
keep
PRX,
in mind if anyone
immediately
starts yelling at the other
believing in
team.
the push towards this A side of the map, but And it's just BLG
Oh,
wisely cutting
wait a
sound,
minute.
keeping things nice and calm as they get
They're
ready to
outplaying
exec
him.
onto C.
Yeah, this is kind of PRX thinking that Billy might try to punish that kill because often something is playing by himself. Gonna dump some util
Devi's here.
for Billy to make sure that the C side is clear.
Playing
Devi
retake.
gonna be aware of this, and now you're gonna see PRX already starting to fan out. But look at Rushia,
Fade
so
on the
ready here
flank.
for this lurk from Patman.
Big fight.
Let's see if Patman
Patman.
with that sheriff can do any damage.
That's
Shots gonna be
caught.
flying, and yep, just can't quite register where they're coming from fast enough. Ends up getting taken down. That's Russian out with 2 kills.
Paranoia.
Mitchell's at the ready.
Jing.
Just kind of
2
dancing around
bullets.
the wall. Does get a couple shots
Oh.
into YZ, but YZ gets
Forsaken?
the better of him. But Forsaken now swinging around the back, trying to make his way in
Nope.
towards Mound.
David's
Gonna
down.
find themselves
2 bullets.
all alone.
They kinda got
The
fucked.
shot goes whizzing
All right,
right
BLG
past
win.
YZ's
GG.
shoulder as BLG will take the
Wrap
opening
this shit
pistol.
up.
Yeah,
What's
that's
the next
huge
series?
for BLG. And the pistol rounds continue to plague PRX, something that was a persistent problem in Toronto. Even though
Back to
they
bed?
won the event, their pistol rounds were pretty not good. Put it nicely. It's a nice little flick there from Rushia. Catches Patman having to check a bunch
I mean,
of different angles. That's a
theoretically,
great little off
I'm
angle that he's taking
literally
there to punish that lurk.
just
So
tilting my
already
camera,
seeing some good homework being done here by
I'm going to bed.
Billy, anticipating.
I'm just moving my camera to the side and I'm going to
It's going to be
sleep.
Patman, who's trying to find those openings on this side of the map.
Quick little entry over the top of Rebel, but Forsaken able to get a stray headshot across. Prowler not finding Jing. Paranoia will tank it here from his teammate. 2 players up over the top.
Oh,
He's trying to find
no,
either of them, but
jet
cannot
lag.
Get it. It's a bit too whiffy there. Not even that
And
much
the
damage. Gonna be
excuses
up to Levius.
begin.
Rusha does get tagged down to 62, but there's that regen armor in behind. Shots whizzing past. Forsaken gonna look to try to go on the
Forsaken.
timing. He's rewarded for it. Comes away with a kill. Weapon now gonna be upgraded.
3v3.
Bulldog in hand. A real
2v3.
chance to try to make a go at this Thrifty.
They win
Devi
this?
filling space. Creeping up here just alongside the smoke, playing on the
do win
outskirts.
this.
As Forsaken
Wow.
finds himself a third, and suddenly Neff tagged up all alone here at backside.
Wow.
running low
I don't know how
on
they got the
bullets,
first
and
two,
Forsaken
but-
will seal the deal on it. A 4K.
Wait, Forsaken got
to
4.
get
What the
Thrifty on a
fuck did he
tied
just
up
do?
scoreline.
Replay?
Your Masters Toronto MVP picking up right where he left off, getting the huge eco round win for PRX. And this is part of what propelled them to get that trophy, was their ability to recover quickly from pistol round losses.
wow.
Right through the smoke on a K-Night.
Just brutal for him.
I mean, Jason,
Damn.
just absolutely so
He
ferocious.
hit him with a Jason.
And just great little game plans around those smokes for PRX in that
That
round. You know,
shot through
Jing,
the
even though he
wall
doesn't
is
get any kills,
crazy.
it was a really good idea. And it's not going to be contested this time. Rebel control by Billy. It's going to be seeded over to PRX. It's going to use that to grab another orb. Starting to get close to some ultimates.
Oh,
Hello, Olivius.
This is
yeah,
a
great little
BO1.
headshot on the swing.
Yes.
He's a vandal behind here. YZ has that in hand. There's plenty of firepower available to
Paranoia.
the side of BLG as Forsaken dropping down off the top of Rebel. Sends at the Paranoia, but K-Knight not caught by it. Finds himself a
Jing?
very nice headshot. Jing in reply, though.
40 HP.
Peels one back, but cannot protect that weapon, so it will be recovered.
This is kind of like a half buy
That's a
from
huge upgrade here.
BLG.
It's Billy continuing their march
2 rifles
forward.
on them
Gonna be
now.
a little bit late on the rotations. Are a couple members of PRX, something
Ooh.
winning his duel.
One, but then Neff
Ooh.
coming up big. It's sort of both the
Neff,
duelists here.
okay. 3v2. Anyone's rounds?
Planted.
No
Just the
ults.
sheriff in hand here. 4K Knight Neff down with
Patman
30
on
health.
good timing
Levius
flank.
Relatively untouched,
Not
but
really
armorless in the
anymore.
round.
Neff is low.
Maybe a bit of a split here. Divide, Patman
Oh,
going
he
their
got
separate
away.
ways. Neff immediately cutting away from
They're all
the tree.
backside.
All
They're
players
all-
now going to be contained
Wow,
here. Peeking
nice
backside.
shot.
There's the first to fall as Divide finds it.
Wow.
A double shot coming in, but Divide looking indomitable as the
Ooh,
blind is
nice
out.
try.
Patman can collect.
Well done to David.
PRX. It's a good effort here from BLG.
Are they
but
really playing
PRX
on 30
are gonna be
ping?
standing tall, now gaining the lead
I would
2-1.
not be surprised
Yeah,
if this
some
is
good
not
trades
actually
on
on
both
LAN.
sides.
I would not be
Neff
surprised
leading
if they're
the
just playing
charge
online.
as the omen there
But
for Billy.
I don't know. I guess
But
if they are on
PRX
30 ping, it's
Divide.
online.
Great at those tight angles. Think back to that.
I'm
ace
pretty
at
sure
Masters
for
Toronto.
Valorant to be played on
Absolutely nasty
LAN,
stuff from him.
Riot has to like
This right here. quick there
provide
on that first kill. Second one had
the
to
LAN
readjust.
servers to
Still
the
quite a bit of
events,
util left for
which I'm
PRX,
sure
but
EWC can get
didn't
since
really
they're
need
partnered with
Just
Riot.
getting it done with the guns and the
But I
blind
don't know
at
if
the
it was
end
provided.
for Patman. Gonna set him up nicely to close out that round. Still looking at some of the alts. Some of the big ones still a couple away. Just gonna be the Omen that has his. Forsaken could TP somewhere if he so chooses, but for now, just another kind of full stack attempt at rubble control, but BLG doesn't like what they see. They're going to make a pivot, quick pivot. Look at this wall over at Pillar for the Vice on their backside.
By the way,
BLG
Sentinels play after this too.
rotations.
Quick entry though here from YZ as the paint shell does get lobbed in.
I don't know if they're on the A
rest
stream
of
or the B
players at A,
stream.
but Forsaken.
We're gonna see after. Spam
Three
kill
shots there
on
from Rashid,
Forsaken.
just on a timing. Able to
They
find
have
it.
full heaven.
Going to be confirming at least one over towards upper, but something dead on the entry swing.
What's happening?
It's going to take it down as the trades start coming
What,
through
did you
here,
see that
but
or no?
ultimately it's gonna
Who
be
saw
BLG
what happened there?
Standing tall, some
Standing?
chaos here on the B site.
Standing?
BLG keep it neck and neck.
Well, you better sit your ass
this is a
down.
nice entry, a good find there
Standing.
as they get right into that B site, get ahead of the wall a little bit, and just catch Forsaken trying to spam through those smokes. Something PRX and a lot of teams obviously will want to do. Something gave away the strip there with that flash. Able to tuck into the corner was K-Knight, and he didn't get full flash, did a nice turn on it, and was able to punish Something, anticipating that
Why are they
quick
so
push
close?
out.
I don't know why the tables are
It's
so
going to be a
close.
weaker buy here for PRX.
C
Three
push.
players with Sheriffs, a Guardian, and a Hero Vandal for
Oh.
Forsaken, and he's gone.
Yep. Is dead right outside of B main. You're not able to find him. Some continued pressure here, gaining
Speeding
control
up,
of
eh?
Mound. It breaks to make that
These
unassailable.
two
here
haven't
for
started the game
BLG.
yet? Really?
At least not without significant cost. Something now.
Good morning,
Back
y'all.
rolling,
Good morning.
drifting A little bit deeper into the A site. You need to respect that Viper wall when it does get raised. It seems like, though, after a bit of a break in the action, BLG just going to look to deep
I'll take a
around,
look on
explore
this
other sides
second
of the map.
stream soon.
Wisely are reading. The PRX have looked to really collect their forces together into one position, which does leave Mound completely exposed.
Yeah, and I think part of this is recognizing that the Vandal was over on A now, and kind of if they were keeping track of the economy, which I'm sure they will, they know that maybe
It's a C stack.
C would have been the site with the Sheriffs.
Vipers lurking up A,
It's going
though.
to be one step away from a showstopper for YZ, one away for Rushia, for the Vipers pit as well. Something tucked into this box.
Uh-oh.
Loves to try to find
I don't
these
think he
off
clears
angles.
that.
He's going to profit.
Able to find at the same time, Jing taking down K-Knight. It's a bit more costly. It's something for now going to be held at bay by the
3v3.
YZ.
Jing has
dangerously
rocket.
low.
And so does YZ.
31 with the shielding there as well. And it's going to be Jing with a showstopper to try to entry
Oh!
in. Finds a headshot. He just doesn't set the rocket fast enough, but YZ still standing.
Oh,
Cleans up the vine.
shit.
Planted.
Now Something's position should
I
be
saw
completely
a
and
little
utterly
bit,
red.
Bob. I saw.
Trying to find his way back into the site from here. Looking to be nigh impossible. Could potentially make it
save.
a little bit more costly, but seems like the call to save is going to be
Is
made.
there an echo?
Felt like maybe PRX was going to have a moment there, but with that showstopper claimed by YZ, they took a pause. We're trying to assess the situation.
There's an echo.
And Jing thought he could get in there with that showstopper of his own, see if he could maybe suss out where YZ was,
What's
get
happening
ahead of
here?
the curve, but just shut right down
Oh, these
by
guys
Nev.
haven't started yet.
Having a really nice start to this, 4-3-3. So far, I really like the calling here for Billy. They're doing a really good job of finding openings on the map, finding those picks,
I don't
and
know
then
what's
making
happening
moves
over
off
there,
the
bro.
back of that.
Wait, who died?
Well,
Oopsies.
seems like there's some laughter, but
Who died to Spike?
a bit of a gifted kill, I suppose, at the end as Neff goes down to the spike
30
explosion.
seconds left.
Maybe we'll see it in the replay.
30 seconds left.
Either way, an attempt to crunch through that C door, but
That was a big kill.
come in there.
By Nash.
One enemy
James
remaining.
not able to get that rocket out. Wanted full confirmation on a player's position, try to ensure the kill,
The
but instead
handshake.
ends up losing his life as well as the ultimate. So BLG back into the driver's seat.
SEN game is on A stream in 40 minutes.
PRX
I see. So it's after
like
this.
maybe taking a quick pause here.
Yeah, might be time for Alex to step in,
Boza.
try to right the ship here a little bit. It definitely feels like PRX, when they've tried to be proactive,
This
it's
is a
been
BO1,
just
yes.
dodged, sidestepped by Billy. They haven't really gotten caught by any of the traps or any of the kind of early push-outs towards rubble, things like that. In fact, they've swatted a few of those away. So now you got to talk about
Why
how
are
you
they
wanna
so
play.
close?
You know, are you going to be a little
Not
bit more
sure.
reactive? Like some of the PRX ideas on this defender side can be to kind of lull your opponent into a false sense of security. Give them the idea
How do
that
they decide
something's
who plays
open, whether
attack
it be
and
rubble
defense?
or C-mound or something like that, and that's where they have a trap set up to collapse on you.
Whoever
You know,
gets
maybe
the
a
first
player behind the
ban-
door at C to kind of swing that open, and then they all come flooding in, or just, you know, send a player
think team
over by that box
B
that's
gets
by
side?
the breakable door, and then some in tree and things like that.
I forget exactly.
Beyond
I
the
think
cards,
team.
or maybe just
I think Team A
the
gets side
classic
actually. Team
Paper
A
X.
gets side.
Just
Team
fast
A gets
hits. I
side
don't
because
see the
Team
setup
B
for
picks
it.
the map in the end.
Okay. Rush attempt play here. Showstopper.
Whoever picked the map in the
doesn't go up
end
in towards upper, so Batman able to get away from
does
that
not
one
get to pick the
scot-free.
side.
Why is he now going to be walled in?
Here's the Paper X
But things
aggro,
down
but
here and hold
these guys
down this
shut
angle
down.
outside of C Mound, but
Well, they
it's
rushed
losing
B,
the
to be
fight
fair.
very quickly. Things spiral out of control for Paper X. Paint shell up and over the top.
What a
There for the timing,
flash!
Trying to get the third transfer. Does well to find the two.
Where'd that Euro flash come
Can't
from?
quite.
Damn.
Managed to go ahead and bring this back to parity. Instead loses his life in something once again.
Planted.
Left to his own devices. Try to pick up the pieces.
And he's got 0 creds behind this. Is he actually going to make
Open
go
a
of
few
it?
cases in
Looks
between.
like, well,
Are you out of your
to
absolute
make a
mind,
go
you
of
it. Yeah, he
degenerate?
did.
the go
He
just
said
didn't get
open a
started,
few
so
cases in between.
quickly dealt with
In between
BLG.
what?
A very explosive round.
Yeah, wow. I mean, they are really firing today. You can see still the energy not quite there for Paper X, trying to find their groove. I mean,
Imagine
for
Valorant
Taken,
introduced
it's a
cases.
hell of a
I wouldn't put it
transfer
past them at this point.
This 1-2, a great flash setup by something for him.
One enemy
He makes the
remaining.
most of it, but K-Knight able to pop out the smoke, get the job done. But so far, so good on this attacker's side. Now you're going to see that Bucky. Jason, he likes to get close to this door. It is going to be Rushia, though, with an outlaw. They're
David
gonna
has a
just
Vandal.
Tag him up just
My
ever so
UI's
slightly.
gone. Thank
A little
you.
bit of a wall bang. But, yep, that is going to be the play here. This gives a lot of map control.
Why
on
does
these
he
eco
keep saying
rounds for
Jason?
Paper X. Get this Bucky
I don't know.
at the front of A main. Rushia just going to plant his feet and wait it out. Got
That's
to
his
really
boy.
credit the way Rushia has been playing this Viper. Doing a good job of tracking some of these flanks for Billy. Meanwhile, Paper X just setting up 2-2 on the other side.
Whoever
Let
loses
Jason
this is
kinda
out of
do
the
his thing,
tournament.
potentially.
Now, how did you reach that conclusion?
Think they'd be
Because you
aware
just made something
of
up.
some of these traps, but with so many
For fun.
layers to these traps, this can really
Do you
give
lie for
opponents
fun?
trouble. Saw it all the time at Masters Toronto. Good clear there with the util.
Noya, oh, he's right below
Oh
him.
my God.
Forsaken with the eye on Bucky once again doing
Observer?
wonders. Does get traded back quickly as something similarly loses his life, but somehow, even paranoid, that close should have been able to spot him out. Outlaw will be
Ooh,
able to find the
traded.
shot, but Batman quick on the corner swing.
2v2.
Sound rush
Never
shot, but
mind.
Defy is not ready for
1v2.
YZ's position.
YZ
On top of the
10-3.
pillar. It's getting taken down
Patman
now on
1v2
but
has
Patman was a
fatal.
clutch god for Paper X over at Masters Toronto. See if he can work that magic.
Wait,
a
he's not. They're
little
not
bit
looking
more.
here. They're not looking here.
Falls there, but
They're gonna hear him now.
a
Never mind.
hefty investment to try to go for it. It seems like footsteps have been heard. YZ noting that from his forward position
Time
towards
is
stairs.
low.
Yeah, really nice setup here for BLG. They can take their time. They're still at paint shells. So, I mean, so much to clear here for Patman. He's going to have to tap the spike. See what the response will be. There goes that paint shells.
Wow.
Yeah, just dealt
YZ's
with quickly.
on a
YZ
heater.
with the paint shells into the wall.
Oh, here they go, bro.
The
Here
fist
they
bump
go.
there as BLG on the march, doing a great job. Just really finding some nice openings. That's a great shot. Woo.
A fantastic one, then gets the follow-up. It's a nice quick trade from Patman to be able to put him down, catching him off guard.
Remaining.
But
Oh.
BLG playing a bit more sneakily here and hitting some very nice shots. So Paper X still going to be reeling here. As
We got voice
lead now
comms.
gets stretched up to 3 rounds. Cycled back into a full buy. There's a Forsaken picking up his favorite, has Yoda now in hand, just spamming through, but BLG doing well to go ahead and avoid these stray shots.
And with so many ults available for Paper X, you have the Dimensional Drift, you have matching Fade and Viper
Do they
ults.
clear this?
Something
Doesn't
again,
matter.
tucked behind the box.
I have the spike.
Just looking
The
to
fuck
see
just happened?
what he can do. Meanwhile, BLG matching the patience that Paper X is showing. Doing a great job there. Clear from Rushia. Going to be any kind of punish. Just Forsaken checking to see if they've already cleared rubble. Spraying through, not finding any damage though.
They're not. Jing swinging
Nice
out.
pick
able to
by
find
Jing.
one. Rushia going to be taken down. Devi
Something?
is going to be trying to play as passively as possible. It's YZ.
Wow, they opened door
caught
for
off
him.
guard here as the door tap comes through. Fight back, however, from
Wait,
BLG
what?
is still looking good. They bring it now into a 2v2 with the aforementioned Devi still
Oh, he's low.
hovering
No,
at
he's not,
20
never mind.
HP.
Yo!
Before onto the Thorns, tiny bit of damage going to be suffered there from Nephis. Devi
Counter
trying to
by
take the
Soul.
weapons away. It's going to be matched.
He did
On
not
the
expect
opposite
him to have a
sides, Forsaken
gun.
finding the first. Neff going to be taken down. Levius waiting on how he wants to try to play this one out.
He has Molly?
Out of the noise, Flash still going to be confirming his presence here on this B site.
Oh, time is low. It's hard.
Taps it now, sticking it with just 10 seconds remaining. The plant will come through.
Spike planted.
Saken making plenty of noise here, trying to distract.
Whoa, what a hold by David.
Hits the headshot.
What a
PRX will
hold.
break the win streak. Close the
20
gap
HP.
now. Just going to be 2 rounds separating.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that you'll see sometimes from PRX.
Are they revving up the engine right now?
Behind that C swing door, come out, and they get a team ace as well. Everybody getting involved. So a really nice round. Let's see if that can get some momentum here.
Wait, they have their
PRX, but
PCs have their team logos.
making them earn it. Even in the round they win. Oh man. Close to a sick transfer there. Forsaken with that Odin.
Wow,
Clean
it's
as
right as he
usual.
started moving
Like
forward
you said,
too.
setting up for Divide very nicely. Teamwork still there. Now you've got a showstopper to worry about for YZ.
Thanks.
And that's going to bring the Vice Wall over towards C.
Triple ult
Seems like PRX is
for
anticipating
Billy.
that might be an A hit. And they're just going to explode forward. Rushia not interested in that at all. He is just backing right out. And, you know, BLG, they've been doing a great job on this B site. So
Double walls on
see what
B.
they can find here. With the Vice Wall set up along with the Thorns. Kind of been the default here for Devi.
They don't know
coming
the
into
wall's
this
there.
one.
They're not gonna get the wall.
But no
That's tough.
contact. They're
Can we get a
worried about some of those
0-0 in
tight
the
angles
chat?
that PRX has been holding. You know the Odin's over here. You know Forsaken's there. Are you going to try to challenge that? He's pretty far out there, but this is all bait again.
Back.
Oh, those shots. Almost connecting. Jing, the second layer here is paranoia.
Oh,
Timing is going to be
fuck,
perfect.
he's alive somehow.
With covering fire, able to go ahead and keep YZ safe. Jing gets taken down.
45
Control
seconds,
now
your
firmly
ult.
in the hands here of
1,
BLG.
2,
Mats goes on
3.
something. Sprinting
A.
forward to the dimensional drift.
Big fade ults. He got
Trying
4.
to hold them at bay. Connects on to damn near everybody over here at Tree.
Counter fade ult. YZ.
Something on the swing.
Not
Timing ends up getting
whiffing.
taken down. A great shot from YZ.
Both
who
guys
just
are
got
here.
traded back.
David, 1v3.
Chaos ensues here on the site. There's just basically no audio for anybody. By looking for the timing.
Oh,
Swings
1v2.
cannot prevent the spike plant.
Very
However,
winnable.
it's now in play. BLG still with the advantage. Trying to bait them forward.
Oh.
Clears the flash. Pulling up just a little bit wider. Alt now cleared. They know that he's not sticking it. They know that he's not got to the half. And
well
with the double
played to
face,
BLG.
will lock up
Damn.
a 6th
They're
round
kind
win
of
here on the
like
attack.
going
Yeah,
crazy
really
a
good
little bit.
patience being shown by Billy, waiting out their fade ultimate, and PRX
They're
commits
kinda going
2 big ones,
crazy,
the
man.
dimensional drift and the nightfall of their own. And like you said, it catches everybody, but Billy takes that moment to pause to wait for PRX to try to make their move, and they throw their counter punch. It works a treat. Not much Devi can do there. And it's been really solid. That's got Neff
Oh
on his feet.
shit.
Billy on a roll, 6-3.
6-3 PRX on
So
Eco.
far, 3 more to go.
We might
Maybe
actually
Eco
make it to the
or
G2
PRX.
match.
Stinger for
Nah,
Divide.
I don't know. We're
Sheriff,
jumping the gun
something with
there.
Just a classic.
Do
and
not
Rushia's
count
got
PRX
Forsaken
out.
down.
They will randomly
Falcons
start
doing the
heating
same
up.
here for him.
And to
Something
be
will
fair,
just drift over. Pick up
they
the
do have
Sheriff.
double duelists,
No further
Lotus attack
combat they
sided.
found, though.
Maybe 3 is all they
Ace on the
wanted.
map, at least not yet. BLG. Site's
It's
currently
early
set on
days.
C. And Russia again drawing blood.
He's
Jing
been.
maybe
Ooh,
slipped the
he
net.
bounced
Seems
it
like
off the
no,
pillar.
the read is going to be
Oh,
there as the
missed.
snake bite. Not quite
Wow.
locked in properly, but Russia
He's
still
an
looking
outlaw
at the
player.
readjust. The double push forward, looking to try to get the jump of YZ. Gonna be
Oh
just a
my
little bit too
god, he
fast
got
here to be
both of
put
them.
down.
Wow.
That's going to be a flawless here. First one of the map.
G2 hasn't started
BLG
yet? Yeah, I don't
locking in
know.
a
That's
lead
crazy.
here at the half, at the very least. And how big that lead's going to be, we have to just wait and see.
Yeah, I mean the mechanics look really sharp as well for Billy.
VCT
Haven't
China
mentioned it,
has
but,
started, I believe, yes.
Russia is an absolute nightmare.
Their season's
that's
ahead
hell
of
of a shot.
everyone else.
But
Oh, let's go with the
Russia
3K.
is such a tremendous player. I think definitely deserves a lot more
Coach Cam.
talk on the global scene. The coaching staff for Billy, happy with that one. You know, something
Good
that
evening, Big T.
they struggled
Good
with.
evening. I guess,
at
would it be good
times
evening at this
in
time?
Toronto,
Definitely
getting
in good
momentum,
morning.
finding some good, advantages
good, Jane. I'm
outside of
good,
their
bro.
opening match. Now they're looking really strong. There's a big shift in utility for Devi here. All this Vice util set up over in Tree.
Hunt had the reveal. That trailed there
Wow.
for just a moment
Nice pick.
longer, and something does manage
Oh
to go ahead.
no.
trace
gave it
right
back.
over to Neff, but YZ still very much on point. Quickly trades it back as something, trying to see if anyone
Ults,
goes
Viper
swinging
ults,
forward into
Raze
backside.
ults.
YZ, however, playing at the
Oh
rope. Something
no!
cannot get the flick in time.
How has he done that?
YZ striking again, 16-5-1 at the moment, looking for more.
Traded.
Out for blood, but
They're
Forsaken.
in B. Yeah,
Go
Viper
ahead, make
ult.
sure that he is sated for the time being. Holds him off. Pit now going to be
Oh
invested.
no!
Oh boy. The timing. A bit awkward there for Jing. Ends up going to take it down. Reload can't come through. Spot out on the one. The spray from Forsaken. Gets
What is
some
happening?
connections, but cannot find the kill.
What is happening?
Last player.
K9
What in the
managing to stay
fuck
alive
is
as Risha
happening?
once again striking. Patman now dead.
This is
Forsaken with
so
everything to do.
chaotic.
Has one low, but K9
Oh
plays
my
around
God,
the pit
what is
very
happening?
wisely and gets BLG now up to 8.
What a round there for K-Knight. Catching Jing as he's getting ready to try to clear the Viper's pit. Just not anticipating that
K-Knight?
BLG
Yeah,
would
his
get
alias
that
is
aggressive.
K-Knight.
This is one of the more aggressive rounds we've seen from them in their post-plant positioning. And it caught PRX really off guard. You know,
Well,
YZ
PRX
there,
finished.
even pushing up the rope on A.
Found one enemy.
And shutting down Jing there so huge because he had
Nah,
the
I mean, I don't think this game is
That could've been
over
So much for their
powerful
at
tool
all.
at cleaning that ultimate. Yeah, that's
The
quick getaway.
1 second
Yep.
Alex replay.
We've seen that scene before.
They didn't show us the full scene.
Yeah, right now it just feels like everybody from PRX taking their time to really try to get online. Wiley just been Forsaken leading the charge. Everybody else at single digits here for the moment. Showstopper going to go out.
What
Quick little lob
the
in.
fuck?
No one there
Wait.
to receive the damage.
Wait, what?
PRX just Wiley trying to scare them off and flush them in towards this A site. And it has worked, and they've got some quick pivots here.
Fake teleport.
Something setting up another gate crash here for the quick exit, making his presence known. Prowler not spotting. Headshot does connect.
Nice shot.
He'll get his and he'll get out.
That's what you like to see.
Raise
When you're in
rocket
a
on
position
YZ.
like that, just get the one and done. Something good for it this go around. And that's going to make BLG have to rethink things and look at this push out C-Mound.
No, that's an old
Oh,
command.
no.
You don't have to pin that.
Just using the one way, but YZ is not going to be ready for the
Traded.
second layer. So Patman striking does manage to find that. Sees, not getting the connection.
No paranoia.
With just the Spectre in hand, Patman still
Patman, good
dealing
job.
damage. Gets the headshot there
Patman,
on the
good
K9,
job.
putting him down to 8
Big
HP.
fight
Levy at
here.
the same time. Trying to see if he can open things up, see if
Is
this
he aware
A
of
site is going to
tree?
be safe, but something on the reposition. Tucked in to the exit. The swing
Oh
forward, and
my
Levius wins the
God,
fight.
what a
Wow.
clear.
Suddenly
Wow.
into a 2v2. The quick pivots having to come through. PRX rushing, trying to get into position and divide with the Guardian at that range, going to be favored.
15
Puts him down, and
seconds.
K9 now has his work cut out for him. Just the 8 HP.
Oh!
He's a headshot. And has the time to plant as well. Does he have another one of those in the bank? We're about to find out.
Wow, well played,
Forsaken.
Forsaken.
We'll be able to flush him out. 8 and
sped
4
up.
at the half, but my God,
8-4.
PRX had to
Big
work
fourth
for every
rounds for
single round.
PRX.
No doubt, that was some nasty stuff there from Billy. Looking really good on
Let's
that
see if there's a
attacker
halftime
side
break or
in
they
a
keep
lot
going.
of different aspects, macro, micro, all of it shining.
Certainly are, but now they're going up against the double duels from PRX, who are shifting over to the attacker side. We'll see how they fare after the halftime.
Okay, there's a break. All right, we're on break. I mean, this shit ain't over, even though BLG kind of went crazy.
They were.
Let's see what the other stream is doing. Motherfuckers haven't even started yet.
The same level as other teams in their region. They're still playing under their identity, and whether that's good or bad, at least they have something that they're really trusting internally.
We just finished our first half.
I think in the past they definitely have been a team that's not afraid to play things that are not necessarily the
Popular,
best.
yeah.
Sadak in particular, I mean, you've seen him come.
But
through
probably
from
a tech
Loud
issue
and
going on
the
here.
Brazilians setting the meta with like Harbor, Sky Viper, and things like that, and he still plays Harbor in 2025 for some reason at times. So look, sometimes it doesn't go so well. Sometimes it's genius. It gets you a win. It could definitely get you a gimmick win in a BO1, although really it wouldn't be much of a gimmick win with G2 playing with the standard.
Let's see who plays after this.
To be honest,
SEN versus BBL.
At taking this out. But I
And
think,
then
look, overall,
DRX
Karmine
versus
Core,
Shilai.
at least digging through the EMA qualifier. Didn't
Wait,
get a
what did he
chance to
say?
catch the gates, but digging through them compositionally.
I thought he said
I wasn't
digging
seeing
through the
anything
EMEA
that
qualifier.
funky,
He said
and
digging.
honestly, Yeah, look, honestly,
Oh my God.
in EMEA, maybe they haven't been having the best results, but maybe going to more standardized comps, Gen has worked out better for them, able to overcome Liquid, able to come through that qualifier and actually get to an international event here.
Yeah, because when it comes to, I'm a bit worried about the Sunset. I would go
Wait,
towards K
the
Corp
coach
because
is
of
playing
that
for
weird
G2.
composition that you're not sure how you're going to prepare against.
I didn't realize I was the coach.
To figure it out.
Or the
But
assistant
G2's
coach.
map picks have been a lot around Lotus,
Sadak.
Haven, especially
I haven't
the
seen
Lotus
him in a while,
being their
too.
most picked around Toronto, even just split through stage 1 playoffs.
They seem like they're so over it. Oh my
like,
God.
maybe Sunset has been floated every now and then.
Does anyone
but
know
it's
what's
not
happening
gonna
here?
be
Is it a
G2's
tech
favorite
pause?
map, and I worry because this is a best of 1. If you lose this because you're underprepared or whatever happens with the day 1
Probably.
jitters, then you're on your last life. If you lose 2,
Guys, this match is already 1 hour delayed. That means like
Billy find themselves out in
It's
front
GG.
here in our first series.
This is gonna be a
of
12-hour
EWC
day minimum.
Valorant, and,
I will not be here the whole day.
PRX.
In advance, I'm letting you know I will not be here the whole
Absolutely.
day.
It did feel like they were a little uncomfortable.
And if I
It
am, I'll
felt
be
like
sleeping
they
on
weren't
stream.
Quite, you know, in that form that we know they're capable of. Meanwhile, Billy comes in firing. I mean, why?
I'm gonna put Nabi on cam and go to sleep.
Absolutely frying right now. 17-7 in that first half. Rushia 13-8. So when you got your anchor, when you got your entry playing like that, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities for you, especially on that attacker side. And they take full advantage. Now crossover here through their smoke over towards the A side. 4 players. Devi going to be the trailing member. Try to watch for those lurks. And
and so it begins.
A lot of damage taken.
And so it begins, the
Coming
train.
down to 75, Jing at 13 HP. Any stray bullet, go ahead and dispatch him. As Plant will come through. Far back linger here from Devi, Sheriff in hand, playing back
What
Rubble.
the fuck? They flashed
going to
him?
be ready.
Or no?
As the vestiges of that flash do expire, Levius able to go ahead and collect the elimination. Puts it back to parity overall. As far as the player count is concerned, push forward Levius with another heater of a
Wow,
shot.
that
Finds himself
paranoia
third.
Oh!
Trying to trade it back, but then Neff layering
I
in
mean,
here
the
on
paranoia
back
push
end,
was
cleans
crazy
up
to do,
something, and
but
that's gonna be
it
yet another
kinda
pistol going
worked.
the way of Billy as they now stretch the lead.
Neff
even
gets a
further,
1v2 in
up
the
by
ends?
5.
Yeah, I mean, PRX there tries to make
Was
a
that 5-man through door? I think it was
off of
4,
the
but
paranoia,
yeah.
and Billy was just a literal step ahead. They're able to find that big
That's a
kill.
big pistol
Jingo's
for Billy.
flying in, finds a couple with the
PRX
frenzy.
might force here or no?
At the end, Neff comes up clutch. And Billy wins the second pistol. And that's a big deal, especially in this best of 1. But PRX, they're capable of coming back. They do it all the time, but you know, could be another one of those close
Am I gonna watch
maps, or who knows,
Sentinels as
maybe
well?
Billy
Come on, brother.
just gonna take over. There's a little bit of a buy up here for PRX. Couple sheriffs and a marshal. YZ gonna have that outlaw.
Okay, not really a force. They're kind of sacrificing this round.
So
Just the
PRX
marshal.
gonna try to work their eco magic again. They were able to do it in the first half. Maybe a little bit more difficult this go around. Just gonna grab some orbs, trying to get Jing fast track onto another showstopper.
Yeah, I can make this a little smaller.
And Devi with the marshal. Just gonna go fishing.
Remove it
as he
here
likes
a
to
little
do.
bit.
Now he does.
Now we're good.
Nothing caught there, so we'll go ahead and try other waters as he's going to be shifting over towards the
VOD
A side.
a
with the rest
Chinese
of the
team?
team.
Yes.
Everybody going to be clustered up, but this outlaw in the hands of YZ can absolutely wreak havoc. This haunt over the back there of Rebel going to be cleared out. Smoke
All right.
coming through. Paranoia.
YZ is trolling.
Forsaken trying to assess which angle he wants to go through. It's just going to be a bound out through the smoke. Something going to be good for one. YZ swaps over the sidearm. The classic able to deal with the enemy Omen.
Oh my
Forsaken will
good
fall.
God,
Smoke
what are
gonna be
you
dropping.
doing?
PRX once again.
What in the
looking to try to
fuck
get
are you
themselves
doing?
a quick little turnaround here on the Thrifty. Jing to go for the plant. It's just over halfway towards the showstopper. Couple weapons recovered.
3v3
Armor values,
eco.
however, keep them protected
From
widely
PRX.
from this outlaw.
Not much util here for PRX. Just gonna have to get it done with the guns.
Rooster
Meanwhile,
got
still Paranoia
tagged.
for Neff. Find some serious value, especially with all those players tucked in on backside.
Paranoia backside.
Paranoia flying.
Big kill.
Shifting the shot into the midsection of Russia.
Oh.
Able to strike him down.
Oh.
Jing looking for a little bit more. It's going to be something with the Sheriff, however, who finds the third kill. Neff now with everything to do. Jing at 8. A double face.
Oh!
And Neff collects them both.
You're kidding
Another
me.
fantastic goal over
You're
here for
kidding
Billy,
me.
or rather for
Oh
PRX.
my
to try to pull up the
God.
Thrifty. But man,
Oh
Neff
my God.
is just on one today. The spray connecting every single bullet where
Alex
necessary.
Kim, yeah, Alex
Unbelievable.
Kim.
I love the idea there from PRX to try to come from 2 different
Someone in
angles.
chat
into that
said
smoke.
so free.
It's just the timing here
Just
for
get the
Neff is
fuck outta
perfect.
here.
He sees the edge of him and just goes blasting.
That is actually just
And he finds
unfortunate.
both targets. Massive round there. I mean,
Close
still,
one as well.
yeah, still a ton of damage for PRX, of course, but you almost kind of needed that eco.
They're talking hella shit.
But they were still a decent
They're
amount of
talking hella
investment as well.
shit.
And still will have a good buy behind here.
PRX, okay, this is where it's got to
Buy
start.
with the attacking Outlaw, trying to see if he can get a
10-4. I know it looks like it's done, but if they win this
Scores to
round,
be made. Jing,
who knows?
2 charges away from having that ult online. Be very
Double
important.
duelist on attack.
Trying to start to get a run back going.
Paranoia there backs the Bucky off.
Do they read this at all?
Well,
It's been the Forsaken special on this map. Do they anticipate
Yeah,
the
thank
Rush
you
is going
guys.
to be looking to
If someone is saying
borrow
some
some
dumb
of his
shit,
own
just
tech?
at me and them.
plus you got K-Knight hidden with a frenzy right behind Rubble. Another tricky position,
I got
especially if
him.
it's
I got
the
him. I
with the
banned him.
Outlaw that's going to be cresting that corner.
Pulls off the ADS.
Ew, that was a good bait setup, though.
Absolutely.
That was a
no-scope.
good bait setup.
Quick reactions there from Devi, and
You
not
are
even much
dead.
damage suffered.
You got
92
out.
HP with 33 armor still intact. Frenzy not really finding much value. Just the one bullet
Ooh,
blindly
nice
connecting
pick.
is Forsaken now.
3v5.
Slides in the flank onto the B site, catching Wisey completely off guard. The Bucky, it's going to
Might be a
noted.
flawless.
Russia falls for the clone.
30 seconds left.
There's once again Neff left to his own devices. Try to make this costly, otherwise PRX
Hi, chat. Pretty new to Valor.
looking
PRX
at
the
a
favorites.
flawless anti-bonus, which is exactly
PRX
what they
just
need.
won the
And
last
there you go, it
international
will be
event.
confirmed.
Literally like
Yeah, that's huge.
2.5, 3 weeks
You
ago.
really needed that round to go very
They are the
well,
massive
and it does
favorites for this
PRX.
this
You're gonna
map.
have
This match.
a chance of clawing back in this match.
Billy is
Still 5 rounds
probably,
down, and able to
I
read
would
through
say their odds
some
in
of
this
those
match.
cheeky positions.
I would say it's like a
that Billy is trying to set
75-25,
up, and
maybe even an
like you said,
80-20.
kinda,
But it's
you
a
know, trying to take a page
BO1,
out of PRX's
so
book.
with that being
PRX,
said,
you know, they wrote
upset
that. They're the
potential
authors,
is real.
and they are the masters at dealing with
could
all of
sneak
that
a
in
map.
that round at least. Showstopper for Jing. Maybe gonna set him up. Let's see. Here he goes.
Oh, Rage
Wisey
Rocket
with
already.
full armor, so Outlaw as well from Devi can still find some value. Jing in the meantime, though, desperately looking for any kind of prey that he could find. And will just be a showstopper to try to clear close upper here at the B site.
Big lurk here.
The spike now brought into position. The plant ready to go through. Something watching behind.
Planted.
Outside of Baby Door swings the
Oh,
corner.
what a peek.
Instantly finds the headshot.
What a peek.
Wisey dealt with, makes a retake very difficult here.
Sees
Toward
nade,
the side
sees
of BLG. Sees nade going to be
Wow,
going through it. Russia
perfect.
Completely caught up by it. Blunt
Wait, they're
smithereens.
starting to cook.
And widely, that's
It's a
going to lead
BO1,
into
it's
a
not
save call
BO3.
here for BLG. All players completely, utterly fanned out. Potentially at risk.
If PRX loses, they're out? No.
Want to check the close angle.
Just
Levy
this
is
series
dragging
is a
across, eventually
BO1.
able to find it.
I don't know
Does suffer
exactly
some
how it
damage.
works, I'll be
So
honest.
Jing and Devi
Is
advance
it
their chances.
if you lose
Able to
this,
get
then
the
you lose a
guns.
BO3, are you out? Is your next match
The rest of the
elimination?
players looking like they're going to be safe to go ahead and retain these weapons. But PRX starting things off in the half correctly as Devi will go down.
I see.
Ultimately, not the worst. They'd have the Outlaw. But it was them starting to get on
Lose
the
two,
war
you're
path
out.
as they try to run this map
Device
back.
that to spike?
Yeah, this is just a pretty simple
That was
round,
sick by
you know?
something.
You just win
This is nice
win
too.
a trade there. Nice quick peek from something. A sees nade. You know, use the showstopper to open up the B site, and that's round done. So that's what you want to see. Good calling from PRX. Still looking a little out of
10-6.
sorts though. Seeing that same kind of hype there, especially
BLG
from
on
Forsaken. Now you're going to use the dimensional drift. Try
Is
to
it
get
force or
some
half buy?
information. TP right
Half
into
buy.
it. Buy.
Wow.
The 1-2 pump, able to
Wow.
find him, but cannot escape. Wisey with that Phantom does
Well
manage to
done.
hand him down, but that is such good damage dealt. Devi on that flank, doing wonders here for the team
Oh,
to try
that
to
guy
keep them
in pit
protected.
is fucked.
Spam through the box, forces a reposition.
Oh, good damage by him, but
Neff going to be flushed
wow,
out.
nice shot, Jing.
K-Knight.
They're starting to
Wisey's
pop off.
position, previously noted, should
They're starting to heat the
pretty
fuck
good
up, I'm not gonna
idea of
lie.
Where the approach is going to be from.
Billy might get
Seems
run
like they
down
will
right
take the
now.
chances. The smoke off made.
He might just
double
get
stack in
run
the tree,
down.
as well as watch any other avenues of approach. So PRX, they have this round on lock.
Hey, now the big question for YZ is, he's looking for that showstopper.
I'm feeling that.
Want to try to keep the gun in hand as well. Money's still a little off balance for BLG.
Love to get a kill and get out.
Yep.
He swung the corner now. Jason certainly would be at risk, and looks like he will be able to slide away to safety. So survives with 15 HP, does Forsaken. And YZ gonna have to wait till the next round to try to find that showstopper here for himself. PRX though, closing the gap now, just 3 rounds separating.
Okay. It begins.
Yeah, he shouldn't be calling him Jason, I agree.
It feels like it wouldn't be a
he just probably hasn't realized.
This went to overtime.
You should call him by his alias because some people might not know.
Very true.
Doesn't matter who the
Although
opponent
everyone
is,
knows,
it just kind of
but
goes that
still.
way. Nice stuff here from Devi. I mean, this is something he's been doing a little bit more lately. You see it on Sunset when he's on the Sage, he's going to pick up an operator, but seeing the Outlaw with him now, kind of a little bit of a different mix-up for PRX. Trying some new ideas, and Devi very steady.
I feel like PRX are competing with each other.
Snipers, obviously you're going to think of something
to
when
get
you
the
think
kills.
of sniper rifles for PRX, but Devi is no slouch, and I think this is going to be a timeout for BLG
Billy
this
pause.
go around, trying to stop this momentum that PRX is creating, and talking to Coach Bile behind the scenes in Toronto, just kind of frustrated at times with how the fundamentals would break apart for BLG, and you're starting to see it here. Where
why are we not getting audience
one player
shots?
dies, 2 players
I don't know if there
dies,
is an audience.
and then they kind of try to go for some hero plays, try to go for some
G2
maneuvers
have
that
still not started.
maybe aren't optimal. Teamwork,
That's
very, very key for
a
them.
big delay on
Making
the
sure you're
B
playing for those
stream.
trades. Things that we saw
Big
on the
delay.
attacker side.
We will
Really,
not be
really
making
well
it
for
the
them.
whole day.
Want to see a little bit more of that, I think. See if they can play a little bit safer, but some of those rounds were eco, sure. It's actually going to be Devi grabbing an Odin coming out of the timeout.
Okay. I mean, if you force everybody on the sidearms,
Yeah, let's see what Billy do off the
get
pause.
some solid damage across. And Levius does similarly
PRX fake
have the
A and
silver
Rush
button
C.
available for himself.
Levius
It's
is
gonna be a
alone.
pretty quick hit in towards this C site.
He has ults.
For the moment, it is only Levius here to try to slow things down. Lawrence will lock them in position as they wait out the wall.
Here's the ult.
Nice haunt.
Ulti at the ready now.
Oh, they can dodge it. They just dodged it in the corner. They all dodged it.
They waited out. They're right
I guess
back
they
in.
went ult for
Spike
ult.
now being brought to bear.
They're planning for Mount.
Through, but YZ, that showstopper at the
Oh,
ready.
no, they're
That's
not.
Patman dead. The Spike now stranded here on the corner.
Tragic for Patman.
Quickly scooped up.
4v5. Something with a swing traded. Devi, Odin. Fade ults. Forsaken. 2v3.
Nightfall now comes across. Sort of the audio, the
Ooh,
swing
big.
coming through, and Devi has the covering fire. Looks for a little bit more, but K-Knight
Down, C.
starting to go crazy. Noise made.
Regen shield.
Players
Regen shield.
spotting. Armor regenning here up to 21 for K-Knight.
Oh my god, I didn't know where he was either, Jing.
We'll
Wow.
be able to go ahead and get
I didn't even
PRX
see where he
across
was.
the line, continuing to run this one
saved
back.
him. He saved him. That's big. I think PRX have a lot of ults. Or not a lot of ults, but
Very, very close. K-Knight.
they have
almost
Raise
coming through
Rocket
with a huge
coming up,
1v3.
I want to say.
This is scrappy stuff. That's great timing on this showstopper, and an out as well. Using that blast pack to immediately get back to safety was YZ. Like, this might go well. The trades were good for the side of BLG, but then PRX
Down, C.
able to just kind of hold the line, and BLG gets a little antsy trying to get into the site. They're
They
back on Nico,
have
judging
Fade
him for
ults, and they're
Rusia.
coming up on Raise. Half buy for BLG. Omen
the
TP'd
corner.
out. Paranoia.
Trying to just go for a bit of a crunch play
PRX
here
take
with
the
those
trades.
stingers in hand, but ultimately it's just going to be the one casualty as Jing gets taken down.
G2 started. Nice.
2 charges now away from his next showstopper here in the half.
How come BLG
Precision
ain't
with the
standing up
judge,
anymore?
but Not
Don't
gonna go
say
for
it, man.
backside plant, so trying to close the gap and get a punish going to be a little bit more difficult here for him. Levius similarly, just with a stinger, is going to reroute down towards stairs, but Forsaken
G2 is playing versus
hovering
KC,
nearby,
but
waiting
Leaf
for this approach
is
angle.
not present due to medical
just-
reasons. He's
Love to see
sick.
PRX just
Hope
kinda
everything's okay. Not
plant
entirely
their feet
sure
and wait
what's
this out.
going on
It's
there.
gonna be the stinger
So G2's playing with their
identified.
assistant coach.
Spot out of the one. Something with the Outlaw, able to find the punish. There's not much more for Risha to do, and it seems like they have a very solid read about his potential position. As just with the classic, PRX representing. We'll get the spot out onto one. I can't die here. Tap to come through, trying to bait them back forward here to put this judge to use to find some of value, but kills will not be coming through. As the spike will go off, PRX continue to run this back.
I like the idea from Rusia. Try to pretend like you're going for the ninja diffuse.
10-9.
PRX's
9 plus 10.
Starting to right the ship.
Full buy on Billy again.
4 PRX, 5
Fade ults
in a row here
available.
On their attacker side. Still have the Nightfall for Patmen. 2 away from another showstopper for Jing, who's got the judge. And it is a B hit. And look at this, BLG at least stacking their forces there. Are they going to be able to counter this? You see this a lot from PRX.
Cutting through.
They need to get the ball rolling.
He's made.
Just the C's there off the back of the Prowler. Jing.
He survived it.
Stay alive. Lets them know that there's going to be a judge in hand here. His paranoia going to be sacked, and they're all stacked up for him. Jing quickly collecting 2.
Nah.
Peeking from Neff, just not able to find anything
That
in
is
reply
ludicrous.
whatsoever. And now, PRX.
That is
crazy. To reposition, repivot here.
That is crazy.
They tried to play off that paranoia to see if they could deal with the judge. Not going to happen. Levius. A lot of work to do here.
He's had his rounds where he certainly has looked electric here for the team. Russia able to find 1, but
2 on 3.
Trade is found there by something. Fake TP forward, Forsaken re-exploring in towards B site.
He's got a timing.
It's just going to be a wraparound into main here.
Omen's going to hear them.
Neff now starting to step forward.
Is he going to open
half
door?
Armor. So it would almost certainly be his demise if he tries to go for the wider swing all the way back across through the attacker's spawn.
30 seconds left.
You know there's one on A. You're still not exactly sure where that last member is, so PRX going to be looking in a lot of different directions, trying to figure out exactly where Neff went.
To be in a rough position, though, if they really try to make a go for this, especially now.
The Outlaw's been getting good value from both teams,
try to save this weapon. Could be the more measured play. Gets the spot up to 1.
Well done.
10
up. 10 up from 10-4.
We are tied up.
10-4 to 10-4. That's 6 in a row, PRX.
A dominant streak here.
I told you guys, bro.
Side. BLG
I told you guys.
Reeling.
Yeah, finally, that's got a player from PRX on their feet.
Now is when the game starts, though. Now is when the game starts. I expect Billy to maybe make a small comeback here,
Still opted to
but
challenge it.
let's see if they're even able to.
That's going to be a rifle recovered as well at the end of that round.
My right ear?
Just yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. We saw you standing on
Okay.
the other half. Now it's our turn.
Okay.
See what they can do. Device still with that Outlaw, though.
On up and over the top, getting a
C
big
push.
reveal there at C, and Device still able to come away with 1. Wisey quickly trades it back. Some damage going to be dealt. The showstopper
Rocket hits.
Point blank. Wisey dead. Gets destroyed as quickly. The action will subside. This A side of the map very much abandoned. It's BLG looking to try to go for that rush play. Only able to find the 1 kill.
Oh, they broke the molly. That's big.
Losing out on 2 of their players. A weapon to potentially be collected is Levius.
Uh-oh.
Maybe considering just some blind spray forward here into the smoke with that Singer in hand. A decent read that there could be a player positioned in it, but now it will expire.
Well, you know, Forsaken loves to play in those smokes. Trying to
It's
use
off
the
angle.
spike timer.
The barrel been spotted. It was just a hair off. Seeing a pixel Forsaken. He's not holding for the close angle. Pitches 1 on the deeper one.
Wow.
Levius snappy to go ahead
11-10.
and find the headshot on the Jing.
Here we go.
A little bit more value, but once again, it's something on his feet, and PRX in the lead.
Yeah. This is starting to really run away. For PRX, I mean, they're, what is it, 7-8 in a row now? I lost count because it's
Make
been
a ball
lot.
prediction,
Yeah,
please.
I believe it's.
How about we bet your hair?
Consecutive. Either way, it's dominance on display, and it's another timeout call for the side of BLG.
What's up, guys?
1 enemy remaining.
You're up at 6?
This is going to be Coach Files' last real attempt to try to right the ship to give us that potential overtime that you were alluded to. Obviously, still could run this back 3 in a row to take the map.
Bro, no one cares if one of your chat
Given
goes bald.
the way
Lun
that these rounds have been going,
0977.
the value being
I
found
promise
from
you,
Devi
bro,
as well.
we would love to see you bald.
That Outlaw is
So-
really, really nice. A great pickup.
If you're
there.
down, we're
really
down.
putting some big damage into BLG's economy while helping keep, you know, it isn't necessary in this case, but let's say, you know, BLG gets around here or there, right? Then you're
yeah,
going to
gifted
have
a
that
sub.
little bit of
All
extra
right, go
cash,
bald, Lun.
for your
Go
team.
bald, you
Maybe
want, pussy.
Buy a gun at the end if it's really close. So it's kind of hedging your bets a little bit. Now, that being said, it's just been so impactful, and PRX in general has been so good that economic advantage not going to make much of a difference, but still a really good idea. And I think overall you're seeing good teamwork, good coordination from PRX. They're making good map reads. And, you know, when
So like
PRX
for people that have hair, the bet is like, okay, if this happens, I go bald. So should the bet for the bald people be like, okay, if this happens, you grow hair?
A little bit of a different setup though. YZ trying to take a push out is going to be identified there. A little bit of util, and that's going to send something out to reconfirm what the heck's going on behind this one-way.
Here we go with the Oro ult.
Well, just hunting him down. Oh my God, he's just going for the timing. He's absolutely outdone him. YZ is there, but that is a something special.
Holy fuck.
If ever I've seen it. Crunch coming through here at the door. Does lead the spike on the floor as Risha with the readjustment. Doing wonders to find that headshot. BLG now. A 3v1. They look to bring this back to parity, and Jing gets
the fuck just happened?
A fantastic call off the back of the timeout. They completely catch PRX unawares and off guard. They tie things up 11-11.
Love the decision-making here from YZ. Just using that blast pack to try to kind of convince PRX that he's completely abandoned the C site, and something goes in with the dimensional drift, doesn't see anybody. He's like, oh, Neff's on his own. Free kill. Nope.
Outlaw.
YZ was right there to strike, and then Rushia is going to open up the door. Hit a couple crazy shots. That second one on the Devi over the mound was nasty.
All right, tie
Jing
game again. 11-11.
Jing dealt with. Now operator for Devi, so it is going to be him still.
Devi has an AWP on attack.
Viper ult on B. By Neff, so you know where he's at, but a pit at the front of B. Rushia.
Oh, they're doing the up-down.
To see if any PRX
Remember Bang?
players will challenge that pit.
Double face, looking to get the readjust.
They don't got Bang.
They
don't have Bang, it works.
One back as Levius gets taken down. That's still going to be a player advantage here.
YZ has
well, you should know
Phantom with Rocket.
3 are B and C essentially, so A should just be a single player, and you know BLG aware of it too, so they're going to make a quick rotation. This is great calling from Neff.
Oh,
timeout
fuck.
working really well for BLG.
Oh,
Showstopper here for YZ.
They're walking in.
Here's the footsteps.
Just here around the corner. It's footsteps of teammate in from behind. Devi with that op shot, able to find one.
Oh my God, 2v2.
Forsaken either way.
The fade died jump spotting.
Now goes into a 2v2. The pit going to be abandoned.
Devi has Vice ult. When does he use it?
Things go quiet. Still the operator in hand here for
He's gonna use it now.
Devi.
He's gonna use it now.
Has a steel garden, but is he even going to use it?
Smoked off for the moment. He's got it in hand. Looks like he is going to be sending this one here on time.
Wait, he
Swing
peeked
out,
before
though.
it went off.
Batman, it's a bit too early.
Wait, what?
Catches him. Is now Shorty
Wait.
filling forward here into the smoke. Finds the leg shot. Oh! The shot going just a little bit wide. 2 HP. He cannot survive.
Oh my God.
Doing his damnedest, but it's going to be Neff standing tall at the end of it all. BLG get themselves up to map point.
We've seen this a lot for BLG, where they're just a step ahead of PRX, of where PRX is anticipating where they're going to be off the back of utility, or you know, we saw it with a paranoia earlier on Billy's attacker side, and now here on the defender side.
I think Patman fucked up a little
moment
bit.
ahead of the steel garden, and that puts Devi in a really tough
Probably
spot.
felt like he had to peek.
Neff there,
I don't
able
know.
to get the reload, and Devi, not much else he can do. Tries to go for the classic of his own, but he was so weak at that point. And now it is
match point.
And match point.
BLG is a BO1, yeah.
BLG.
Jing bounding forward on getting a reveal. PRX needing to push this into that OT. YZ, however, cannot escape Devi. Perfectly timed on the flash as he swings out, collects the elimination, gives PRX an advantage. It's going to be a TP forward.
They're going
into
B.
the
It's a good read.
PRX.
Omen can TP this wall.
Yeah, with that op down, you suspect that he was on his own. And you guess correctly.
Did David hear that?
Click on the flank.
TP's past that wall, but
David heard it, I think.
Angle and finds the headshot there. Neff going to be struck
Over
down.
peak from Jing a little bit.
Skill forward, takes some space at upper, ends up losing his
David has said no.
Collects the op from the corpse of YZ and immediately puts it to
Big
use.
kill. We go OT.
Something hounds down Levius, looks for a little bit more, but it all falls on K9's shoulders.
OT, there's never enough love. Double OT.
The high-low setup on the 90-degree angle.
Unless...
finds the first. The Devi does get dealt
Surely
with.
this is
Can he
unbreakable.
clear this out? It would be legendary, and he cannot make it happen. Forsaken will find the final headshot as we go into OT. Off the rip here at EWC.
Told you.
One map is an OT, other one is 1 hour late.
It just is the PRX Classic. just going to OT.
4-1 KC.
And they're no strangers
No
to
leaf,
it,
no
that's
win.
for
CAC
sure.
W in the chat.
And this is great work here by Divide. Fantastic flash timing. YZ, none the wiser. And Divide scoops that up and has a phenomenal round. He is really playing great on that Vice.
Well, we'll take the moment.
All right, anyone's game. Anyone's game
Here's the
here.
berries. Get ready to drop for overtime. PaperX fans can go ahead and check their heart rates.
Just another day as a PaperX fan.
And we're going to have dueling glass cannon operators here, as Russia's going to be bringing this one forward on the attacker side.
He's
certainly
out
could
there.
catch them
Glass
off guard.
cannon off.
Oh, something.
Wow,
Not ready
he's
for
just-
it.
There you go.
Perfect.
Draws the
Ran
first
into
blood.
him.
Now they know
Yeah.
that that's something that they're going to have to give consideration to.
Ooh.
And as Forsaken does find one, but K-Knight quickly trades
That's
it
a
back,
big trade.
maintaining that player advantage here.
Now you have to make a decision as PaperX. You know, they thought about maybe
They're
challenging
speeding up.
at Baby Door instead.
They're going to be here to swarm,
Over
though.
towards Heaven.
There's 2 guys already here.
Try to make their go of this retake from there at a
Nate sees.
disadvantage.
Nate sees.
Op going to be holding the flank.
Here it is. It's short. It's very
Gonna
short.
Catch K-Knight one away from a Nightfall.
Not deep enough. Shots
Oh.
fly, but
Oh,
headshot
he's
connecting.
satchel
Patman at the
his
same time,
teammate.
going to be taken down as K-Knight
What the
gets
fuck?
traded out. It's all on Divide.
Oh my god, a satchel got his
That
teammate.
blast pack previously set
Oh
up,
my
offsets the aim.
God.
He falls to the wayside.
No
Billy
way.
now have themselves up to map point.
No way.
Again, just kind of
No
outguessing
fucking
PaperX
way.
there.
What's happening?
And it's Russia with that operator
What did
to
something
give them
do
that
there? He
early
just ran up.
advantage.
I respect it.
Not anticipating it at all. Was something trying to get that angle set up above the smoke for himself into a main to try to control that space, and it's just dealt with immediately. Therefore, Billy able to punish that and push through. This time the glass cannon op going to be in Devi's hands.
Are we hate watching or supporting
On the
NRG
attacker
today?
side, both teams on their attacking end thinking
Naturally,
about it.
we're
No glass
haters.
cannon though for BLG.
Because they brought it out on the attacking side themselves, this is now likely going to give PaperX pause and concern about there being a defending op.
Absolutely.
So they have to be a bit more methodical in their approach.
We're hate watching NRG, but we're hoping Son drops 30.
This is kind of the classic PaperX setup. You leave something to be
Wait,
this
Janet, what
lurking
the fuck?
player as the Yoru. Work
I said
around
Son
the
drops 30
smokes,
though. That's your boy, no?
Try to find some opportunities. Prowler going to be used because of the door opening at tree. Now you've got a full wrap in the other direction, but this is scary.
And you have this linger here from YZ. Divide does hit a nice shot, but do they read this
do
position?
they check?
YZ,
Omen checking.
a real opportunity to do some damage on right now.
Forsaken
They're trying to
checking,
spam
Forsaken
out.
checking.
Forsaken reads it beautifully. Widely damage going to be avoided.
They're going B.
Tap of the door. It's going to be an immediate pivot now into the
Somali.
B site here for PaperX. Ball holds it back here
David.
for the moment. Divide still going to be doing well. to
Wait,
go away with yet
Viper-
another kill, but Russia looking for a bit of a timing.
Had a
Wouldn't be able to
timing.
find
Big
one.
on Forsaken to
gets caught
check.
off guard. Lob it on the snake bite. Sends it over towards
Oh,
T-Ball.
big
Looks to try to
Patman. They heard
readjust,
him
but
here. They
Patman
heard him.
holds his
3v1.
own.
All right, he wins this. You go bald. Deal.
Everything now here for Livius to try to prevent the reset. Here's the footsteps. Widely just baiting though for this
Nope.
angle, keeping something disguised. The strikes when they least
Disguised
expect
mentions?
it. And that is going to be PaperX once again tying
Double
things up, extending
OT.
us.
Why
as
is
we tumble
PRX just
down the
fucking with
rabbit
us
hole
right
that
now?
is OT.
PRX just fucking
Divide
with us?
again with the operator, providing so much value for PaperX. Finding that kill on the Neff as he goes for the peak. That just really breaks things open. It sends BLG scrambling to try to figure this round out. Right there, just beautiful stuff. Good angle. Thank God for Forsaken.
Yeah, thank God,
He
actually.
is watching that, because otherwise that looked like it could have been real bad, real fast, and it might have been map
Sen won't
over.
start until this is over. I'm pretty sure
Just
they
the
play on
map
this
ending
stage.
in the blink of an eye. Divide does bring this operator. This time though, Russia not going to have it in hand. Gets spotted out by the Haunt. Has to backpedal, give up that A lobby
David
space.
has kind of been an opper.
Smokes cycling. Something now going to try his luck, tucking in behind the box. Divide playing forward out of the smoke.
The
Repeats.
repeat.
Does manage to come away with the kill. Eats some damage, but Widely gets away scot-free.
Oh!
Spam onto the position.
Good
Something
CP.
has to give it up. Gate crashes out to safety.
Ooh,
At the
nice
same
shot.
time,
3v5.
Bait and
Is
sway.
having the bait there, coming through. Patman playing him in.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Him and Patman work so well there at B main. Time and time again, they have
Look at that
just
angle.
absolutely smothered opponents. That was a position that was weak for PaperX, and they
Oh,
shore it
shit.
up.
Oh, Divide.
5 HP,
Down
what a
to 5
Chad.
HP.
Oh,
Hits a headshot off the
my
flick.
God.
This man is walking a tightrope. And he is not falling. The Forsaken Shao.
2v4.
As well gets popped here on the B site. And it's all a little bit
Fate
of a
has
fake to try
spike
to
on
play
Mount.
K9 into the C site, it would seem. But Devi staying stagnant as Levius cannot hit the transfer. The sword forward and Delphi is
David is taking them home. Max point PRX.
electric.
Man, oh man, 5 HP and hits that headshot.
On the edge.
It's just disgusting.
A puff of air from one of those paint shells popping would have finished him off. He plays just in front, limit testing it to the extreme, and clips the headshot onto YZ to bring this round to its end.
He's
He
vibing
is having a
out.
whale of a time.
He's having a whale of a map.
Top fragging as well.
27 kills. What a performance. No operators this time around, and look at Jing as the judge.
B hit.
That means B hit here for PaperX.
BLG knows that this isn't going to be that implementation of
Wow.
something, and they're counteracting the action on the B site very well. Spike isn't
stopped
forward,
that so
doesn't get
well.
stranded, but it's still 2 players down, including their smokes.
That Vice Molly too strong, bro. With
So
the
ready
Viper
for
wall.
these B hits. You've seen the judge have a tough time, at least initially, getting into sight and doing any damage. Obviously, the last time
Big fight here.
they tried to challenge, YZ, speaking of, going to win his against something.
Paint shells now.
5v2. I think we're going again, unless there's a magic.
Devi away. Great shot from Batman on the readjust. Prowler in his face.
Hold
Shrugs
on, hold
out.
on, hold on.
Bring them down.
Call for the pivot across now into the C site.
David is 2 off ult.
Horns and Arco is no longer a concern here for the team, but a 2v5 now into the 2v4 to try to bring
It's
this
planted for mounts.
And another
That's how
2v4.
Toronto ended. It was a 2v5. Quick trade from Forsaken to make it a 2v4, but it
David swings this or no?
would be a hell of a way.
Wait, they know he's flank, right? The wall didn't go off? It must have. He satcheled over it.
Chance.
Wait, did he? The wall not go
Blair
off?
witching on top of the site.
He's
Ends up getting
satcheled.
caught off guard. Paranoia is on point. So YZ collects himself a third. Defuse on the spike. 14 to 14. We keep going.
My goodness. What a back and forth. He thought maybe, one team gets that defender side win.
He satcheled
And it
too
would
high.
change
The wall
things
didn't
up.
go off.
And maybe PaperX was going to be able to come away with it, but nope, we go again. As this
What?
opening match for EWC 2025 is absolutely delivering.
Shadows traveling.
What a banger
Remaining.
to begin the tournament. Now you go. Yeah, no hope there.
He must have
for
gone really
Vi.
high.
It was already noted in that
He must have
position,
gone really high.
or at least suspected.
All right, OT again.
And it is going to be Rushia with that operator
mean,
again.
shit,
Going to
bro.
try to take control. Kind of
Sentinels play
anticipating
out
that
for
maybe
this.
something is going to try to double down on this position again, and he can outduel him. But
Verse our big
using
booty
this to gain
Latinas,
a little bit of
BBL.
space, our PaperX.
Yeah, flashed off the angle, but otherwise still keeping this disguise.
kill.
Taps, however, something. Able to find one. YZ going to be taken down. Op
Oh,
now going to be
shit.
confirmed as they look for the
Oh,
reposition.
shit.
Finds the reveal. It's just chaos
Oh,
here. Neff is
shit.
desperately trying to find
Brother's tweaking
any
out.
kind of kill that he could get, but
Brother's
PaperX,
tweaking out.
they get away scot-free.
Oh
Knows
my
it. He's gonna
god.
try to push the advantage. Gets into stairs. Levius noted by the Prowler. Things getting a little scrappy.
Wait, does he bounce back?
He's kind of getting bogged there on the wall.
Wait,
doesn't get the rebound.
This guy
they're
might have a
looking for.
timing. Holy fucking she-bar.
Do
This
they
very
know?
much leaves Neff needing to
Hey,
be the
what's
one
up,
to try
man?
to find the opener, and he does. Something going to be taken down. Risha, the op, still finding some value. 2v3. As Devi on the swing, has the full flash there on the Levius. Quickly collects the kill.
1v2,
Spike now
60 HP.
dropped back over by tree and box. Neff with everything to do. Just 58 HP to try to do it.
I have the spike.
Man, I thought for a
30
second there
seconds left.
BLG was going to break the round open, but with Neff's position catching something off guard,
Shadows traveling.
what a timing from the Ascension champion back when he was on bleed.
Tuck back from Jing, but finds the timing perfectly. Red there. Goes ahead, secures the round once again. PaperX up to map point. BLG needing to find yet another reset.
WTCN this? I love WTCN.
boy.
He can diss me all he wants.
This is just, I mean, nice shot for Rushia, but quickly traded by Patman. Levius as well. Good trades all around, but Devi there, waiting it out.
Are they
Something
replaying this
still
from
wants
way
him.
earlier, or is
Hold
this
on.
new?
We're not done yet.
I'm confused.
Spy gonna have that operator, and it is gonna be
This
match
kinda
point again
devious.
for PRX.
Match point PRX again.
Push out for something, immediately backed off by the utility. Haunt, snake bite.
Oh,
and he catches Nap.
He
big
gets out.
kill.
Keeps
Fast C,
himself
fast C.
alive. Huge kill to be found. No more paranoia here for the attempt of the retake. Levius looking for a timing, gets a bit more damage there onto something, but Wiley the wall eats up the bullets.
Oh, they're all in. Look at this dive comp, dude.
Back
They
pedals.
all
Has to get
disrespected
some
the molly.
space. The spike for now.
They gonna play aggro post or no?
This plant gets ready to come into play. Something on the reposition, aggressively repositions here. The
Wow,
drop,
they
the
tried to
waterfall.
nade C's, but they got off.
Snapping away, trying to find any straight shots he
Oh,
can
he
get.
whiffed
Wisey
the
scales off the
fucking
back of that
dog.
one. No
What?
trade to be found as K-Knight similarly
3v3
finds
though.
Forsaken. Jing peels off a kill to push forward through the smokers. She's just
Good
trying to
mid.
play off the timings. Paint shells go flying. Jing
Nice
finds the
rocket.
headshot. Rather than body shot to take down Levius, and now has the showstopper to try to
Oh
bring this
my
to a
god,
conclusion,
Paper X
but it
fucking
will be
16-14.
Divine.
Holy
Standing
fucking
taller
shit.
than them
Talk about
all
making
at
them
the
sweat.
end. Paper X.
They're just fucking with us. They
ever
have to
the
be
nail
fucking with us,
biter
right?
Between
They're
them
definitely
and
just
any
fucking with
opponent.
us.
But they managed to come away with the win here on Lotus.
A stunning match here to begin EWC 2025. Wouldn't have it any other way, and it is the normal results for Paper X. It feels like edge of your seat the whole time, and they just squeak through with yet another overtime
Just
victory.
squeaking by.
With a little wild,
Not even
interesting
close.
stuff there. A lot of new things from Paper X in terms of some of the gun
Should we watch
choices they
G2
were going
while,
for, putting the outlaw in Devi's hands, the operator in
Sentinels
Devi's
gets
hands.
ready?
So some different looks being shown, and in the long run, it worked out. But man, what a start!
Up to them. We're 5-5 now.
Yeah, that's a huge bounce back from G2. The eco's still fine, at least in this round for KC.
Sen versus
but
BBL is coming up. We're gonna switch over when that
having used
starts.
to run it back and not finding the success that they were hoping for onto A, it does put some pressure to try to get.
Why does
something
the
going.
stream
They
quality
already
look better,
created
or am I
first blood
drunk?
early enough for Elite to find a body for the neural theft.
The stream quality looks better over
They're
here.
making a commitment here in terms of we know where everyone is. Where do we want to take our numbers?
It's only
The Snake
BO1,
Bite
yes.
providing some vacancy for Shaq to work with, trying to spam through the dark cover, but Firewall goes up and KC move their way into B.
And Shaq could be just pushing past
They have a
the smoke
Phoenix.
and
They
has
have a
a duel against
Phoenix.
a lead, which can open up market
They
and
allow
weaken
that?
things even further for KC. That's a big win for Shaq. And now KC have to pay attention, but at least playing from B main, they have some space to fall back and play in safer position.
Why is Shaq
This
kind of a
Wall
fire
from Shaq,
alias?
Is going to be a problem if he brings that up. It'll force KC to play within the site, but they're just looking at the front door, and Jogamo
What's up,
with
bitch?
the showstopper off from the corner. An easy
Oh.
splash. He gets two, but
What a
KC still
shot.
have Martin and
Yeah,
Tarik.
backside of the site, Martin's been very safe. He has an idea where Shaq is. Little wiggle, little wag.
The
Killing
jiggles
time
are
right
so.
now, though, is KC.
Holy
All
fuck!
that
Shaq is insane.
HP, but does have both shock darts, hearing all the footsteps. Does he find the ability to line them all up? There's the first, there's the second.
What a
No one
spoiler.
expects him to
What
be
a fucking
lurking on
spoiler. I
the
don't know who
site. It's a
cheered.
1v2.
Did you hear the
Watch
spoiler?
KC retake the edge.
Yeah, the post plans for KC are getting better and better, although it is coming down to the wire of Sadak just getting behind the backs of G2. But
Oh, I think we missed the interview. It's
worried
alright.
about KC when they lost market control, but I'm seeing Shaq just play with a lot of confidence despite kind of coming in as filling big shoes.
Well, I think the thing about that take for KC is, again, with the neural theft being earned so early, you're not setting
I'll
up your
keep an eye on the
post plan
second
for
stream. I
market.
have it on
You
my
know
other
that
monitor.
The defensive
Or the
G2 has
first
to
other
rotate,
stream.
and you don't want to put yourself in a position to take
Why
that
is my
contact
manager
market.
third
You wanna set
fragging?
yourself up
Isn't
for
Shaq
B-Bay.
assistant coach?
But now we want to get into the conversation here, which is Martin on the hot
Wow.
just absolutely ran down for first blood. But
When
look at the
Sentinel
position
games
for
start?
G2,
Probably in the next
playing
20
really
minutes,
aggressive through
if I had
mid.
to guess.
So that means that KC cannot necessarily follow up on that first blood. But with G2 losing their defender on B,
Ooh.
this is one of those moments where will the element of surprise be enough for them to get back into the site?
I've been finally waiting to see kind of some solo plays out of KC, playing that double duelist, and Martin just pulling three players of G2 towards the right side, allowing KC to have a sense of safety. They extend through the top side. Now they only have to worry through main, and that's KC just kind of dotting the I's, crossing the T's.
This is a difficult post-plant setup right now, though, for KC. They do get a really solid reveal through B main, and that makes life extremely easy. Let's say for a moment you might get trapped with Jogamo trying to pinch back through the defensive spawn, but now he's by himself. Jogamo able to find the
Ooh, he's
first,
kinda moving, though.
nothing more behind
That's
that.
half.
7-5 half for KC, doing what they need to keep an edge early.
But now playing this double duelist, maybe you wanted to squeeze out a few more rounds out of the double duelist. But
like
I
6
think that
a.m. It's
timeout
3
from
a.m. in
G2
LA.
right in the middle of that momentum, that 4-round streak out of KC kind of really killed the energy.
The setup here
and
looks
G2
better with the
slowed it
table
right down,
distance.
KC as well. So you wish you got more out of a 7-5, but we'll see how these duelists can kind of maybe separate away from the
product
flock
glasses.
and enable themselves, whether it's the curveball with the Phoenix, which is great solo, or even Martine with the dimensional drift, who went from one side of the world to the other. I'm liking the ideas out of KC.
I think the interesting thing here is
why are the
be,
tables
again,
so
what
low
pace
to the
does
ground?
G2 want to play
Wait, you're
with,
kind of right.
knowing that trap plays are likely going to be the biggest.
The tables do look
early
really
indication
fucking
of
low.
KC
No, everyone's
keeping
got
the
their
foot on
own
the pedal
height.
here, trying
Everyone's
to
got
play
their
with
own
that
height.
aggression.
Look.
The other side of this too, though,
Right?
is like
Or am I
as much as
tweaking?
KC showed
I
us
think everyone
that
has
on
their
the
own
offensive
height.
side
Look,
they
he's
can
changing it right now.
execute
Look.
really
Look.
at any point in the round.
Look.
They could
So everyone's
essentially
got
use
their own
those
height.
same tools and default to playing for retake in their own right. You know, using the firewall to break off parts of A or parts of B wherever a spike gets planted, and then you flash around those close corners. You get the Yoru a little bit deeper, and you just kind of play through the smokes, through the walls. That's definitely, you know, one of those situations.
What's the perfect height? Usually I line it up with
if
my.
you're KC.
Like,
I think that's kind of.
Man, I can see it.
What are we gonna get? You know, is G2's gonna play him fast? KC.
Everyone's
will
got their
need
own
to
preference, bro.
Probably match that tempo, but if G2 with a Chamber and a Viper try to feel things out, like KC could just hold back, avoid giving a first blood, and just playing for retake.
Yeah, I think Shaq did a good job of,
Where is Leaf?
anchoring.
It's always
and
where
really,
is Leaf, never how is Leaf. I'm running an ad, by the way.
Just balancing how aggressive he wanted to be and kind of swing out.
Tag
Very
W in the
confident
chat.
he could get those one-on-one trades and even
That was
going for
unlucky
market,
timing.
not sitting back and waiting for G2 to rotate with him. But we'll see how G2 now can activate with a raise setup with
That's a
Giacomo.
crazy
Well,
transition.
okay, bye, Jonah P.
It's another one of those things, though. Like, this is what G2 are defaulting towards. When you play a Chamber like this, you're looking for first blood success. And not to say that it hasn't been there, but it hasn't been as significant as you would hope for if you're G2.
Look at job, bro.
Now you're
Oh my
just
God.
playing off this 4v5
Oh my God,
post
help.
plant. There's the flash to give you the indication of that retake. Paranoia to counter. And KC will have to kind of set themselves up.
Is that
and
reloading?
likely use Martine as an entry point behind this Sova drone.
Just G2 very happy to get those flashes out of the way and maybe even baiting that out, playing as close to the corner as they could to fall back when needed. Now G2 were aggressive, but wait, Elite with a big double kill coming through market with the rest.
Fuck is going on?
Places the smoke, gets the defuse, and you got kind of a crossfire from G2 to try and prevent this, but the firing squad from KC is too strong, and they get the pistol.
And that's just another one that you use the numbers to your advantage. You know you're likely going to be giving something away by forcing so much action through mid off the get-go.
Capsule, I know for a fact you're not watching ads.
Retake. You don't allow G2 to do anything too crazy. You don't let him get in towards the backside of B. You flash him out, you reset, you split the retake by sending a couple of players through market. And it just forces G2 to have to hold on pistols, which is never going to be
Motherfuckers complaining about ads as he's not watching them.
They don't really have any way to counter
I
initiate.
literally fucking expose his ass.
Shaq essentially playing double Sentinel. And you really
honestly,
don't have the ability.
Most of the motherfuckers complaining about the ads are probably not watching him.
To create deterrence or distraction.
That's respect, dude.
Good read from KC early.
They're just haters.
And J2 is in some problem spots here. They're going to go to the Stinger Force up.
Just KC being able to punish these lurks from Jonah P, getting that critical damage before he's able to teleport out has
Slasher
been
said,
huge.
Tarik, I'm about to do
just gonna have double
a live interview on NPR CNN about how excited I am for EWC come through.
With Elite,
oh, I think I'm gonna take the backseat on this one. You got that, King.
Close range like that. Big stinger buy from G2. They're known for those forces in the anti-eco or going up against it, and they just try to run it down against KC, who are just ready for this level of aggression. G2 did exactly that in the previous round.
Yeah, love that in terms of a design for an execute for G2. You drop a deep Viper's wall, you throw in the Paranoia later than you would expect because you're getting information from Trent. You throw out the Haunt, you throw out the Seas, you throw out a Prowler, whatever you need to try to clear that early space, and then you just snowball with the Stinger. Sadak fighting back though. Spike has not been planted, 2v2, and Jonah's just playing with a Headhunter in classic combination, but he does connect over towards market.
Wait, you can't plant
Sugetsu by himself in the 1v2.
Such good awareness from KC to hear that spike get picked up. Once that Viper wall was up from Shaq, he thought he just had a second to get around to safety, but still get the plant off. 1v1, Sugetsu versus Valen. And it's G2 that get the round.
G2 Force, never fail.
Huge stuff for G2 to recover. I mean, it's one of those, like, it's not a do or die situation, not the Stinger Force purchase, but getting that back in the mix puts this map right back into your grip. Changes the eco pretty darn considerably and puts KC in a little bit of a weird spot here on their next defense, caught off guard by the Stinger repurchase. And again, I think that
Should I have my Sentinels jersey on now?
We're seeing from G2, especially considering what just happened in that last round. The isolation makes that B defense feel a little bit more uneasy in terms of what ground you have to stand on. And you see it, the wall goes to one direction, the haunt keeps you into place on another, and you just flood through it. So that's something that KC will have to keep in mind. It looks like they're going to deal with that by just having Elite playing a different corner. First blood perhaps, but responded by Trent. Do they recognize that Martine is here? Well, they're going to confirm it with the Prowler. It just comes down to, will they actually commit? No, they don't need to, because he will gate crash back to safety.
It's like the second time now this half that KC have early peaked at mid and have found punish on G2, just ego swinging into them, and it's not working out. KC are deadly with those pistols. They already had a thrifty against G2's anti-eco in the first half.
What happened, Trent whiffed?
Still, G2 have recollected the spike and now have starting to lean towards A once that smoke goes down.
What happened to Trent?
Tough battle there, though, for
They're
Jonah.
getting ecoed. Uh-oh.
Now has KC collecting a rifle, and
either Trent whiffed or you guys don't fuck with this hoodie. What happened?
Just back off and play for retake in the 4v2. Recon bolt deleted, but at least reveals onto one.
Someone said, Breeding Token said, I'll buy that off you right now if you ship it after the stream, no cap. How much? How much are you paying for this if I ship it off stream?
Sort of a Alamo to stand on, and as Shaq will fall.
Jana, check your mail. You already got 2.
Trying to get it done with the Guardian, and yeah, just shoulders playing with them as everyone else is starting to make their way over. Hold on a second, they're not actually putting themselves in a position to play for trades, but no exit for Jogamo. And KC
150?
It's not the first time Jogamo has been caught between a rock and a hard place. He's trying to push that angle and then have that that lurk from Elite find his way behind.
Chat, how do I negotiate this? He said 150 to start off.
KC are putting out, especially when G2 were starting to knock on the door in that second half. So now that we're going to have some more guns coming in, we may just have a more even playing field. But then you got the run it back. You have the neural theft.
Double it, 300. You in or you out?
Things, just running it down, having Martine
300 and you go bald. Let me know.
To just get the ball rolling early. And a lot of the action in these rounds has started within the first 5 seconds of peaking at mid, and that's been a KC first blood a few times now from that.
Yeah. So timeout coming through. An important round here for both of these two teams. In particular for KC, you use this timeout to talk about what exactly is their protocol for the run it back. Do we want to use it early, gain some early real estate, and really force G2 to have to expend this utility on a Trent?
Who keeps yelling?
Only initiation
I think the players are yelling after they win the round.
Some space,
but
see if Trent will still use some of that utility early, and
we're
then
just delayed
use
as
the run it
fuck
back as a way to get some ground control on a retake. You know, do you kind of just keep Elite in the corner over towards B? Do you try to play a little bit more of a passive setup around A? Those are the questions here, and it just comes down to what have they done.
Anyone here watching from the West Coast
neither of these
of
two
the
teams
United
have
States?
Any competitive experience?
You are a fucking
on
degenerate.
This map in official form this year, so this is still a fresh look for both these two squads.
And this is a best of 1, and KC are 3 rounds away, and I don't even know whether you want to call this an upset or not. Some people are very G2 pilled and thinking the 4v5, or at least playing with the coach, would weaken them, but still pull out wins against teams like KC. But KC upset Team Liquid in that qualifier, and they have been only improving and only growing from there.
The SEN play for this? SEN play right
G2
now. They're just,
we'll just
they
take
haven't
their
set up
time
yet.
at B main to just see how aggressive KC are going to set up their lurks and what they have planned. Where are those trips?
Yeah, Elite able to deal with the first Prowler. That's big. He's got bolt traps in front of him. He's going to collect one and then replace it off of the tight corner to market. Jonah's going to put some pressure over towards mid. Aldrone will not see him. Hold on a second.
The fuck?
G2 have maybe a window here where Jonah can calm, saying, wait a second, guys, I can sneak into mid.
You gotta expect this though if you're KC. Like, Jonah has been first blooded here a couple of times, but okay, it's tough with just
He missed
the
his timing.
pistol.
He missed his
And
timing.
you don't look both ways. You don't have a smoke on one side, and Jonah's trying to go for the big plays, and KC are not letting him get away with it.
No. It is one of those things, though. They make the right read, do G2. The Aldrin doesn't see it. That's the protocol for KC to clear mid. But again, in terms of trusting Jonah to get first bloods, he's not really provided. And that's been one of the conversations.
Might be Jover for G2 here.
What are we going to expect out of this G2 squad?
Man.
Elite, who was one of their biggest ACS leaders.
They had to capitalize on that Teo meta. They had to.
I mean, for Jonah, you're looking at a player that had a 0.9 KD at Masters, middle of the pack ACS, and you're trusting him to find first bloods all of a sudden, where his first kill percentage was only at like 4%. at Masters.
Does Tarik speak French?
Not good is what you're looking at. So that's one of those situations that
Tarek's 19-8, bro. He might speak French.
A little bit in terms
but
of
they communicate in English.
Not having Leaf in the picture, and it's costing them right now down big.
Ooh, just satcheling in. No paranoia from Valen and G2 not being
Have y'all
able to
seen the
trade.
Key and
That was an issue
Peele
they had even at
skit?
Masters, but hey, there's the trade. Casey kind of overstaying
Where
their,
he's trying
their
to speak
welcome
French
and not playing
on
around
a
the
date?
blocks close enough to go back to safety. Not maybe thinking G2 where everyone is going to be around that corner.
Yeah.
So run it back does
It's
expire.
so good. At the restaurant, yeah.
The space is what you're
So
looking
good.
for, because it's not just the pressure at A. You also got Elite on a comfortable route through B main, looking to trap things up over at Tiles.
You saw it last night? You know, it's funny. I saw it last night, too.
I
was scrolling Instagram Reels and I saw it. It was so good.
Foaming at the mouth.
It's so
Catches
good.
The timing. Hold
Wait,
on
no
a second.
timing.
He misses the timing.
No
here.
timing. No
Bit of
timing.
a ring around the rosy from Ali, and he's been
Brother's
working on
holding
those lurks
the
round
flank from
after
his
round.
teammates.
Not so much in the first quarter of this game.
Timing is
but
crazy.
Really activating and punishing people like Jogamo, which great first blood yet again for KC off of that.
Trent gets caught.
Are you kidding me, JNM? Are you lurking me?
So just walks forward. The more space that Elite was able to take, the more that KC realized this was going to be a B hit. And
Damn.
clearing out market.
G2 had a
30 seconds
chance,
left.
but
Now
not
has
really,
Shaq.
I guess.
Would have to be a 1v4. Shigetsu, first one, dealt with cleanly. So with 20 seconds on the clock and no spike, you're looking just to get out of here and save this weapon.
Wait,
Staring
why
down
is the
barrel
why
of
is the assistant coach
6-11
low key like mugging on his
in favor
team?
of KC, which again,
He's like second top fragger.
I think got everyone a little bit jaw dropped at the moment.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, just KC are really working the map well. Elite, kind of a newer player, kind of going under the wing of more veterans on the team. Being able to activate that lurk is giving KC a lot more options.
he a former
It's
pro in
forcing G2
anything?
to pay attention to what's behind them, and ever since that KC timeout, they've had a flawless. They've won this round. They're 2 away from winning this best of 1.
Yeah, and that's an important gun round right there that G2 don't really get much going with. So now you're in another economical situation that is going to require you to kind of finesse and play off of, do you force buy
What is
now?
mugging?
Or do you
To be honest, I have no
win this
idea.
on 6 in a row to an
I just
OT?
use the
That's
buzzwords
really
that
what
I
your
hear.
conversation is in this timeout. So not ideal for G2. And I think it kind of, I won't say it starts and then ends with this conversation point, but it definitely starts with the fact that this whole game plan for G2 has been, let's resolve off of getting Jonah P on this chamber for early first bloods. And in the pistol with the Headhunter, it looked like, whoa, okay.
2 minutes
it's
till
gonna
Sun
work.
match? I'm
But
watching
the
it.
tour de
I have an
force
eye on it.
has been a non-factor. The
I'm
operator in
waiting.
his hands has been a non-factor. And it hasn't even been like KC overwhelming him with both the double duelists.
Chat, I gotta show you this
They're
CS
just
clip yesterday.
stretching the
I was
map
watching
and
it
forcing
off
G2 to
stream.
worry about a lot of things at once, and
Of
they don't have the
our
utility to
pugs
re-clear
yesterday.
space with only
I don't
having
know,
a
it was
fade in the
just too
picture.
funny.
So KC have got
I
a good
died
idea of what they
laughing.
want to do. Just avoid the first blood battle, or at least put it on your own terms, and then just make sure we're stressing this G2 now offense.
How old
from
am I?
Really where they
Fuck
lack,
it,
which is
35.
on the initiating utility.
And you would say that
Dude, I
Trent
need to
is like
start telling people
another
I'm
top 5
30 so
player
they
in
can
the
stop
world. I mean, pick
saying,
somebody
like,
from G2.
30's
you could
coming for
have
you.
a whole essay around them.
I'm 32,
So you
fuck
expected
it.
him to maybe take on a little more extra weight in terms
Wait,
of the firepower
if you think
from
about it,
G2,
it
and
would be
he's kind of
smart
having
for me to
acquired
say
game
that
1.
I'm
It
older
is
than
just
I
their first
actually
match,
am.
though, but if you lose this,
'Cause then
you
I
go
look
to your last
young.
life in groups,
like, oh, you're
and you'll
35, you look pretty good for your
Yeah,
age.
It's just looking at stage 1 in Masters.
But the problem
Trent
is,
averages a
what if they don't
1.26
say that?
KD. He's 5 and
It's a
13.
risk.
He also has an average 80% cast percentage, and he's just not been a factor. Some of it, again, just off of the
What
fact
if
that
I
they're
say I'm
playing
35 and they
number
say I look
situations
40?
Over and over again. Even right here, you use the Nightfall
Oh,
to
God.
bring it into the site, but they don't expect the cyber trap to come in. Hunter's Fury to follow is going to find success, and
happening?
KC could do no wrong.
And G2 got nothing out of the Showstopper and the Nightfall. They kind of sectioned the site, and Elite just chose the perfect time to come in and get that headshot onto G2. We're just going to trail behind even more. What is showing out
Jonah?
of KC? And that's going to be
Match point.
almost all she wrote, 12-6. I don't think anyone expected a scoreline like this.
No, not at all. And on a map that, again, you're looking at a best
Should I
of
say
one,
I'm
so
40 to be safe?
G2 have a pretty
Yeah,
good
but that's too
idea
high.
in terms of what map we're going to get. You're trying to set
a little
up
too high for my
your
liking,
coach
if I'm being honest
who's
about it.
filling in to play an agent that they're going to feel comfortable with. You get him onto a map that he has been playing well on, but it's just, again, your one initiator in Trent is just not providing the space because it's always an odd man number situation. And even right there, it's just not clearing and, you know, crossing our T's and dotting our I's. We're getting trapped up by Cypher.
Say I'm 32 and retired, people will be impressed instead of calling me old.
I think it's everything rides on what I was going to say Jonah P could do in mid. He's been trying to get those first bloods, but it's gone usually KC's way. And Jogamo, Val, and 2 huge stars from G2 have been dimmed. The spike is down. G2 have to play against it and against a curveball, which this is not something you scrim against every day. And now you're getting zoned off by Molly, so you can't even play off the C's. Yep. So that's tough.
I mean, look at the setup. Elite, again, knows that no one's playing inside of B, so I'm just going to step up. It allows Sugetsu to know he just has to worry.
Why don't G2 look like bots? No Leaf, no Tejo, no G2.
Just one-way smoke on the corner where you know where the spike is down. So everything is sitting up nicely here for KC. Jonah needs to hit a shot. I mean, flat out. He needs to connect here. Viper's put to put some pressure, but again, good call here. KC going to drop the firewall, push it.
Where is Leaf?
And you got the long flank on the way. Shaxx
when he found out no Tejo, he said, fuck it, I'm out.
And there it is.
And the more time it takes from G2, the more that Elite can just start to creep his way behind. And if Shaq decides to play out of his pit, he's going to be cooked, and Elite can safely just hunt for this Viper's pit and really ruin G2's chances of coming back into this game. But it is only 3 versus 2 for KC. And Elite is trying to seal the deal and put the nail in the coffin. And that's all she wrote. KC win the best of 1.
Wait, did we see the last kill or am I tripping?
Start for KC. And again, I know it comes on the backside of G2 playing with a
damn, that's disrespectful from production. Respect.
Leaf in the picture.
Production is hate watching too. They didn't even show us the last kill.
Was going right for G2.
They said, "No, we're good."
Not a single thing based on their playbook design was working out for them. Some of it maybe you can look.
Yo,
at and
production
say, okay,
panned away before it ended.
And we're playing
that's fucking epic.
They didn't.
That was low key epic.
Like, how do
they said it ain't worth it. Wrap this shit up. Wrap this shit up. We're delayed already. Production said, "Wrap this shit up. We're already delayed."
You only have a fade. Like it's so much pressure onto Trent if you're not finding first bloods. And on the other side for KC, they get a good read on their opening.
Wait, why does
saying,
everyone's jerseys look the
we're
same?
getting a lot of space here at A main. Let's take that. And then as we get to the halfway point, the second quarter, if you will, KC start to put the pressure on mid. It just forces G2 to make these tough decisions.
So. What did you make of them as an opponent? I know that, you know, throughout all these years, you've played against a lot of people.
We scrimmed them a lot of times before, and we knew that their star player, Wheezy, is very good duelist. So, yeah, I mean, he was hitting insane shots just now. So, I mean, we know they're a great team, and nothing much, like I said. Like we just play our game and somehow we go to OT and just praying that we close it up.
Track by track, leading to another trophy.
All right, and I just got an update here. Who did you want to play in the other match there? Because I have the winner, but I want you to tell me who first that you wanted to play.
I guess
G2 or KC?
G2.
Yeah, KC wins 13-6 over on our B stream map. It was not close, and KC getting the victory. So thoughts on KC as your second match?
I mean, they're always known for a great team as well, but I think having to face G2 at their disadvantage due to Leaf, so I guess the score kind of like bound to happen, I guess. Yeah,
all right. Well, that is our second match. We're going to start up or that is the other match. That will be your second match. We have to start setting up our second match here, which is Sentinels and BBL. You're not going anywhere. You can talk about them, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's get to it. So Sentinels now.
Yeah, you're not going anywhere. Yeah, he's like, sure.
We love them. Sen City
bro, we got fucking David fucking
coming off.
We got David held at gunpoint here.
Masters Toronto. They probably
you're not
a
going
little more
anywhere.
than what they got here, Kukuka.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that for the entirety of the year for this Sentinels roster, it's been about the second place regionally, always behind the G2 at internationals, not having, as you say, not going as far as they could go. I think that this is a very promising roster that has a huge fan base and always shows up on stage, but Baby Bay is not really enough yet.
Yeah, not yet, but it's a team that, like you said, has so much potential that I feel like they are getting better and better every tournament, and it's just bound to happen. You kind of feel like they are going to win a trophy eventually, surely, right?
Yeah, Devi, when you think about this roster, who jumps out at you?
Sorry, come again?
Well, when you think about this roster, the players on it, who stands out to you?
I mean, he has to be Zekan. Like, I think he's very good. We played them a lot when we were in NA, and he's constantly dropping
I'm the fucking
bombs against us in scrims. So yeah, he has to be Zekan.
So what would you say is like the key to beat Sentinels? Would you say is shutting down Zekan?
I mean, not really. They have like, I mean, they have a lot of other good players as well.
What about Zelsus?
for us, I think when it comes to beating
Legit
the
red chat.
opponents, we
I
don't
did look over the
really
chat, but I didn't get the
care
answer from
about
you guys.
punishing the other players.
That's the truth.
It's more like we make sure ourselves ready and play together, like.
So you force them to play your game.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, making sure that all
Should we
your
put
ducks are in a row
GeoGuessr?
is that they meet you. Now on the opposite
kinda
side,
fucking
meeting
suck.
Sentinels, BBL. Now this squad here, again, this seems like pretty equal, and we were talking about it earlier. A lot of bad blood between them here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the
US.
podcast, so much beef was going
Canada.
on from the Sentinel side. I'm really curious, Kakuka, about your thoughts on BBL, because I know you are the expert.
I absolutely love BBL. I think for people that do not know them at home, yes, BBL is a Turkish organization, but for the first time in the history of their teams in Valorant, they decided
not
to go
Turkish.
international, right? And they've picked up great pieces. They still have a couple of Turkish players, but the pieces that they've picked up are so valuable.
I said it before. I would rather BBL lose with a full Turkish team than win with a mixed team. But well, if they're winning, it's different. But if they're gonna lose, I'd rather have a full Turkish team.
Rounds away from making Toronto. But now, this is the first time in history that BBL qualifies for an international event. So it's such a breakthrough moment.
Yeah, and somebody that you were
That's
talking about
Aussie,
that
I
I
live
touched
there?
on is
Fuck.
Magnum.
I read
mean,
chat, I'm
there's
not
some
gonna lie.
history here between the teams as
I was
well.
trying to figure out what he was
Magnum
talking
and
about.
Narrate were on the same team, right?
I thought he was talking about the B-roll.
Yeah, so I mean, this is like, I don't want to say it's going to be like a grudge
Hey,
rivalry match, but I mean,
if you
there's
know
some
where
history
it
between
is,
these two.
don't
I'm
tell me
really
'cause-
wondering, what do you
tell
think
me-
is like what do you think is going to happen in this?
Tell me how
I
you
think
got
when it
your
comes to
answer
playing your ex
based off of what
like,
you
know,
see.
their habits, So yeah, I guess they kind of know each other.
So
what they're gonna do and
personally,
stuff.
I see
Yeah.
France. In
Then
text,
when you
I
think
go
about this
France
matchup, what
on map.
I guess what do you think is going to be a
South
key
or
matchup
north?
between these two
I
squads
look
here in
around,
Sentinels and BBL?
I see trees.
I mean,
go
for
north.
me, when it comes to BBL, I always look at them as the dark
was
horse
south.
of the
And that was a 50-50 gamble.
tournament.
Yeah.
Whenever we are in the same tournament as them, I
That's
think they
how
have
I
a great
worked my way
mixture
there.
of the young talent and the veterans. Like they have Yumpy and Magnum, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I always look at them as the
I see
very
a highway.
good aimers.
Yes, they are. I love that you mentioned Yumpy, right? Because one of
Wrong
the
way.
very important
Looking
key
like
pieces
US,
to this roster is
Kentucky.
Yumpy, that for the first time is now IGLing
Where's
a
Kentucky?
team. But as you're saying, he has a lot of experience, a lot of
Wait a minute.
games played
Kinda
also
cooks, no?
internationally. But funny enough, in the entire, I know of his history, he
Where's
only played
Alabama?
against Sentinels once, and it was like in 2021. So it was a very, very different roster. We all remember that 2021 for Valorant was a very
This is
special
EU.
year for many
As you can
reasons.
see with
but
the blue license
even though
plate,
with all this experience,
look
we have
around, you
not
look
seen
around,
this merge. Of course,
it's
Magnum, I
giving-
believe that he I don't think he has either. So I think that our only link would be the Magnum and Narrate.
Giving maybe
And when we
France,
speak about
Italy,
Narrate, and when I think
look
about
at the
how they were,
text,
how
you
Sentinels
think
was
it's-
playing in Toronto, I think that Narrate was a key piece to making
Is that
many,
French or
many things
Italian?
work.
Probably
I think
French,
that he's
no?
thriving
This is Paris,
as an
no?
initiator.
Yeah, I kind of want to get your final thoughts here, Devi, on the difficulties of playing
Is that
on a different
French?
stage, right? You've played across the world multiple different times. Now here, was there anything that jumped out at you here in terms of
I don't know, I can't
a
tell.
new stage at EWC?
Yeah, I think the venue.
Gun to
for
my
me,
head, this is
For
French.
this time, I think the venue is extra cool for me.
It's
It's
insane.
Yeah,
And
it's
the
sick,
colors
bro.
like
I'm
match
going
your
Paris
dress and
on
everything.
fuck.
So yeah, for me, I have a little bit difficulty with adapting to the temperature of the venue.
3.9
it's very
miles.
cold, and yeah, hopefully they're gonna provide us some hand warmer next time.
Oh, he literally meant cold.
Oh,
Yeah, really cool. Like
I thought he was
I thought you meant it was like a really nice
It's
stage.
really cool.
No, I just like cold. Like the AC is too strong for me.
We got you.
All right, well, we've got ourselves the match ready to go on stage right now. It's Sentinels versus BBL. Take it away, guys.
Here we go. How long is this interview? I don't know. They got David strapped in for the fucking day. Do I go to the gym or watch Sentinels? Why not both? I guess it's hard. It's a BO1, so you go gym after Sentinels. Start getting ready while you're watching, so that if things look south, you just go. You get ready while you watch, and then you go. Because getting ready is like a 20-minute process, right? You gotta get caffeinated, you gotta get dressed. etc., etc. Hello? What's happening?
Welcome back, everyone, and what a way to kick things off here at Valorant at the Esports World Cup. PRX are on their way to crush some keys, but the action does not stop here.
We've kicked things off, haven't we, Fancy? Not just here in Valorant, but across this entire tournament. We've had that first matchup, and we are officially underway at the Esports World Cup 2025 on this huge stage that's that big. We all keep getting lost on it. It is crazy up here. Are you ready to get back into business?
We're ready. Let's do it.
All right. After what was a somewhat unsatisfying finish in Toronto,
Like the copy the CS trophy, yeah.
Right back
the ESL one.
The server. It's Sentinels.
Woo! What the fuck? They got them wearing the jackets? Nah, they better have paid extra for that.
And their opponent, a team with a lot to prove coming through the EWC qualifiers, embracing their underdog spirit. It's BBL.
Oh, it's cold on stage. That's right. They were saying that. Noble by nature. What is that? Hey, where are you going? We're doing a huddle.
Well, it's time to kick off Group
Look at
B,
the
the opening matchup as these teams fight to earn their spot in that upper bracket winners match. I'm Mitch, with me is Tom.
Captain, where the fuck are you at, bro?
Say, it's great to see BBL down there on the international stage. They fought so long, they
Should the coaches
made
just
it
be a
to
part of
Toronto,
walkouts?
And now it's their chance to prove
Chat?
that they deserve this spot.
Like the head coach?
I feel like they've been on the cusp all year, and now they sort of get that, probably the matchup that they would have desired most, facing off against the Clout squad of Sentinels, a team that has always been in that sort of upper stages of international events over the last couple of years.
I hope we change our comm.
High amounts of firepower.
We don't have a duelist on
we
Icebox.
We are in the best of one stage, so that's for me where things are. I know. You're sat
We
there
suck balls on Icebox.
They're not very good in like tournaments. I love it.
Hopefully we got second on Jet now.
You get these upsets, you get these moments. We've just seen Billy almost managed to take the victory versus PRX. We've seen obviously G2.
Am I gonna watch 100 Thieves?
Get
You
beaten
bet
by
your fucking
KC.
little ass I am.
And I would say this is another match where I look
When
at it
do
and
they
go,
play?
okay, are Sentinels favorites? Do they have the experience? Of course. Could
NRG
BBL
play.
do some damage here? Maybe steal a map with a couple of pistols.
When
Who
do
knows
they
what will
play?
happen?
Oh, absolutely. A solid squad when
Is
it comes to
NRG after
those
this?
opening rounds in the half. And look, both of these teams, when we talk about their Icebox, the map that we're going to see
Yeah,
this
it is.
battle go down, they've been running the Tahoe. We're in that meta now where Tahoe's not
So
going
we're
to be
gonna watch
viable.
NRG
There's gonna be
next.
changes, and getting to see the identity
skipping
that they're bringing
DRX.
down to that stage is going to be exciting.
And
For
then
Sentinels,
we'll probably
you
watch
mentioned it. They always
Gen
make those
G,
deep runs. They're
EDG.
always in the upper echelon.
And we'll
Maybe
skip
Toronto wasn't what they
Rex.
wanted, but they went out to
And
two of the
then
best teams
we'll
within the
probably
tournament.
skip
So,
PRX
at the end of the day,
Carmine
this isn't a squad
and
to be
watch 100 Thieves
underestimated. They might
Fnatic.
have bombed out of the tournament, but you've got to
So I'm
look
going
at the opposition.
Sentinels
And
to
here,
NRG
a big
to
test
Gen
for
G
BBL
to
on
100
that
Thieves.
international scene, facing off against like for
That's what we'll
11,
do.
someone
And
that
then
we rely on
after
every
this
game.
match,
They'll be up
if
against Zek
Sentinels
here,
are
tough
still
matchup.
playing at this
And, wow,
point,
a couple of
if I'm
surprises
too
when it comes
cooked,
to the agent select.
I'm going to
Yeah, it
sleep,
seems like both teams
pointing
have
my
had a
camera at my
similar
bed,
idea. They've
and
gone,
letting you
okay,
guys watch
well,
together.
We can't have ourselves, or we don't want those extra initiators anymore. Let's go double controller, bring the jet
right now
back
it's
in.
4
A
a.m.
lot of
I'm on
teams
3
have
hours
been
of sleep.
Putting an Omen in, but in replace of
Wait,
a
Zekin's on
duelist.
the jet.
Instead, they've got the
Let's
duelist,
go.
they've got that battle. And I'll be
Comp
honest,
change.
this is the battle I wanted to see most for these two teams is 11 on the jet, 7
Passive
on the jet.
income, no?
I think it's going to be a
100%.
banger when
Wait,
you
I'm running
have
an ad
those
before
two
the game
players
starts.
playing an agent that they are sublime at, but then you have different
CAC
sides
W
of the
if you're
scale
watching the
completely,
ads.
where John
They
QT,
can't hear
I
me.
think in the past had pretty decent stats when playing the Senti. Initiator, he's in that more supportive role. Now he has a bit of a mix, has the chance to flex, and then on the other side, Sociable, if anybody's going to drop 40 in a game for BBL, it's normally him, which doesn't make a lot of sense when you look in playing a Sova or at times these more, like I said, supportive agents. But when he's hitting,
Rob is also there with the
he's one of those
team.
players that I'm really going to focus on.
I'm going to ask
I
him if
expect
there's a
Prophet
crowd.
to be good. If you've not seen him before, fantastic individual. I think Magnum as well is a fairly stable player in that bracket. I'm looking at Sociable because he could be the guy that is their best player, or he's a little bit further down the board.
Well, like last time they played here, obviously on the Tahoe, Skyho, like you said, you have to be that little bit more passive. You've got that stall utility, you've got that
All right, let's
post
see how
utility.
center looking.
My man wasn't involved in a single opening.
Let's see how center looking. I don't know how good BBL are. Can anyone gauge how good BBL are?
Freed up to have more of that individual performance. And I think looking at Sentinels and how the desk talked about them, they're spot on. It's not just about Narrate. I think it was Device said that, right?
They're pretty good.
Narate's an unbelievable player, but it's not just about
They're
shutting
pretty
down.
good.
It's an easy win. There's so many more strong players on that roster.
I think he said Zekken, but then name Narrate.
Oh, sorry. But either way, you then
Yeah.
look at BBL. They have that same depth to fall back on.
For sure.
It's not
They're the
just one
4th
player
best
having
team
a
in
quiet
EU.
day is the end of their run. They've got a talented bench there. So many
Can I get a happy
that are
birthday to
gonna
me?
be exciting to see when we
Buyer
get
of
our
X.
team
Usually I would
into
ask
this
you to
series.
verify
And at
that,
BL1,
but we're
like
gonna
you
go
said,
on a
the
whim here
stakes
and
are high. There's no
assume it's your
falling
birthday.
back
Happy
to
birthday,
your
Buyer.
map pick or a middle ground later on. It all
I
comes
hope you
down
have a
to this
great
map.
birthday.
Well, I also look
I
at
hope
both
you have
these
some
teams
good
for
cake.
a similar reason of,
I
firstly,
hope
if you look at the coaching
you get
staff,
the gifts
especially with
you
the
want.
changes to BBL, I think you have two very sort of
And spend
analytical
time with
minds
the
with
people you
decent support
enjoy.
staff behind them. But I also look at them as people who will enjoy crushing other teams' keys. Like, I think you put the likes of a Zelsis or a Yumpy, and you go, yeah, if
Admin's
you win a
like,
couple
water
of
on
games
the
here,
floor?
you're gonna
How many
destroy
fucking times
people's
did I
keys
tell
as
you?
go. They're like, that's my favorite part of the whole event. I'm going to enjoy that more than anything else. So I think that's going to be fun to see later on. Of course, if you've not seen as much of EMEA and you've not seen what Yumpy's been doing, he's very loud. He's screaming so much that we had to turn the volume down because he was deafening us. And I think you look at the other side, I don't even need to talk about what Zelsis is going to be doing.
Oh fuck, is there no
What
Preds?
Zelsis is going to be doing. So
Oh, there is.
I think this is going to be some
already up.
standing up, some
Preds
fun,
are up, go all in.
and hopefully
Here we go.
soon we will be getting back into things. And there you go, timer ticking. We're good to go.
That's what I like to see, Tom. Right into the action. Sentinels and BBL fighting it out on Icebox.
Here we go, chat.
The loser
Sentinels
will face
opening
an
game.
elimination matchup tomorrow. That's not really where you want to be at right off rip.
Winner
Your key
plays later today,
under
loser
threat.
plays
As
tomorrow.
the timer ticks away, it is Sentinels who will
Refresh.
be mounting an attack and clearly looking to isolate Mag.
That's always the
Fucking
value
hell.
of being on that attack side, looking to try and get off to a solid start, but already Magnum just taking that initial fight, swinging to make sure they have the advantage early. Narrate looking for
Bang.
a little bit of gymnastics to try and get them back into the round. Unfortunately, though, they are falling
Oh,
like flies.
fuck.
Celsius, the last man
Where did
standing to
Zekken
try and
die?
face off
I
versus
didn't see
3,
it.
and we mentioned that pistol hit rate for the side of BBL. Well, it's looking pretty good right now.
Well, it's all about that deep push on B. The information they had already had Yumpy rotating in. He hit a fantastic shock dart onto Bang, who was already desperately low before he walked through the Viper wall.
Wish you guys
And that
also
just
the
took
McDonald's
it from bad
sponsorship.
to worse. The
Don't ask
spike
why.
down, it's not looking great. Zelsis gonna go on the big wrap though, all the way around, previously spotted on A main, and hopes to have the element of surprise, but there's no one exposed to that rafters angle. He's gonna have to drop down.
30
It'll be
seconds
heard. Levin will have to be contended with, and even then, there's only 25 seconds to retrieve that spike and get it planted. This should be BBL's pistol round, locked in as expected.
Yeah, he's hoping there was someone left in the open, and well, eventually he will
Envy.
find him, but Levin's going to win that fight anyway. BBL off to that strong start that they were looking for. I will say that the only critique I have at this stage, I know someone in production is probably panicking right now, but it's actually more to do with
there
the
attack?
MEA. I see someone glowing red and I panic. Like, it's like, it's so scary to me. I'm so EMEA cord. It's like, red? That means technical pause. No, we kind of...
Please up the
it's actually
volume.
just, it's a red versus blue. It's a really cool looking stage. I'm sure over the next couple of days I'll get that panic out of my system, but for now at least, solid start. And I think that's going to be important. That's the other thing you have to bear in mind with best of ones. You win both pistols.
Okay, here we go.
And you're in a very,
Eco.
very good spot. I'm off 11. He's looking to try and kick things off with a few extra orbs.
Poison's gone.
And there's one already.
Yeah, he's out for free. And those rotations really
Wall's
what
down.
got
Bang
BBL
died.
that previous round. They're on it
We got
again
plant,
here.
though.
As Spike goes down, there's already 2 players detracted. Now another falling, and the numbers
2v5.
flooding back into this B side for the defensive side. Yet to even lose a player, and they've got that ghost to fall
Nice
back on.
skill.
They can recover a
Good
weapon
plant.
potentially, and that is going to be picked back up by Yumpy. So
All
losses
good,
here
it's Eco.
minimal, and this is a wonderful start
Tarik is
to
secretly
the
rooting for
half
BBL?
for BBL.
Not really.
Yeah, solid stuff. Of course, an extra
Not-
plant for
not
Sentinels,
quite.
so it is at least a little bit of extra credit so they can throw in. They didn't really spend anything into this round, so you come out with a kill on a plant. It doesn't look great, but it's absolutely fine. And now as well, we'll get to see the 4 rifles coming in for this squad. Of course, like, you go back and you look at
both teams, in fact.
NA has lost. G2 lost 13-6.
When it comes to Icebox.
Yeah, but they don't have their team.
Again,
they're playing with a sub.
Because I think when looking at the veto initially, I was like, if they're going to go for a strong map, we maybe end up on a Pearl. I think both teams are great at Pearl, but I can kind of understand.
Okay, let's see. First bonus.
For either side, it would be more of a risk. And maybe this was their sort of surprise factor. 11. Already going walkabouts, looking to get up in their face. I don't know if they'll expect this straight away, but Bang wins the fight anyway, and Jong QT does as well.
It is a bold play to go for that push, outlaw in hand, up against full shields. I mean, he needed both shots to connect there. And obviously, it hasn't worked out. BBL, now it comes down to damage. Players like Sociable and Magnum alive, sure, you could still see them winning this round, but Sociable's been tagged up heavy. And Sentinels are on their way towards him. Nice little angle above the smoke, but dealt with quickly.
Nice.
We look to Magnum. He's recovered himself a Vandal. Can he find a couple of kills here to put a dent in that Sentinels economy?
Yeah, the thing is, Sentinels are being incredibly methodical. Drone used just to make sure if any surprises were left on the site. He's quite far away. And as you said, with a gun in hand, isn't that much value in overfacing here. At minimum of 3 players probably going to be surviving. Well, in the end, it is Bang to close out with a triple kill. Solid buy round coming through for Sentinels, and now is where things will get that little bit more interesting. Of course, some weaker weapons in there for BBL. They tried something incredibly aggressive, and I like the fact that, as I said, when it's these sort of games, you're going to take risks. You're going to do things that try and get you that little bit of an extra bonus in some of the earlier rounds. But Sentinels are very well prepared. Like they were not caught off by that whatsoever.
Wait, his POV is so loud.
That was, as I said, a bold play.
Bank's POV is so loud.
The rifles in hand, it's going to be a different story.
Okay, first gun round.
I'm excited to see in these buy rounds is 11 already top of the board for BBL, up against Zek, and that head-to-head. And look, he's getting aggressive again. Not lost any confidence off that early fight. They've cleared Yumpy, they've cleared Sociable, and that smoke, it's given Levin a little angle to play from. He's good for the first, not quite able to follow up though. The smoke blocking him out from that angle. Drops down below though. Good swing. And another falling. The thorn in the side, in the back, in fact, and this is
what just happened?
Turret finding one onto Bang. This round very much up for grabs for BBL, despite that double opening from Sentinels.
It's giving me flashbacks to when they managed to beat Fnatic on Abyss a while ago. They're just getting in their faces.
I'm scared.
Super
I'm scared.
Aggressive, super off kilter, trying to surprise them as much as possible. Even still, though, they've ended in an even scenario. Sentinels have managed to cling on even while leaving a pretty big gap behind them.
I'm scared for Zelsis. I'm scared for Zelsis.
They're about to walk through the smoke. They know he's on the other side. He turns at the perfect moment.
What the fuck? Zelsis chill, bro.
It took 4 rounds for Zelsis.
These guys are Turkish. They will pull up on you. Actually, they're not Turkish. Never mind. Only a couple of them are. Never mind. Go ahead, Zelsis.
To get them that little bit of extra space and time to get the plant in, and catching both players on the walkthrough.
Wait, he tanked the molly, John.
Backing him up too. That angle was being covered, and just a shame that Levin wasn't able to follow it quickly, but still, he did so much by re-aggressing down below, by picking them off, by putting the pressure on, but it's not enough. And with a performance like that, the momentum definitely in Sentinels camp. That leaves BBL without a lot to work with in this round. Sure, they've got that Guardian that's sounding
Xbox
off
360 mic is crazy, but
everyone
accurate.
else is on pistols. Levin has got the Blade Storm to fall back on if they want to invest it here.
He's got the light shields. It seems like it is definitely part of the plan, maybe hoping that Prophet can do a little bit of damage first before he goes for the style points, and there you go, it is in play. I feel like Zek has been caught quite often in these scenarios, but the shot's not connecting.
Oh my god, so aggressive.
The trade-outs with those rifles going well. Eventually, Levin will pick up another, and Magnum with one more. The problem, though, is Levin so low on HP that even with those few spanners thrown into the works, Sentinels, again, they managed to stick the landing.
And now they're streaking those rounds together. Now they're looking confident down on that stage. And you look to the other side.
So if Sen win, they play again today in a BO3.
Had some opportunities
if Sen lose,
but this round
they play tomorrow elimination BO3.
Completely. Ults will be coming online. Rifles will be in play for them. You can see Magnum's got that lockdown.
Why do they use that high angle? I can see Zelsis' M hairline so clearly.
Not an easy counter available.
Why did I read that out
to
loud?
get rid of that lockdown. And for Bang, who's coming in with Viper's Pit, you can be pushed out of that very easily. So there's no easy win for Sentinels here, and it looks like BBL have got plenty to fall back on. This is the round that they need to take it across the line. What was that? John QT thought he could sense a gap, but
you know what he was trying to do?
His spidey senses.
I think I really had this conversation with John, but like Omen TPs are very hard to hear on LAN.
A lot of these early fights,
especially if you're in an arena with a crowd.
Again, it seems like BBL have adapted.
I wonder if he was trying to like use that to his advantage while his teammates made noise on A. This doesn't look that great this round.
While the remaining players are still around this angle, they're looking for the fight. Narrate has at least been able to bring one back, but loses half his HP for it, and still being spotted with Spike in hand. That is a lot of information. Then also just look at the position of Levin. He's back in towards the spawn, just making sure that if they try and fall back and rotate, there's nowhere left to go.
Yeah, just locking it down with that up in a nice passive position. Spike is tapped. It draws Sociable into the open. The reveal fired deep. It's not going to catch now, right?
Fuck?
So he gets the jump on Yumpy.
30.
3 more to take down.
Flank.
11 on his way up to belt.
You heard him?
That's a big danger.
Wait, you can kill him and run B or no?
Pretty good idea. I don't know if he heard a step. It certainly seems like he did. He is locked in, trying to clear him out, but the op shot lands for Levin. A round for BBL, much needed. I do like the idea from John QT to start this out. Maybe there's a gap and I can get past the turret, but looks a bit silly when there's someone just stood there watching him.
Yeah, it's almost definitely based on like reads from the last couple of rounds. Yeah. It's like, okay, they haven't really been
this is a BO1.
This so much. If there has been someone there, they've been playing alongside the turret, so maybe I can claim some space while the rest of the team goes towards A. But instead, Magnum just stood there looking at him like,
my goat defending bad plays, brother. There's no crowd.
Already, a competitive matchup. As I said, I think BBL are one of those squads that, although we've not seen them in terms of the international stage, they're a roster I'm excited for. I've enjoyed watching them all season. And I don't think Sentinels will be a squad to underestimate them either. Lockdown going to be used very early. Maybe expecting this to be a spring-loaded push, aggressive into A.
Wait, why the fuck did the defender KJ ult be planted?
So it's not too much damage.
Who the fuck defender KJ ulted? Why?
All it's really done is slow them.
Am I tweaking? I didn't see it.
Given time for Levin to completely take control of B once again, and so they can stack this side of the map.
Yeah, they're getting a good flavor profile, if you don't know BBL, into their aggression with Levin, and now with Yumpy and Magnum, the push-up after the lockdown had cleared so much space. They wait, and just as Sentinels are about to go for that execute, they are pounced upon. Now, the advantage is down to just one player. The Bladestorm already claiming a life, and Sentinels looking to fight their way forward.
This spot is very good.
They've got so many numbers to clear out. They've got to get through Magnum's Killjoy setup, already detecting players down below. Sociable with a cheeky jump up on pipes. And this has left it again all onto Zelsis.
Nice shot.
1 versus
flank,
2
flank,
now with Magnum
flank.
falling and Sociable wildly low. Levin's cleared it out in the end, but that was outrageous.
I don't know if that was. I think he was trying to fake this out of him dropping and got a kill for it.
He got the corner, yeah.
That's crazy. Luckily, Levin had made his move, because there's a very real world where Levin goes, I'm actually just going to chill.
He shot to fake noise. I think you're actually right. I think he was trying to mask his drop. No, you're wrong.
Like, that very nearly
would not shoot
turned the round on its head. And while Zelsis has been having a fantastic game so far, it also means that for BBL, even though they're winning these rounds, their economy is still on the ropes, and that's why you're still seeing Sentinels come in with buys and kind of risk it here, especially when you look at how many ultimates they've got available. It's worth the risk.
But that lockdown burned up from Magnum in the previous round. Now Bang has a lot
He
more
shot too
value
early
to
for
bring
that,
to the
yeah.
table. This guy's incredible. How many rounds? Most of them. You
Oh
see
my
him
God,
go for
Luna's
these aggressive pushes. He wasn't scared to do it with an outlaw. So of course he's not afraid when he's got the op in hand. This is what I'm saying.
Wow.
You know, if you haven't seen BBL before, 11 might catch you off guard. This guy has nothing but a W key.
I feel like they genuinely tell him, the coach and stuff, just like, press them. Like, if you die, we'll play 4v5. That's fine. But we keep getting aggressive, keep putting pressure on them, keep making it awkward for them to go for these opening battles, because normally space you'd have for free has already been claimed. Now, for now, at least, it seems like Sentinels are trying to sell this as a bit of a ruse. 2 players currently over on that B side of the map, and it's a huge kill coming in for John QT. That is now 11 gone, and because of that, the B side is open for business.
I mean, it comes off as ironic that
We have
the one
KGO
time
for
he
post.
loses that fight is when he's trying to back off.
Plant the KGO.
He's gotta
Zealous
be
KGO
going
right
forward.
away.
On the way back around yellow, he
KGO,
falls.
I don't
Now
give a
Viper's
fuck,
pit
use
comes into
everything.
play. Like we said, you don't have what you need to clear them out of that pit, really. This becomes an uphill battle. And the lockdown thrown in. Sentinels want this round badly.
Off.
And they're pushing forward in the pit, too, just for a moment.
They should
Zelsis
save.
was looking for the
BBL
fight,
should save.
determining that they're not on the defuse. They're not putting that pressure on. It's not coming near half. And with the time now running down, you have to think that maybe they'll go for the save. Maybe they'll give up at this point. Fighting through the pit's not going to be easy. John QT's locking down that side angle. Doesn't see Sociable, but still, the time is too low.
I can't believe they went for that.
To fight back against.
Time was so
and that
low.
pit made this round
It was a Viper
impossible.
ult.
Great ultimate usage from Sentinels to secure
Well
their
done.
fourth.
Nice shot from John on the upper. That was
you
the
have to
biggest
bear in
kill.
mind that From the Shadows was available, so if they instead got the opener
That was
on
a
A,
cinema
the
round.
spike could be easily taken back over to the other side of the map. But also, it's just a read on the economy. As said, like it's only been a single player in the last round surviving for the defenders. So although they have a few extra credits in the bank, I don't think it's enough to come in with a 4-buy here. So okay, you expend a couple of high-value ultimates, but if you fully reset your opponents or force them, as you can see, into a really weak purchase, those ultimates are very well spent, and you have to bear in mind that it's not like there's a load online for BBL. You've just used them at the perfect time. So Sentinels managing their ult economy almost to perfection, and now you're going to need some hero plays for BBL if they're going to do much in this round.
Well, you've already seen how dangerous it can be with those pistols. It was Magnum picking up a bunch, and they've got the read. 4 players rotated into position. Last time that they were in this kind of position, Levin at least had that Blade Storm. This time, that's not the case. But Yumpy manages to pick off one before going down. The problem is Profek falls with him. And now, this round looking a whole lot easier for Sentinels with Sociable dealt with Magnum swinging classic in hand. No idea there's a player behind him. And Levin will be the man to do it all. A rifle in hand, a kill picked up.
Is he saving
He's
that?
running for the hills. Could just be the save angle.
Yeah, he was one of the players I was most sort of excited but nervous to see going into this event. Playing on the international stage, a fairly up and down.
Oh my god, it's like he felt him looking at him.
One that sort of lives by the sword, dies by the sword. Like he's going to go
going
running
for
and
it.
get
Is it
aggressive.
smarter
And
to
even still
save?
now, I think they've got the extra
I
credits.
don't know. He's gonna get an op next round though.
The damage would be nice. Bang is going to make sure that it doesn't go any further. But yeah, also just with the change of coaching staff, although like we know Pal quite well. I know that he's good at his job. It's more so that Turkish connection. Like you have that sort of Turkish coach to give maybe that little bit of an extra boost to someone like Levin or, of course, Sociable as well. But at least right now, it doesn't seem like there's been any real effect. He's having a great game. Sure, they are currently down at least a little bit, but I don't think they'll be too worried about it.
BBL?
We've seen a lot of teams have real
BBL
strength going into that attack side. Obviously, I think adding in the secondary controller should help the defense just a little bit more, but for now at least, it is going to be a timeout called
This music
by the side of BBL.
Yes, they've taken a moment to gather themselves here. It has been a close affair so far in this half, but still the danger that their opponents run away with it. We've already seen that streak of rounds coming in from the opposition. And you can see Pal waffling away there, working the box. And this is their
intense
moment.
for sure. The music makes me feel like the score of the game is like 12-11. Really, it's like 5-4.
We've seen some attempted aggression out of Levin in the majority of rounds, and I wonder if that will be a facet here, or if we'll see a more tamed and controlled version of this BBL defensive side. For Sentinels, well, they're asking themselves the same question. So far, we came in, we talked about Zekken versus Levin. It's night and day. Levin 12-6 in his international appearance.
Hi man, it's the first time that I see you. Tell me, why do you think you're so popular and why I have to remain here to watch you? I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. I'm just watching the game.
And of course, he is keeping up the aggression. Look at him walking it down, but the paranoia perfectly timed. He's sent back.
Loon is getting aggressive.
Where is he going?
No way.
Tears were caught over the top. Fear was not ingrained into this man, and the defense from Profek, they tried this fake again.
He's shooting our body?
A little bit of BM.
He just doubled his kills that round. He had 2 kills before that round.
Emotion on his face when
he had 2 kills before that round. He got 4 now, and he's shooting our bodies.
Saltiness almost.
Nah, we'll keep it in mind.
But now at least.
It's not just the visuals. He reminds me of Hitman. He's got that
Zekken,
calm, cool,
take care of these frauds.
Agent 47 approach, but There's some anger behind those eyes at times. And a 5v2 they've ended up in. It really does seem like you can delay Levin's aggression with some well-placed utility, with some ults, but you can never stop it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting going into the defensive side. Well, Second literally has to check every single angle just in case that Jet is wandering about.
30 seconds left.
Whoa.
A little bit of a
movement
to get himself out.
We have a free set on A.
Site.
Hey.
So
I'm testing.
Are
you testing?
I'd be quite surprised if Yumpy overfaces in this scenario. Not really any necessary means to go for a fight and try and give them the potential of getting back into the round, having to try and avoid all of that extra utility. And Zekken on the other side is thinking, okay, I need to get aggressive here. I need to get in their face and do something. And they have run out of time. Yeah, the delay actually works out wonderfully. Profek even picking up the operator at the end and putting it to good use. And BBL are right back on the horse.
I heard that tap go in like 5 times. They just couldn't find the chance to stick it. Shock darts flying in and trying to force that fight didn't work out. I thought that maybe we were seeing some of these issues like Levin there getting over aggressive in the 5v2. This mid push ended up dragging Yumpy off site, which gave that little bit of space for the plant to come through, but well, the plant didn't come through. And BBL end up with a round as a result. I believe a timeout now called by Sentinels as they look to have a moment to touch base before this half gets out of hand. Because BBL, you know, although there's been momentum there for Sentinels here and there, BBL have been hot on their heels, indeed taking the lead at 4-3.
Well,
there's solutions to be sought.
There's also just a couple of things that need to be mentioned. One is, of course, the group. Like, I think you look at XLG, even though they come in as like the technical #1 seed. I think at least when you look at China as a region, you don't know where they necessarily sit, looking a little bit shaky. And then you got DRX, who again, they come in as one of the lower seeds, but they always seem to be dangerous. Like we joke about that.
Am I streaming all the matches?
Team,
I'm streaming as long as I can, and then I'm going to sleep.
If you're coming out and making it into playoffs, that's a pretty decent running. So it's definitely going to be interesting. The other thing as well for Sentinels is the bigger picture. They're them being one of the partner clubs. Like they are not just playing for themselves. They're not just
Can I play CS after? Did you hear anything I just said?
A little bit of extra cash or go for the trophy or whatever you're looking at.
Does this fucking microphone work or is it a fucking prop?
Club trophy as well, as Sentinels are one of those squads. So there really is that additional little bit of pressure put onto the team of Sentinels, and they wanted to make sure that, okay, this best of one can easily get out of control, especially if BBL come in with a victory in the defensive half.
Well, that's exactly it.
Imagine being this rich and sleeping.
The 7-5 half. Now Magnum taking a risk. He sat inside that
orb,
eventually backs out. They've got to pick
all
the
low
Profex. So there's no need to panic, no need to worry. And as you said, that Outlaw's so very dangerous towards Snowman. So they're trying to fight in towards Orange. This wraparound from John QT expected, but he's only traded out in their 8. The number is still favoring the defense.
Damage?
Sociable losing.
Holy fuck.
Quite a lot of his health. I guess just trying to gain that little bit of extra space, still having that
holy fucking damage
man advantage at least for now. And in terms of the ultimates, they're firmly in their favor. There's not much for SEN to play with other than their wins. Well, their wins are not about them. How has Sociable come away with that one?
No one's watching.
He tanked half of his own HP on a snake bite and then walks in and just wipes the whole team.
No one was watching, Tom. The yellow player was tucked. The players in main were looking the other way. They were both looking the other way. You gotta wonder what was going through their heads. Look at that! They're lined up, watching the same angle, and Zelsis is hiding.
We saw it, man!
That's disastrous. After a timeout. Plant down, that's how they end up losing it. That's gotta be heartbreaking for Sentinels. And you're sat there as the coaching staff watching that unfold, just heads in hand.
Can I just say shout out to the production team for muting Yumpy's mic? Because it's early in the day. We got a lot of best of ones. We got best of threes coming as well. I did not need to be deafened in my first cast of the tournament, so I really appreciate you for that. I'm sure you had to suffer through the volume, so yeah, I appreciate it even more. Viper's Pit used immediately, but I like this from Jug QT. He's tried to teleport behind. Profek has gone chasing, but he's been paranoid, and now he's lost
what a
his
play.
Viper's Pit and
What a play by John.
He's been
Get fucked, Profek. Shoot our fucking bodies again, you pussy.
After a blip in the last round, they're right back into this one. Man advantage to start, and Levin's already very low.
Oh.
Oh, Yumpy, rifle
Nice.
out just in time, but Zelsis still catches him. This
Chill.
was a fumbled previous round by Sentinels. Not to say they would have won it, but they would have stood a better chance if they were watching for the push. This time, they most certainly are. And with the advantage already theirs, they lose the rate. Going through the smoke, find another onto Zek, and this is starting to get a little bit spooky, a little bit scary, as they now look to get that defuse. Well, not even halfway, actually. They're tapping it to bait them into open combat. Magnum finding one on the trade.
Zelsis, you fucking dirty fucking dog.
With a quad kill to close out this half and leave
I never
them
thought I'd
neck
see the
and
fucking
neck.
day, but we need him. Holy shit. He's looking at him, he's plugging the bundle. We can't see your POV, you dickhead. Focus on the match. God damn this guy, bro. We're on break. Fuck. What's happening on the other stream? Who's playing here? Oh, DRX Shilai. Thank you for the 2 years, bro. Thank you, dude. Thank you. It's 0-0. We're done with first half.
This series, it is a best of one, and the loser faces elimination.
Okay, we're
this is
live.
high stakes matchup. BBL mounting their attack.
I know, Zelsis is really impressed so far. Like every single one of those kills as
The
well.
fuck
They've
was
been like
that?
high impact ones. This is someone who is definitely putting up those numbers when they matter the most. For now, at least, a fairly open B site for them to look to. With Bang, well, he's now going to realize how far they've managed to get, but he can't really look to fight this. Just
Oh my
gonna
God.
drop
Oh
to
my
try and
God.
play retake, but no, Magnum has
Oh
domed
my
him
God,
through
look
the
where
wall.
he is.
It's not a bad start. Levin as well, threading the needle.
Oh
He's
my.
caught one, looking the other. Ah, and he got there in the end.
Where did
Clean
that
from Profek with the double. I think that might have been a little more of a clean fight that Profek had. And Zelsis now has to find 5, one-upping himself, closing out that previous
Fuck.
half. This one not
You know,
looking
times
very
are tough
likely.
when we fucking rely on
He can
Zelsis to
pad
take
the
us
stats a
home.
little bit, maybe earn an orb
God.
or two, but no, it's going to be
Damn
Magnum
it.
to close him out. Another solid round for BBL, and that's the thing. Mentioned it. When you're in a best of one, pistols go your way. It can become a very scary game
Nah,
very quickly.
low-key, Dex.
And although I think
It's
that
okay,
obviously we
it's
saw the
early
recovery coming out from Sentinels in that first half, and let's not count them out by any stretch of the imagination.
Remaining.
It's always going to be difficult when you're playing up against that boosted economy, those boosted rounds already.
Well,
First
this is
2
this is
days,
what
there's no
BBL
crowd.
do, finding
I got
that
the
leg
update
up
from Rob. And
to start out
apparently,
the half. We
there's a
mentioned it
team
coming into
lounge
the
with all
series and with both
16
pistols under their
teams.
belt.
I don't know what
BBL
that
set
looks
up
like.
with a big advantage.
That's
but
crazy. All the
Sentinels were
teams are
ones
hanging out in
winning
the
then,
same lounge.
as you can
Imagine the
see, with
drama
an
in
even
there. I
half.
hope someone's vlogging it.
Majority of those rifle rounds They managed to keep the economy modest as well of BBL all the way through. See if they can manage the same here. All classics for that defensive side. Not a round that you're going to imagine that there will be very much damage done by the defenders, but they'll look to use numbers to their advantage. They might not have the weaponry advantage in head-to-heads, but if they peek this together, maybe they can overwhelm them. And already you can see Sociable under a lot of pressure, but Levin there to help out.
You think Boosty was walking around the player lounge just fucking talking shit to everybody?
He really wanted to pad those stats as much as possible, but instead, he's given an outlaw to the other side, which is definitely a dangerous gun to put into the hands of the rate. This has gone from what would look like a very easy cleanup round to what could be incredibly costly.
Definitely striking
Me and you
fear
we're
in the
one,
heart
bro.
of Magnum here in that outlaw chime out on the other side with the half shields, but they're just going to buy time as Profek wraps his way all the way around. It's only a ghost to work with, and those players are already through to the A site. So his flank is going to be a little bit late coming through. Shock dart up top is good. That's Magnum that's tagged. It doesn't really help out with the outlaw fight. The reveal sent up and over. There's the info. Profek knows where to strike and when. Nicely done in the end by BBL, but some decent damage for Sentinels.
Yeah, at least they came in with 2 pistols, so realistically all they're going to do is upgrade to the rifle.
I like
so it could have been a whole
like
lot
sand
worse.
slash beige color jersey.
You see the good and the bad of Levin. It's like he is incredibly skilled, but
I like the color scheme of the BBL jersey.
Overheat sometimes, and that was definitely one of them. Like gifting that gun.
It's got like green as well.
By the way, he didn't reload it. He just went for classic kills. But
he also dashed. He dashed through kitchen to look for that fight and spawn with a classic in hand. It is exactly what we're saying. We saw it in the 5v2 with the all pushing mid. We saw it a bunch of times so far. But you also see the value that he brings by getting this.
You kind of need him to be that guy if they're going to win.
Exactly.
Like, if he's playing passive and scared, they've lost. Like, it's already done.
Yeah,
I think that's where Sentinels win out. So you'll see that side and go, that was silly, but
mouse cursor?
It's sort of a necessary evil for BBL. They are going to be able to take this one over the line. Of course, coming in with a very good purchase.
Sunny's a new comp, not going to lie. This is a new comp.
They will still have the credits to buy into
Usually
the next,
we have Zekin on Omen.
Sentinels,
Now he's on Jet.
It's important to win this and win it relatively clean. The fight, though, is already going to go the way of Levin. That is the B-side defender of Bang gone, and then re-aggression on the other side. Narrate wins the fight, but he's desperately low. A good trade, though, out from Zekin, and doesn't want to take the risk when he gets caught on the fadeaway.
That's a big kick. Numbers advantage now for BBL.
So tragic.
And they look to group
He played
up
discipline and died.
Low
Low-key and ranked, he re-peaks and one-taps that guy.
His
But
teammate
it's
on
like,
the rotate,
he made the
QT
right
won't
play.
be here for this fight. Zelsis has to stand his ground. That does well to start. But Levin, updrafting around, landing in his cloud burst, somehow wins that fight and goes out for more. This is what we're talking about. If anything, that should be an overheat in both of those fights. But he ends up winning them. A 3K and a round win for BBL as a result.
Updraft, flying through the air through a nano swarm, kills Zelsis, and then he sees the paranoia come through the wall, which, by the way, JunQT had to adapt to where he was putting it because he heard the dash and was like, well, this guy's trying to push me, knows he's coming, and Levin, it is like the turbo beat. It's the Turkish aim. Like, just, like, what do you even do? JunQT didn't even have time to react. Oh, wow, even gaining the confidence to start standing up. 9-6.
Can we get an op going?
They've not won it yet.
No, we're not even sitting for op, are we?
This has been a great showing so far from BBL. Well, it doesn't look like they're stopping anytime soon.
No, up against the pistols here should be an easy conversion. And for Sentinels, they've been the ones standing up. Zelsis especially looking across the stage. Both teams have gotten loud, but BBL have been focused on each other, on themselves.
Nice shot.
Now we've seen Levin sit down. He's letting them know. He's getting a little bit loud, a little bit rowdy. But let's hope it doesn't backfire here, because we've already seen one pick for Sentinels. We've seen the rotation come through. 4 players on site with pistols in hand. Yes, those weapons are weaker, but with the numbers advantage, we've already seen what that can do. They're going to push through this smoke together. A drone clearing this out, spotting these players. The paranoia not able to be capitalized on, and Magnum around the side able to pick off a few. The danger mostly dealt with.
Oh,
you just see Zelsis, he's having to check every angle on planet Earth. That one might be free, though. Caught planting. Still doesn't have that weapon upgrade just yet. There might be one just a little bit further behind him. There was a death just a bit further back, but I don't think he wants to risk going all the way back to give up the position. And while he's already being swung on the other side, BBL not going to let that go any further, even though there has been damage done. And there was something that was talked a lot on the desk about, like, curses. It was mainly done by device, and he was actually aiming to lose the half 9-3 so that then they could make the comeback and win. He actually said the player you need to look out for in this match is Zekken, and I wonder if he's cursed him instead, because he's not been having the greatest of days, and there's no question of the
Okay, let's go now. Let's go now.
If you came
We need to up on
said,
Zekken.
okay, it's Levin, it's sort of rookie level Turkish player who coming into the year nobody really knew anything about, versus Zekken, an MVP at a Masters event just last year. You'd kind
Oh
of
my god, I just
expect
remember what
Zekken
happened
to
to
be
me
running
yesterday
away
in
with it.
CS. Oh my god, that's unlucky.
It's been anything
Wait,
but.
everything's unlucky. Then at what point do we not blame luck?
Outside of
Chat,
that,
is
I think it's
unlucky
all
or
just
it
been
is real
Levin in
thing?
those head-to-head
It's unlucky.
battles.
It is unlucky.
Operator in hand.
There's no doubt in my mind you can
The
say like some of these things are not
should somewhat make
unlucky.
that
Sometimes you
null
get
void.
multiple
The dart
unluckies
as
in a
well
row.
has
Oh my.
cleared any closer angles, although Narrate looking to
That's
sort
not
of
unlucky.
try and
That was
stick
just not
around.
good.
The team plays
I
solid.
don't know where
though.
John died.
One of them at least was reloading in that moment, and instead they've come
He's
out with a man
fucked.
advantage
He's gonna walk
and
through the
some
smoke.
very aggressive
GG, it's
spacing.
over. We
He's
lost.
hearing the steps. Walk away and sociable. He's gonna get Bang instead. Bang is gonna be so
And they're going
confused, and then you're just gonna see the TP to the other side of the map. In fact, he's gone into the spawn.
Yeah, he stayed up close for this fight. That's a very aggressive round from Sociable, but you'd expect nothing less from this man. We talked about him not on that tail roll and how he can be freed up to take some of these fights. And you can see him running away with this freedom. Zekken fires off, but now they know where he is, and they're not looking to let him get away. That
Yes,
spam
bro.
puts him down low. The operator,
You're right. They're getting twerked
even
on.
if they
Fuck
do
this
manage
shit.
to save it, it's
Taking
11-6, but BBL are closing in the walls on this man.
And the two players behind are going to be the nasty surprise. Magnum has slowly been clearing out angles, but he has missed one. The drop down. Oh, he spotted the operator, and that'll be all she wrote for the op for Zekken. And unfortunately, in terms of finances, they might not even get that in for the rest of the game. Like that's the thing. They either have to gamble it here, try and throw caution to the wind, or on the other side of things, they have to take an eco and play from 12-6 down, which I don't think anybody wants to be doing.
This is it here. I mean, Sociable being able to get that much freedom, winning his 1v1 as well then for his third kill of the round, and leaving Zekken all alone. That just was the round crumbling in their hands. Surprised here if we end up seeing a timeout. I see the timer frozen. It's a technical pause, but perhaps even coming out of it, Sentinels will want a moment. That's 5 rounds in a row now, and it's not like they've been down to the clutches. It's been like Zalsis in a 1v3, Zekken in a 1v4.
Shameless? And what?
They have been
And what?
ran all over.
Everyone else is doing it.
Yeah,
Everyone
I
else
think
is
this
doing it.
What you always want to
It's
see
shameless when we do it.
Watching BBL play, it's that confidence, and like it genuinely has been filthy. Like Magna's been having a great game, sort of like just using the sort of craziness of the rest of his teammates. To
We will
capitalize on
maximize our
those
stage
sort of swings
time.
that I don't think Sentinels have really been
And
able
that's
to
a
deal
promise.
with. And then you
We're
just
not
have,
getting off
yeah,
stage
Levin
minimum
and
30
Sociable
minutes
just,
fucking on stage.
doing just mad shit. That's all I can really say. It's like, yo, I'm going to throw down a
Sorry,
smoke, and I'm going to teleport into the smoke, and then I'm going to run through the smoke, and I'm going to kill you, and I'm going to teleport where I think you might be going, and you're almost there, but it doesn't matter because I won the fight anyway. It's like, you can't base any synergy or plans or anything you're doing against this squad, because it's like, yeah, okay, guys, we're setting up for the retake. We'll let them have this. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah. Do you know that
Fuck,
position
Yumpy
you were
looks
just
so
standing
genuinely
in
happy.
0.5 of a
Pissing
second
me
ago?
off.
Someone has now pushed that. I don't think he was there before,
PRX
but I don't
6-1
actually know.
score update.
Because why would we be looking at that? Because they had a 4v3 advantage, but they don't care.
John's like,
it is definitely difficult
John's like,
to
these
play
pieces
against
are
this
shit. You have
BBL
anything
squad.
else back
I think
there? He's like,
when
nah,
we
it's all
can't
we got.
mix our
John's
words
like, okay,
really
I'll
when
try to make it
comes
work.
This series, you have to look at Sentinels as the favorite. North America's #2, losing to what, #1 and #2 place teams over in Toronto. Like, they didn't win a match, but they played against the grand finalists in both iterations. So for them coming into this, they should be favorites. And BBL, you know, we're big fans of them, but we've got that EMEA bias as well. Still, I think there's no way that you can look at BBL without stating them to at
Sentinels
least
lose
be
this
a
format
dark
as dog
horse
shit.
in this tournament. And they have come through and delivered an absolute barn burner of a second half, at least, with 5 rounds in a row. Sentinels, their back is against the wall now, and we need to see them come out swinging, or this matchup they came into as favorites will be something they wish to quickly forget.
Yeah, there's some teams that you just think, firstly, will benefit from the best of ones, and those are the teams that are definitely underdogs, that still have that sort of flair and firepower and can pull out something a little bit cheeky. and BBL definitely fit into that bracket. So I think this was a decent time for them to have a lot of sort of break to reset and go for this. But I also do think, like, you look at them and, okay, sure, there's some very heavy hitters in this tournament, like the likes of a Fnatic who just finished second, who will likely want to come and get a trophy here just as a sort of like, okay, we can do it, we can get it over the line. But I think for a squad like BBL, there's also the added pressure of, okay, we were doing well. Like, we have managed to get ourselves into like that top 4, or even go back to kickoff, even making playoffs for the first time. That was a big deal for them, even though they've been so close before. So to then go, okay, we missed out by 1 match, making it to Toronto. We're going to get rid of our head coach. That is a bold strategy. And if you look at the responses from Turkish fans, that was the exact sort of response they gave of like, guys, this was going very well. Why was that the moment you decided to make the change? So now they have to stick the landing. They have to prove that, okay, Pal is that guy. Pal's the guy. Because, again, if you're behind the scenes, you know how good he is. If you're a fan at home, maybe you know he's solid. But you don't know. You look at them as a team and you go, okay, you're getting rid of that guy when we're doing the best we've ever done.
Oh, yeah.
You better be a great team at EWC, otherwise we're going to have some questions.
Well, that's it. I mean, this is a squad that, as we're not even talking about players, we're talking about organization, never seen the international stage before.
No.
Playoffs was something that they hadn't seen up until recently.
Wake up,
so
bro.
for them,
playoffs in Europe, I think we're specifying.
Exactly.
Like, in our region, they hadn't seen playoffs.
So for that squad to now come to this stage, make a change, and under-deliver, all eyes are on you, and they're not going to be kind. But already, you can see the promise. You can see the expectation that we've been delivering about this team in this scoreline, 11-6 against North America's #2, against the squad that took it close against 2 of the strongest teams at that previous international event. And now they're just a few rounds away from closing it out. The thing is, and this is another challenge for them, because we talk about, okay, you're coming up against international duelists, you're coming up against an extremely experienced team that have played against almost every
Beyler dağılın lan. Maç sonu yazarız dağılın.
This tech pause as well, you got to see if they can have the wind still in their sails. Now, we've come out of the tech, and as expected, a tactical pause is called by Sentinels. This is their last one. They don't have much more time to pull one in, even if they had another one. And this is a moment as well where Pal, sitting over as BBL's coach, will be attempting to, okay, we've had a little bit of a break, but we're 5 rounds in a row, and
everyone fucking
like,
which honestly, spread out. No, everyone like everyone chill the fuck out. We'll type at the end of the match. Everyone calm the fuck down. He's like trying to rally the Turkish guys. He's like, everyone chill out, bro. Like, wait until after the game, then we go crazy.
I think if you've ever had a conversation with Kaplan in your life, you're going to know he's one of the most intelligent minds we have in Valorant. I think he was on the desk very briefly over in Toronto. So I think that he is someone that you give him that little bit of extra time, that minute that he has to sort of try and talk things through with the squad, and it can change the game. So I think that obviously you look at this now and you go, okay, this should be a done deal for BBL. You get that hot start on both sides of the map. You get a bonus victory as well in the second half. They're using that momentum. I think they're also just catching Sentinels off guard with how aggressive they're being, because I don't think most teams would come in and have the sort of balls to be this disrespectful to their opponent in the way that they're playing, pushing when they have advantages, swinging in 2v1s. Like, these are moments that you go, okay, you believe that you are the sort of alpha dog in this scenario. And so I think
on
that
DRX.
Just having that little bit of moment to reset and go, okay,
9-2.
Remember that okay, we can beat pretty much any team on our day.
Getting
but
fucking
sure, against like maybe a G2 regionally, we've had our struggles. Or again, you mentioned it, they lost to a PRX of Fnatic when it came to Toronto. So I think that just because this has been decently one-sided, especially in the second half, this little pause to the momentum.
Yo, Tarik, when is the return to the CS scene, bro? You still got it. Unk Valorant
sure, they go into that lower bracket, but realistically, I think if it's an XLG or a DRX, they're still favored.
I'll show you guys my CS clip yesterday.
Without a doubt. And I think looking at BBL,
this is my favorite moment of playing CS yesterday with Summit and Shroud. Fuck, I think it's about to start. God damn it.
Even be that much of a shock, but the fact that it has been so dominant, that's really where I get worried for Sentinels. They need to find a solution.
All right, we need
I'm not
to start
sure there
here.
is an easy one. We've had that tack pause following the tech, and now we're back in that defensive side for Sentinels. The aggression that we've seen from BBL really not being matched, I suppose, in how Sentinels are playing here, much more reserved.
It's worth noting as well, there's pretty much everything on the table for Sentinels. Like, sure, Zekken has some extra credits, but they have put all their pennies into this. They're gambling on his Blade Storm, being able to pad the gap, and thus far that hasn't
Sentinels
really been the
lose,
case.
format is
Operator
shit,
on
and
the
Mickey
attack
Mouse
side
event.
as well for 11. Of course, that was saved from the previous round, so a completely different avenue
I'm saying this
have to deal
preemptively.
with. And you can see how passively they're currently having to play on the B site. Nonetheless,
Here.
space being garnered, but also the spike is currently going in the other direction. That's the more interesting part. They've sort of sold this
Contact
ruse so
play,
well,
bro.
Sociable, managing to get the opener, but the players haven't rotated yet. They haven't stuck the landing. Zekken is still here with that Blade Storm, spotting them going for that late move towards the A site, and there isn't a lot of time. They don't expect Bang to be here. And while Sentinels just being that little bit more patient, not overrating or over-rotating, has left Levin solo.
15 seconds and an op in hand. They want to take that out of his hands. They want to have it perhaps for themselves. Coming into the next. Great shots by Levin. He's surviving still, and the dash updraft gets him out. He's going to carry this forward.
That's got to be the worst spot to save from in the game. And in fact, he's actually thrown the operator away. I think maybe, again, wanting to be that entry point rather than having the ops. He's just gone, all right, I'm going to stick on a roof, pick up a gun, and then I'm right back into the next round.
I guess he didn't want
he got out of there. He had 3 players swinging him all at once, pretty much, using his own cloudburst to isolate a fight in the second. Very nicely done. But Sentinels, they have finally cracked the code. They've got around.
That was good econ damage, actually, yeah.
Now it's all about
our money
chaining
is
them
kind of
together.
shit.
Their economy's going to look that little bit better moving into the next. They'll have some ultis to work with as well.
So sick.
I can't believe he got away with that.
Get out of my way.
Well,
okay.
Whether he wanted to or not, Zekken does end up with an operator. He's had to buy it. And now looks to be that lone defender of the B side, hoping that his individual firepower could take this one away. I like the fact that BBL as well are going back to just more direct. Like, they tried to throw a fake in. I don't think it's really been their style. That, though, a nice shot from Zekken, but there's no way out of there. Doesn't have anything that can match the blades.
Again, it's Levin winning that head-to-head,
We
going
saw him.
deep as well. He spotted John
Bang doesn't hear him. Bang
looking
doesn't
for
hear
another,
him.
and it's Bang up top that's in danger if he steps out.
But we
Levin
know
is
he's there. We
hungry
know he's there.
for
We know
these
he's
picks.
there.
But I like that Sentinels are sitting back.
Oh, wait,
They're
good
making that
flank.
read. Okay, let's leave Zelsis to pressure
Paranoia.
behind, and they will get aggressive. They will make those mistakes. The Cloudburst, though, buys time. John QT
Fuck.
now under pressure.
Nice.
It's Levin to pick
Nice.
him off. Not able to deal with Bang, though. Leaving it all into the hands of Yumpy, and he knows there could be a player coming up behind him.
KJ ults,
But the
KJ ults,
steps now
KJ ults,
hurt.
KJ
I
ults,
think he
KJ
knows
ults,
that
KJ
both are
ults,
coming
KJ
from
ults,
Orange.
KJ
I
ults.
think he will have that information just from the sound being made. The reveal goes up.
Oh
it's
my
actually spotted both of
God.
them. That was desperately close. A shock dart bounce off. Bang, sticking it at least a half, sticking it all the way. Yumpy doesn't
Yes,
suspect
we
it,
saved
and
the
it will
ults
be
too.
right
Good job,
under
bro.
his
Get the
nose.
off. Get the fucking
Sentinels
fuck.
find the defuse. Nobody
We have no
makes it
money.
out of
We
the
have
round
no
alive on the
fucking
defensive
money.
side,
We
but all they
can't
need is a
die.
round win.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Get the round
We have
onto
no
the board.
money.
They managed to win it out in the last and, well, hold on to a couple of guns this time. It's going to be that reset, and that's still an issue. It's still going to cause them problems economically. But this round, a lot of it just came down to
Left-hand view model.
quick timing on his re-swing after John goes down, and then also just having the gall to stick it out completely, get that defusal over the line, and trust in his teammate is enough to bring them within at least 3 rounds. It seems like we might just have ourselves a pause over on the other side. Of course, that is the last pause in regulation. Both teams have now expended everything they have, but it also gives another opportunity to Kaplan as well. So time to talk, especially with some of those rounds being probably a little bit closer than they would have liked.
Is also just having network problems?
Especially at the end of that round.
I don't know. I think they're playing online.
I don't mind having an extra pause as well.
I think it's an online
definitely
server.
Not for BBL. You can definitely understand.
Well,
why they
BBL
come
coach
through
mad.
with this
BBL
pause.
coach
This
mad.
is somewhere that they now start to feel pressured. Sentinels cracking the code, and although none of them survived the previous, although it was close, the gap that they have, the lead, the safety net.
By the way, why are we not was our hockey jerseys
Sentinels
only for
favorites in
Toronto?
this
Like, we're not
matchup
going to use
coming
it
through with the
for the next
victory in the end.
events?
Just a
Was it
3-round gap
specifically only
and
for
a lot of
Toronto? I thought we would still use it
ultimates
here.
online for that defensive side. Great for reactions, great for the
Oh, it's only
retakes
for
with the
Toronto, I
Viper's
guess.
Pit and the lockdown. So a little bit of an uphill battle forming
It's
for
hot as
BBL,
fuck.
who were
But no, in the
previously
arena it's cold as
leading
fuck. They said.
by
Wait,
a
what?
lot more.
Entry.
They've lost Profek immediately.
No,
Great
in the
pick by
arena they
Zek.
said it's freezing.
He's really starting to find his form here.
Yeah, them putting him over onto the B site seems to be the change they needed. He's able to at least
Under
find
you.
them opening.
Under you.
Uh-oh. He's been caught on 2 different angles. He doesn't even realize it. And well, instead, Zelsis has gone down as well. There seems to just be reaction after reaction. Sentinels trying to stem the bleeding, but instead they've ended up making it that little bit worse. Narrate at least will be able to find one. Magnum desperately low. Timing here is going to be everything, and that fight was all too easy. But it now comes down to the man of the moment. He's been having a good couple of...
I love you, Second. I love you. I fucking love you.
No realization of that flank coming in, and well, I think knowing maybe there's still a little bit to do. There's not even a reaction from Zek, and he's
no
locked.
joke. If I updrafted there and I saw both of them running, not looking at me, I might have fell out of my fucking chair before I shot a bullet.
Really finding his form here. That was a terrible first half from him. I think he was bottom of the server. Levin was dominating in all of those fights. To see him now finding the opening pick
I started shooting before I landed.
quickly reacting. Look at
Good
the
job,
clearing
bro.
mid, waiting for that rotation.
The way you have to whisper because
but
your
not
roommates are
expecting
asleep.
such a
Yeah,
brazen
Myung is
play.
sleeping.
Levin still leading the server.
I
26
am
kills on
trying
the
to
board.
be
But the
considerate
gap
for
now
sure.
down to just 2 rounds.
If I
Sentinels,
get carried away, let me know.
they're back in the action, back in the mixer. And it's BBL left with no timeouts left to fall back on, with economy running low and a solution desperately needed.
Oh, we saw this in our first A-Stream matchup. Billy running away with it.
Billy
PRX,
fucking Billy.
Of course, the champions of the last event. You'd expect them to win, and eventually they did. It just took them some time to get going. 8-4 down.
He doesn't know he
been a little bit
TP'd.
more than that, but
They don't know about
definitely
Omen.
be a tough one for BBL to take. You could see
Oh my
that
God.
sort of confidence growing with Sentinels. The pause
Good
definitely
shot.
making a difference. I don't know
Wow.
what words were said by Kaplan, but I think I could use them in my day-to-day life as well.
Nice narrate.
Another opening pick. This time it's Narrate.
Why is it all? Why are the
Taking
cast
down
saying
Magnum, flag
all?
protection gone.
Why did they say all?
TP
Another
comes in from
opening pick.
Sociable, joining
How does
the
that
team
work?
as they look for this A-side control. Viper's pick goes down from Sentinels, but so does Narate. He's been picked off. This aggression from Levin working wonders. And if they clear this backside in time, they could isolate Bang outside of that pit. Few spams coming
What's
close
happening?
and indeed taking him down. An aggressive play
Top
by
side.
Sociable, and it's worked out. John QT dropping
Nice.
out of heaven. Will deal with
Nice.
Sociable. Will deal with Levin. And that's Sentinels back in with the
Get smoke,
advantage.
get smoke.
They have to play
KJ
against
ult?
time with the spike.
Nice.
Up
They're gonna push.
top.
They're gonna push. Play
It's
slow.
a decent angle to play,
Play
if they
slow,
decide
you
to
son of
concede
a-
the space to the lockdown for BBL.
It's playing a top site though. We have to smoke this
Need to get
spike.
the belt quick though.
They got to wrap back around, and it's the exact
Hey, where's it
spot
planted?
that seemingly will be expected by the opposing side. Viper's pit available, but not really something they can do about this, and they've taken the low angle to just try and defuse. Needs to try and tap away, and unfortunately,
Bro.
the shot's not connecting.
We got it.
The snake bite does
I was gonna talk shit,
eventually
but
get
then I
the
thought we
kill. Of
lost
course,
for maybe a
Sentinels
second.
losing players after time seems to be their story so far, but they are winning the rounds. They are climbing back into this one. And you
They
can
keep
start
dying. I
to
know our
see
money
some
is so
deflated
bad.
looks on the side of BBL. They were
Our money
running
is so
away
bad.
with
Every
this
round we win, have
5
0
rounds in a
alive or
row,
1.
starting off this attack side. But as said, a Sentinel squad are never down and out. Until it is over, there is still a good chance they win this best of 1. And now, well, 1 round is all the difference.
It's so important as well that John QT gets both of those fights so clean. Not even a bullet landed. Otherwise, that snake bite would have taken him down. And somehow, with a stinger in hand, Levin's won that fight. The 140 tag, not enough.
I love that he has full shields and a stinger as
Running
well.
up, running
'cause
up,
why
running
would
up.
you? That's such an odd fight to go for. Magnum's now found another one. This should not be the way that they get to 12, but maybe even beaten by their own game. Sentinels have always been pretty good with the stingers. It's been an America's staple.
Planted.
And now John tries to level things up at least a little bit, but they're so far back into this round. And what's else is he's just going to scurry away.
It's over.
I mean, that is a surprise, an uppercut when you expected a jab. BBL come through, mixing up the economy, full shields on a lot of players, stingers on most, Sociable in that late round playing so aggressive up on top of the generator, and they've even thrown in the Viper's pit here. A little bit of an overcommittal, to be honest. The round was done, but you can't be too cautious in a round like this. Sentinels having climbed all the way back to a 1-round gap,
tried speeding
and
up on the Viper
somehow
roll.
that's stinger buy is what bests them and puts BBL onto map point.
If Sentinels lose here, at this point, when? Because there's no way we win this next round.
It looked
They
like
play
it would
tomorrow in elimination BO3 versus
BBL, the
question mark.
Close to taking it across
Dude, the
line.
stinger killed him from there?
You've just got to be seething.
Oh
You've got to be
my
absolutely seething.
God,
Because the other thing as well,
brother.
though, is you understand the position of second. You go, okay, they don't have many credits. They're all going to have themselves light shields.
Levin is 28 and
shields. They went in
16.
with the heavy shields, expecting that on the other side. It's a good read, but it also just has to be infuriating. You land the shot and still get punished. Now, Zekken is one away from having his ultimate. The main goal here is to get the orb, but I think he's realized, okay, I'm not getting in that. I need the kill, and that's exactly what he
Wow.
Wonderful opening. Levin, a little taste of his own medicine, the aggression that gets this Blade Storm
Hold.
online.
Everyone hold.
Still the weaknesses. Man advantage for Sentinels. 2 stingers to work with. Nice angle from Sociable. He's been so aggressive. You'll love to see him on this.
Everyone
own,
stop peeking. Let Zekken play,
Freeing him
please.
up a little bit to take some
Everyone
more
stop
risks.
peeking. Let Zekken
And he's
play.
thriving under those conditions. Leaving
No
it to
peeking,
a 4v4.
Zekken play.
The spike on its way to B.
Oh, he's in the
Sociable
fucking
left here
smoke walk
to
through,
try
please.
to buy a little bit of extra
They're going
time, a
back to
little bit of
Zelsis.
extra space. But with just a sliver of
They have
HP,
KJ ults. Do
he
they
will
use
be
it
falling back.
preemptively or
I
post?
guess there will still be another switch up. We saw Zekken over on this B site quite regularly.
Nice
That's something we
kill.
haven't seen.
He was low.
Is
I don't
that
give a fuck
Killjoy
though.
setup instead. So the contact
Get ready to
already
pop
made
those
into
mollies,
mid.
bro.
That's a free kill for Zelsis. Then the alarm bot should give away the game. So now they can pull those rotations
He's on
in.
it.
His goal, just to try and delay
Fuck.
as much as possible.
Top
Now bear in
side.
mind,
Fuck.
Hunter's Fury
Fuck.
and Lockdown are currently
Fuck.
available for
Fuck.
this attack inside. They have
Fuck.
solid ults to play with.
Fuck.
Right above him.
Yes!
Zels is hiding beneath the
Clear,
bridge.
Mary.
One gone.
And it's given the Wraith the pick. Now down to a 4 versus 2. BBL.
Right here.
Not looking like they'll be closing
Nice.
it out right here and now. And Zekken puts the final nail in the coffin. It is 12-11 for Sentinels. 1 round left in regulation. We're going the distance either way.
on.
The question is, can Sentinels bring us to overtime?
Come on.
It would be the second time on the A stream that we've seen it sort of fumbled by a squad so far in the lead. I'm a little bit surprised at the post plant here, though, from the side of BBL. Like, you have a Hunter's Fury and a Lockdown available.
One enemy remaining.
Come on,
Sure,
Zach. Come
I
on,
think there's
Zach.
the
Come on,
counter,
Zach.
at least to one of those, but I do wonder if playing a little bit more passively, maybe trying to get the pick onto Narrate. I think that was the goal. Maybe that would have turned the round on its head instead. While you look at the purchase they've got, there's a Bucky, but that is the secondary to the Blade Storm. And we've already seen them manage it once with these lower purchases.
Well, that was the round that they managed to break the win streak. The Sentinels
You should run.
doing it again, though. Not as easy when Sentinels are playing that
Volts?
bit more
No,
passive,
save it for-
not
save
wanting
it
to
for
get
sight.
caught out in those aggressive angles.
When they
and push
tap
back
that spike, I
by
want
this
you to
lockdown.
rip it
A lot
like
of
you've
space
never
to
ripped
break
it before,
BBL.
dude. That's
Yeah, they could have opted to break it with a Hunter's Fury. A lot of the time that is the scissors
Spike planted.
Bro.
to the paper of the
We're not
lockdown,
ulting
but I
anybody?
guess just wanting to have it for the
we
retake
go.
instead, maybe cause that extra little bit of disruption. There is the Hunter's Fury already being sent
Oh,
through.
God. I'm
Levin
scared.
up
I'm
close to
scared.
that Bucky is ever so dangerous, and they still haven't cleared him from this position just yet. But it's going to be bang with a quick
Wait, it's not over.
turnaround.
Chill.
Magnum still standing, has been able to find one, but he's the only one with a gun in hand. Everybody else struggling that little bit more, and so is he, it seems. Even still, though, again, the Sting is doing work. And now Profek just sitting back passively, not wanting this to happen again with the snake bite, but it's through the wall to kill him off. It might have been a little bit close, but the time not even remotely.
And overtime, it seems to be the story of the A stream here. I know the B stream had a very dominant game. KC up against G2 with a stand-in. It was 13-6, but nothing but OTs when it comes to
Bang,
this
what a
matchup.
kill from Bang.
I think
What a
we
fucking
certainly
kill from Bang,
deserve it.
10 HP,
Sentinels
dude.
look down and out at
What
one
a kill
point,
from Bang.
11-6 down. And they've managed to bring this all the way back to an OT. Again, I don't know what was said by the coaching staff. But whatever it was, words of wisdom certainly delivered at just the right time, and now you're seeing them back on their feet.
Let's
Zalsis
go, boys.
getting
Let's
fired
fucking
up
go.
again.
Word for word, I got
back
it.
to even footing. And it will be the attack side mounted by Sentinels, somewhere that they've been a little bit more comfortable when it comes to those buy rounds.
Us?
Oh, it seems like there's also parallels elsewhere. We've spoken about the close games, the OTs on the A stream, the B stream at the moment, DRX. If you haven't watched it and you want to go
What's
back.
happening on B stream?
Mute.
It's over.
If you haven't already, of course. DRX are currently rolling XLG. I think it's been a fairly dominant first half. 10-5 is the scoreline as we stand. And that was from a 9-1 start for DRX. So looking like they're coming in hot, of course.
We're going to watch NRG next. NRG next.
The youngster from the academy team of Flicker. So this will be his sort of first time on a main stage, but it seems like they're having a good time over there.
DRX won 13-6.
XOG
Guys, if you remember correctly,
struggle
we finished first half 6-6 when they started their game.
While we are in the
we were at 6-6 when they started the pistol.
You don't want to switch away. I think, like, I could be wrong, but I think DRX have got that one covered. Whereas here, I'm not making predictions. The only thing that Sentinels will be very happy about is going into overtime, there isn't another pistol.
Exactly, yeah. And you got to think about it. You know, BBL finding all those pistol wins, it's what
going
props
live,
them
going
up
live.
to this point when it comes to buy rounds.
2 pistols and a bonus win. So it's like...
Yeah, the third round and, yeah.
That's the thing, if you do that and don't win the map, you've trolled. Or your opponent's very good. In this case, I think it might be a little bit of both.
Without a doubt. Yeah, Sentinels, they've locked themselves in. That drone's gone far. Great read by Zelsis. He knows it had to be
nice
from up
fucking
close.
shot,
That's
you
an
easy
easy
dog.
pick onto Yumpy.
Holy
he thought he
shit.
cleared all of that
Zelsis
A-side.
continues to
no one
surprise me every
outside
single
of it. One
time.
had stepped in, and the opening pick goes to Sentinels as a result.
A huge start. They haven't really had an opportunity to be in the lead in this game for, I believe, maybe right at the beginning. They were like 4-4, 4-3, something like that. Managed to have a decent
ain't
start,
even Radiant?
but
Bro,
other
you don't
than
have
that,
to be
BBL
good.
sort of been
You don't have to be
running
Radiant
away
to be
with it,
good.
at
I'm
least
not
in the
Radiant
second half.
either, bro.
Levin, though, was their
what?
main pain point when it came to the defense, having to deal with this man and what has been an incredible performance. 28 kills, but he's definitely going to need a couple more, and they are being very careful of any
What the fuck is
smoke.
this?
The biggest though sociable still
Oh my
plans
God.
to try and push this, and I like that. They smoke off the dart. He goes swinging, and that's a spike down. Looks for a little more. A 2-for-1 bargain deal.
Gracious,
30 seconds.
what a
Now with
play.
30 seconds left, they've been delayed so much, they kind of have to go back.
Yeah, back into Levin. Problem is, BBL have sent players to the other side of the map expecting that rotation. Levin's going to have to stand strong. Already finds his first. Dash out. Info is good. He spotted at least one. It could be both. And with 12 seconds left, they need to push forward.
10 seconds
through
left.
the wall, and it doesn't work out for Bang.
Time.
Zekin, barely enough time to get this plant in. In fact, he needs to get
he
staking.
kills him?
And Prophet swings
I get a
just in
chance.
time to ensure he can't. Another match point going the way of BBL. Can they close it out this time, though?
All right, new pair of trousers to the caster room after that shot that Levin just hit. That man must spend hours a day on aim training, because all of these
shot on
were
the
pretty
rope was
nice. Give me
sick.
this one.
That was insane.
Like, nah, that's a breed that only shows up in Turkey. You don't get that anywhere else. That is
Turkish aim, bro. We can't be stopped.
And well, from what was a solid start to the round, a decent read. You can see how pumped
Oh
up
my God,
they are on
oh
the
my
other side,
God,
and some
oh my God, oh my
frustration
God, oh my God,
sinking
oh
in
my
for
God, oh
Sentinels.
my
They know
God.
coming into this match.
Everyone chill,
this
everyone
is
chill,
the
everyone chill,
squad
it's all
of
cool.
BBL never
Oh my
making it to an international event before, winning the qualifier. They didn't get through on that sort of EMEA top 2. That was, of course, Fnatic and Heretic. So this for them is realistically a matchup they'd be expecting to win, and they have hit a blockade time and time again.
Well, so many players on the other side. It's their first time being on that international stage. For Sentinels, absolutely not the case. This is an experienced squad, and they talked about it on the desk.
Oh my
A
God,
squad
everyone's
that you
tweaking out
expect
right now.
more from than
Emotions
the
are
result in
high,
Toronto.
right, chat?
But the reality is,
Emotions
you
are
look
high,
at
I
that,
can
as you
see
said,
it.
Tom, it's number 1
Nah,
and number
this
2
is-
that you
this is
lost to.
fucked.
You look at it and you go,
Focus.
okay, we got unlucky with how the bracket played out, with how everything was set up.
Sorry, just Flicker is just like done an MVP performance on his debut for DRX. That's nuts. Like, it really is. We've got such a great show on our hands. I'm having to look at what's going on the other side.
We talk about an MVP performance, Tom. Levin, the rookie, the one that's up against one of the best in the world in the form of Zekin. He's on 30 kills already with one round left to play. Potentially, if this goes to BBL, it's 14-12. It's locked in. It's their dub, and Sentinels with elimination on the line again. Another international where they fall down early.
This is going pushing.
What the fuck are you doing?
That's not the start they were looking for. They've been able to get some decent openers over the last few rounds, but even still, there's been the fight back, so having a deficit is a problem, and there is... No, I was going to say there's no escape. Nearly escaped. Even still, though, a two-man advantage. BBL with a chance to close this.
Poison's gone.
A squad that's long looked for their crown, and this will be a step in the right direction. A debut on the international stage, and a victory just one round away. A couple picks, and it's left to John QT, the man to do it all. Levin, the one to close it out. An MVP performance from that man. We didn't know what to expect up against the international opposition, but he delivered.
I'm not gonna lie,
even better
that loss,
than he does regionally.
that was a bad one.
No, that's a man
that loss hurt more than it should have. That loss hurt more than it should have, it feels
when
like.
They needed it. And as I said, like, you win that initial best of one, you get a chance at 2 different best of 3s.
That's
I'd
what
also
it feels
say
like.
coming into this with Sentinels being the favorites, you now get a chance to, well,
maybe I'm
play
overreading
versus
it.
someone else to get into that playoff stage, which I think for BBL would be a huge achievement in itself. And then also, even if you are defeated, you then fall back down and, let's be honest, probably play Sentinels again. But even still, what a way to kick off the tournament, and an absolute banger of a first map for
Dog
us.
shit format, by the way.
Banger of a second map for all of you at home.
I mean, you gotta say, the dark horse of BBL really hitting their stride here today. I've always been a big NA fan, Tom. You know me, so it's a heavy heart that I see them win down on that stage. But Forza BBL, it's
fucking
time to
dog
send
shit
this
format,
down to the
dude.
stage where Fancy is standing by with your MVP of that game. It's Levin.
Thank you very much. We're back on stage with
What are
Levin
the
of
chances we
BBL.
play
That's
BLG
an
next?
amazing
Is there
upset.
world?
So I have your first question with you on our Amazon interview. You guys
Amazon
are
interview is crazy.
First time on an international stage. So how did you prepare for this?
I mean, we just spent a long time. We prepared a lot of things. We worked so hard, literally. We give everything.
Who's holding the mic?
Then we are so happy. It's our first win, and we are happy. We are enjoying.
Absolutely, you guys are off on a great start, but you're facing DRX on your first BO3 in the tournament. So how do you feel?
I'm feeling good, actually. I mean, I'm not feeling too much things. We will just play our game normally. We are ready. We will see.
All right, best of luck to you. You guys are off on an amazing start, and let's see what happens next. Back to the studio.
Oh shit, we played bad, bro. I'm not gonna lie. We lost both pistols. Considering we lost both pistols, it wasn't that bad, but damn. I mean, I definitely played better, truthfully. Oh, that loss hurt though. Zekin started turning up like later in the game. If we had him earlier, would have been big. But he fucking turned up like the last like 7 rounds. Check the B stream. It's been like this for 35 minutes. The fuck? It's been like this for 30 minutes? I'm running ads. That's fucked. Show the clip. Oh yeah, the CS clip. I don't know. I thought this was so funny. I feel like it's not going to be that funny to you guys.
Calm down. Not sure where last is.
You should be there.
Could he have pushed Mon?
You should be there.
Could he have pushed Mon?
Nah.
Okay.
I don't know. I thought it was so fucking funny. It might not be that funny, but I thought it was hilarious.
T-Money, give me a fucking op.
Donut shape mathematically is a fucking I don't know. Poet TS, don't know. Hisser with a hood. Is he talking about from Swiper? Best possible test grade. A. Nah, we're cooked. Is this wrong, Decay? This might be wrong. No, it's not. Get married in a hurry. Donut shape mathematically is the one I need, but I don't know. Fuck. Hisser with a hood. Charles? A best possible test grade? I mean, like a best possible test grade is like a A+. Oh, A+. What the fuck? Okay. Wait, yeah, just talk yourself through it, bro. It's easy. Get married in a hurry? I mean, if you're getting elope. Okay. The best, I don't know this. Donut shape mathematically is a fucking thumb. What? No. As a fucking... So we're talking about a donut shape, which is a circle. Mathematically, a circle is a fucking T... Donut shape is a circle, right? Mathematically, it's T plus? I don't fucking know. I don't know what this is. Secret collection. Sussy? What the fuck is this, guys? Hisser with a hood. Oof, that makes me cringe. Yeah. Oof, that makes me cringe. What? The fuck? Poet T.S. The world's best-selling book. How do I not know the donut shape mathematically? Like T squared? The fuck is a... I'm Googling. I don't give a fuck. I won't Google it. I need a hint. Secret collection is... A secret collection is... Shush! Maybe? That seems right to me. Kisser with a hood. I don't know this guy. Yeesh. Oof, that makes me cringe. Yeesh. Am I just making shit up right now? I feel like everything's wrong now. Fuck. I'm going T+. I don't know what that is, but I'm going T+. I'm just going to YOLO this. And then the world's best-selling book is Bell. What's this? History with a hood? Kalu? Ball. I don't know. What did I fuck up on? I'm taking this out. This is wrong. Damn. Oh, the world's best-selling book is a Bible. I read chat. History with a hood. Kabi? Kober. Donuts shaped mathematically. What the fuck is this? I've never heard of this term. I probably didn't make it to this level of math. Nah, I didn't know it. I'll say it. I don't give a fuck. A cobra. Stash. Bitch. 6'9". Come on. Come on then. Low-key, I cooked, though. Low-key, haters won't say it, but I cooked. Haters won't say it, but I cooked. The Sentinels win? Nah, listen to me, bro. You guys with this rage baiting shit have to stop, bro. Okay? It just fucking happened, man. Give it a fucking hour at least, dude. It's fucking cringe. Lovely gets out in 130 and he's 30 and he's a fucking nerd. Now what? He read books. I hit headshots. What would you rather fucking do, dude? Would you rather be a pro fucking player or a pro fucking nerd? Come on, dog. He told us the DJ story? What DJ story? Why is this guy always telling stories and shit? He's not a... It's because he's a journalist, dude. Didn't he study fucking journalism in college? That's why he's always telling fucking stories. That's his fucking expertise. He's a reporter. He's an IRL fucking reporter. You are unforgettable. Which one do you think teams would prefer, winning this or Masters? That's Ragebait. 410. All right, connections. I'm turning off the music because I think I'm gonna put on some fucking classical music. It might make me think better. Classical piano. Let me lock in here. Fling. Key. Major key. DJ Khaled. Password. Pin. Code. Key. Fucking easy. Relations. Major. Legends. Scale. Fling. Candy. Bench. Locker. Mirror, scale, bench. What the fuck are these? Locker. I don't know. It feels right. Okay. Okay. Fling, affair, relations. Thing. And you're telling me Ludwig's smarter than me. Let's wake up and smell the fucking flowers, dude. We got a new dog in town. We got a new fucking dog in town. Check Sentinel's Twitter. Let me see. What the fuck is happening? Where's the tweets? Oh.
This to happen again with the snake bite, but it's through the wall to kill him off. It might have been a little bit close, but the time not.
Wait, why did it look like I fucking fell out of my body? Look at this.
This to happen again with the snake bite.
Moments later, we lost 14-12. Do I play the game anymore? I'm not answering any more questions. Wait, it's actually a good one. When bros got your back no matter what. Them holding the same fucking angle. The round he walked up and fucking got 3. Oh my god, bro. Wait, who are we watching right now? I forgot. NRG. Oh yeah, sweet. Sam? Damn, bro. All right, what else can I do while we wait? Is there any fun games to play? You guys want to watch me do monkey type? 150 WPM? Fuck, I'm fucking slow. Chat, what's more important during this? Is it more important for accuracy or is it more important for speed? Accuracy? Okay. If I get 130 plus on this next try, everyone has to prime sub. But if I don't get 130 plus, then I'll give 20. Deal. All right, one try. But everyone has to prime sub that has it. If I get 130 plus here. Fuck, I'm not ready. I got nervous. Wait. Can I back out or is it too late? Cut the music then. Cut the music if we're gonna do this, I'm gonna sweat. Chill. I'm locked in. Fucking choked. Rematch? One more chance. Rematch? Deal. Deal. Cut that shit off. Pay up, pay up, pay the fuck up right fucking now, you little fucking pussies. I want those fucking primes raining all over my face right now, dude. You better fucking prime everywhere right now, dude. You better fucking lock in those fucking primes right fucking now, dude. Best of 3, my fucking ass. I already paid you, dickheads. Are you? Don't get me loud right now, bro. What do you mean, best of 3? I already fucking paid. Thank you for the 10 gifted, Maestro. This guy wrote chill bomber. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and assume he meant to say boomer. Thank you to everyone who paid up. All right. Reaction time test, human benchmark. 20 gifted if I average below 180. You prime sub otherwise? Below 180 MS. 180 slow as fuck. Okay. 180 slow as fuck. The average reaction time is 273 milliseconds. I said 180. That is fucking way fucking higher than average. Yo, that type speed was actually impressive. This might be my best. I don't know. Do I have a record on here? I don't know. 145.99 is pretty fucking good. 170 and it's a deal. 170 is fast as fuck. I don't know if I can average 170 over 5. It's not worth it for me. It's not worth it. $175. Deal? 175. 175. Deal. 175 deal. I'm locking in 20 gifted. Otherwise, everyone has to sub. Fuck, so close. I need a 150 peak here. I need a 150 peak here. I win. Everyone sub the fuck up. We said 175. I got 172. I'm the fucking GOAT. I don't care what anyone fucking says anymore, dude. I'm the fucking GOA fucking T, buddy. 170 fucking 2 up your fucking... Where are the subs at, dude? It is an average of 5. Hey, Maestro is carrying the chat. Thank you for the 20 gifted. I appreciate you. We are in the jobless hours. All right, you guys don't have any fucking money to sub. What can you offer? Because you guys have to pay up, dude. Maybe we should hide this chat. What the fuck? Chill out, little bro. I got a gift this month. Give me my free entertainment. All right, what else can we play? Flaggle? I hate Flaggle, bro. I don't know the fucking flags. I know Brazil has yellow and green, but this is not Brazil. Not only do I not have a single idea, I don't know. I lost. Should I know? Maybe. Do I know? No. They didn't teach me flags in school, I'll fucking say. I don't know what's fucking US. They did not teach the fucking flags. And if they did, what grade was it in? 'Cause I was not present. They did not teach the fucking flags. We're doing walkouts. Fuck, we don't have enough time to beat this. It's Wakanda. Wait, what? That's Rwanda. The fuck? Who's the fuck said fucking... Who the fuck said Wakanda? No, I didn't. I copied chat. Can I name 20 US states? God, I hope so.
At the esports
We should do
has got off to a tremendously
we should do me naming the 50 US states. I don't think I maybe get 35.
Most recently, we
That's my
just
guess.
saw
I get
BBL
35.
pick up their first ever win at an international event on their debut. Incredible stuff, Fancy.
That's right. And so far, we had 3 matches
can do all
down
50.
on A stream and
Name
B
100
stream, and we
women
still have
challenge.
so much more to go as the stakes are only getting higher as we head into our next match. And for the next
streamers
team,
included?
they had a tough time in Toronto, but they are looking to make a very good impression here in Real. Please welcome Team Heretics.
Yes. I don't know if I can name 100. Probably, right? I can name 100 women. Is family members included? Any 100 women? Well, I was just gonna make shit up, so maybe we shouldn't be.
Their opponents have struggled this season, but they're looking to make EWC mark the start of a new chapter. It's NRG. Time for our next group stage best of 1. Our teams are ready. Let's get
Heretics
into
versus NRG. Wait, I just realized NRG might just get fucking
Well, you know, Tom,
dicked
I'm
down
not
right
usually
here.
one to doubt Yumpy, but the 2-0
Am I watching
prediction
Genji
is a
versus
bold
EDG next?
play. He said
Yeah.
13-3 and 13-4 to Heretics. They'll struggle to meet those expectations, not just because the team on the other side
I
is a
think
stacked roster, but
there's a
also
world.
because this is a best of 1.
Have
Someone
we
should
seen
tell
NRG
Yumpy
play
he
with
didn't just
Scuba?
play
We
a
have.
BO3.
It was, you know,
been a
it's
while,
OT,
but we saw
it was
it.
a little bit long.
Right?
It just didn't realize that the map didn't change. Right? Yeah, I got a little bit lost in the source, but it's all right. We're going to be heading our way over to Lotus, and I have to say, this is another
qualifier,
matchup. I
that's
think we're
right.
blessed, especially when it comes to the A stream,
That's
that there are a lot of games I look at. to be
NRG's coasted and come
competitive
out?
because We've had OT,
Wait.
OT.
Were they looking for
and
the
now we
coach
head
and he
into
didn't show up?
Lotus, where,
Oh, that's
again, like,
awkward.
it's another
The coach
squad,
is in the practice
this time
room?
coming from the North American
Oh, that's
side,
already
who
comms are off
haven't
already.
necessarily had the
Comms
opportunity
are
to
already
make it to the
off.
stage this year. They have some very experienced players mixed in.
They don't have
with some
monitor
young
stand?
talent,
Oh yeah, I was gonna
and
say
then they
that.
ran it
Dude,
through
I'm
the
not gonna lie.
qualifier, looking incredibly good. I think beating
I
100
got to
Thieves
use the
eventually in
monitor
grand
arm.
final,
I've used
so
it before,
I'm
but
looking
recently in
forward
the
to
show
seeing what
match.
this team has to
But dude,
offer.
monitor
Maybe get a
arm is
little bit
actually
more of
so
a
fucking good
honeymoon
quality of
period,
life.
whereas on the other side of things,
Like monitor
we
stand
know that
fucking
Heretics
sucks,
last
dude.
year,
I never use the
anything, they were
monitor arm at
kings of the
home,
honeymoon
but I
period.
think
Went on a
monitor arm is the
crazy run
tech,
all the
dude.
way through the year.
I think
This year
if
they
you don't
have
have
been
a,
able to
I don't have
replicate
one
it, and
myself,
that's
but
where
I think I
things
should
get a
get
little bit
one.
more interesting.
I think
for me
monitor arm
because
is the tech.
We know this squad has some of the heaviest
way
hitters
fucking
in the
better.
world, like the likes of Woot and Arians.
Like, I think I'm gonna get one at home, is
the
what I'm saying,
brothers
yeah.
Fu, and of course, no one's going to forget Benji Fishy, but we haven't seen it to the level that we saw it last year. So I think that going into a best of
Check
one,
out the monitor
we need
arms
them
from
to start off
Algotron.
because,
Tell me,
yeah,
trust
as
me,
we've
it changed your
already
life.
witnessed in the earlier matchup,
Anyone know
you can
Algotron
end
or
up
is this guy
sent
trolling?
down to
Algotron
that
monitor
low-bracket
arm?
game, and who knows who's going to
Or
be
does this guy know what he's talking
Who
about?
knows, he'll be crushing your key if you do end up down there. Now, we talked about underdogs in that previous matchup, and we painted
Wait, what is it
BBL
called?
as a dark horse, one that
Algotron
could
or
take it across the
Ergotron?
line. But that's a team that was one game away
Ergotron.
from making it to Toronto.
Ergotron is good or
Almost
no?
hit that international stage before EWC.
Damn, these look
For
legit.
NRG, they are not in that boat. They didn't even come close to hitting the last Masters.
Wait, these actually look
but
legit, no?
They battled their way
I'm
through
writing
the
it down.
qualifier.
W
7
Chatter,
matches
thank
in
you.
total played there, 1 loss, and then they swept their way back up. It was an unbelievable display, and I think you have to look back at that run that they've had and think,
Do you guys
does that
have
momentum,
a
does that
like a shopping list on your notes app or not?
give them an edge coming into this?
The thing is, I keep making different notes, so I lose the shopping list.
The gap against the squad as experienced as Heretics.
But that's the thing. Heretics, obviously, they made it to Toronto, but it was
like when
one
you think of something that you need, but you need to like
end up
remember,
being
you know?
defeated by two teams that end up
Too
right
poor
in
for
the
that,
late
LOL.
stages. You have the likes of Wolves
Can I
being
just rich
the
flex?
only thing that worried me was
Don't
that
piss me off, bro.
on
Are you
I think
rage
it was
baiting?
versus PRX, they got battered.
Shopping list is for
13-1.
old people?
So it's not something you expect to see from them in the early stages. So they definitely can start that little bit slow. Of course, we do have the sort of different ideas, but with sort of similar variations. The main talking point that I think we'll bring up, of course, though, is that lack of a sentinel. It's always a little
I buy
bit more
what
interesting
I can
when teams
afford.
run
What do you
that
mean shopping
style
list?
on the
How do
side
you
of
remember what to
Heretics,
buy?
especially when you have someone like a Benji Fishy, who is such a sort of brilliant sentinel player. I think not having him as that sort of C-site lock on the defensive side is going to be an interesting talking point.
Yeah, it's
Use your
definitely,
brain.
in terms of the compositions that are in front of
All right,
us,
I'm just gonna go kill myself
I'd
then, cool.
lean a little bit more towards NRG's comp. I think it's very hard to
Just
play
kidding,
this map
in-game.
without that dedicated sentinel, and I'm curious to see what Heretics are going to do to bridge that information gap. Miniboo's aggression, something to keep an eye on, and I think
Just
for
joke,
NRG,
just joke.
yes, they come in as the underdog. Yes,
Okay, here we
they
go, chat.
bombed out in Americas. I think they were 7th to 8th, like as low as you can go, attempting to play limbo in the region. But when it came to that qualifier, we saw a new face. We saw them battle off against almost all of the competition and win the majority of their matchups.
NRG.
Bonkar in the coaching slot, as Yumpy said.
What's the
it's
new
hard
roster?
to doubt that man. He's always someone that delivers.
I think as well, like I
At
think
their
we have
first
to take
event.
a look at the difference of like Boo, who's now been
We're pretty
at
hard
IGL
team.
for a very long
Heretics
time, a
coming
role
off
that
a
he's
hard
happy
loss
and
at
almost
Toronto.
seems to desire to
So
take, whereas
they got to
on the other
fire.
side,
No Gamba?
okay,
Oh
sure.
shit.
I
got
know
you guys.
FNS is watching, but I don't want to flame you. His stats may not be the best, but when you get to a stage, that's where an IGL
Last
like
minute
FNS is really
prediction.
going to bring you value. So I'm looking at Ethan to see if he can sort of maybe bring that extra little bit of hype, that extra little bit of individual brilliance.
NRG versus Heretics. Predictions are up for 2 minutes. You will see pistol.
Well, only time will tell
Oh,
as we've gotten
never
into
mind.
our
I already did
first
it.
round.
Oh, thank
Barriers
you.
up, and Miniboo already tagged a little bit more, but the wall is
I think
absorbing
predictions
a
are up.
lot of that damage. They'll make it back to the far reaches of the
Yeah,
B
they're up.
site, away from his opposition. As NRG just embed one player. It'll be Mata left around that smoke for a little bit as the rest of the squad rotates to make use of this Viper wall and take space towards that A site. But Mata's not going to have an easy time. They're immediately looking to put the pressure on. He has evaded their sights, though.
Yeah, this could be a problem. They're going to walk directly into each other. It's not the prettiest of fights, but most importantly, it will be that opening pick, and now they're looking to try and wrap back around. The double initiator on this side of the map. You might be looking at a fade, but for Woot, that's almost definitely a secondary duelist. Never mind,
Ooh,
it's
big
Re-Eds
trades.
to
What
do
is
the
that,
work, but
4v3?
Ethan has
Wait,
still kept
3v1.
them
What's
firmly in
happening?
control. Only Boo left
Ooh, the
standing, and he
frenzy?
will walk into the grass for the opposing IGL as well.
Wait, they had an
Solid
interesting
start
pistol
for
buy.
NRG, and as we saw in the last map, those pistols in best of ones,
This is a BO1, yes.
are crucial.
Who's the IGL for NRG?
Yeah, no, they really
It's Ethan,
are.
right?
Giving you that leg up. I mean, it's a big reason.
He actually, I just realized he talked about that on the desk. He was like, yeah, you know, we won both pistols, we got there, and investor ones, that's huge, and then goes, it'll be a 2-0.
13-3, 13-4. Well, it's not off to a great start, really, for him. He said it was going to be Heretics
Finesse.
winning dominantly. He thought that if NRG had 2 maps, they'd only be able to put together 7 rounds. And already there's 1 on the board. Team Heretics left down to Classics. And NRG not looking to take any risks. The Vice wall to cover their back and a much more direct approach as they walk up on this wall, use the reveal. Oh, maybe not even. Yeah, they've abandoned the reveal.
They have the
It'll
right
just
read.
be a straight contact play towards the A site. And if Woot can find anything here, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I definitely like the Vice for them here, especially when you look at the comp that's on the other side.
Full
You know,
eco for
especially on the
Heretics.
defense, you're up against 2 initiators and a Neon. It kind of has to be aggressive. You have to go pushing, you have to take space, or just try and play the retake as a group, but that's never going to be easy going into a Vice post plant. So I think that compositionally, I definitely favor NRG going into this matchup.
Is this BO3?
Of course, wanting to
It's
try
BO1.
and get towards that showstopper. He's not too far away. A few kills here could be massive, and already 2 of them have
That
actually
a
been
spike here
caught
or
by
no?
the Seas, but he's not looking to over-aggress.
Nope.
Oh, the stuns have hit him hard, but
Wow.
flashbacks get him out of there.
Good cover.
Zuma and Ethan providing the cover. You really see the difficulty with those weaker weapons in converting
cover.
any of those fights. Just
They lost
the
a lot of
one
armors,
challenge.
actually.
Yeah, a lot of damage, but the kills don't come in, and it's NRG walking away.
Do we
with
like the new
4
NRG
players alive.
jerseys?
Yeah, solid start. Really all they needed
Definitely
in
different.
terms of their finance building, but now is where things should get a little bit more interesting. As said though, like I'm intrigued to see like with that
Seems like not
double
quite.
initiator Neon, how much aggression we're really going to see from this squad. Of course, like taking that sort of A control over towards the rubble, it is somewhat expected.
Okay, here we go. Bonus.
Also, it seems like Benji's going to have to be quite
Yes,
proactive
orange and white
over
is
on
boring
C
as
just
fuck.
to make sure that he's not
Definitely
getting aggressed
pops.
on. So there'll be a lot of opportunities for NRG in these sort of early fights. And you can already see it. Push for the orb. Moving towards the Rolling Thunder, and that space has been garnered, but NRG are just being patient, just waiting out the smoke.
Yeah, with a reveal coming in from Ethan towards that C site, you're hoping maybe that there's over-aggression on A, that they walk up into the waiting arms
Ethan's
of
one-off
Mana
ults.
and the several other players around there.
Boo alone.
But that hasn't happened. It's a much more passive rotation from Team Heretics, using that Neon for the sprint all the way around through the spawn. It has left A much lighter. As they attempt to get info outside B, it is ultimately Boo that's isolated and about to be heavily pressured. He's landed one, a headshot through the wall,
Oh my god.
but Mata still draws breath. The gun is still there, and they will be diving into
He's
this
gonna
A
get
site
caught. He got
very, very
lucky.
soon. I think he spotted a few.
Wow, wow, that sucks, man.
It seems like Matt is a little bit cursed. He's been dinked, then spammed. Of course, the gun's been upgraded. There's still 4 rifles as they started with, but now that time is starting to tick, and they want to try and get in towards
what?
the A side. The delay, though, from this defensive side has been fantastic. They're walking
What did
straight
NRG just
into
do?
the
This looks
blender.
sloppy.
That's all that is
This
left
looks quite
for Som.
sloppy. After Mata died, it looked very
He's going to
sloppy.
need one hell of a stream highlight to get out of this one.
A little bit of damage done to Rienz and Boo, but look at the firing squad with Boo ready to swing after. That's a beautiful setup, and even though he lands the first shot, there was no chance of him getting out of there unscathed. That is around now on the board for Team Heretics.
Okay, that was bonus for
and
NRG.
I think another player is always worth mentioning is Miniboo. How he gets off to starts in games can be the difference between him being the best player in the server and the worst. It really is like a 50-50 split, and I think the guy he's up against in Mata always seems to be pretty consistent with those numbers. Someone that's definitely a hot prospect within North America at the moment, so if they do manage to shut down Miniboo, he might just be able to run riot for now.
First gun.
It is going to be that repatch. Of course, the last was a bonus. Ethan already managing to get that Nightfall from the early picks he found. And without having that Sentinel utility on the C site, it seems like it's free for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to have that good delay with Viper, but once the orb goes down, you sense that little bit of space. Snake bite and orb back up, buys a little bit more time, and now there's a stun lined up from Rienz. Is that going to be Miniboo diving through on contact? The stun to completely disrupt the push. It's a dangerous setup, but NRG are being quite hesitant. Despite having the Vice wall there, they left a player behind to watch that B push up.
Fade ult is
They're
available.
really not giving anything
But
away
Ethan's on
with
A.
Heretics.
Seems like he wants to push back
Still
A
sat
and
in
then
the
go
right
C.
position, still having this trap set up on C. I think the hope
He's fade
from
ulting
NRG
A, no
is
one's
that
there.
They would have pulled back, and this ultimate on A is for that exact purpose, but they're not moving out of position.
Benji's been tagged so desperately.
It's working.
Mata's done well on the opener.
They're going back to
Brought
B
quickly with
though.
the trade. They're going to make the flip back towards the B side. The thing is, there is still a player waiting around this angle. That is Wu, trying to delay
Ooh,
them
good
as much as
util.
possible.
Rien's got a kill
Snake
on
Bite is solid.
C.
The B push
They have
from
B,
Rourke
it's
has
3v3.
led to his demise, and because of that, Heretics don't
The round
want
is
to
kinda all over
They don't
the
want to
place.
try and re-aggress before they can get the full force of their squad in position.
Too much cooking.
With
It
no
was
ultimates
kind of
available
crazy,
for either
but
side.
it could work. Ethan's in a
Stalemate
big
for
spot
the moment.
here. Ethan's in a big spot here.
And they've got that Viper orb up towards the B connector. In
What
the
a
C.
stun.
Ethan stunned
What a
up on the
stun.
way back through. That's a great stun lineup.
What a shot from Scuba.
Rienz, but Scuba manages to pick one coming out
Big
of
kill
heaven.
from Som as
Makes
well.
it a
Scuba
little
closed
bit
it out.
easier
Big,
for
that's
Som,
big.
But then only had to win his
Individual
1v1.
players turned
and with
up
those
there.
kills connected, NRG are back to winning ways.
Yeah, solid hold. Like, it started well in the retake, being able to clear Ethan with relative
Uh-oh.
ease, but just being
Heretics
able to
feeling the
hold
pressure.
on to that
It's a
late angle,
BO1,
having the cover, as you
so-
said, for his teammate.
You gotta show up when it's time to show up.
And just the late round catch as the poison
Not gonna lie.
does its work. Some nice shots.
It's pretty
from
shitty
Scuba.
to
Obviously
lose a
that
BO1 that you're
new
done for the
player
day.
coming in
Come back next day, BL3.
While he's now on the stage,
I mean, yeah,
of course, the
it's
qualifier was
pretty
online.
gruesome.
It wasn't having to sit with your opponents across, of course. Yet to have people in.
Also, it sucks to just play 1v1. Feels like you didn't even get to play, you know?
Already happy, Mitch, seeing that Odin on the attack side.
Oh, I love to see it. It hasn't landed the damage, but it did send players backwards.
Ooh,
The showstopper
what the
landed. Benji Fishy
You heard
down.
him.
Brienne's drops, and they know that he's here. They're ready for the fight.
Breach ult.
Really? Brienne's putting the ult through. This is a 2 versus 4. He's basically alone on this site and feels confident to take the battle.
Wow,
but they
what
have
a
overwhelmed
Chad.
him with the numbers.
That's
That
big
feels like a
value
bit of
for
an
NRG,
overcommitment.
yeah.
And now Boo's left in a 1v3. They want this
That
round. They've
was
already committed a
ambitious.
lot to it.
My man just went for a 1v4 site hold, maybe thinking that they weren't as far into the site as they were, so he could
He should save
reclaim
here.
some of that space and potentially buy time for Boo. But that was, yeah, it was one hell
What's
of
the
a
next
bold
match?
ultimate.
After this, we're gonna watch
Maybe not valuing it as highly
EDG
as
Gen
we
G,
do, and just thinking,
and
I can throw
then
this in and
100
try and
Thieves
be the hero.
Fnatic.
But I think Boo has made the realization that there really isn't a way back into this site.
Saw him dodge the breach ult. I think you're right. I think he omen TP'd it, right? I think he omen TP past it.
Removing one of the few ultimates that were available, and with the finances now in the bin for Heretics, this is a fantastic start for NRG.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is about as good as that round could have went for them. A 2 versus 4 Rolling Thunder. You gotta scratch your head and wonder, like, what was the idea? Like you said, maybe he thought they weren't in that deep, but even
NRG's
still,
IGL's Ethan.
that is an ambitious play. The showstopper that opened it up did well. It's always good
Wow,
to see.
he got 2
Oh,
kills
yes.
like that.
I would
That's big.
say, if it was anyone else, I'd probably be quite angry, but because it's Rien's, I also had a moment of thought where I was like,
he's gonna do this.
He could kill 4 people.
Okay,
I think
good
if you've
start
been
for
a
NRG.
follower of Heretics, which if you haven't, where
Big
have you
A
been?
fight? Not really.
You become a fan of Rien. Like, definitely one of the best
Damage?
initiator players in the world. Probably has some
Nope.
of the best first bullet accuracy and crosshair placement in the world at the same time.
Wait, 100 Thieves Fnatic is the same time as EDG Gen G? I think you're wrong.
The success of the Mini Boo Whoop combo, I don't think it's quite been hitting the same as last year. They had moments like that, like a 5 or 6 game
is?
streak. Come on, speaking of Mini Boo, he's got to now try and do it all, isolated by the wall.
I think I'm watching 100 Thieves Fnatic, not gonna lie.
That eventually it disappears. The problem
I haven't
is
seen 100 Thieves play in like 15 years.
with it.
Yeah, they bought so much time. Even at the start of the round, the Odin spam stopped them pushing up, then the wall trip, then the vines.
too, though.
There's just no way for that aggression
Damn.
to come through on the A side, but they've taken a while to redirect this towards C. It means, again, there's going to be pressure on. And with that utility there for Benji Fishy, he almost
But I
goes
think
down
I go
to the
100
spam.
Thieves Fnatic.
He buys them a lot of time. The Snakebite Orb, you cannot get past that. And NRG are left with no choice but to look for control elsewhere. The thing is, though, Tom, you look at that mini-map, and Heretics have put all
35
their eggs in
seconds,
one
35
basket,
seconds.
essentially. That C site
Well,
not
look what
being
Mini
count.
Boo's got. It's a classic. That's it. He's just got a classic and some shield. So if he gets anything here, it'll be a miracle. He
Good
needs
clear
the
by
killer to
Ethan.
get the gun, and Ethan is methodical. The other players were left to run past as he'll look to clear, and now they're even head
And
back
they're going
into the
B.
side as well.
The Viper
Brock
lurk.
This is what you call an extensive pre-fire. He is making sure no angle is left unchecked. I don't see any real hope in this round unless somehow they could disrupt this.
Oh, that's wall bangable like that?
Idea. I won't lie, I didn't even really
How
know
you
that
beating
was an
this?
option.
Yeah. That wall is very wall bangable. But it's not going to work out. No plan denial, no time.
Satchel.
Oh, and Brock is just having a field day, man.
Easy.
He's having fun with that Odin. The big gun ringing out in the ears of Team Heretics as the rounds
so early did I
continue
sleep? I slept for
to
3
climb
hours.
up in favor of
From, like,
NRG. Now looking at a
10
5-1
to 1.
scoreline if Brienne's can't pull off a crazy
10
clutch.
p.m. to 1
And he
a.m.
will wallbang the Odin, but there are still 4 players left to deal with. A double flank coming around, and I don't think he even has a chance of getting out with this gun.
Don't you dare!
Yes!
Oh,
But I had breakfast, I had a
At
protein smoothie.
least. He trades out his rifle, picks up the Odin, and then just spams him through the wall. Disgusting stuff. Yeah, that hot start is carrying on for the side of NRG. We mentioned it. You can get the momentum in these sort of games. It really becomes irrelevant.
Not gonna
who
lie,
is
I'm hungry, though.
considered the favorite,
But nothing is
especially
open,
when
it's
you
5:30.
Go into maps after an extended
Nothing
break,
that I would
especially
trust
for their
ordering
side. They
from.
played the qualifier and then were sat back watching Toronto. They've had loads of
Pause,
time to sort of
Heretics.
figure out what they want to be running on
McDonald's?
this map. And
Ain't no
hey,
way.
it looks like they are here and ready to compete. And
Chick-fil-A?
Seems like I'm going to assume this
What's
is going to be
Chick-fil-A
a
breakfast?
for Heretics. At least if it's not,
I don't think I've ever had it.
It's not even the dedicated usage of the Odin by Brock, which is commendable. The fact that Psalm picks it up there in the end and sprays through, it's having me question my reality, Tom. Am I
It's terrible.
a fan of a North American team? No, it can't be. It can't
Chicken
possibly
biscuit.
be. They're starting to pick up rounds, though. They've got momentum, and it's Heretics with the tactical pause, a desperate need for them to get back on the horse here. We mentioned it. This is a squad that comes in as favorites, and because NRG made that big run through the qualifier, I have a little bit more faith. But regionally, they don't even compare
Bro, Chick-fil-A
the
is so
performances that
fucking
they've had
good.
this year.
I had
This
it
should be a
recently
Heretics
for like the
matchup,
first time in a
and
while.
right now,
Oh
they're
my god,
barely
it's
on the
so
board.
fucking
Yeah, you go
good.
back to the group stage of
Oh
EMEA,
my
and they were
God.
flawless. They literally didn't lose a match. In fact, the only team that could defeat them was Fnatic, and then they head over to Masters. And sure, I think you look at the end result of Wolves and you go, oh,
Wow, he almost got him.
it should have been them winning, but I think at the start of the tournament, nobody would have expected that. Minibu at least has started off well. Steel Garden will quickly remove his gun, but he does have teammates to support. This at least gives the space, or at least you think it does. Never mind. The defenders are coming back swinging, getting into their face. The Odin again, and now Scuba strikes one more time.
Scuba flank was big.
Kills, but
Where did
talk
Scuba come
about
from?
impact. And Minibu, the man who started it all off,
Oh my
is going to
god.
be left solo, probably having absolutely no idea what ground has been lost. A decent read, but he's got to get the timing
Wow.
just right, and he does. That's one to his name.
1v1
well,
Brock. Brock the
He
gun.
knows what gun is
7
on the
bullets,
other
mini
side,
boo, 50 seconds.
but he doesn't have a clue where he is.
He's just stood here. 45 seconds left on the clock. He hasn't even picked up the spike. He's just
Wow,
waiting.
Brock just knows.
Minibu to walk on
What a
through,
read.
positioned
Wow,
with the
what a
big
read.
machine gun.
Minibu's
and
rattled.
taking his
Minibu's
head
rattled.
clean
Fuck.
off. Wall bangs from Vandals, and Odin
Man,
posted up, just holding the angle.
It's so
I'm
crazy.
loving what I'm
Players
seeing
are so
here.
fucking good,
Not an Odin
but
fan,
confidence
that
is so
an alpha
important.
male. That's a man who stands his ground. He stares death in the eye, and he's done it. By the way, he's done that every time. He's gone running around corners. He's gone like, and then the second it gets into like a late round, he's just like, he's coming this way. I'm fully
zoom up is
convinced.
crazy. Yeah,
I'm
that was
not
a
gonna
little too
even
far.
look at other direction. He's coming this way.
I'm gonna bring a damn tear to my eye soon if they keep this up. This is beautiful. This is cinema. NRG. I'm gonna have to get one of these jerseys. God damn. 6-1. Already a huge attacking side built up here. Top fragger is the Odin player, of course, as it should be.
This is the thing, mate. Like, obviously, you've been saying a lot this event that you're not so much on stream, but that you're a big fan of racing. Would you say their jersey is orange or papaya? Would you say
Papaya?
Isn't that a fruit?
So just so you know, that was a reference to Formula One, which you didn't get.
Oh.
No, I'm more into rally racing.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah,
of course,
yeah.
of course.
Hard left into easy right. You know,
That's over my head, too.
face. Colin McRae. There's Matt
Nice
up top.
naturals.
He's managed to drift his way into the site, revving up the engine of NRG as they look to take this one across the line yet again. And it's the C site that's completely given up. An attempt for Minibu to pick them as they walk on through. And he's landed a nice shot at that. But still, so many weaknesses for Team Heretics. They've got little guns, and Brock still has that big one.
I think that's going to be your highlight of the day, no matter
Damn,
what
Sam.
happens. Nice shots from Sam. Brock, get out another.
Wait, they're
to the
farming
death
heretics.
on
I'm not gonna lie.
This
Holy
is
fuck.
looking like one team
Someone
has
said,
come into this
any
as
plans
an
on watching the
underdog,
F1
and it's
movie?
not NRG.
There's an
They
F1
are
movie apart from
absolutely
Drive to
trying
Survive?
on this attack side, and well,
7-1.
that still very young squad of heretics are just not showing up yet. Like, you've had a moment here or two. Benji, we mentioned it. They don't have that sentinel.
Brad
He's been
Pitt? It just
struggling.
came out?
Other than the snake bites
What
for
the
delay,
fuck? Do I live under a rock?
individually, he's just
You guys
not been
didn't
there.
tell me.
When they were on their run, be it at Masters last year or Champions last year, he
Oh,
was
is
one
this
of
called
the pinnacle
F1?
players. He was the guy that everybody was talking about. Even talking
Oh, it
about,
just
you gotta
came
get rid of
out.
Vivu. You need this guy on
It's in
Julius.
theaters?
Right now, he's just not there.
Damn, this movie looks
Oh,
sick.
man, I mean, it's 7-1. No one's there. A couple picks every now and
Wait,
then.
is it on like only in theaters right now? Damn, that movie looks sick.
On Nightfall already. This seems to be an ult that Ethan is consistently
Wait, that's
moving
actually a good
towards,
watch.
forcing Rians completely back off the site. Viper's Pit actually used to block off the cross as well. They would have to go in from a
Don't
singular
watch it at
direction,
home.
and because of that, Som's already claimed that space. They are making this incredibly awkward for the defense to retake.
That's fun.
Brock's the one holding close.
I want to watch it. I want to watch it. I'm going to the theaters.
Really
how am I going to go to the theaters? There's no fucking time to go to the theaters.
No choice.
Too many
to make it up
matches.
through heaven. Late play going to be attempted by Benji Fishy to lurk through that pit. Woot finding two. Okay, now we're on the board. Now it's looking doable. That might just draw the eye.
What's happening?
The Odin spam inside the pit proves too deadly. In goes Benji Fishy, dropping the pit and leaving Brock alone. But he's landing another on 6 HP, trying to bait the player off the defuse. And by now he knows he's done it. Time on his side as it picks
He got it. Brock won. Brock won.
Time desperately low.
Psych.
And it's 0.1
Oh
of a
my
second in
god.
it.
Nice try, Brock.
Oh, what an attempt by
Wow.
Brock. But not quite good enough.
We can't win them all. And well, you speak about Woot being quiet. And he can't hear me. I'll tell you he can't hear me. But it feels like he can.
Woot had a
Because
crazy
that was
round.
A lovely round from him. One that they desperately needed. Of course, we
Wow.
normally put this to the attack side. We lean it in that direction. I don't even think he knew if he'd got that.
No,
or not.
he was a little unsure.
Then again, if you're counting to the 0.1s, I think you need to get a life.
Jack Alligo could do it.
Yeah. Hypok would be talking about the little bubble. You know, the little bubble. That's what you need to look for, the bubble.
Oh, Minibu's dead.
The second round for Heretics, but it is a thin margin.
Wait, never mind. I'm tripping out. He's fine. Oh my god, I tripped out. I thought that Omen was an enemy. Wait,
Maybe
Benji?
he's gone to the back of A side.
Oh
Benji's
my
worried as well.
god.
Pops the pit here, and the whole
Oh my
idea
god,
was
this
to
is
push
scary.
towards this side.
Real trouble.
I mean, he's gotten himself up on the boxes. Even with the classic here, the snake
He
fight's
got
going to
cleared.
buy
Nice
him a
try,
bit of
Benji.
time. I thought he'd be in good form, but Matt has picked him off immediately. Great read.
Good fatal. He got all 4.
Earned in the last round by Woot. Can delay them a little bit. They don't have any
Also
flank
breach
event, but
ult.
they're gonna throw in the
Also
rolling thunder.
sees.
They're putting
Also stun.
everything in
Welcome
here
to
try
Valorant.
and stop
Enjoy your
NRG.
stay.
It might just be working.
Holy fucking util. Oh, Scuba.
Scuba, he's been so good in the most
Holy.
crucial rounds, and well, we don't even need to talk
What a
about Brock at this
Chad.
point. You know what he's doing. 40 seconds left. Spike on the deck. But considering one of these teams has just used multiple
Saw him whiff the flank kill. I didn't see
delay,
it.
the fact that this is still a 2v2, it's a very scary prospect.
They're going to go swinging through that smoke, but the reposition from Miniboo, it's perfect. The timing here couldn't be better as he gets his way up to the box. Boo's almost gone down to that spam. He's now 30 HP, 15 seconds as they pushed away. They spotted Miniboo on the
Wow,
side.
nice try.
But
The Boo
brothers
Bros.
combined to take
The
this
Boo
one across
Bros.
the line. Heretics just about getting the win there. They committed so much to that retake, though.
Yeah, I think they felt like it was necessary. Like, you consider the amount that they currently had in their back.
7-3. Okay, Heretics are making a small comeback right now. They use a lot of ults for
They
this.
couldn't afford to lose this one. And
Peanut low-key filthy yesterday. I'm not gonna lie. You mean in CS? Yeah, dude, he was good. Peanut was good. I know he plays Tarkov. I don't know shit about Tarkov, but
Scuba, especially in these sort of later rounds, it just seems to get
He had
more
good aim.
and more deadly as the clock ticks by.
the Labobos. Is that what they're calling the
We've
Boobros?
seen this in both games
The
that have been on the A
Labobos?
stream. You have that sort of underdog, get that early start to run away with it,
The
looking like they're going to have a
Labubus.
solid half, and maybe they
Wait,
lose just
the
a couple of rounds
Labubus.
towards the end, and that's enough to give a window. We know that going into the attack, you're going to have that neon double initiator. There'll be a lot of
No,
setup
I know
around
it's
Miniboo,
Labubu,
so I
but he
think it's
wrote
actually fairly
Labobo. But
important that
Labubu makes
we
more
don't
sense.
see
The
this
Labubus.
slip away. And you know what? I'll give you something. I'm going to give you a window here because
Who
I
the
know,
fuck stole my
as
joke?
does most
It's not your
people,
joke, bro.
You are a bit of a hater when it comes to America's team. Their coaching
I should play
style
Tarkov when the new web comes. That's
is
variety. You
European.
That explains it. That
guys
explains
think
that.
I should play Tarkov?
Oh, sorry. Something goes through my.
I've always said it's all about the players on the server, Tom. They're the ones doing the heavy
You like
lifting.
their head
so-
clips, right? Bunker. You can't have a problem with
This shit is so
Bunker.
boring to
Who has
watch.
a problem with Bunker?
No one.
Who
no
could?
one.
You wanna see
I
my
gotta say,
Labubu?
I'm a big fan of Brock. He is firing on all cylinders here with this Odin.
Does he need to add a couple more R's in the
Yeah, he really does. He really does. Brock. Unreal. seeing this level of play with the big old gun. They've walked through B. I'm not sure. I mean, we talked about it. Not playing with a Sentinel. It's going to leave you gaps.
Wow.
Okay, you have Odin spams. You've got Showstopper opening. You've got deep push through from Som, who's going to get an easy pick. And he is not even the tip of the spear. That's being driven into their back as a huge rotation comes in from Scuba, who's just now being spotted. Mini Boo.
How's Scuba everywhere on the map?
Must be a teammate. Yeah, but why is he red?
How is Scuba everywhere?
A shocking round from NRG, who just get gifted all this space.
He was about to call a tech pause. He's like, yeah, I think I'm seeing the enemy.
Wait, in Asia you can buy Labubu for $10?
A fight that, well, could have turned things back, but Wu immediately falls, and you can just see the change up in positions. NRG are playing a fantastic game strategically. The round beginning was
for $3?
Perfect, just a hard read on where their opponents have been playing.
Hear me out.
The wraparound was
I fly to Asia, Spirit, $300, round trip.
Boo has got to go
I bring back 300 Labubus in my fucking
check-in.
2 checked bags.
Just around the corner, a fantastic
300 Labubus come back.
The side of NRG.
Sell them for $30 a pop. That's
pressure
$9K
right now.
On a $1,000 trip max.
That's a gap you can't leave, and that's a gap that
I might have found a new job.
Oh fuck, that's the word. That doesn't happen. Either you have a complete lockdown on C and you can grant more space, but you could see there they gambled an extra player onto the C side because of how much they've been struggling.
Yeah, the C side's been difficult to hold. They need that 3-player stack up for the early A aggression.
9-3?
And that just, yeah, it leaves a gap.
8-3, sorry.
Fair play to NRG for feeling that gap out so well. But they were probably
I don't know, it's not as fun watching NRG win. And this, I don't know, it's not hitting as hard. It's not as hitting as hard as I thought it would.
And the round comes on the back
What's happening?
of it. For Team Heretics, that's a very disappointing round to lose as well. You're now in the last round of the half.
Really,
All your
Gina, is it hitting for you? Does it feel good right now or what?
It's scraps.
Maybe I'm weird.
Discount bin. And for Team Heretics, 4 rounds? Hell, I guess if Devi was on the server, he'd be like, let's lose this one, guys. Let's get the 9-3 in. It's an easy win, but I'm not sure how confident Heretics can be. NRG are...
Wait, Gina, why do you only say hi to the girls in chat? I just noticed.
Playing fantastically well, and well, with their Sentinel.
He's never said hi to another guy in chat. It's only girls.
With an Odin. I dare to think what we're about to see going into the defense from Brock, but nonetheless.
Wait, JNM, address the allegations, bro.
Has the weapon for these close range
Since
battles.
when?
He's about to be swarmed.
Brother,
a single
we can
kill
pull
would
up your
be
chat
nice.
log, man.
He's done well, but he doesn't have the bullets to play with.
Wait, why is
traded out by
JNM getting red?
That's not bad. It's at least a 1-for-1.
I can feel him getting red through the monitor.
Rien's normally sublime with the pistols, but he doesn't even get a chance to shoot Mini Boo. He's found a gap. He's found an angle. He's found a chance to maybe take this home, but it's the Odin that puts him down. And now Brock.
He knows he's a C player.
This round maybe should have been put
Wait, the fast timing could be good.
He's going to be left into that 1v1. Here's the steps coming, but has to now reposition. Time.
10 seconds left.
He needs to get that down. He will do. Benji hasn't managed to do as much as he'd like, but he will force him into an
clutch by
awkward
Benji.
position.
Look at him
it
go.
will at least be
Look at him
a
go.
4th round coming home for Team Heretics.
Wait, now the girls are adding me. This is W wingmanning for me, Tarik.
They
I got
do
you,
it with
bro.
the weak weapons.
Check
It was
your
a
PayPal
great
and your
early
DM.
fight towards Rubble. That little bit of space felt out as well in the wraparound gives them a chance, but still trailing by 4 as we leave the first half. We'll see how the second goes after the halftime.
Oh, we're on break. We are officially on a break, which means I'm going to play a song. Yeah. I know. Wait, is there already one running? There we go. Brother, it is AM. No, it's not. It is 6 AM. Yeah, she's fine. And then let's rewind. What's happening on the stream too? Rex winning 6-2.
Well, 4 rounds for Team Heretics exiting that first half, and some of them were very close indeed. One down to 0.1 of a second. For that Heretic squad, they might just have given themselves enough of a buffer to fight their way back into this map. But the pistol round may tell us how things are going to go. If NRG take that, the lead will be extended, and they'll be on the home stretch before Heretics have made it off the starting block.
I'll go back to the desk with Yumpy once again. He said that he knew, obviously.
We're live, let's go.
I think he said
A4
Ethan,
NRG
Som, and
lead.
Those were the 3 he knew. I think after today, he'll probably know the other 2 a little bit better, because we have seen some madness from Baroque and Scuba for very, very different reasons. But both have been massive.
I'm starting, the fatigue is starting to settle. It's been 4 hours.
For the side of NRG.
It's starting to hit me all at once.
As you mentioned, an important pistol, a quiet game so far for Benji, but he did win out that clutch to give them that 4th and final round of the last half.
Order some food?
It's in the back of C.
What's happening? Hello, 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 hello. Oh.
I think that's the first time I've seen that particular wall, and yeah, it's because they're going to give up sight, they're going to give up spawn side, and play one towards water, a passive play towards
trapped.
Yeah, I'm freaking out, dude. I'm starting to see shit.
Feel like it's gonna be
Did you guys see that, or was that just me?
I don't know if he'll want to take
I think the
this
fatigue
fate.
is actually settling fast.
If he does, it will end up being quite funny, because they'll probably send some utility through. The only problem is there's only one player on the other side of it, so there's actually a very real chance he wins that battle. Boo, a cheeky corner that hasn't been checked. He's looking for a little bit more there. Oh, no, it's not pretty, but eventually gets the job done. The problem is the defense have taken most of the rest of the site back.
Oh, the boo-boos.
Low on HP. The brothers need to try and drag this pistol home, and Scuba's just been waiting the whole time. Back off that side. Boo can't hold on, and that is another pistol round in the favor of NRG. I'll be honest, I'm super impressed with how they're playing at the moment, Mitch. Like, they look incredibly in control. Like, every single scenario, even when things go a little bit wrong, it seems like they're quick to adapt.
Yeah, no, they had ideas there. Obviously, conceding the spawn space, playing passive towards Waterfall, and just avoiding giving any real
Come on, Cuber, let me hold it.
for their opposition. And even with a thorn in the side of
I was proud of this, Timmy. Chill. Don't blow up my spot.
every other fight in
That's
time
weird.
that the pressure is still
like, why?
on Heretics, despite
Have my
springing that
moment.
trap. This is a very unusual look to
Wait, fun
the
fact.
first half, even
I think it was when
Brock
we
is
were on
using
it.
that
NRG was
it's-
sponsored by
It's
Chick-fil-A.
a strange style
I don't
that
think they are
NRG
anymore.
bringing. That defense setup as well. I do think it's the first time I've seen
Also, another fun fact. When I was on MIBR, we were sponsored by
They
Tinder.
relied on the B&A aggression and trying to take the fight to them.
So basically,
a
one of
really
the perks of
fun
the
team to
sponsorship is
watch.
that if I ever
I'm
swiped
excited to
right
see
on a
more
girl,
from
it would
NRG here
automatically put me in her DMs.
in this tournament. But
They,
we
like,
might not
admin
get
my
to see a
account.
lot more in this map because they're running away with this.
This is why
Why we bring
I'm
up Chick-fil-A? We were talking about
always
earlier.
quite a fan of. It's Boo to take the hit for little brother.
And where they
Always
at?
go-
They
always
still
go
didn't
give things
respond,
up,
but I was
right?
in their
When
DMs.
you're the older brother, but he's given over.
It was pretty cool.
That outlaw in the hope that Mini Boo can do as much damage as possible for those pistols, and he's already caught the tag onto Scuba, who's going to have to be that little bit more careful. For the rest,
That's my hero right there.
defense, just trying to poke and prod, see if they can get any additional information. Of course, for Benji, his
You're in her
role
DMs.
is
She
gonna be
doesn't
very
know who I
different
am.
from
We are
normal.
not the
Of course,
same.
he would always be lurking, but now he has
Wait,
to
is this a
actively
bonus?
hold.
No,
He
this
doesn't
is
have the utility to do it
NRG
for him
one
as he would on
pistol.
the likes of a Killjoy.
Hero Outlaw.
Oh, well, this is one of the weirdest battles you're probably ever going to see in round number 2. It's a shot versus an outlaw. And hey, you know there's only 2 shots in an outlaw. The second those goes, it gets troublesome. And the judge...
Nah,
wants
NRG are
something again.
farming them. I'm not going to lie to
That
you.
third one, Benji Fishy on the lurk of a lifetime. Unfortunately, the spike never went down. So he needs to die.
You're in her DMs. I'm in her walls.
10 seconds left.
So we just running into them, giving another orb. They're actually backing off a little bit, but eventually he will be granted the sweet relief of death. Double digits for NRG, locked in, 4 players alive as well. This is a solid start to the half, and what could be a quick conclusion to this best of 1. It was Yumpy predicting a 13-3, 13-4.
Oh my god. I was going to type some shit out to
Team
stop
Heretics.
myself. Alright, I'm ordering food. I've had
well,
enough.
They're certainly trailing.
Well, he expected them to get 7 rounds over 2 maps.
I don't know what to
and
get.
They've got
I
10
give up.
rounds in 1. So,
I'll starve.
yeah, we're not bringing him back for predictions. Unless maybe on a BBL game. I don't know if he would have predicted the OTs, but I'm sure he would have believed that they would win. For now, though,
Dude, I ordered
well,
some
we've
chicken
said
shawarma
already,
yesterday
this
from
is
a
must
different
win.
place.
You're
It
coming
was
in
the
with a buy
best
up
thing I've
against the
ever had in
bonus.
my life.
The buys don't even look that
I don't
far
care.
apart.
Mediterranean
That's the
food is the
worrying
best
thing.
cuisine. I don't care,
Because of
dude.
the investment of
Or
the
maybe
last
not the
round,
best, but
has
it's got to
go
be
for a
top 3,
stinger.
bro.
Mini Boo's only on the
Mediterranean
Guardian,
has
so
to be
you look
top
at the other
3.
side,
Like, it has to be, dude.
it's really not that bad. In fact, they
Like,
probably
can we like? I feel like it's underrated at this point.
Everybody on the defense
I feel like it has to be underrated. We don't get talked about. How are we not in the conversations?
Looks like Team Heretics are still looking for options on where to take this. Pressure applied to B, trying to drag rotations. It's
Tarik
pressure on
talking to
Mata.
a girl
It's gonna
has
be
me
point of
dying.
contact,
You look
landing the
cute.
first.
No?
Blast pack thrown deep as he bails on out. And a good reset
Well, I wanna make
here
sure
with
we're on the
Viper
same
Wall,
page.
providing them a safe haven.
You look
a
good
safe
today,
way
no?
To get back to this A site. No real space
I wanna make sure we're on
for
the
Team
same
Heretics.
page.
Granted, movement towards C would be tripping the wall. Still utility holding off that
Oh
B
my
push alongside the flash that Vice has down with the Thorns. And there's only 35 seconds left with no real ground taken. Someone's got to make a move.
Are you asking her or telling her? And that's the beauty of it. I'm doing both.
Left.
The wall has been
I'm
tripped,
telling her
but
and I'm asking her.
there's a man sitting on the other side. So someone's going, yeah, you've always been tripped, but there's
By the
more
way, this
here.
is
They are
first
definitely going in the other direction. They can look
bonus
to
for
try and stack up the other
NRG.
side of the map. Alert coming through from
4v4.
that A side, but they will now get in at least to try and get that plant, or at least they should. Eventually, you're going to see Woot make that move. They do have to be careful of those same spams, but he's just about been able to avoid them, and Boo is trying to desperately defend from the 3 players coming through that B link.
Well, this is a round that Heretics need to win. A loss here should be NRG running away with the end of this. That's a huge reveal!
My
a double on the
God.
back of it. Benji Fishy forced back by the Vice Flash. It wasn't destroyed earlier somehow, but he's able to destroy the first player.
Oh my God, NRG are so fucking back.
Still drawing breath.
They're literally.
Deal with
I thought
those
they were gonna
last
get shit
players.
on, but they're
And with the
owning
defuse
them.
across the line, with 3 players left
He
alive
eyed the
for NRG.
smoke.
This
He eyed
looks
the
like
smoke.
the beginning of the end for Team
That eye
Heretics.
from Ethan was
He
huge.
even got a smile out of Ethan. I'm sure, probably feeling a decent amount of pressure. Obviously, a very experienced
Heretics
player.
roster change
For
incoming?
someone who's been around such a long
They've
time,
been together
and still
for a
has
while, but they're
seemingly
really good
quite a
though.
while to go left in
I
his
think
career.
that personally, I think it would be a mistake to make a
That
roster
was just
change.
such a sick piece of utility.
I
And it
don't
always
think
makes you
they're playing
back
as
to,
well
like,
as they
when you
could
play
be,
more aggressive
but I
roles,
don't
like
think they
playing
should
the likes
roster
of
change.
a Yoru or something like that. It was still all about like the placement of that utility, the pot flashes, everything he used to do on previous rosters. This time it is purely about that reveal. Like that, if that reveal doesn't.
Can you get me
connect
advice
onto
to
anybody,
finally get a girlfriend?
That retakes 10 times harder.
Look, dude, talking to girls is hard. You have a better chance of getting rich. Just work on getting your money up, bro.
When it had already popped in that same position earlier on, you have to look at that as a disappointment from them that they made mistakes here and got punished for it. Nice little lineup, cross map orb being thrown. But for Team Heretics, they're left with pistols.
The girls in the chat are like facts. The girls in the chat are like facts.
Field day spraying through that A wall. For Heretics, hope is not something that's easy to come by in a round like this. If Mata goes out here, it could be an overextension, but Showstopper...
What the fuck the Rocket doing?
Anyone. That player was up on mound, and now Mata's
Oh.
isolated in the corner. They're popping a lot of utility. It's an easy pick.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
the thing is, there is a response. Ethan's done well. Brock's
2v3.
alongside to eventually give the
And it's 1v3.
advantage back. And a sneaky spot from Benji. He's gonna get
Yo,
caught.
can
Those
we
lurks
meet girl
haven't
on
had the
this
impact
chat?
he was hoping for.
The way you asked, not you.
Babu,
You seem creepy, I'm not gonna
talk about a
lie.
save here, but
That was hard to pull off over
11 and
text.
4 down. There hasn't really been any signs of life into this second half.
No, others maybe.
The worst thing is when they originally went through this, they didn't actually trigger the wall, so they're immediately going to know that he's at least close to this angle. He's going to try and use it to his own
Wait,
advantage.
Foon?
I like the little bit of parkour, but this is the thing that I've said so much about NRG throughout this match so far is they're so controlled, they're so patient. And I wanted to give the same credit to Mata. Like, Mata throughout this game so far has taken those early battles, but it's not like, you go back to the previous match we casted of Levin. Levin was constantly doubling down and just continuing to push, and the team just accepted the fact that he's going to die, but he might take 3 with him. That's not the case with NRG. They're very happy to just, okay, we have an advantage. We don't need to overface. We can sit back, and it doesn't matter who it is on the team. Everybody is on the same line.
Yeah, it has been a treat to watch this squad playing Valorant here on our stage. 12-4, 8 rounds in a row needed, and I stress that this was probably the heavier underdog in these matchups. What a resurgence from that stage previously played out in Americas. This squad's come back fighting.
It's over? What a waste of fucking time.
Doing a damn good
This
job
fucking
with
sucks,
Boo
dude.
left alone.
I like watching the old
reposition,
NRG, I'll
but
fucking
now
say
the
it.
spike down,
That shit was
and he's
more
gonna have to fight
entertaining.
his way back towards getting it. Being held
Old
by
NRG was
Scuba,
way more entertaining to
being
watch.
flanked out by Brock as well. And no idea where these players have gotten to. The jump found by Scuba, his 3rd of the round, and a solid showing here by NRG today. We have had nothing but OTs on the A stream. That is the most dominant game we've seen so far by a long shot.
But that's the thing. We talked about Billy almost managing to beat PRX.
GG, I guess.
That second game coming through where BBL had.
Nah, the TSPMO ICL. I don't know. That's the way I describe the series. I'm over it.
Abo's done a lot in this round. And a final roll
I'm
of
getting my
damage to
title.
clean up. As Crazy Guy essentially out of util here. If he kept a couple of flashes, he just can't even really get past the barrier mesh.
Yeah, this will end up being a 8-4 half shortly, and Crazy Guy took as much down as he could, but hey, not too bad after how Tech started.
Massive round, actually, considering that Tech didn't really have that much to play through in terms of money-wise. Had a couple of ultimates there, way more important.
Where is
ultimates on the
TEC
opposite
from?
RRQ.
Titan
The
Esports
first
Club
pick
is
into Jemkin,
Chinese
and Abo
team, and
just
if they're not, I'm
pushing to
canceled.
cleaning up a couple more. Even the last 2 players on an island,
They are.
particularly Crazy Guy, who's been playing really well so far in that opening half, with nothing left to do. But
The only Titan I know is the French Titan. So I don't know who these guys are.
Still a strong finish, but you'll say it's a bit of a recovery
I don't
as
think
well
I've seen
on
these
the
guys
Titan
play.
side, considering how poor things
I know
were
How
looking at the
Dong, though.
start, how shaky those rounds were, how little money they had overall. And that, if I got that correctly as well, I do believe Abo ends up as maybe the most impactful play in that first half. For the
How
side of
Dong,
Titan.
why Dong?
At least
When
that
Dong?
Annihilation being able to catch Jemkin, deny that op from wherever the
Da
heck
Dong.
Jemkin was trying to rewind to. So this is the part where I thought he was going to go further back. And
He can't because he set his refrag position in that one and done. So yeah, he's going to be able to refrag back to the corner, but you can't get out of that situation. So it's just a
Dude,
super
yeah,
easy
there's a
annihilation.
collector
They don't
giving
even really you could have even considered
them
that didn't need the
60K
annihilation,
in
but it's a guarantee
cases?
at that point. There's nobody close
you
enough
fucking
to
kidding
even
me?
break Jimkin out. So that's a guaranteed kill no matter what.
hey, we'll see the beauty of the deadlock on defense where it'll shine a
Should I
lot
be
more.
happy for them? I'm
He's already on
fuming.
14-9 considering the scoreline of the rest of his team. So Abo really has been putting
250K
in the work.
total.
And that was, as you said, offensive deadlock. Now we get to see
Join
on the
them? They
defensive
don't know
side, which
me.
I would imagine
They're like big
this is where he would
streamers
really
and
like to
shit. They don't
shine.
fucking know me.
But as we kind of talked about on the desk as well, I do think compared to the Cypher, you're going to end up leaving a lot more
He's giving
gaps
4 people
on the map
60K
than
each.
you'd be
How can
comfortable
I
with.
be
It's
one
gonna
of
be
these 4?
a bigger game for Lucas and Coco to step up information-wise to cover those gaps.
And these are just sort of newer players. Coco joined in March, and Lucas was
I linked
a
your clip in
rookie, and
Oni's
he's a
chat,
new
and he
IGL,
watched it and
which
called you
only had
funny
one stage. A
yesterday.
lot of
He
teams
knows
have had
you.
their IGL for
Are you
quite a
fucking
while, so
stupid,
Tech still
JNM? I
has
need to
some
speak to
catching
you
up
off
do
stream.
in terms of just building off of their chemistry.
As they spot the smoke in mid. They're getting ready to receive this one. It's How Dong ready to go. Yeah, he knows about this right now.
No,
He gets blinded himself. It's
I'm
a good
sorry. That
paranoia, but the
that
prowess
was,
just
that
as
was a
good.
joke, but it was funny. I laugh at myself. W publicity? No, actually W mans. Wait, which clip? Are you talking about the fake react?
Down and guarding it is T-Virus, but all 3 are looking towards mid. They're just going to let the... I mean, it got smoked off, so...
Wait, can you link to him reacting to it so I can react to his reaction?
Tech's own barrier is going to limit them.
Yeah, I know. This is the unfortunate situation where the barrier's gone. As the fight breaks out, Crazy Guy once more. Look at that.
The audio of the stream is too low.
To bring this into a 2 versus 1, Lucas has got no HP to play through.
It's such a great smoke from RRQ to make the most out of a situation just to get the spike back.
What is
and
happening over here?
get things going again. This will be RRQ's second pistol, unless Lucas
What's
pulls
going
off
on
something
this stream?
beautiful. But with 12 HP, if he's even looking through the camera.
Experience facing the wrong way. This is actually a doable situation. Lucas needs to play this one very patiently, but no, he's...
If I speak, I'm in big trouble. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Patiently try and see if you can find Jemkin as well, but Jemkin was far enough away that even if you do get the kill onto Xfero, you're thinking Jemkin with the HP advantage should be able to clean that one up. But you know, RRQ cleaning.
I don't give a fuck what you said. He makes my whip look good.
Convincing pistol
Take it out.
because now Titan.
They've just got taken out.
He makes my whip look good. I fucking hit him.
You lose anti-eco. You got RRQ on 10. You got a gap of 6. The comeback and this BO1 is starting to not look that good.
And maybe the nerves hitting Lucas a bit. He did just turn 18.
How'd you bring that up so quick? I have a bookmark. Don't ask me why.
Players flexing from Sentinels to Initiators and even Neon, like almost anything and everything. And how we were kind of wondering how Titan were going to use him going forward. And I think with more experience, Lucas will lock in. I like the patience around trying to find that second player, but man, that Cypher is swifty.
I don't think he was going to win the round, but there's a little bit more embarrassing for him just to miss that first shot. You see that replay again, caught in 4K, unfortunately.
There's that one way that RRQ are watching through, and it's Cushy, the Prowler, that'll identify those two close by, and he's gonna...
Any thoughts on Heretics' monumental fall off this year? They looked so good last year. I don't fucking know.
And of course, you can always
I'm trying to diagnose Sentinel, so I can't think about Heretics.
Jet and just suppressing through the market side, hearing some noise through this top, but also RRQ want to cover all their bases.
Well, Jet doesn't refract, and Jemkin was ready to go back in a moment's notice.
Wait, the face cams are wrong?
There, but
I was going to say.
It will just be a very easy plant in this anti-eco, and
actually, I can't. I
preferred to have had a bit more action on the A side to clean up some numbers, maybe get a couple of upgrades. Just not going to be the case now. They will at least have a potential 4-man push through on the Boba side.
Just delayed.
Yeah, he still had a lot of utility on the post plant there for Cushy to get that info off of Market, which Tech were able to flood through all the way through the back of sight. And RRQ just know where the rest are coming from, especially with Xfero and Market. So Tech, this seems very unwinnable, and RRQ are very happy with taking the anti-eco, almost bringing every weapon to the next.
Yep. Xfero not even going to give away his own life. Easy as you like it, RRQ walk away. Hands clean.
From Ausland. Kappa Klaus, that was, I actually like Ausland. What is this?
He's playing. I can't even listen. I can't even listen.
Huh?
This guy's getting up out of his chair, bro. How many cases did he open to get this, bro?
Hey, how many knives am I seeing unboxed?
I'll be on tables tonight. Absolutely, Tom. I can't wait to see you, buddy. I genuinely can't wait to see you.
Yo, I'm seeing like 1 million knives unboxed.
Tommy's here with 10 gifted. What'd you shoot today? 5 under?
LMFAO. Tarik trolling nature and acting like... Oh! No fucking way! Oh!
Wait, did you can see that I fucking... Oh my god, the clip shows me fucking opening it. Oh shit.
Last one.
I cooked that shit.
Actually, WRP.
Ain't no fucking way, bro. Holy fuck.
No.
On my 3rd case of the day?
Bro, actually WRP. Not bad, Tarik, not bad. What else?
A couple shots instantly refract. At least he didn't die straight away, but good that Titan will be able to finally get their gun round underway. Can they get a couple rounds from here, though? Because, you know, we've seen them take a gun round that first half, but just
only fucks with me. Like I say, I made it.
Coco and Lucas are just following each other a lot. I'd like to see Tech spread themselves thin a bit more and getting more options.
Maybe he'll send me 5K worth of cases.
T-Virus just taking advantage and going for a big play, which is what Tech desperately need.
Wake up,
and RRQ are going to take advantage of that and go towards A.
A was completely abandoned. You see Titan, they want to make a big play in towards mid. They were rewarded for that with Xfero down. But that's only going to be the Lurker gone. Speaking of Lurkers, Crazy Guy's going to be very far off the site for the time being.
Still a Prowler for Cushy if he wanted to get that information, but Tech tried to Prowler in. They know shots are close. RRQ are watching it, and Monyet just going to back away after getting blinded and just reestablish the smokes to allow Jemkin to push through if he really wanted to, but it's Tech. The ball's in their court. They have a fault line. Coco is going to throw it out. T-Virus leads the charge, gets a ping on the other side of the box, but he's basically going in blind. At least Abo begins that opening frag.
That was terrible.
Once you discover
I'll say it. That was
your
terrible.
vision fades to black, and it's just Howdong in a 1 versus 3.
Everyone died.
Spike's about to go off, and RRQ inch closer to the finish line.
No time at all. It'll be save on towards the rifle. RQ find their 11. And Jemkin is, okay, a couple of members are going to go down spike there. It's all good, just resetting those guns. But Jemkin just completely infallible in his position on site. 2 away now for RQ, as expected to walk through with this win at the BO1, but maybe just hoping for a bit more coming through from this Titan side. Look at Jemkin, just unbelievable in that corner.
Oh, they're having a blast. You love to see that in your very first map too, to just take it as convincingly as RRQ are 2 rounds away.
This is APAC versus China.
The newer, younger players from TAC. I think after this map, we'll be able to shake off some of those jitters, and you'll be playing your next match tomorrow. So there's a lot to think about, a lot to talk about. While now this deadlock from Apple has to hold it down in a one-and-done position, and RRQ about to discover that once the shots go out. I'm not seeing Apple want to go for that swing. RRQ have to know something is up. Now you got the net, and Apple reveals himself. At least he goes 1 for 1.
Yeah, the nades traded for nades here. A little bit of support coming through from Mark, but Haldong needs to do more. He's smoked out, unfortunately. He only dropped the 1-way. Might have been better if just drop a full smoke on top of the barrier mesh if they were considering how under pressure they really were.
Wow, what a good ult.
Just drown out those corners that this
what a good
Neon
teamwork.
wants to get through, and you have Jemkin activating the ult, so I don't know if Tech really want to dance against this
Jemkin's actually
one of the
insane,
best
bro,
in the
huh?
world, and T-Virus and Coco is all they have left. 2 ults, but not wanting to
I'm not sold on this Luke guy. I don't know him that well, but from what I've seen, I'm not sold.
Final play alive. That one got dangerous. Coco could have made it interesting
Cursor?
for Titan survival in this series. And I do say series because we only got the 1 map here, and RQ find themselves at match point now. Cushy Nightfall available. And Titan have had a couple of rounds where things started to get really spicy towards the end in terms of how few members are alive. Abo starts with a 1 for 1.
No, Ronaldo's the global ambassador of EWC. I saw that.
And Tech did their best to try and hold on, but right now, I don't know if they can do that for much longer. It's just Stingers abroad. A couple of ultimates are close. They're really going to need to fight for orbs and fight for early kills. We have to farm those last couple ults in.
I like that Tech are at least splitting up Coco and Lucas now. They're not just both stacked at the A site, knowing that RRQ have been hitting the weaker site, and Coco and Lucas have a lot of responsibility as the initiators to try and limit the speed of RRQ, to try and make Jemkin look weaker, and the barriers of sonic sensors are limiting the path of RRQ.
Who's playing next?
100 corridor, and awaiting them on the other side could be this fade, especially Lucas, 1 away from the Nightfall, but it is the offensive Nightfall.
We're gonna watch that instead of Gen G EDG.
Do free Jemkin. Tagger really just delaying these with these ultimates, and Lucas is
cut off
going from a flank. Actually, he does manage to squeeze through a Nightfall.
When are SEN playing? Tomorrow.
In that hallway, safe for now, but leaving Yet on an island, and he is stunned. He tries to teleport out, but there is no saving that Omen. So RRQ have been humbled for the moment, as T-Virus hoping to activate for one of the final times for Tech. They have a lot of rounds to catch up on.
I mean, massive for Luke there. He wins a 1v1, which gets him the Nightfall. That entirely slows down RRQ, and now 30 seconds left to go. They've gone quiet, but no footsteps being heard.
Tarik never really played dollars. Now a decent time to get into the game.
They haven't heard any movement from RRQ to suggest otherwise. So as long as they can hold these positions, you have Coco as well, 1 away from his own ultimate.
Yeah, why not?
Thunder. And in a good spot to maybe get that kill, unless he is fault lined out.
Tech, I mean, came in with Stingers and they did their best to play at short range. And this is Tech extending their lives even more. Crazy guy about to fall. And it's 12-6. This Tech will just not go down, but still amazing for them to take that round with a lot of Stingers coming in.
Yeah, Luke with a bit of support from Haldong ends up just living on site by himself for the most part. Coco being fault lined out as the entire
Luke Herman talking shit.
As they almost lost control of side, but really to me, again, Lucas holding on so strong, taking control of the A main side, finding the Nightfall, slowing everything down in terms of movement into belt. And you do have to consider as well, the setup from the deadlock is built to shove players in towards belt, considering elbow rather, considering that entire A main side, you just have
fucking AI camera,
the barrier meshes, the sensors in there. And RQ didn't want any business there. Got stuck in elbow for way too long. Annihilation, they at least broke Jemkin out, but that was about the only thing RQ found success in that round.
Just a hero rifle for Jemkin, but Tech could use any round they can get, and after just breaking down that barrier, Tech, their attention is summoned. Yeah. They got presence in market within the site, and Coco can ready to unleash that rolling thunder at a moment's notice, but only when you truly sense you're going to maximize value, and RRQ are not just going to escape through B main.
There's just too many Titan players here. I don't know if RRQ really realizes this. They're trying to reclear mid even now.
I think I'm hungry. I mean, I'm definitely sleepy as well. I'm definitely sleepy, but I need to get food.
Potentially good info
I should order something while this match is like over. I'm gonna look for something to order.
Really have mid at this stage. You can start to see
I just don't order at this time, so I don't know these places. Wait, this is a good place to order from.
There it comes.
I'm gonna do this.
Xfero could use a neural theft. He could access to those corpses, and he's in mid, but he needs to pay attention to the top mid side. So RRQ are just gonna fall back. They don't want to be exposed. They are gonna have Manya just teleport to a safer position.
He'll commit. Yeah, they're ready to group together now over towards Elbow. I do want to say that Rolling Thunder probably came through slightly too slow. T-Virus, Luke, and Haldong needed to be able to play off.
Chat, what's the strat for me? Do I try to stay up?
Like
how long? When should I go to sleep?
The ultimate coming in.
They're winning the eco.
By the way, 1v1 over towards top mid could be deciding as well. Goes crazy. Guys, wait.
Oh, RRQ, could they win it here after having a lot of pistols coming in? It's the Aftershock forcing tech back. Lucas just trying to force
go to sleep at noon,
and Lucas is
and then what? Wake up at like 8 p.m.
He's got Coco by his side. These are two initiators that needed to pop off here and now to save tech, and it's a 1v1 as Monyet swings first. Lucas is out in front, and now is just going to concede that because Lucas. Time is not on his side.
Lucas, what are you doing, sweetheart? You have 3 bullets, man.
And he's not even going to tap
you are
the smoke.
playing
He's
this
going to use
not well.
Manyet's smoke against him.
Oh my
and Manyet's going to trade positions and swing around the Rosie, but Lucas is not going to.
He waved at him during the clutch. He waved at him during the clutch. They didn't even show us the fucking round. What the fuck happened? This guy started waving at him during the clutch. We didn't even see what happened.
Classic in hand. Might have even picked up a gun at the end there. There was a Guardian dropped.
Damn,
as a 1v1 fades away, RQ. I think we expected them to win. They did win. Maybe just wanted to see a bit more come through from Titans. They are probably
my title, 100 Thieves Fnatic.
The biggest underdogs at EWC this year. Finding a bit of momentum through the qualifier, taking down Billy, taking down Wolves, coming second to EDG after shifting their roster a little bit. RB gone.
Oh, they're going to play on the B stream?
But despite that momentum, going up against Pacific's best in RRQ, it's just not enough from Titan.
Just the wave, the giggles.
So I should go to sleep at noon, so I have to stay up for 6 more hours?
Already at the start, it is incredible to see. Just also cooking with their compositions, bringing out the Waylay was really fun to see. They got a lot more impact with their ultimates, just having more information, like the Rolling Thunders and Nightfall was all precise. And you know, you take down Titan Esports, and that's fine, but how far can RRQ get? Are they expected to make it out of their group? With how well they performed today, I would say, yeah.
Titan Esports in towards the lower bracket. They will be up against Heretics, who lost
I'm ordering
NRG, which
breakfast.
I'm sure we'll talk about
and
that
it looks
a little bit
so
more
good.
When we get Pilsky
I don't want
back
to say
in,
what until it's here.
Man, that is quite the
but
result as well, considering NRG didn't even
this
make
might
it
have
to
changed
Toronto.
my day.
A team
this
that
might have changed the
has had
trajectory
their
of my
own
day.
Roster shuffle situations with Finesse out, Scuba in,
I didn't even know this
Ethan
place
on
existed
IGL
here.
now. Heretics, who a team that has always performed well domestically in Europe, but even beyond that, seeing second place at Champions.
Do a power nap in between games?
Speaking of,
how do I do that?
You are napping wrong, because apparently there's a way to supercharge your naps and get twice the benefits in half the time. That's according to this retired Navy SEAL anyway, and it's all just with one simple modification. So I decided to try it out for 7 days. On day 1, I couldn't even fall asleep, but after trying it again and again, by day 5, this happened. I fell asleep, and I think I actually feel refreshed. So here's the secret modification. Set a timer for just 8 minutes, and instead of napping like this, find something like a couch and elevate your legs. The only science I could find is that it apparently promotes better blood flow to your upper body and brain. But after feeling good again on day 6 and 7, I'm at least half convinced that
needed to adjust as well. So I feel like we're just trying to adjust better.
What if I don't wake up?
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you a little bit about that and expectations coming into this event. You know, we've seen you guys in Pacific for a long time, maybe not necessarily making the leap until recently winning all of Pacific. How are you guys feeling after playing your way through Toronto, maybe taking some lessons? Are you feeling more confident on the international stage here in Riyadh?
Yeah, we're here to gain a lot of experience. That's the main goal, and the best way to gain experience is to go far in this tournament. So we're just really enjoying playing on stage and just getting those notches under our belt, really.
Yeah, I saw Monya right at the end there waving as he was clutching with the classic in elbow. What's it like to have his energy? Like, surely he's just getting the boys all laughing. He's always having a good time in the player cams.
No, he's always good fun. Actually, after the first round, after the pistol, he went for the fist bump with Jemkin, and Jemkin after was like, yo, bro, you need to chill. It's too hard, man. He actually punched him.
It's getting too excited. All right, well, what are your expectations for the rest of the group then? You got your best of one win out of the way against Titan, but I don't think a lot of people had huge expectations for Titan outside of maybe just a Chinese team that could potentially upset, as Chinese teams often do at some of these international events. What are you guys looking forward to next?
We'll just take whoever comes. I don't think there's any of the groups that are easy, so and same for our group. We just want to play.
All right, thank you so much, Ewok. Good luck in your next game, and we're going to throw it back up to the desk and go through some of the highlights of the match.
Thanks so much, Pilski. Great to hear the great vibes from RRQ. Like just the waving, the giggling, the good vibes. I know it's hot here, but man, Valorant is just heating up, especially with the Waylay. Of course, you saw the weaknesses out of the deadlock on the other side, but in a best of one, it's do or die.
Yeah, I think taking some risks here in a BO1, but I think RRQ also just understand they have the confidence.
Wait, can you run ads like 30? I didn't run any ads.
Even though
do as many as you can.
They're happy to take that risk. They're happy to thrive.
If someone turns the music on, fuck.
Up into Jemkin's hands on that Waylay, and for the rest of the team to have the trust that, okay, Deadlock's going to be on the other side, not going to be a problem. Abo played
you guys can't even see my head.
At least in terms of the scoreline, in terms of the impact that we saw. But yeah, I think Titan, we knew that we're going to struggle into this one. We just wanted to see, are they going to be able to bring us a little bit of action, give us a little bit of confidence in their journey? And so far between Shilai and Titan Esports, there's 2 Chinese teams out of 2 that just haven't looked good today.
Yeah, I was hoping we might see some best of one upsets potentially spice up the tournament. We've seen some spicy games.
Josh had to move. So I should sleep upside down, right? Oh shit. Alright. So for 8 minutes. Stop that noise? Oh, it's what do you mean stop the noise? It's to sleep. I'm gonna close my eyes. I'm setting a timer for 9 minutes. I'm guessing it'll take me 1 minute to fall asleep. I'll see you guys in 9 minutes. 9 minutes, 30 seconds. Bye. Wait, I can't hear shit in this headset though. I'll put the headset over here. Wait, no, I need the headset to sleep. I'll put 1 ear off. I got 1 ear off. Alright, everyone go to sleep for 8 minutes. Oh shit, I can hear my phone. Everyone go to sleep for 8 minutes. See you in 9 minutes. I was fucking with you. I didn't fall asleep. I couldn't fall asleep. I'm just fucking with y'all. I'm just fucking with y'all.
Down to that lower bracket because
I couldn't fall asleep, bro. I couldn't fall asleep.
Very unique team because they have a very, very slow defensive play style that to be able to force your opponent to play at your
Did you guys think I actually knocked out
though? It really ruins a lot of game plans from a lot of teams from different regions, maybe even Pacific, that like to play so fast. Yeah. So Fnatic really know how to pre-
Shit. Oh my god. Dude, fuck. Nah, I couldn't fall asleep. The nap was not happening. That was good. That was good. What is that emo? 10 years later. That's actually a good one. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Gen G versus EDG started? All right, let's pull it up while we wait.
For Gen G to tool around with.
Anonymous with 20 gifted. Thank you.
Retake, you can play aggressive.
Anonymous enjoyed it.
A lot to consider for EDG. As you can see, they're pumping the brakes a little bit off the rip. Looking to see if maybe there'd be some kind of setup for the Hunter's Fury.
All right, we'll watch this until the other game starts.
Gen G may be anticipating this is going to
I'll
be
keep it on my second
B-side
monitor.
strategy setup coming through for a thrifty attempt, but for now at least, EDG.
I left Shanks for you, Tarik. He wants Riot to cancel you.
Could be reinforced a little bit. Drone on the check.
He wants Riot to cancel me. Is fucking crazy,
well, if you see
dude.
Smog, you see Kong, you should have a pretty good idea
Let me turn my
where that
lights
spike
back
is
on.
going to look to end up.
Just need Texture to win this battle against Chichu. That should open up the map for you.
Does connect. Doesn't find the kill, however. Puts him down to 21. That does force Chichu back away. In the meantime, everybody else rewrapping through screens. Himself situated here for the attack. Paranoia across. But
Trust me, I ain't falling asleep, bro. I just ordered
barely
food.
behind. That little pillar keeps himself safe, and now you have the timing on the lockdown.
I appreciate the 20 gifted Anonymous.
Flushing them right back out.
He might be under pressure through mid.
Area's clear.
Gonna take a peek.
Spots out one, sees the other.
Gen G versus
Very easily call the
EDG.
rotation here.
Wait, HFMI is on EDG now.
With that outlaw in position. Playing the close angle, waiting for somebody to
For
just come
Simon,
poking
right?
out of this poison orb. 17 seconds remaining. EDG gonna have to get the go. Happening here is, okay, Texture doesn't narrowly manage to find that final shot on the Chichu. Plan, however, maybe just opened up enough to be able to come through. CJC trying to scale forward here onto the corner, but yeah, they will eventually just get mowed down. Foxy9 trying to fast track that next lockdown. And Gen G will continue on their merry way.
That really well handled overall. Just kind of working the map, taking that space where they could. Making sure they're not giving up anything too easily. Again, Ash, good movement to avoid any serious damage. Extra good for one. They're just being really patient. Just great reads on the map the whole way. Loved it again from Foxy9.
I'm not watching this game. I'm watching 100 Thieves. I'm just waiting for it to start.
After his lockdown, just watched. Didn't try to go for anything greedy.
They're still
Knew he might
setting
be
up.
going up against Sheriffs. And wisely just played for a hold of B just to keep them from even being able to plant the spike. So timeout called. And it is going to be EDG popping the first one of the match.
Likely very happy with how things had started, but know how momentum
Wait, so during that nap, are you actually supposed to fall asleep for it to work? The power nap? Right? You probably have to actually fall asleep.
Get ready to go into the next buy round here to
so it
try to
didn't
recover
work.
this half. Because if we've learned anything from watching Icebox, it's attacker-sided.
Yeah, a bit. Just a bit. Usually. Sometimes I question it, depending on what teams are playing, but yeah, for sure here.
There's a couple anomalies.
There's a few out there, but this definitely seems like it should be attacker-sided, so...
I think that means you actually fall asleep. Who knows, though? That's what I'm saying. Who knows?
You know Texture's going to be getting into
That's
that
literally what I'm
operator,
saying, bro.
and you don't want him to just shut the map out, because he is fully capable of doing that by himself with an operator when he is fully engaged. Just a matter of EDG if they can find those moments, find those picks. Looking to set up for a B crunch seemingly early if they can get away with it. You know, you're tucking Kong in there. Using that Viper smoke.
Don't miss walkouts. There's no walkouts. They're on the B stage.
Foxy going to be scaling forward, anticipating somebody to go on that push through the poison orb, but all of EDG getting clustered. Some pings coming
Bro,
down.
you slept for 3 hours. I go to a 10-hour job with that sleep. You should stream for 10 hours.
CJC outside of A.
We haven't seen any peeking from Texture.
Yeah, but I
over
also
here
have
at
to
B,
carry
so
around my
this is
massive
why
fucking
EDG
balls,
is feeling
which
really
makes it way
confident to
harder
just
for me
try
to
to
stream
brute
that
force their
long.
way through.
My back starts to fucking hurt when I'm sitting.
Recon going to be sent to fly. Paranoia goes out. Karen catching a glimpse, but does get ping
So
revealed
it's not
here.
the same.
So the Recon gets the hit. He's going to be back over to safety. EDG. They stick around. Might be a cut of the noise here as Foxy 9 similarly going to be forced away in this under 2 position.
Proof? Check your snap.
Lock them now in play, but the Hunter's Fury is there available to try to go ahead and clear this out. Foxy
Simon
9
smiling somewhere.
The readjustment takes down ZJC.
30 seconds left.
So he can just back away. And
Interesting
the lockdown
KJ
right
ult.
there in mid. It's a bit of an awkward one here. Causes some chaos. Doesn't lead to a full evacuation. Kong with 2, but Munchkin trades
Kong
one
with
back.
2 somehow.
Finds a headshot on the nobody, brings it back now into a 3v3.
Fnatic are doing their huddle right now.
Everyone on EDG completely and utterly tagged up. Texture out from mid, able to find Smoggy. Top of Nest. Now it's just about flushing out Kong and Chichu. Got 60 health between
We're
the
gonna
two
watch
of them.
Fnatic.
No util to work with.
100 piece Fnatic.
Double
The
back
map.
yellow positioning. Munchkin finds the first and Texture right through the corner of yellow. We'll get rid of Chichu as well. Timeout call. Not going to be leading to the round win. EDG now down by 2.
And that feels like it's going to be rather painful.
The map is
Gen G
icebox
knows
as
it.
well.
Big smiles across the board for them. Knowing that that was a crucial round for EDG on this map. You know, again, Texture's got the op. You want to take that round, at least take the round away. Maybe you don't get the op itself.
I didn't fall
you know,
asleep,
I
Maestro.
understand the game plan here for EDG. I think
I
it's
couldn't fall
a pretty
asleep.
solid read.
One enemy remaining.
Just a few timings there. Foxy's been really, really solid in his ability
A lot of
to
icebox
catch
today.
players off guard, to find his and not overcommit, not overextend. You know, something that I think he's really improved on this year. Something in the past that he would kind of get greedy. He'd get that 1 kill and he'd get fired up thinking he can get a few more. This year he's been much more disciplined.
Guys, the person delivering my food has a 77% fucking
he might greed for. You can see right here.
satisfaction
Angle,
rate.
but smoke there.
77,
Make it a little bit
dude.
tricky for him to read exactly what's going through. And have to just trust that they're not getting in. And Texture.
Kong.
Yep.
Pulled off the side of the screen by
Like I feel like at that point you're taking a bite of my food and you're putting it back on the plate. Like it's
Getting
obvious.
the ping. Nobody with a nice shot. Does go ahead and take down
77 is
Ash.
diabolical.
It's a further spot out here. Texture needing to respect that. This orb will just be taken. And in the meantime, just lurk forward.
What can you
Over at B.
possibly
Bit of
be
a
doing?
misplace? No, okay. Smoke's good enough to work as a one-way. It's a little too shallow at first, but Foxing out, looking to try
Wait,
to
am
play
I
intercept.
actually fucked? Should I not eat the food that I get based off of that rating?
Peeks in, shots ringing out in his direction.
Wait, am I
Opts
crazy to
back
say
away.
this should be a
This is
premium
exactly what you're
service
talking
where I
about,
can
that
pay
restraint.
for a better, like higher rated driver? Pay more money?
Potentially at risk though.
I would pay more money
managed
for
to
a
get
higher
back in
rated
behind
driver.
yellow.
Seconds left.
No joke.
They are unawares. Paranoia going to be sent, let loose. Connects on the 2 close players. CJC going to be taken down. As Karan still just dancing around.
Is that
yellow.
crazy?
As his teammates go ahead and play off the back of
You know how
his
you get like an
Texture
Uber
with
Black
3K,
as like a better car? What
as
about for the
a cover.
fucking delivery
Gen G
drivers?
Move up 5-2.
Again, it's just phenomenal discipline here from Gen G. So some of the things you saw in the beginning of Masters
Stop putting
Toronto
ideas
with
in
this
their
team,
head.
where they were just all over the place.
So
in terms
entitled
of
and
just reading
spoiled?
their opponents, just making the right moves
Why?
at the
Because I
right
want my
time.
food to show up properly?
Nobody's doing anything
This guy's a
untoward.
77% rating.
Finding
What
their
has he
kills,
done to
finding their
people's
moments.
food
Nice
to
little
get
leg showing
77%?
through the smoke there. A little scandalous, but
It's a
Texture
valid
couldn't
concern.
find the kill anyway. And this is really concerning now for EDG. It has to turn around
77 is
here.
a
You're gonna
passing
be down,
grade?
like,
Not in Turkey.
8-4 maybe.
In some countries, it's not.
Yeah, and having that
77, you get fucking
starting on the attacker
expelled.
Side, certainly going to be brutal. Hunter's Fury, Foxy dodging around it, dives back into the second bump.
Oh
Can he
my
avoid the third?
God.
The answer is yes.
Oh my
And
God.
Kong is strafing into him. Foxy 9. He's just on an absolute
How many
heater at
deliveries?
the moment.
250 deliveries,
Completely stuffing the flame of
77%.
EDG at every twist and turn.
That
And
means
when
like
he is on, he is
30
so
people's
damn
food
good.
were eaten.
Just incredible decision making, incredible aim. What more could you want from a player? You can see why Gen G Swapped back to Foxy9 after a
Dude, it's really fucking bad.
Oh, hold on. Okay, he's okay.
I don't understand why I get the worst fucking guys. My rating is good.
Stay safe for now. Nobody. Looking to try to go ahead and shut down the entry. Finds himself a second, but Munchkin in kind. Responding, finding nobody, and Smoggy. That interrupts the plan. Tap here over the top. It looks like it's going to be
it's starting.
fairly
It's not
late
starting
pivot
yet.
call coming through. Except maybe heard here that jump certainly
23% of the time you get hungry on the
decently
road.
well that there's going to be
Dude,
a player in
no
position
joke. I'm just
in
gonna tell him to
kitchen,
keep the food.
knowing what space they have surrendered and
30
given up.
seconds left.
Chichu not looking to peek his head out.
Texter trying to fake sounds.
I'm gonna just tell him keep the food. I'm gonna reorder.
Trying to see if he can catch him off guard.
Hear the footsteps, the plant getting ready to come through. Yeah, went forward, gets the right click. That should basically be the round done. Chichu needs to try to get the plant, draws out his weapon, but Munchkin will eventually find the shot.
It hasn't started yet. It hasn't started yet. Fnatic
And
hasn't started yet. I'm
continues to
watching.
keep Gen G in a firm lead.
Yeah, some decent decision making here. Chichu
I was
holding
telling
the
him keep the
line.
food. I'm keep the food. I don't want it no more. He's like I was.
It's
He
just
responds. He was like I was
Gen
gonna
G.
anyway. LOL.
So smart, so map aware right now. Macro game working really, really well. Excuse me, nobody on the Sova holding the line there. On the other side of screen.
Okay, but the thing is, most good food places, or not even good, most food places in today's time, they always like staple the bag and like wrap it up pretty well. So if it's fucked with, it's kind of like it would be hard to fuck with it. Unless the motherfucker's got a stapler in his car, he restaples it. I don't know how slick these guys are. But most food places are fucking stapling up your shit pretty well, so it doesn't get tampered with. But the problem is the guys delivering your food, they might be restapling, repackaging in their cars after they take a bite. This guy has 77%. I'm going to go ahead and assume he's taking a bite, not restapling. It'll be obvious, which is a bright side. Because if it's fucked with, I'll know for sure.
Hong Kong just playing on a knife's edge here. Likely knowing that position's going to be
If he restapled, his rating would be higher. I
without
agree.
bringing a tailwind of trying to get access into kitchen. Just playing it patiently, waiting to see if he gets any kind of peaks. As Kauran now scaling forward aggressively, will opt to go ahead and back away. Drone leading the charge. 40 seconds now remaining here. EDG.
What'd you order?
Needing
You'll
to
see
make
when
a
it's here,
decision
dude.
pretty soon. It seems like they
I ordered
decided to
Joe and the
evacuate
juice.
the A site.
Yeah, they've been making a lot of these late round pivots.
I was just surprised to
this
see
time,
that.
Though,
I didn't know we
Gen
had
G
that.
isn't getting the
30
read.
seconds left.
They're kind of thinking maybe this time will be the round that EDG actually commits to that like 40-second hit. That it's going to be Foxy called upon again.
Thing is, I'm gonna be honest, even if it's fucked with, we're gonna gauge how much it's been fucked with. We'll probably still eat it.
Looking for an
So we waited a while for
finds
this.
a headshot. Ash going to be taken down, but Foxy finding another. Nobody now dropped.
Safe.
Spike planted.
Was he on it?
Lockdown respected.
1
They
HP.
back away.
Viper's
Starting
dead.
to get a little bit chaotic, but Chichu going to be taken down. Kauran able to find the headshot. The dash forward, trying to steady the aim. Foxy9 has himself a 3K. Now brings it into the 1v2.
Tough.
Texture gets the alley-oop. Foxy9
The other game hasn't started,
is
chat. I'm
absolutely
watching.
immovable on this B side, on the A side, wherever he's playing.
They're still on the desk.
He has just been so crisp this map so far.
Ridiculous. Just absolutely ridiculous. It's hard to play better than he is right now. He is just taking this map over.
Surely we're staying up to watch NRG. Gonna see how I feel after I eat.
Shuts Munchkin down. Viper's pit. Foxy9 pushes it pretty aggressively.
I'ma try.
quickly to try to see if he can catch Chichu as he's backing away.
It hasn't
towards Yellow,
started.
but it ain't. He gets away, but that gives Foxy9 the ability to kind of figure out that hey, front side is clear. Let's start moving forward.
Toxins going
Mouse.
Now, here's that up, and
Texture a hair off on that shot. Absolutely could and should have had the punish on the Smoggy. Still going to be looking for it, but as he gets pinged out, will opt to back away. No clear on the recon.
for the same play.
Oh
goodness, he's just
No.
too good. It's Kong Kong again.
Yeah, and that's the spot out here on elbow.
It
This way in the
is
corner,
so.
Texture with covering fire. Goes ahead and spares Ash. As peek over the top of Pipes getting ready to come through, and Texture cannot hit that flick, so suddenly going to be a decent spot here for EDG to try to make a go of this. Give themselves a third round win. White lobbed in, Munchkin again flanking. Taking around the back, trying to arrive. It's the plant not yet coming through. This allows for Munchkin to get closer and closer, but eventually he's going to have to make some noise here.
Spike planted.
Question is, does Smoggy drift back into the elbow position? Oh, it certainly does. Gets the spot out. Neither really able to exchange any damage. Smoggy realizing that he's between a rock and a hard place, but it's a swing out comes through. Chiron is not reading G2's
Big round for EDG.
And Smoggy will be able to hound down Munchkin, so EDG, much needed round win.
And it's hard to believe that with the way that round started, EDG is able to come through and get it. And it just looked like Texture was going to clean up the round, but then Smoggy hits a nasty 2K here. Ooh, on to Foxy9. That's nothing wrong with what Foxy9's doing there. That's the right position to be in to play for the trade. Smoggy just too good. Still though,
hey yo, watching Tarik in Australia at 12 a.m. on your bed is fucking fire.
The operator. And had to buy it over to Foxy9, but we're gonna have it for this one. Same play. This time you're gonna use a dart to guarantee Ash get closer to his ult. Keeping pace with DJC. Over on the other side, nobody will claim a Hunter's Fury. Now you're just trying to see what you can do. Kong did grab an op.
What the fuck?
Behind it.
Oh, Recon.
That dart was insane, but not in a good way.
Tailwind across.
Landed in the back of the pillar somehow.
Late lurk. Texture likely about to get caught off guard, but no, as the jump.
Fnatic gonna start soon. We're gonna switch soon, looks like.
Continues to just do
Gang?
wonders
Magic?
here. For Gen G. Push
No.
on the corner. Kong seeing more than enough though. Ends up falling to the wayside. Two players just gun him down. Hunter's Fury sent to no avail. No tags.
Oh my god, he's wiped the sweat off his brow.
No real hope.
Who saw that?
Double facing the opposite side of the smoke.
Smoggy with two.
That kill,
Has
ult.
ult.
Gonna be Smoggy
On
collecting
for the
two.
ace clutch.
Now certainly has his work cut out for him. The pivot back. Texture getting into position in case it's gonna end up being a TP play.
100 D's playing.
Try to play this
They're
one
on
out
stage
here
right now.
on
We're
the
just
B
waiting.
side.
30 seconds left.
I'm watching very closely. We will not miss pistol. Don't worry.
From
Yeah,
behind.
he's looking for that lurk.
So Munchkin's dead.
Well, Texture did do one early. So I'll give it to Smoggy this time.
Either way, scrambling, scooping up these weapons, wanting to find at least one kill, but Ash will then strike from above. Gen G just continuing to put on a world of hurt here against EDG.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure that this operator creates, and you're just trying to find answers as EDG. Can you turn up the tempo? Can you try to go for a later lurk?
Genji came to play.
That, just not
Yeah,
really
I mean
finding
Genji are
much
good.
value. I mean, a couple rounds in a row here where
EDG roster
Smoggy's had some
change. We gotta
pretty
see.
impressive gunplay, but
Okay, my food
Genji still
is
just
now 2 minutes away.
and some of these early maneuvers have got
Oh, I'm so
Kong
scared.
and company frustrated. Double operator. Foxy9 no slouch at all with it either.
Oh my god.
G2 barely escaping. Would have been one of the weapons, one of the rifles, stranded on the floor. TP forward in towards backside, going to be cleared there by Ash. Prevents the cheeky play.
You should run.
Seems like a tech
Bit of a
issue
fake
for Fnatic right
TP
now.
of his own. Hunter's Fury one charge away, so Ash no way to try to clear the
bad, just asking FR. Majestic, man. Last chance. Last chance. You have a different defense, or do you want to take the ban? Like, actually didn't know. He's doubling down. He's tripling down. So how would the same person be on both sides, Majestic, man? Nah, that's fine.
Slipped as the map went on. No, the whole team did, to be fair.
We saw him he played a game in China.
Yeah,
so far.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Secondary debut.
I'm watching the Fnatic game.
First one at a global.
On my second monitor.
For sure.
Well, like it hasn't started yet. I'm saying.
Already.
I'm keeping an eye on it for when it starts.
I mean, Fox is not really missing a beat. Kong in a nice position though, underneath the kitchen window.
Oh no!
Unawares, but
I think this is GG, bro.
Ends up getting taken down. And now we start seeing, okay, some good kills coming through from EDG. Texture and Munchkin both going to end up getting picked apart. Wants Foxy and Ash to try get this pistol over the line. Shots swinging the double face. Ash finding the headshot there on the nobody at range. Smoggy now.
Smoggy 1v2, they're gonna double swing.
Ash to try to clutch this up,
Tough.
but they just double face back in. Ash will take the second kill as well. And there you have it, 10-3. Gen G looking relatively clean here in the pistol.
Yeah, that might just be the nail in the coffin. Kind of curious if EDG is going to
540 mark, the snappy icebox Silva guy. You can see why the arrow was missed on the attack, did not jump on the barrel.
Hello, my name is SnappyX. I'm going to show you best of...
Watching the way that Kong was able to catch Karen off guard, but from there, just things kind of falling apart.
Again,
wait, this guy's actually right.
Moments here where it looks like EDG might be able to fight their way back into the round, but then just Gen G tightens up.
I think he's actually right.
There's going to be a few sheriffs purchased for EDG.
He missed it because he didn't jump on the barrel.
No other buy-ups to speak of. We're just going to try to
we'll check the clip of the gameplay, but I'm pretty sure he's right.
Find a 9-3 of their own, or even better. I mean, they'd have to run a lot in a row if they lose this. But...
Oh, yeah. Be a monstrous comeback. Has been done before. Ash nearly caught there with util in hand.
You're kind of getting smoked.
Just go ahead and just massacre them here on the B side.
The Guardian God doing it again.
Plant to come in for free off the back of that. Karen clearing out the turret.
Y'all seeing nerds and watching a Valorant stream right now? Ironic.
That is just going to be nobody dead as soon as he exits the smoke. No one's going to go pushing into that one, so Smoggy having to backpedal. And it seems like widely, maybe you try to put the Sheriff to use. Really trusting in the aim to get the headshot. Otherwise, it's going to be a re-wrap through over to Snowman, die to the spike.
Also, liking Valorant, like, being a nerd is, like, cool now.
Okay,
it's hip and shit. 10 years ago,
okay,
being a nerd used to be fucking, like, you know? You were looked down upon. Now everyone and their mother wants to be a fucking nerd. Try and be a fucking nerd. You can't be a fucking nerd. You're not one of us, dude. We don't fucking claim you.
2 rounds away from taking this best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop even 1 round here as EDG, it's at best overtime. So things get pretty dire pretty early. And
what the hell?
They have the wherewithal to kind of get some rounds going, get themselves back into this at the very least, maybe get some momentum for their upcoming matches. Who knows? But man, Foxy already 20 kills here in 14 rounds. Goodness gracious.
Who's still not here?
This is around the time that Gen G would start choking their leads at Masters Toronto. So if you're EDG, I think you're kind of hoping that ends up being the case again. Saw them drop, what, 2-9-3 halves that they had?
I just chose to forget that.
I think they have as well, because right now they're looking very well tooled.
Yeah, it's hard to see a world where EDG is going to be able to come back into this, and, you know, even Kong only a Bulldog because they had to buy up.
My food here.
Chichu.
And jiggles out. Damage not going to be suffered.
Oh my god, he's been here for a while, but he's not doing anything. He might be eating in front of the crib. Imagine I pull up downstairs, he's in his car eating my food. This guy's a savage, bro.
Call end up being EDG looking like they're
going to been here for a while, but the food's not here.
Mid, and this could set up for a bit of an awkward time here for
Wait, imagine
Gen
pulling up to the spot, eating in front.
think he gets a catch, unsure. No, I think they cut through the smoke. No, they had to clear it. So Gen.G should be somewhat aware of this, I think.
Starting to pivot. Question is, are they ready for texture? Well, yeah, eventually the answer is yes. Smoke blooming, high-low setup here into mid, and that's going to be Ash taken down. Spike quickly going to be scooped up, but the weapon has to be left behind.
30 seconds left.
Player advantage still going to be here in the hands of EDG. Foxy getting rid of the tip of the spear there in Kong Kong. This plant comes
Still
in
not
here.
here.
Good playing forward on.
Been arriving now for an awfully long time.
Solid opportunity here for EDG now.
Foxy 9 is full HP.
Through the behemoth that Foxy 9 has been. Slow creep up, spots out the head. Does get a connection there. Count at the same time. They'll find Chichu. Now they know 2 of the 3 players going to be in this position.
Oh my God, he had a chance.
Out into the open, and Smoggy will be able to collect some damage dealt. Some hurt to the economy, but EDG hold on by a thread.
Well, okay.
There's no crowd for the first 2 days.
Got the job done there. Pretty nice consideration through mid. Just kind of reading the situation very nicely with not a ton of information being given over. Just
Fnatic has still not started.
Jump peek from Chichu. Kind of gave them the confidence that they needed.
11-4 Gen.G lead aware.
Setting up for this double stack to try to catch the counter rotation from Gen.G. And so Gen.G was aware they weren't ready for that.
1 enemy remaining.
What map was that on? Was it on Icebox? It was.
Foxy 9
G2 was on
can do
attack.
at that point.
What's that? Or Gen.G on?
It is going to take a long trek to get back
Oh
into
no,
this
EDG's
game.
on defense.
Gen.G going to see if they can just end this best
They
of
can't
one
bring it back from
quickly.
defense.
Foxy has a huge push out.
It's not the same.
Kong Kong already
Gen.G
up in their
was on
nest,
defense.
and he just has to fall
Gen.G
back
was
into
on
spawn
defense.
and wait this out.
It seems like Gen.G are reading this incredibly well.
Yeah.
Huge amount of respect and
Yeah,
space to be
G2
given
were on
over.
attack during the comeback.
Foxy potentially at risk though, as the drone will spot him out. And the flank is getting ready to come through. Paranoia now coming in, but Munchkin's there to try to bail
None
him
of these
out.
Valor
Eventually
kids
will
will
be able to
survive
go ahead and
the
line
Mecha
spray.
Break Welkin 6v6.
Kong Kong now committed position. Some damage dealt, nobody. Be back into main, similarly able to find that elimination. Foxy 9 just dancing backward here, anticipating. He's gonna come through the cloud burst, but still gets to readjust. You see, trying to fight them back. Foxy 9 tagged down to 25.
It's
But
12.
at the same time, while this is all happening, all the rest of EDG is dead and the spike is planted.
He just bought a ton of time. A little help from Munchkin, but again, just tremendous individual efforts from Foxy 9
they still
are
haven't
making
started. Is my
such a
food
huge
here?
difference in these rounds.
And you can't even say that they really won the battle.
Still arriving now?
Kind of stalemated it outside of A, and EDG are certainly losing the war. There's nothing more to be done other than just go for the save. Gen.G get themselves up to match point here. 12-4, EDG need 8 rounds in a row.
Tall task,
I
to say
actually
the
was
least.
eating my food in front of the house.
And what do you do? What do you do against this? Because Foxy 9 is...
Guess I'll die.
Yeah.
It's been in front of my house for 10 minutes.
GG go
He's been there for
next.
10 minutes.
It is just crazy how well he's playing individually. Like, just the decision-making in the heat of the moment.
What's he doing out
is
there?
impeccable. I mean, Munchkin there backing him up
Go
initially.
down? It's too
and he
far.
Just reads that reposition.
It's too far.
Kong Kong nicely keeps himself obscured from nobody.
It's too far to get to the front. It's going to be 5
And
minutes to get to the front, bro.
plays rope-a-dope. And there is very little that EDG has been able to find success with. You know, there are moments in the round where you're like, okay, maybe, and then it just gets shut right down. So,
Should I message him?
Last
What do I say to him?
Timeout call comes through from EDG.
Hello.
What are you meant to say here?
Are you able
If you're
to
Muggle
come
to try
on?
to rally the team back to inspire the hope that yes,
Hello,
we can
what are
in
you
fact
doing?
get 8 in a row
No,
to
I
take
said
this
hello. Are you
overtime,
able
to
to come
then
up?
be
I don't
able
want to sound passive aggressive.
close out
He's
this
definitely
best of
eating my
one.
food. If he is eating my food, should I say if you're eating my
not
food, it's
looking great.
okay? Or would that be like too aggressive? That would be
whatever
aggressive.
speech Team Liquid got.
I want him to know if he's gonna eat it, it's fine. Look, the way I see it is that if he's eating my food, that means like
not much else to be done.
times are tough. Okay,
Ash
it's
has a
fine.
Hunter's
But I just
Fury.
want to
You're
know
gonna
if he
be
is,
scraping the barrel
so
here
I
to
can
put a
order
buy
more
together.
food.
You got a Guardian.
I need
and
to
a
figure
Sheriff,
out
and
what
then
I'm
the
gonna eat.
rifles otherwise, so things are going to be tricky. Nobody won away from his Hunter's Fury as well, so could try to work your way in towards the orb, see if you can use that.
He's been here
Find
for
some kind of
10
pick.
minutes.
texture there.
eating in front of the
Like
crib.
what he sees.
That's fucking degenerate,
Back
dude.
off.
At least, like, eat it on the drive here. He came here, parked in front of the crib, and he's just eating it.
Is able to go ahead and safely escape as Recon.
He literally drove here, stood in front, he's
too much
eating.
ambiguity about Gen G's plan here. They're trying to get a catch, but unable to do so. Ball now falling. Hunter's Fury coming through. Munchkin is eating that to try to keep his position completely unknown. As it's just going to be
I can't believe this match is over before Fnatic started.
Smoggy tries to clutch it up, but Ash is right there.
Wow.
Another 13-4. This time it's Gen G coming out on top, looking electric.
Surprising games today. PRX had to survive versus Billy in overtime.
Yeah.
Sentinels lost to BBL in overtime.
Yeah.
KC beat the brakes off of G2.
Hey.
And NRG beat the brakes off of
Where's
Heretics,
my
which is the
food?
most surprising.
We kind of had a
Where's
wild
my
day.
food?
We're waving at Fnatic. They're waving at us.
He's not answering my
Masters cannot
messages. Should I
start the
call
game.
him?
I think
Fuck it, I'm calling him. I don't give a fuck.
This is a call regarding your Uber trip or order.
Shit, hold on, wait. I don't know if I'm leaking anything. Hold on.
Recorded for safety and security purposes.
It's not ringing. His phone doesn't work. How can he deliver the food if his phone doesn't work? It doesn't ring. He read my message. He read my message though.
No se ha grabado nada. Grabe su mensaje después de la señal. Cuelgue cuando haya finalizado.
What?
O si desea seleccionar las opciones de entrega, oprima el símbolo de número.
Hello? What's happening? He dropped it off. I saw him. I saw him. He said thank you to me. He said thank you to me before I could say thank you to him. He said thank you to me before I could say thank you to him.
일단은 텍스처 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 이전에 이제 PRX의 포세이크 선수가 이제 자신을 이길 팀이 누구냐 했을 때 이제 젠지를 꼽았거든요. 그래서 이유를 물었더니 이제 젠지가 퍼시픽에서 가장 뛰어난 팀이라고 얘기를 했었는데 그에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 지금 당장에는
I mean, this looks like it wasn't touched though.
PRX가 토론토를 우승을 했기 때문에
This looks like it wasn't
PRX가
touched.
제일 잘하는 팀이라 생각하고 있고요.
Right?
다만
This looks fine,
저희가
dude.
조금만 운이 좋고 컨디션이
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead
좋다면은
and say
뭐
the
이길
reason he has a
수는
low
있지
rating.
Well, I don't think I agree with that because
Wait.
they won Toronto.
This one
so
was-
they're still the best team in Pacific.
This one
And,
low-key looks like it was
well,
repackaged.
If we are lucky enough
Low-key
to
looks
you know,
repackaged.
have a good condition or kind of stuff, then maybe we'll have a shot.
All right, so you guys have the most dominant game on
Is
stage
it?
so far today. So how did you guys prepare against
I think it's
EWG?
fine. We're overthinking it.
Sorry. Yeah. 일단은 그 뭐냐 오늘
I got one from Young. I'm gonna eat the one that's
가장 일반적인
potentially
게임이었거든요. 그렇기 때문에 EDG전을 준비하시기에 앞서서 좀 어떻게 이제 경기를 좀 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
No, it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and say the reason he has a bad rating is because he doesn't speak English probably.
준비 잘 하자라는
He probably doesn't speak English and his phone doesn't work. You can't reach him.
저희가 준비한 대로만 잘하면
So it's like
어떤
actually worst case
팀이
scenario.
앞에 있어도
He doesn't
쉽게
speak English and he doesn't answer his
않을 거라고
messages.
생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 좀 오늘은 좋은 경기력이 나온 것 같아요. 일단 지금은.
Well, I didn't really expect to lose with anyone right now because I didn't really think of that it was EDG, but still, with any team comes around, we're still prepared a lot for with anyone. So that's what I have had in mind right now.
All right, thank you very much. Be right back.
What's happening here? Cut this music. All right. Is the steak sandwich from Joe and the Juice good? Doesn't matter because we're about to find out. I'll be eating, so yeah. Do it. Honestly, this is kind of busting, dude. It's kind of busting, dude. I'm not gonna lie, the sandwich is busting. Show the food? I don't know how. This is a sandwich. It's like a panini. You see that? What do you see in there? List the ingredients. Anyone who gets all of them, I'll buy you the same sandwich. I'm just kidding. That's a lot to do. This is good, though. Could have made that in 3 minutes at home. My hands don't operate in the kitchen. It's like props. What should we watch while we wait? Turn this shit off? What? Wait, this blue... Ew, this is not good. You guys fuck with Claro or nah? This sandwich is actually really good. Wow. Sam is in the chat. Sam, bro. The chat was hating like crazy, bro. They were like, they were being weird as fuck. But like, I was here like fucking day one, dog. Fucking barking at these fools. Like, yo, don't talk about my W shipper like that. You don't know him, son. Like, they're so fucking back. They're gonna smoke these bums. EU fucking cucks. I was riding and dying for you guys, dog. Good shit out there, bro. I'm proud of you, man. W shipper. Sydney, shut the fuck up. Why is he called W Shipper? Sam was a adult star in his previous life before he went pro. It was a secret for a while, but then people started finding out. So they just made it a meme, W Shipper. Want a party? Me? Mm-hmm. I'm ready, bro. Me and Tens are both ready. Bro, you're in a different country, dog. Wait, Sam, is what are you guys eating out there? I feel you guys are starving, no? Be honest, bro. What have you had apart from chicken tenders? Or a burger? Apart from a burger and chicken tenders, what have you had out there? We had steak? Alright, I fuck with a steak. I can fuck with that. Chicken skewers? I can fuck with that. I can fuck with that. You guys should find Korean barbecue out there. Is the music loud? I'm sorry, it is. Is it fire? Nah, but I can see it being fire. I don't know. I can see it being fire. I'm too quiet now? Fuck. Get it, bro. No, you don't, Sam. Guys, listen, bro. Partying is overrated. That's the truth. Partying is fun once in a while, but honestly, overrated. I'll say it. Like, especially if it's a club. Maybe if it's like a house party, then it's different. But going to a club or a bar, low-key overrated. Said it. Okay, here we go. It's surely starting.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2025. We have our last best of one in Valorant here between 100 Thieves and Fnatic. Should be getting into game shortly, as far as I heard. So
what do you mean shortly, dog?
Let's set the
We're
table
still
again,
talking?
build it up again, shift. It is going to be an
Dog,
excellent matchup.
we've analyzed our analysis.
It was a while ago. Fnatic was in a huddle. They were getting themselves pumped up. They looked ready to play. I've heard 100 Thieves as well be very loud. Look, we've simmered things down a little bit since then.
A touch.
That can change things, though. That can change a matchup like this, I think.
Where's Boostio going?
Boostio's running again. Oh, he's memeing with Boaster right now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
They can just start
we get
fighting.
some shots of that?
Yeah, honestly.
You know,
we just get him to rock, paper,
let go,
scissors for this?
yeah, let go of the Valorant, just throw hands with Boaster.
Yeah, well, the rest of Fnatic are gone, so...
They were reclining for a bit, so I was going to bring up the whole recline meta.
Okay, go
yeah, Fnatic were reclining. 100 Thieves were saying wake up with expletives, and so there was very different vibes of how you're trying to get into the game.
What's expletives mean? Can you break it down for me? Okay.
I don't know. You dropped one earlier.
I'll throw you an easy question. You versus Boaster in a fist fight.
All right. Well, seems like we're stalling. So let's play a game while we wait. What's the game of our choice? Contexto. Let's run some Contexto. Watch me lose my mind trying to figure out what this is. Food, drink, place, people. Ooh, job. Oh, sorry. Boss, office, hierarchy, salary, space, notebook, pencil, Office, office, building, school, office, office, officer, police, federal, ambulance, EMT, police, government, patrol, rank, gun, what else? Police, SWAT, ticket. Okay, hold on. I'm very close to the answer. It's not police. It's patrol. It's not police. It's not police. It's not police. It's cop. It's not a cop. It's duty. It's not a cop. It's an agent. It's not a cop. It's officer. It's not an officer. It's sheriff. Okay, better. Detective. There we go. There we go. There we go. And 29 is pretty good. 29 is pretty good. 29 pretty good, bro. All right, what else we got? Let's do Bandle. Bandle Daily. Released in 2014, 989 million views. This should be doable. I'm really bad at this, by the way. I'm very bad with song names and song artists. I want to point that out. But I'm going to try to get it. Currently, I don't know. I'm going to skip. Oh. Still don't know. Next. Nope. Next. Ooh, wait, I know this song. Something, your stars, your eyes, your something. I know this. Like this part right here. I think I know this. I actually know this song, damn. It's like your eyes or your stars or your something. Guess your eyes. Your eyes are something. That's my guess. I think it's this. Is that wrong? Oh. No, it's not that. Hold on. No, I know it! I don't know the name of it though. I don't know names. Ooh. Is it like Avicii? Is this an Avicii song? I don't know. Wait. I don't know. Unfortunately, I don't know. I'm sorry, guys. I know the song, but I don't know the name. I'm going to go ahead and just... Can I get another hint? Coldplay. Damn. What song is it? Sky Full of Stars. Fuck! I know this too, man. I wasn't going to get that, though. I'm not going to lie, chat. I wasn't going to get that. But I know the song. I promise. Damn, dude. No, dude, Vandal's kind of good, dude. Like the songs they have on there are good. I'm not good at this, but someone that knows these fucking artists and their names would be good. It's good. Vandal's good. Damn, should we do another one? Let's do another one while we wait. Fuck it. Quick play. 2010's greatest hits. Bro, you're rich? That's exactly why I'm rich, bro. I'm not paying $3. Wake up. 96, 700 million views. Don't fucking know. Next. Wait, did I do this already? Did we do this the other day? I feel like we did this. And I still don't know the answer. So they're starting. I'm going to the next. I'm going to the bottom part. Oh, I think we did this. Oh, we did this off stream, but I don't remember the answer. It was What was it? Spice Girl. Oh, we did it on stream.
Which has been a staple for them. So, again, looking for a
Okay, we're live. Let's
level
go.
of control.
Let's
but
go.
this
Let's go.
also
Let's
means
go.
that the only real intel
Pod,
gathering
live.
tool you have is off of EU. So we'll see what they decide to try to pull. I think especially from the offensive side, a little contact play forcing the Paranoia out early over at green. But the hit is all looking to A. So a lot of pressure here to see what Xander wants to do with this
Why
wall.
is it streaming fucking 30 pixels?
There we go.
Yeah, I just love the slow orbs from the Sage, especially on the A side when there's so many narrow areas. And even that wall too is just gonna make this so difficult. Kayak on the top, already finding some early contact and an early plant. So now time is on Fnatic's side.
A little body shot to Boostio. EU looking for the recon dart for the retake. Xander's
Icebox
making his
again,
way
I know,
over.
it
So this will all
sucks.
be about how you flood on through and yeah, just high ground control.
Yep,
for
100
FNC.
still fucking suck. Put the fries in the bag, bro.
Xander fighting back.
Never mind, I gotta get my
Isolation gets
hands.
us to a 2v2.
Wait, this retake has potential from EU and Xander. But now, from Fnatic, from main, it's Boaster that peaks first.
Spoilers.
Alpha with the finish, and Fnatic with the pistol.
Clean.
Why is
and
it so
you're
choppy?
already starting to see what the contact is going to look like for what 100 Thieves wants to do. You know for pretty much a pretty guaranteed fact that you're going to try to push Fnatic to try to go over to A. You just don't want all of that Sentinel pressure to exist on the B side in the post plant. So
No,
they're going to.
the players
try to force
cheer
some action early over towards green
before the round
make Fnatic
ends.
try to
I don't know how that
execute into
works.
the
Like the
very
stream
tight
is
A side with
behind
really just Sova
what
Jet,
is happening.
and then hope that there's an
But they're
opportunity to
cheering
outtrade. So
2 to
if
3
that's gonna
seconds
hold,
before
that'll
we
be a
see
really
them win the
interesting kind of
rounds.
dynamic if that
So
continues to be
unfortunately,
what it
there
is,
is
but here
spoilers.
into what will be just 2 shares. So 100
Put it on
Thieves going to
60
try to play a little
FPS,
bit of a
bro. It's
firing
not
squad
me, I promise you.
over towards A for some early contact, and they will get at least E
Looks like it's
the
fixing,
orb
though.
at A.
No, it's not.
And Chronicle just spending all those credits to get that wall once again was a huge
We have
part
that
of
everywhere, but it's not that bad. Yeah.
establishing Fnatic, but now
I know,
100 Thieves
like
gonna
we
show
even
up
have it in the
for
studio, but it's like usually
and
half a
it's
second,
Boostio,
Pansy.
just a random
But
headshot
over here,
shut
it's like
down
3
the
seconds.
Lurk from Alpha, so Fnatic
To
has
the
to
point
commit
where
to
it's
this.
a
You
little
already got
fucking.
the cryo dash
I mean,
out,
yeah,
so
let's
this
see
could
how
be a
bad it
window
is.
for Fnatic to
Pansy's in the
engage
chat, by the way.
but kind of waiting for this wall to
You
expire.
gonna wave?
EU could be exposed, and Kayak has to be first.
Wait, no wonder we had a
contact.
tech pause. Pansy's in the area.
Kayak,
Now it's all
but
making
at least
sense.
to safety.
And the other thing about 100 Thieves playing the Omen instead of the Gecko is that high ground control is going to be a little bit more free for Fnatic. You don't have the Dizzy to get that blind and push somebody off, so definitely expect to see Kayak continue to play up high like that. And so
This is
far
3v4
it's been a big benefit for
equal
them, but
potential
the
for 100
rotation for Boostio has been
Thieves,
stalled with
2v3.
all this delayed action over at A. Austin is able to trade back 1, and we're going to get 3v2 with Boostio
What
now working on the
happens?
long pinch.
Now with the sniper 2 from Boaster, you got to kind of watch over everything happening, but not
Wait,
going
why
to
are
be
people
as fun
yelling
when
like
you
that?
have
What's
to
happening? Who's
approach
yelling?
Up close and personal. Now with the spike down, this looks pretty cooked.
Why do I feel like
especially
I'm at a
Boostio
fucking-
develop more of a flank, and he kind of jump peeks, I guess, so just gets caught.
And a shot from Boaster, also tags EU.
Boaster is looking
this defense
sharp?
started to become a little bit more flimsy.
Oh, it's the other game that we hear?
But Austin has found a Vandal.
Do we hear the
makes
other
good use
game?
of it, and with 15 seconds remaining, Boaster's going to run out of time here. He's got to go quick.
Everyone's pretty low, and this is going to be a much better gun to handle the job. But with 8 seconds left, and Boaster not going to be spotted quite yet. Now just the mind games would like to keep this weapon, but EU's going to peek him first, and Boaster just has to sneeze on him.
Wow.
But either way, 100 Thieves will take that one.
That's a brilliant round for 100 Thieves, and it really is kind of starts and not necessarily ends with the little 1v1 between the Killjoys, but Boostio finding that pick onto Alpha makes Fnatic a little bit panicky because you don't know if there's going to be a long play around the back. You also don't want to just flat out commit to A, where
I mean, I don't know exactly what happened there, but they fucking
so
ecoed
they
them.
kill Noise, they kill the clock, and they're trying to pull 100 Thieves around.
They got a Phantom and a Vandal.
just gets a little bit more aggressive, steps through B, and then there's just never any room for Fnatic to actually commit to the execute. So really solid stuff there, just resulting into a first blood on the opposite side of the map.
And there's just got to be some adjustments from Fnatic, because on Pistol they got 8 completely for free and had time to set up Sage walls and put Kayak
kind of
in
annoying.
positions.
Oh,
but
Kayak opener on Boostio?
being a lot more aggro, getting these first bloods, it was good. But
If
now
you
it's
listen
Fnatic.
close enough, you can almost hear Boostio talking to his teammates.
See, like, again, the establishment from that little triple peek in the pistol from 100 Thieves at green has Fnatic looking to kind of put early pressure in different parts of the map. This time over the middle does result into a nice first blood for them to work with in a limited purchase after losing the anti-eco. But this is what we talked about kind of in our very long preamble. Fnatic wants to slow the game down. They
Weren't
want to make
Fnatic really good on
what the options
Icebox?
could be,
Or was it their perma
and then they'll
ban?
try to hit you with surprise. But 100 Thieves
No, they were good, I
correctly.
thought.
Hey, Xander.
Didn't they play a really well
Hold
Icebox?
this down, and he's been an explosive
I'm
player
trying
in
to
the
remember at
past.
Toronto.
And even have a Molly to slow things down against Fnatic, who are going to use some info util, especially from that Sova, to see what's up close. But Xander does get spotted from that dart, and he will be gone for good. And at least that Sage gonna seal things off to get a safe plant going for Fnatic.
Yeah, that's a really great offensive wall
30
to
seconds.
get that recon dart backside yellow where no one could deny it. So really
What's
good stuff
happening
on
here?
Fnatic now with the numbers.
How
Should
the
be good
fuck,
for a
Spam?
plant and a 5v2.
Kyle's dead?
Especially with the Viper util in place, Fnatic have
5v2.
It's just going to
Save?
be another day at the office with how they're able to set things up on offense. 100 Thieves that almost
Observer,
have to be,
show me
bit
EU.
proactive.
Now back to
That
fucking
was what he was
Asuna.
trying to do until the recon caught him.
No, he's able to find one. It gives him a chance to try to fight this off just a touch.
Do we
but
save?
trying to re-clear yellow and then deeper, trying to get into green is not easy to do. There's the one-way smoke to try to give maybe an angle for 100 Thieves to work with on this post plant. Recon dart.
Guys,
Pushes him back for a moment. There's the follow-up, though, and an opportunity to put some pressure on towards the spike. Nano and a shock dart comes through. EU pushing.
Wow, Alfear is aware.
Alpha, and it's all just down to Asuna, who's not going to have enough time to make this happen.
Good stabilization from Alpha, and 100 Thieves maybe had a chance when he took out Chronicles, so no res opportunity, who already
hate
has
watching
it.
here?
So great job from Fnatic to really waste a lot of time and get set up before 100 Thieves could kind of realize what was happening.
Yeah, and this is another moment where
we're
going to really kind of get the intention for what these teams have already built against each other in this little chess game, you know, very shortly here, because again, Fnatic have not.
That was a hero Phantom.
Two
Two
They're gonna
rifles
use this Viper wall
from
to hit
Fnatic,
their
and they
lane
convert.
if they want to. And
Outlaw out
put
on
the
Kayak.
pressure
Been
either
seeing a
early
lot of
A
outlaws
or
today.
What we saw in that last round. Show a little bit of force through middle.
Cryo yet
have
to get his
100 Thieves
first
to be a little
kill
bit
yet.
more uncomfortable
Don't
with
need
their
him.
ability to rotate across the map, but this round here, not going to purchase into anything. Austin will have the one rifle. It'll be 4 classics.
What is
so,
this?
Again, hero rifle action
my
for 100
God.
Thieves, and Kayak will start things off with
Oh
Asuna's
my
hero rifle will
God.
be punished on the aggressive play, and Fnatic should be looking good for a third.
Getting knives is cool, and 100 Thieves at least trying to fight for that orb, because you have 2 people away from their ult. At least mainly EU would have been the one you could have worked towards, but big punish out of Kayak. And Fnatic have liked to buy those snipers in these sort of half buy or full buy scenarios, whether it's the Marshall or now the Outlaw. So Fnatic look good, and now can even get more orbs now that they're going to plant.
Yeah, it's just, and again, you know, looking at what this composition is for Fnatic and what they've done in the past, their offensive side has found just as much success as what they do defensively. But a lot of the success they find in their post plant comes by way of planting here at B.
This should
It's
be a
just
save
so
on the
tough to
Vandal,
work through a
surely.
Viper screen.
Did
And then
NRG
you have
win?
a
They
barrier
stomped
orb
Heretics, I'm
and
not
a
going to
potentially
lie.
slow
Like
orb behind
13-4,
that.
right?
It's just so difficult to get to the post
I
plant.
don't know,
and set
man.
up over
NRG
towards
win was
yellow.
kind of crazy.
The other side
I was
of this,
surprised.
With 100 Thieves not
I
playing the
actually
get-go,
thought Heretics would
it
win
means
that.
Kayak is going to
But
have free
it's new
reign,
NRG, so.
at least in his mind, to play up top on things like green and yellow,
That's
or
the truth.
over towards 410.
Heretics
on
have
the
been
A side of the
sucking,
site, because you don't have the Dizzy to push them
which
off
I
that
get.
space. So, you know,
I think
I'm
I get
still
stuck in the
interested to see
past too
what
much. I think that's
call
the
is,
problem
why
with me,
Asuna
dude.
switches over to the Omen here,
Like,
and we haven't really gotten an
I think
indication for what that
sometimes
provides outside
I
of
don't
an
think
extra
enough
flash.
about
So we'll
teams'
see
current
in
form,
terms of how 100
and I get
Thieves use
stuck
this
on their
composition
glory
to
days.
counteract what is going to be
Because in
a
my
very
mind,
heavy
Heretics,
Kayak offensive
like,
side.
no matter what, I'm still thinking of them being really fucking good. But they haven't been playing that good.
Kills, so
but it's hard for me to process that. I don't know why.
Fnatic can build momentum from here on out. So it's 100 Thieves that how do you put up that aggression on a map like this?
Yep.
Like it's a very
Offs out
large
on
map
Cryo.
and there's been a lot of B concentration, but trying to catch Fnatic before they get set up is important.
And I think the part of that is getting Cryo an operator. We're in round 5, and he's finally able to purchase one after an 0-4 start. We talked about it a bit in the preamble towards this match.
Let's see
if
how he
they
gets
have
the
a
pick.
hot start, Cryo is no stranger to pulling it out in round 3. As soon as he can afford it, he's going to pop it. But now we have a little bit of a sniper v sniper battle. Knives are out this time
is
for
annoying.
Kayak. Hunter's Fury going to be called in from the offensive side. Or pardon me, that is from EU
Oh my God,
side, beg your
Busio?
pardon. That's down the middle of the map, and 100 Thieves will use
They
that
got
as a
spotted,
chance to
two of
step
them.
forward, but they don't see what they want. So now you're backing up and splitting this defense.
Whoa,
up.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Nice
whoa,
2-1-2
whoa.
as Fnatic get the dashes going from Kayak, and with the Outlaw, it'll be awkward. Maybe you can
Based
trade
off
that
of what
with
I see,
someone,
Fnatic
but
are about to
you kinda
roll
wanna
them.
see if Xander's around
Early
this yellow
days, though. I'm
box
jumping the gun.
area. Recon is still available from
Big
Crashies, and they're
out
just
of
going to
Fnatic.
go off a contact play,
That's
and they
big
wipe
out of
100
Fnatic.
Thieves from B.
And honestly, if you're 100 Thieves,
They have stage res too.
EU can find
Chronicle
one
can
to
res,
stop
no?
this plant or stop the exit, you're probably going to save here.
Shouldn't
You have
Chronicle
no
res?
idea where Alpha is. EU's been pushed off the angle up top. Now Asuna has found the pick through mid. You've
Why
got
is he
the
not
operator
resing?
for
I'm
Cryo on the
confused
backside
as
of the site,
fuck.
so maybe a chance to
Res
break this
me,
down. Just comes down to
buddy.
can he actually
Res.
scout anything out with this Aldrone?
Sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. I love
Now
you.
with the Resurrect, but time is certainly running out.
I
So
think he was waiting for
Fnatic
Viper Wall, though.
just have to protect this for as long as they can. He did hear that teleport. Asuna, Paranoia, Crashy's playing around safety around the box and shooting through, and Kayak tries to assist.
big.
They'll have to
3v2.
trade now. 3 versus
big
2.
kill.
It's
Oh,
up to
Chronicle kill
Cryo,
both.
and he won't be able to keep the op.
Yeah, that's tough scenes.
Too easy?
And I get it because you get the opening pick from Asuna, so you're going to try to commit. You also have the op locking down that long angle to stop the shoulders through
0-5, don't
But
start this, bro.
Simply
Don't be
put, there
weird.
just isn't enough retake utility available for them to get around the back. Maybe there's a moment there where you have Asuna getting into yellow, that paranoid that does connect. And you have the ability for Crowd to hold off and make
NA
sure
worst
that Crashes
region or
is
what?
isolated. But him spamming through the corner of the box, finding the headshot, is pivotal towards making sure that
Cypher
retake
cam?
stays safe. And now you're up 4-1. 100 Thieves are back to a save. And
What am I
this has
sipping
just
on,
not been
codeine?
a good first start to 100 Thieves have.
And it's slow for sure, and kind of wondering if that extended pause, you know, they come in usually with a lot of hype and a lot of energy.
Attack off. Alfir is still
Having
opping
to
on
be iced
fucking
out, as the
attack.
Canadians would say, and Alpha at least kicks things off after getting
Cryo's in the
last
server.
round, but that's
It's
traded.
5v5
so
now. We have a
Fnatic are
chance.
having to slow push this, at least just keep their op activated here of Alpha, but he's gonna kind of bring
Juggle
that
it out.
towards
Yep.
spawn, but the spike's now heading to
Wow.
Yeah.
Min-max. Look at Omen. Look at Omen. Look at Omen.
Over towards A as well.
Oh.
Asuna trying to get aggressive on the backside of the play. There's
What
an
now?
opportunity, maybe Pence's with the EU to get the isolation onto
No
Alpha,
way.
who had a little bit of trouble juggling initially. I thought he was
Spike
maybe going to
planted.
throw the op over the edge, but not the case. And hold on a second. 100 Thieves are finding a couple of key eliminations. Alpha is completely isolated.
Oh my
Connects.
God.
Asuna with the trade, but the round becomes very difficult.
He's like
from here
Kenny
to
S
1v2
circa
post-plant.
2014.
Hey, that was a lot for Alpha to handle, and just the amount of delay, a lot of information, counting numbers, and now
This is
it's
winnable.
the teleport. That's going to kind of mess up the awareness from Fnatic of where did Asuna go, and a 1 versus 2, definitely possible for someone like him, and just juggling and jumping on the high ground. Chronicle
like
gets
it.
the win.
Yeah, that's
I
not
hate
bad
it, but
from
I love
100
it.
Thieves' perspective, you get a couple of kills in return, but largely speaking, Fnatic are fine, obviously, going up 5-1 with the bank accounts that they've already
I
been
hate
able
it, but
to
at the
build.
same time, I love
Now
it.
you have a lockdown in play. No way to counter it, as EU is very far away from Hunter's Fury. Cryo's got knives, but really, I think if you're 100 Thieves, you're talking about how do we get Boostio an orb or a pick to try to counteract and go
Timeout from the
lockdown for
Thieves.
lockdown. There's really no other way to go about it here. And honestly speaking, in terms
Just
of like
got
how
here.
the
Sentinels
game plans
beat the
come together
big
to
booty
this point,
Latinas.
it feels
Nah,
like
we
100
let them
Thieves
give
are
it to us
missing on
today.
Trying to be able to contest the high ground. I mean,
We were
Kayak
feeling
has been up
generous.
there for free. You had
Holy
one
fucking
round
shit,
where
Chronicle.
Cryo's been able to bring an operator to the
Brother's
table.
thirsty,
and
eh?
it really hadn't found the value that you were hoping for, and he immediately loses it beyond that. So all the trends and patterns are starting to get stacked up into the deck of Fnatic.
Kayak's
And
like, let me have some of that shit
for
too.
100 Thieves, I think there is going to be a question here of, do we just play for more of a
Yeah, these guys
retake-heavy
fucking suck.
style? Because the setup over towards B main has not really provided them the success
Wait, Asuna's
that they
mouse
want in
is
terms of
wired?
eliminating B as an option.
In
And if
20
you're
fucking
stacking
40,
3
we have a wired
and
mouse
leaner
still?
towards B, then your A site is just way too far open, and you just don't want to be dealing with a Viper or a Sage, you know, in terms of a post plant. So it's been a lot of problems right now for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and the only round that 100 Thieves won was
100 Thieves jersey's
when
looking
they
nice.
had
Yeah, it's the
three
only
on
thing
the
looking
A
nice right now.
site,
Not gonna
when
lie.
Fnatic previously had A completely for free.
It's low-hanging fruit,
then
but we're
Fnatic
gonna fucking
adjusted
go ahead and rock
been
with
win
it.
streaking ever since.
All right,
So
5-1.
Thieves have been
No op on
winning
100
a
Thieves
round
off the
of
pause.
a surprise and off of not even a full buy. So I think this was a good timeout call there from Coach Zix for 100 Thieves to just kind of point out these small mistakes and see what the game plan is going
3B
forward.
and Fnatic are going A.
Fnatic are very aware of the potential of that orb being forced into A. They commit an early slow orb just to make sure that that orb stays safe. The one towards B is pretty much a non-factor, at least in the eyes of Fnatic,
best
who have now
looking
made their way to 410.
franchise
and the Aldrum
team?
will get a little bit of a deeper scale as they make their way onto site. And
Which
the lockdown will
franchise
guarantee
team
it.
mogs all other franchise teams?
That'll be nice to just get a plant going. There is some
Yeah, like hot.
delay here from 100
Who has the
Thieves,
hottest
but,
franchise team?
There's only so much Busio can do, and he's one away from his own. And yeah, Kayak's like, yeah, someone's there, and that's kind of the jump that
I
he's
think
been doing
Fnatic's
quite
a
few
contender.
times, and 100 Thieves haven't been able to punish it, whether they come through the back
Who
door
else?
or even from screens.
Now this is interesting because 100 Thieves playing off this long pinch are going to try to pull
Maybe
people over to
Loud?
Busio's direction.
Who's on Loud?
Trade in the back line. Alpha still got the operator out. Needs to connect
Wait,
to the first
T1?
and is able to. Can he get more than that? No. And now the focus has to go back over towards Busio's direction. They need to set up this pinch. They need to get it quickly.
Yeah, 100 Thieves have been very flank heavy, and Alpha will call that out, and Fnatic can try to focus
The fuck is
on
Busio
this
hungover?
lurker. Busio is removed, and Fnatic just take
What was
this
that?
one step at a time, and it's all up to EU, and the high and low too much for him to handle, and Fnatic
I want
continue to
Busio
stomp through the 100
breathalyzer
Thieves.
tested.
Yeah,
Because
not
low-key
good.
he's looking a little
Now
fucking
you're down to
hungover.
timeout. You're
Or
gonna
drunk.
be on cryo knives.
If
in
he's
this next
hungover, he
round,
needs to
which is gonna
drink.
be a limited purchase. And Fnatic are just getting away with everything that they want right now. You've got another res ready for Chronicle, who's at a staggering
No joke, if I'm
9-3.
on 100 Thieves, I'm passing him a
Viper's picked to
fucking
make the post plan a little bit more dangerous. Plus
Modelo.
you have Crashies who can counter out a lockdown.
This guy
from
can't shoot
Busio.
for
It's
shit
just
sober.
Not a lot of things going right at the moment for
In
100
Saudi,
Thieves.
you get
Cryo
arrested?
has not
My
been
bad.
allowed to do anything, which is always a problem spot when you talk about 100 Thieves in any sort of a matchup. But just kind of, again, to discuss it, they have been playing a Gecko in this composition since the beginning of the year. So for them to just throw in an Omen as a way to make you
We're from
believe that
America,
they have
though,
something
like,
up their sleeves in
we
terms of
didn't know.
counteracting Fnatic on one of their best
I'm
maps
sure
this
Busio
year.
travels with a bottle of
It's just
Fireball.
not showing
Like, there's
up.
no way he's just showing up there
I think Alpha's
empty-handed.
just been such a fantastic anchor to be able to call out those flanks, and especially the amount that 100
Can I
Thieves
have
are
VIP? No, you
committing
can't
to
have
those
VIP
flanks. It's not
Kenzura.
just
Pass
a
the
single
fucking
person.
hacks.
It's multiple, and maybe you would need like Austin on the front lines or more of that utility to push through the front and leave maybe one on that flank, or even just no flank at all, especially if Alpha
Kenzura, me and you should be in these fucking matches here, but instead we're playing ranked with a bunch of dickheads. What do you think about that?
Oh, yeah, he's got him out. Never mind. I just must have missed a sound cue. Aldrin over the top, trying to give a little bit of space for Crowd to move forward. Looking for a peek, doesn't like the look of it, dashes away. So now the mobility for Cryo is hampered, and he's going to have to hit some shots as the hit looks pretty imminent towards this A site as soon as they decide they want to hit the triggers for it.
Just such a stacked economy, too,
Why's
from
the audio so
Fnatic
low?
going up against pistols. So 100 Thieves got to get their heads above water, especially post-timeout. It's not going to be this round, but yeah, you never know. 100 Thieves have gone through worse. They reverse swept MIBR. They're capable of anything, surely, right? But Fnatic are just front and center. Knives out from Cryo. Chronicle brings back...
Good wall.
Has res again?
Now we're getting the res go.
How?
Just kind of blocks that off, so you know for the angle plus a little bit of spam through the Radiant Nightbox will work out for another. Nice snap from Chronicle.
Fucking come up on third
And
res.
It is just all Fnatic all the time. Xander drops 7-1 the tally.
They allowed to stream this shit on fucking Twitch?
This is the form that we saw from Chronicle
It's TOS,
at
no?
Masters, and
You guys
we're
are
so
getting
excited
fucked.
that he's bringing that out in that map, especially after the extended pause, not losing any momentum. I mean, 7-1, it only builds up from here. You were facing the pistols from 100 Thieves. Now that they're able to buy up, you're going for another op, though, from Cryo, and if you're going to invest all, it has to, right?
This just has to work for 100 Thieves. I mean, I hate to say it's like the writing's on the wall, but when you allow Fnatic to go to Icebox and you know the playstyle that 100 Thieves has, which, again, a lot of it funnels through Cryo, he just has to be in a spot where he can hit shots. 100 Thieves will give him a little bit more isolation here as the Viper's Pit is deep at green.
They're getting
which will either
fucking
force a lot
demolished.
of early
Is NA on
utility,
the
which is
down
an
and down
alarm
right now
system
for
100 Thieves that
Valorant?
Fnatic are making their way to try to clear that, or you're setting up Cryo to take his angle.
Well, no, we were in
and
the
hopefully win his
finals
first shot,
of...
and then hopefully beyond that win the round. But
Yeah, 100 Thieves also had a deep recon at A, so they're kind of pivoting towards mid, thinking, okay, we don't have eyes on Kitchen, we don't know what's happening in mid, and we're expecting Fnatic to really change things up. And here is Kitchen.
Got
Alpha,
top 4 and top 6.
already breaking that down. Boostio removed, and 100 Thieves are on the perimeter.
I mean, just look at what this has done.
Toronto?
Like, you don't see any
Thailand?
contact at A, so Cryo just doesn't want to sit on the backside of A. You know that there's going to be some pressure through mid, but he's in such a weird spot. And now you're going to, this is awesome. This is so well done by
Thailand.
Fnatic.
What am I saying?
You pop a Viper's Pit on
I mixed
the
it up.
middle
I
of
mixed it up.
the
It
map.
was
It allows
Thailand.
you free entry
It's
to B if
Bangkok,
you
we got
want
the
it, but
final,
you're
sorry.
still lurking at A at the same time. You catch him on rotation. It's just
GG
chef's kiss
2-1.
right now from Fnatic. They could do no wrong. Cryo able to put a little bit of a linchpin into this rotation in and then follow up with a second, but he gets traded, and it's going to be a 3v2.
Yeah, Fnatic with the fake was real cool, but that op, I think, dwindled down the forces of Fnatic, and 100 Thieves have to pull out
Chronicle
a win
1v2.
here, and it's all up to Chronicle.
What the
and
fuck?
Cryo just did so much work.
What the LeBron
100 Thieves
James?
really pulling this round together after investing their pit and having to go up
I heard
against
Boostio.
that Chronicle up. Oh,
I heard
and couldn't
Boostio.
finish off the second. What, 36 HP for Xander? He's nuts.
That was
What the Halliburton?
Yeah.
But
Okay, I'm done.
Okay.
I gotta stop reading chat.
Lifeline in the mix for 100
I'm
Thieves.
sorry.
Cryo maybe shakes a little bit of the cobwebs off, hitting those 2 shots backside of his spawn. But the impressive part kind of goes off camera, where it's just the couple of 1v1s that 100 Thieves have in weird spots, they end up connecting on. So, okay, if you can exit this half with 4, you're going to be feeling like you stole one away if you're 100 Thieves, considering how this half has gone to this point. You're going to be able to get the operator back into play. You still got the lockdown at ready. So there's a lot of tools available for 100 Thieves to try to get this defense going again. But, you know, again, this just feels like one of those moments of, can you continue to find success with Cryo?
I think 100 Thieves are also trying to be more aware of top screens and
Chronicle's
how
like, I had him.
Fnatic have liked to take that
Kai's
high ground
like,
around
yeah,
that
you
area
did.
to watch over.
The vibes on
whether
Fnatic seem
the
so
spike
good.
planter or just get
But to
the
be
high
fair,
ground in general.
when
so
you're
100 Thieves
winning,
are starting to get
vibes
some
are always
punishes,
great.
but that's just one round, so don't want to build up too much hope yet. We'll see what Xander can do over at Yellow Box, kind of go for these solo plays. You want to make something happen for
Althea has
Crash. He's
been loving
with a
this attack
recon or
off.
something, and there is a double kill. Good swing, great timing.
He gets everything you could possibly want. A 1-for-2 exchange at front green is massive. Lockdown going to be called for the defense. Aldrone, Nano Swarms, giving you the intention this is still going to be a plant, and Boaster will commit, but he uses up to follow up the kill to make sure Yellow stays a bit more compromised. Boaster has to hold his ground on top of the site as he will be detained. Is there a rundown for the knife? Is there a rundown? Are they going to get there? The shock dart will do it.
Oh my god. Yeah, he just really wanted that kill when he could have gotten out of the lockdown, but hey, 100 Thieves, that was a huge lockdown, kind of an awkward decision that Fnatic had to make. Definitely had time to plant, but to get the kill, to plant and escape, if just a couple more inches around the corner, maybe it would have been safe. But yeah, fantastic shock dart out of EU.
Yeah, and there's a level of conditioning there that I think Fnatic are saying, okay, it's just always, it's like, unless they're going to contest us
Fnatic
with multiple
timeout.
members at green, it's only going to be Xander.
Starting to feel the
who's playing
pressure.
on the B site. So they get that pick, and that's why I think they make the commitment call of let's just still push into B and go for the plant.
Why is
Worst
everyone
case
rubbing their
scenario,
hands?
Lockdown comes through. The problem is they're not able to exit safely back to green again, thanks to the quick rotation out of 100 Thieves. But that's kind of Fnatic learning their lesson from, honestly, maybe a bit of the pistol, where
plays with
they
a ring on
outtrade,
his,
they get to a spot where they're in even
keyboard
numbers,
hand.
and they don't feel committed to being able to get onto the A site. Now they're sitting here saying, we got the one defender that we know for a fact at B. Let's just take our numbers advantage, play for a post plant where our comp really shines. But 100 Thieves starting to warm up a little bit here. Get a couple of key 1v1 wins that have allowed things to start to turn the tides of these last 2 rounds. Big
Hey,
shout out to
Kayak's
Xander in
got
that last one.
the...
It was looking really dire when you're down like, what, 7-1 if you're 100 Thieves, and just to be able to take a timeout and go 2 for 2
That
after that, it
used
speaks
for-
to the resilience that they're not a team that gets tilted anymore. They've
For his wrist,
built a
right?
lot of maturity over the years, and going up against a tough team, you just
KC
can't be
tape? What does that
intimidated.
do
You
again?
gotta adapt and overcome. You can't give up in the half no matter how late it's getting. So.
Yeah.
Good timeout too for Fnatic to get back into the driver's seat.
May as well. Crowd's going to get back into the operator again. Hunter's Fury still at the ready for both squads. Rez is at the ready for Chronicle.
Nothing for him?
Kayak will have knives if he feels like he needs it.
You think he put it on because it looks cool?
Which he says he does. Looking for an aggressive play over towards the orb, if we can catch that. Yep, here we go. Asuna in a little bit of trouble. Hunter's Fury to follow up. They
What?
get the connection, and then just a quick shot from Kayak
What the
with
teamwork?
the knife to have first blood and the A site.
What?
Very vulnerable as he's able to find more. EU with the shutdown, but a mere consolation prize as this will be a very vulnerable site.
Yeah, Fnatic just played that site so well. Just the same thing of getting Kai up on top of the screens, playing really fast, and 100 Thieves trying to punish. I like that poke from EU too from the back door, but now all the pieces are set from Fnatic. It's just impossible for Xander to do anything. So Fnatic post timeout got back on
they got owned
their
this
high horse.
round. Wow.
And their high horses hit him and hit him hard. We got knives. Let's just dive on in, play through A orb.
Last round before the
Let's not fiddle around. And it works out nicely. So last round of the half, purchase will be a little less than comfortable for 100 Thieves. Sheriff and a Judge are going to be in the mix here, but you can make that work on the defensive side. I think it's just Fnatic, again, to just control the tempo of how this map is being played right now. They're getting a lot of space. They're taking it. They're also getting a solid read of what 100 Thieves are stacking one side or the other, whether that be that triple stack that we've seen a couple times towards green, or if they're just putting a lot of members
remember
on
the
top of
EU
the A
Icebox
site,
ult.
Again, this dark cover would lead you to believe that there's some kind of cheekiness, but how about Xander?
Wait, a Judge kill.
Just runs forward towards green with the Judge, finds crashing, Hunter's Fury, trying to get a little bit of action onto Boaster as they continue to ping him out.
Boaster's dodging it.
They're not able to find the kill. They only get the weapon upgrade.
Boaster dodged it
mid-fight. I don't know if they have
mid-fight.
the ping on Boostio, so even if you're trying to push the Judge, which you don't want to do in that tight hallway, you're going to lose to that, or you're going to lose that range to Boostio if he surprises you. So Fnatic trying to close this half strongly.
Third res is half?
With the res, and
oh my
now
god.
you're trying to see how far back did Xander fall. And if he gets one more kill, then he could just kind of pit off.
Wait, he got the Judge that he died to.
They do have an op, though.
Crash just picked up the Judge he died to.
Recon dart allows for that op angle to be taken. Xander, will also be isolated backside of yellow with a little bit of pre-fire from Fnatic. And that will, of course, make 100 Thieves have to react defensively. So pressure now back to Cryo, as he's going to be the only defender on the A site. Asuna just making sure nothing happens over towards A. He does have a Paranoia to help out his homie, but he only has a Stinger, so tough pretense here in terms of how you lock down this A site with just the two of them.
Yeah, Xander doesn't want to give up yellow blocks because as soon as you give up B, there's just no retaking against Fnatic. They've really struggled. So Xander's trying to get more help, and Boostio's playing a double up with him over there. But now you get to see the power of the Omen, and especially the Stinger with the Paranoia just enabling himself. But Fnatic trade that out, and especially with the slow orbs and the Judge where the sun don't shine, Fnatic are going to have a strong half.
Yeah, 9-3 curse and a cope.
Yep.
Might have to be. EU hearing Boaster tip-tap away over at mid. Also has the barrel here onto Alpha. No,
damn,
only
Boasty.
gets the one. So yeah,
9-3, they got fucking owned. That was the fastest half ever. Was that not the fastest half ever?
And I understand, like,
that was like a 7-minute half.
You're looking to finesse.
Does anyone agree?
The schedule and be like, how can we possibly find an advantage versus an opponent that, let's be honest, is better? You know, this is the second best team in the world as of right now. In a lot of people's minds, they're still the best team in the world in terms of consistency over the course of the calendar year. So if you're 100 Thieves, it's like, do we want to take our chance and like just go in these back and forths of veto out our worst, your best, and then kind of roll the dice on a neutral playing field, or do we try to cook something? And they tried to cook, and at least on that first half, what they cooked did not work out all that well.
Bro, 2-12 is not that bad. It's only first
going
half.
up against double Sentinel and Viper, aka 2.5 Sentinels of Fnatic's defense. That is so frustrating to play against with how far back and how defensive and turtled up they can be. But maybe the offense is where 100 Thieves are going to shine, and where that aggression,
he's hungover for sure.
Where Xander doesn't have to just kind of play solo, he can be with the team. Where I wonder if he's going to lurk around. I look towards Xander to be that impact player.
I'm still kind of, I agree with you in terms of like who can potentially be like the one guy to like really throw things
it's
into.
Either he's hungover or he hasn't drank enough.
If you're looking at that from like, how do you
might be getting withdrawals right now.
But I'm still looking to see what value Asuna is going to get out of this Omen. Because again, since April,
if there's no alcohol there, that's a problem as well.
100 Thieves have played Gecko, and they've done it in a way of, we'll use the Dizzy first, we'll get a little bit of clearance on the site, we'll make sure Cryo's got a free line of sight from the high ground, and then we'll throw a mosh and some smokes, and we'll get into sight, we'll plant. This is something that
Ludwig
is very
said you showed Hole at his birthday.
Not just
True.
what they're playing compositionally, but also stylistically.
I showed Hole.
It's just not the same thing from 100 Thieves. And as we get to the offensive side, you got to think about, when are we spending our dark covers? Are we using those as a way to control the backside of these offensive sites? And can we paranoia somebody out and get early isolation? Because that's where you're trying to find the benefit, is guaranteeing nearsightedness as you enter into sight. So a lot of pressure, I think, on Asuna as well, just for the Omen switch.
Yeah, because the main compositional difference is the Omen and the Sage, and I think Fnatic have a lot more bells and whistles and options with the slow orb, the wall, offensively, defensively. While I think maybe the Omen from the 100 Thieves is going to shine more on offense, go through all these walls, and really pressure these tight areas around A. All depends kind of, they want to see
Alright,
that early presence from
9-3.
Fnatic and not be too overly aggressive, not show their cards yet. But oh, look at Kayak, he's so close and he's caught by Xander and not expecting 100 Thieves to
fighting back,
just show themselves this late.
Spike down A.
Crashy's double
just,
agent.
Again, getting a read of the situation. We can kind of hear it from behind us. They're saying push, 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 push.
Oh my god, your fat ass is sticking
Make sure he
out.
doesn't exit into sight behind this toxic screen. But 2v4, some damage hit right now on 100 Thieves.
Oh,
I hear Asuna getting excited.
Didn't even get that kill.
I hear
He got
Asuna getting
down to
excited.
24 and just thought that 100 Thieves had
You hear
left the
that?
site, but bad read, and it's just Alpha that has to put damage in. But hey, 100
I can hear
Thieves
Asuna in the
cooked
background
something
getting
special
excited
off
after they got the
pistol.
kill.
The kind of delayed approach made it look like they were going through B or mid, and now it's Fnatic that lose.
Yeah, that's just patience is a virtue 101 for 100 Thieves. Fnatic's the one that's trying to throw a curveball in early, see if they can catch off 100 Thieves before they execute onto A, not make any sound with that little walk down in towards main of A, but yeah, it just doesn't fully work out. Lots of rounds to play with, though, if you're Fnatic. I kind of like the idea of just throwing a curveball there in that opening pistol, because if you win it, you pretty much guarantee the map. But now you're 9-4. Again, the question mark is going to be, I'm actually interested that Cryo goes into a rifle here. Often he would just kind of upgrade into a Sheriff or hold on to a Sheriff and then try to get to a round 3 operator, but not the case, so see what we get.
You got Kayak on the high ground. Once the smoke dissipates, could do damage. 100 Thieves. See if they're ready for it. You don't have Xander lurking around. They're just
This
all
is a big investment on
this,
bonus
so I don't know if
from 100 Thieves. 4 Vandals.
Alpha push through. There is going to be that turret that marks them. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves are getting information on Kayak, who's going
And
to
they're
be
walking
in
into a
safety, but
stack.
there's more around the corner, and Fnatic are kind of separated from
shot.
each other, not in positions to really trade.
misses
and
dash.
Cryo messes up his dash and
there's
gets
the
revealed
kill.
through the smoke, so he
Alfier
goes down.
1v3 with a
Cleanest,
Bucky
but
on
still should
flank.
be a solid round for 100 Thieves.
He's good.
Unless Alpha can get into distance and range
But this
with
feels like a
Bucky
lot.
or find a weapon on the ground.
Oh,
this will likely be 3 rifles.
This is the shit I
saved
tune
going
in
into the
for.
bonus here for 100
This
Thieves,
is
which
rage
is
bait.
potent to be sure. But Alpha's looking for exits on the backside of the site, which could provide something depending on the direction that Austin and Xander want to go. But with EU pushed up, you figure that their exit will be forward instead of backwards. So we'll see.
100 Thieves have a lot of ground to make up for how that first half went, and at least this composition is starting to show how it shines on offense and not just being overly aggressive. You don't have to kind of overcook. It's just these paranoias, just putting Cryo in the right positions. And Fnatic have to fight back again.
100 Thieves,
I don't
mounting.
these first 2 rounds, I don't want to say that they're moot in terms of the
Wait.
playbook is concerned, but
W
honestly,
holds?
you synopsis by saying Fnatic tried something
And W
weird in the
release.
opening pistol with that walk down with a 3-man, didn't work, and then you're just stuck against rifles. So, I mean, this will be the round that we'll really start to see, because this bonus is going to feel like a full purchase here with the 100 Thieves finding that plant and the success that they were able to keep 3 rifles in hand. So
This is a
now
very
we're
strong
really get an
bonus
idea
round
in
for
terms of what is Fnatic going
100
to try to
Thieves.
default with? Do they play reactionary? Try to play more of something on the backside of these sites, especially considering that 100 Thieves are going to be looking to use Cryo on high ground to try to win at A. They don't really have the greatest of compositions in terms of getting B plant without Gecko being there. You look at the wingman to be that guy. So
Okay, here we go.
We'll see what 100 Thieves can, try to muster, try to stretch out this Fnatic defense and try to keep the Sentinels a bit split.
Yeah, this could be a big comeback for 100 Thieves, and now just using this Viper wall to kind of creep up and get closer to where Boaster was. And the difference between Xander and Boaster is that Boaster's not going to be stubborn about holding that yellow box. He could just kind of play the distance battle. Now with this wall back up, 100 Thieves can go for a plant.
Kill?
Yeah, and Alpha just spams
Cryo's
from
dead,
up top
unlucky.
through the toxic screen. Painful
What?
stuff. Asuna scaling deep to Snowman, though.
Look where
is
he's
big.
planting.
This is a huge post-plant position.
Look at Asuna,
So
he's
you can see
yelling, he's
Fnatic
yelling.
are still holding the backside of the site. They recognize that this is going to be an aggressive push through, but
Dude, their
Xander and
comms are
Lucio still
so
collect,
crazy,
and
chat.
Chronicle
Their
and
comms
Crashes
are
in some
so
trouble, and they
crazy.
may just back off this.
It's like they're in a
What a deep
war.
play too from 100 Thieves.
You
And
guys
now
see their
Fnatic are
comms right now?
realizing
There's
the dangers
legit
of
turbo
giving up that
coming.
yellow box is
It's working.
You're going to be having to retake from Snowman. 100 Thieves are not even
Crashy's
going to let
saving
you
because he wants us to
think
win.
of that,
W
because they
Crashy's.
just kept pushing, and now this is
6-9.
the 100 Thieves
Nice.
offense we know and love.
Yeah, and that's the thing I was kind of hesitant to say without really seeing Asuna on this omen before. But if you're utilizing and you're finding an opening win somewhere, you got a 5v4, you able to win like the close corners, whether that be at B yellow
Bang.
or up towards 410 at A, you can save your dark covers, throw them deeper, walk or teleport into them with a deep paranoia on the other side to stop the cross, and then you can scale one step further than maybe you're used to.
I personally
100
think.
Thieves looking like they want
But
to
like,
try
the
to
thing
execute
is,
off
like,
that principle. Can they just
every team has their own style,
at B
but I
main
think like
or over towards 410 at A, get those deep dark covers, get into those
If it's
dark
too
covers,
chaotic,
throw a
I think
deep
it's too
paranoia, and then
much.
set up a deeper
But like
post
you would
plant
think, like
than
Navi and
expect,
CS, even
playing
like those
into
guys
a
were fucking
reactionary
yelling at each
squad,
other at the top
last
of their
thing you want
lungs
is these Sentinels to get their utility
while
down
they
to
were
kind
winning.
of, again, win
So I don't
the
know,
battle in
like
the trenches
I guess
and
it's
come
a
back into
style
the fight
thing, dude.
step
Like
by
if you
step.
get chaotic as fuck
player
and
that
it works for you,
is gonna
whatever.
play his life because he is an IGL. He's
I
that
just feel like
captain, and he's such
me
an important
personally-
part of that game plan, whether it's retake or not. So
I mean, I don't
he
know.
doesn't
I
want
guess
to take
it's
the risk of
fine.
holding yellow box and
I guess
doesn't
if
want to be
it's too
sectioned
mu-
off
there's
by
a limit to it, though.
Xander's wall. But this has been a really good B offense.
gotta
And
be
now
a limit
Fnatic
to
are
it.
going to stack with Boaster to help him out, and it's going to be a double walk down.
Yeah, they're going to try to get some isolation here.
Stewie silent
They
tilting
do
at
deal
Tarik
with the
instead of
Killjoy
screaming at
turret,
him.
So that little bit of a safety net or an alarm system
It's culture.
on the back could be
Definitely
in some
a part
trouble,
of it.
but Boaster, Kayak in some trouble here at green.
Ooh.
Boaster able to sidestep the nearsightedness. Going to get tagged by the Aldrone, though.
Oh, he
Can
cleared
go in
it.
one,
Nice
but
try.
Not going to happen.
Okay, wait, 100 Thieves are
gonna
heating
have
up.
Not just the weapon
100
advantage,
Thieves
but now
are
5v3
heating
as
up.
well.
Even the economy advantage, that's only going to get better and better from a 1-7 deficit to 100 Thieves catching up and really shining on the offense,
D stack
especially
and
off
they're
of
going A.
Xander's
Good
wall.
read
And
by
I was looking towards him being the impact
Bustio.
player, I guess more towards Lurks, but just how they're able to utilize their wall to creep up towards B, but this time they're going to pivot towards A.
Yeah, and it's again, we've really only gotten one round of this half where we've seen what Fnatic want to do and how 100 Thieves are planning on
Yeah, good
countering
rotate.
that. This is a half-buy round for Fnatic.
It's the best of one.
They're trying something cheeky with the double walk down. No Tim Hortons reference for you, Lemon.
I was thinking about it.
I know you were. But there is a level now of, like, again, if Fnatic do not successfully play off their default, which is looking like it's going to be a very reactionary defense, and if 100 Thieves can continue to scale deep into these executes, there's going to be some issues that Fnatic have to respond to.
All right, now you've got that flank that's been exposed. Fnatic doing as
Should
much
be
damage as they
fine.
can, at least getting 2 kills. But time is of the essence.
As soon as that nice, I heard it.
They're paying attention. You're not going to get away with too much.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see if Fnatic call timeout here just to reestablish what their default is, or are they going to give it one more try? Because
What's up, Victor?
that first offensive round and a full gun round that you see in round 15
Things are
was a
happening.
very successful one for 100 Thieves.
9-3 to
Fnatic are gonna talk
9-7,
about it.
Fnatic
Kayak gonna pull what looks
Boza.
to be an operator here as kind of a monkey wrench to the system. But the thing about it is, Kayak, you don't assume is going to find as much success on the high ground on the defensive side of this
with
map,
other games
just
going
simply
on.
because there's just not as much for it to play off of. So does he try to do something where he's hard scoped from like back rafters on A and try to take an opening 1v1? Seeing that we have not had an operator yet from Cryo on the offensive side. They're looking like
relocating. They might not mean too much of
Oh,
anything.
5-5. Lotus again?
Control firmly here.
Oh, sorry.
Has to clear out this tripwire. No other recourse for him. Taking with the operator. Likely going to prove to be very difficult to buy. Needing to clear out this angle. It does so with a fantastic one tap. Finds a second, and suddenly PRX, they're in the driver's seat. They're in the lead. Going to be traded
1v1.
back here.
Last player standing.
Fake.
A fake on the TP, but a snappy readjust from Elite. Gets the read, gets the kill.
This game's kind of heating up over there.
Onto sight,
We'll
but they
come
get
back.
deep into sight. The one thing that you know for a fact that Fnatic is going to struggle with a Sage Killjoy Viper is getting back onto site. If they cannot play off of where the Viper
Ops
setup
out
is,
on
or
Kayak.
where they can drop something like a barrier.
Kayak was
orb,
14 and 9, now he's 14 and 14.
So
0-5
see
in the
if that's
last
going to be the case. Once again,
few
he's
rounds
going to
here.
fuel things out. Kayak going to play backside yellow with the opening op.
Omen smokes at deny. Okay.
100 Thieves can also continue to play that fake if want to get their first pick here. If they don't get much presence, not seeing where
Now we drone.
kind of Boaster is. They've spotted him at yellow box before, but Kayak can get the one shot, dash out, and 100 Thieves may be forced to think of an alternate plan.
And you can see the dark cover that gets tossed by Austin as trying to lead Fnatic to believe it's going over.
Oh
but
my
Kayak,
God, they
a
are
freebie,
so lucky.
missed and whiffed. And now he's in a little bit of trouble. Paranoia is going to connect. He'll dash away to safety. But
They are
again,
so
how
lucky.
deep do you want to play here if you're 100 Thieves? This time going to play off the dark cover for what looks to be a plant opportunity. But that largely is, again, if you can get this plant down, you have the safety net of the Hunter's Fury for your post-plant setup.
I don't know how long Asuna can keep the
anymore.
jig up and has the ult if you just wanted to go towards A, I guess. But the Fnatic, the more time you're taking 100 Thieves, the more that they're going to be taking the
double
map. If
flank.
you got a double flank, double walk up, it will be alerted by the turrets, so you'll get EU to turn around.
Any ults here?
And still that Hunter's Fury, which
Yeah,
could
EU
have been
has
used
ult.
to maybe
They're
pressure
pushing
Snowman
up.
and get a plank
Yeah,
on
but
him.
the thing about
Did
this
CB
is
top
that Hunter's
side and
Fury is
killed
no
him?
longer a factor right yellow because of
As
that
soon as
long
I got
flank
two.
push. You have to play up if you're 100 Thieves, and they're out trading the fight.
So we got 2 from top side.
It's good for now. He got a
Damn.
lockdown. If you really want to
This
buy
should be a
more
save,
time,
bro.
it's
This
just
is a
Kayak
save.
would hopefully like to save
is
the
a
op,
definite
especially at
save.
0 credit. So he'll get away.
Yeah, it's a really good idea for Fnatic in terms of how do you counteract that play through B. Yeah, the snake bites do their job from Boaster. It stops the plant from happening for Awesome. The dark cover fades. He can't stay on site anymore. But
Am I enjoying this EWC format? A lot of good games with BO1 is shit low key.
Pressure on Green. They do
I mean,
a nice
dude, it's
job at it,
16 teams.
100 Thieves say, we're aware of what you're doing as well.
At least
Like,
it's
if you wanna put
BO3
big
elimination.
players
With
over towards
16
the
teams,
backside
I don't know
of
what
our
format you
setup,
can do.
We're going to just make you fight underneath tube.
I think,
And
like,
that's where you
I was
see
memeing
Fnatic
earlier, but
really
realistically,
crumble.
this is
They
the
weren't
only way you
able to
can
get
do it,
back
right?
over towards the site themselves. So
It has to be
good
a
stuff from
BO1
100
into a
Thieves, and we're gonna
BO3.
act within 1 here.
Or I guess
Is there
the
a
other way to
that
do
maybe,
it is you do
Boaster will
all
wanna change his
BO1s.
Viper wall towards B, because I feel like
Which
Xander gets
is
so much
also
value
a
out of them.
different issue of
think
its
you
own.
can. I mean, this is
Where it's
such
like
a
round
stock
robin
Viper wall,
BO1s and then
it
like
helps
top
you with
4
that
events from
retake
both groups
ability
or
if you
whatever.
do struggle, because again, just
I don't know.
reconfirming
I think
the
this
idea of,
format is
all you
probably the
have in
best way to
terms of
do it with
fighting
this many
information is
teams.
your Sova. So like you have to be able to play off of something to get you back onto the A
Upper
side besides just an
bracket
drone. So
is
that
BO3
Viper's wall is going to be
too.
there every single round. The question will be, like, where does he
I mean,
want to
that's
put the
fine,
cloud, and can you keep recharging a bit of a one-way from Green?
What are my
to try to
personal
put a
top
little
3
more
maps
pressure
right
on
now?
100 Thieves as they try to make
My
their way
personal
over to
top 3
yellow. Like,
maps?
those are the things that I think Fnatic need to be thinking about in terms of how do you
I can't
keep
answer that.
this
I haven't played enough.
very stationary defense.
I actually like the new
active
map. What
in
is it
the
called?
face of 100
Corrode?
Thieves.
I think the new
Again,
map
kind
is
of
fun.
forcing the issue early.
I don't know what
The
the
curse here,
community's
100
opinion
Thieves
of it is
haven't dropped
because I
an
haven't kept
offensive
up,
round
but
yet, and they're about to walk into the sidelines of
Freebie
Kayak,
again.
and he won't
They
rip that
contact the
one, and big ol'
offer.
hug, but Boaster,
Oh my god. Crowd got
I
away
thought
with
he was going to
murder.
get that for sure, so
Oh my god, Kayak whiffed
the
again.
odds are even, but that op is still close, and usually you would have Asuna who would use a paranoia and try to punish that, but Spike's going
New
elsewhere.
map is
Lurk here
shit.
from Xander
You guys don't
Fnatic,
like
where
it?
this could be a possibility. They see the cross from 100 Thieves back over to A, but I
I
was
think
saying they
it's
don't
fun.
know that Xander was here initially,
From what
but
I
it doesn't make a
played.
difference. They're just going to stack up and play the 4v4. Again, looking at limited purchase here for Fnatic, but Kayak is the one who has the heavy weaponry and is in position. Just comes down to does he hit?
What is this play?
Kayak
Trying to dodge
is
drone?
locked in. Drone looks
That is a
for
crazy
him, and
play,
what a
bro.
shot, but a punish from Xander is huge.
Wow,
and the
crashed
KJ
with his finger from
tilting it,
there?
So he just can't keep rolling it down.
2v3.
2
They
versus
have
2
Silva
with the
though.
spike ready to
Crashies.
plant.
Punishary.
He baited it out. He baited it out, but Chronicle got a kill.
Chronicle doesn't even
And he
need that
tagged him.
ping onto Asuna.
Wait, what happened to
And he said goodbye to
Asuna?
him too.
He like out?
What a comeback from Fnatic. You know, I
Huge round.
cursed it. I cursed it. I said
You
100
did.
Thieves haven't dropped an offensive round.
And
so.
they did it into a round that they didn't have full purchase. So you really, really let the whole region
Tried
down.
to Omen ult?
That's just one of those moments where, again,
Oh.
you know, there's a difference maker of Kayak hitting that first shot. It does look like there's going to be a follow-up. Cryo saves that initial play, but yeah, it is Kayak hitting 2
Oh, so
very
he got
critical
scanned
shots,
while he was
stopping
trying
the
to
initial
do
play
it.
at B and then doing the same thing over at A to let that Hunter's Fury sing a little bit more loudly. This is a must-win round, it feels like, for 100 Thieves coming into this one. No.
This is all
Still
gone?
fine in terms
Yeah,
of
his ult is
economy,
gone.
but with a lockdown
Wait.
and a Hunter's Fury,
Yeah.
you have the counters that you want to Fnatic. You bounce
How
back.
does that
you win
work? He
this round,
used it
you
and
slow
died?
down the economy of
Damn.
Fnatic. Keeps you right within the grasp of getting this to a level game. Cryo,
Big.
good for the first. Needs a little bit of
Big.
help and has it. Xander finds the follow-up. That'll disengage.
Yeah, Chronicle, good slow orb to try and get away. I like the triple walk down because Fnatic just won off of A, so you're forcing 100 Thieves to go back
Damn,
to what
top
was more
knives.
successful for them was the B push. Yet the triple walk down for Fnatic, just
has res
investing
again.
more and more into trying to surprise 100 Thieves.
Yeah, that's the big key, is they're trying to surprise 100 Thieves. That's been the staple in, what, 4 rounds this half so far? The pistol, the triple walk down that we saw in the beginning, the double hit over through B main and tube, and now you've got a triple stack over at Green. Fnatic is trying to take the game away from 100 Thieves, and to be fair, 100 Thieves
He's trying to
fighting
sneak
back
up.
nicely.
Like,
I need help pushing
the guy
yellow
during the
box,
SEN
and
game.
Alpha
They're
is not going
saving.
to have a good opportunity. They
No,
just
he's
don't
gonna
have
ult?
the util to do that either
Oh,
now
he's
that
saving.
Crashies is gone. So just going to give that
Can't
one
ult
up.
because Boostio has ult.
100 Thieves keeping the driver's seat.
Yeah. This offensive half
Also,
has
it's
looked very
5v3.
comfortable for 100 Thieves.
Damn, 100 Thieves.
Some of it, again, because of
Making
that
a game
cheekiness
out of
that
it. What is that,
trying to
6 in a
pull.
row?
And maybe that's, again, another element of, like, you're playing a comp that you assume is going to
Sweating
be
them
very
out.
reactionary. So you try to get a little bit more aggressive. You try to catch your opponent off guard a touch. It just hasn't worked.
6-7
So,
on the other stream.
opportunity for 100 FD now. They didn't have
Looks
to use a
like
single ultimate in that
KC
last
just won
round.
pistol.
Bank accounts are enough to ship to Switzerland. And Fnatic are going to be dealing with an interesting follow-up round
6-7,
here.
I said the
They've
thing.
got a lot of tools,
I
but
said the thing.
it'll just
I
come
still don't
down
know
to
what
how
that
they
meme
wanna
is,
set
I'll
up
be
their
honest.
defense. We haven't really seen them play off of that more reactionary
not
contest
gonna lie, I
despite
don't know
type
that
of
meme.
mindset in a while, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go back to it.
just Kayak still has the op, so I think put him at yellow box and don't do a walk down. Just let 100 Thieves come to you, and that just play for picks off of Kayak.
It's a basketball
because
meme?
the last round that we saw Fnatic win
It's
was
LaMelo's
off of
balls
a lot
height?
of muscle coming out of Kayak.
Yeah,
so.
that's absolutely true.
Is he 6'7"?
Give him the good Cheerios.
Well, if the last round was a must-win round for 100 Thieves, this one's going to feel pretty mandatory for Fnatic. Bank accounts are running a little bit dry. Kayak playing an aggressive angle onto 410. He's going to hear that alarm bot he placed, though. So, opportunity to try to catch
Wow.
a play from Kayak.
Wait.
First blood onto Asuna as a critical agent to take out of the hands of 100 Thieves.
The quick scope in front of 3 players, like our jaws are dropped. So are theirs. So Fnatic going back to just kind of hanging back again, letting 100 Thieves come to you and letting Kayak play for picks. And I wonder if 100 Thieves would just want to ditch this, but now you don't have any lurks activated, so you have to re-clear all of that space.
Yeah, and Alpha can just throw shoulders.
Look at KJ,
and watch
he's just watching the cross. Yeah, got orbed out
over
now.
to Boaster's direction at B. The poison cloud at mid will
They're going back?
re-embellish.
Yeah, they're going B.
Congest that lane goal for a minute, so there will be some question marks here with 40 seconds on the clock for Fnatic in terms of where is 100 Thieves going.
It's so nice to watch a good Jet on this stream.
Because you just don't want to keep peeking the Kayak op. He is so good with it right now.
I see you.
So 100 Thieves going back to what was more successful for them, using the Xander wall and maybe even getting able to pressure Snowman, which would be great, but Boaster is going to pressure back. 100 Thieves looking to land.
Ooh, interesting. Oh,
Hunter's Fury. Tags only once. Snake bite at the ready. Cryo is taking
good molly.
some chip
Very
damage,
good
but it's
molly.
going to commit for the plant. That's massive, and now you can
Counter Viper roll.
of your own.
KJ ult. Counter
Just try
KJ
to
ult.
reinforce it from both sides. A Venn diagram over the B site.
So many ults invested. A big round for both teams. And
Oh.
that means just no vision for Kayak with this op, and now trying to get around to the yellow box.
Oh, they're all
It's
the
Fnatic's
Tames.
job, and now
Two
both
Tames.
pits are out of the picture, and it's just EU on the post plane. It starts with 1, 3 more to go. The recon
the knives.
and 2 players detained, and the ping
Dead.
onto Kayak, and Crashy
Fucking
dances
spoilers.
and weaves,
Fuck.
and it's Fnatic with the win.
That was immensely tight, but 100 Thieves just not able to survive through that hodgepodge of Viper's pits and lockdowns. They do actually eventually delete Fnatic's lockdown. I think it just took too long to get to because it looked like that was going to be the commitment, was stay on site, stay on the Viper's pit, try to force this lockdown out. But as they try to cross
They haven't left
over
for
into
6
the
hours
site
and
themselves,
30.
this is Fnatic has already taken away
That's
too much
actually
space over
insane.
through Snowman. They get a read on it. They find the picks that they need. And the numbers advantage is too much to overcome. And so both teams do what essentially was required.
100
We needed to see
Thieves
100 Thieves
timeouts.
win round 19. They provided that. Fnatic respond with one of their own. Bank account staying stable here as 100 Thieves take their timeout in the second half.
Finally, Fnatic starting to kick down the door for 100 Thieves, not letting them get away with too much of a flawless
Did Sen play already?
offense. But
Unfortunately,
you'd love
yes.
to see 100 Thieves gather
Am I
that
going back to
energy,
sleep
but
after?
Fnatic finding a way.
My plan is to go to
fight
sleep
fire with
around
fire,
like noon
literally.
or something. I don't
We saw
know.
so many ults.
I think
Pit for
chat.
pit,
I
lockdown
don't
for
know what
lockdown.
tomorrow looks like,
Hunter's
but
Fury,
I go to
like,
sleep.
So much just
I
happened,
wake up.
and Fnatic still found a way to control the chaos, getting around to
Maybe
yellow box and
go
whatnot,
live
and
before
forcing
the
it
watch
to
party,
last
play
time out of
ranked.
100
I don't want to
Thieves.
promise
Yeah,
that
the
though.
first blood was pivotal for
It'd
that
kind of be
too, just
degen if I did
to,
that.
again, talk about where the numbers
I
advantage
don't know. We'll
started
see.
from.
But yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep
Makes those
at like noon or
exchanges
1
of
or
ultimates
something.
a little bit of an easier call because you know you're going to have advantages just by countering.
Would it be
and
crazy to
playing the
play
exact
ranked
same ults
before
that
the
they
watch
do.
party tomorrow at 2?
So
I missed the Sentinels game. How did we
11-9.
lose? We lost both pistols.
Res
Zach
is the
and
only thing on the
Rat's
table.
the party
We've
a
got
little late.
ourselves some vanilla
And
Valorant coming up here, which is Kayak
Zeus was top
on the
fragging,
operator.
which is an issue in itself.
And he's been, again, like you've
So,
already kind of alluded towards, he's been
a few things
dominant
went
in
wrong,
terms
but
of
that's okay.
Finding an opening pick and controlling some key spaces. Fnatic's going to step up, deny the early recon bolt, and put themselves in position to keep Kayak safe on this deep play.
Yeah, 100 Thieves just taking it one step at a time, especially with Fnatic, who have liked to do these, kind of condition them with these early walk-ups, and Kayak, who could dash out and have some support from Crashies too, with all the util available, and 100 Thieves are not hearing or seeing much. So you got to have a recon or a drone, but it's the defense that pulls that Sova util out first.
They only see the they only see Boostio though. That doesn't tell you much if you're Fnatic. The problem is the walk down at 2 plus Kayak still on this angle. Cloud bursts himself back.
Yep.
Crashies follows up with a little bit of help, but
saved him.
Cryo was trying to get deep to try to release counteract.
Cryo!
And he does 2 for 2.
Oh my
3v3
God.
action, but here's that
Vintage,
quick play from
vintage.
Alpha on the pinch.
Wait, look at Viper. Look at
Okay,
Viper.
grabbing that spike
Look
is
at
good.
Viper.
I was worried Alpha was
Can
going
he
to
cross?
get on the flank. And meanwhile, you have
He's
kind
dead.
of a really deep lurk from Z. And Busio's going to go join.
I've
That's
seen it
such
all.
an important 1v1 for Busio to win.
There's no fucking
Xander
way that
will
happens.
pretty much guarantee the round here. Rez Cryo says
Oh
not so
my
fast. Thank you for the
God.
free limb. Thank you for the
Cinema.
orb. I'll be close to knives now.
What's happening?
And he says, look at I found on the
100
ground.
Thieves just
Okay,
played so
so
well.
very resourceful life
100
from
Thieves just
Cryo.
played so well.
As 100 Thieves
Oh
will get
my
to double
God.
digits. Unless Chronicle is able to find one isolated, but likely not going to happen here. And that is just a massive commitment from
Fuck
Cryo,
this
understanding
KDA.
the situation. I
Yeah,
can
he
punish
did.
Kayak if he's going to play the op.
Dude,
up close,
Chronicle's
and then
got like,
the slow orb
no
that kind of
joke, 5 or
traps,
6 stage reses. He's
crashes
coming up
into
on a
position,
regulation record
allows
here.
for a freebie for a second.
For
So
stage
good stuff
reses.
out of Cryo.
Does anyone know the record for
Now
stage
Fnatic's
reses in a
starting to
regulation
realize,
match?
okay,
And if you know that off the top of your head, that's weird.
Are going to switch up the game plan. Are going to cross from
My
one
guess
side to
is
the other.
maybe
And
the
that's
record
where
is
maybe
6.
someone like Alpha can find the right timing and try and walk up
3
and
per
cut
half.
out those rotations off. But
Actually, the record is
these
probably
are also
higher than
trying
that,
to be
so
aware of
it's,
the timings
my guess
of
is
are
7.
Fnatic going to be
I
walking
changed
up
my
in
answer
the
to
early
7
rounds
because
and sort of what
3-3,
we're
I
gonna
add
see
1
out of
7.
Fnatic. It's been really hard
My
for
guess
100
is
Thieves to
7.
read. It feels like they have to kind of adapt on the fly, and they're smart enough to do that.
6 or 7. Wait, what?
Purchase will be okay for Fnatic. We'll have light armors in play, but a lot of weapons can still be repurchased. But 100 Thieves, you start to feel it now. Like, we're having
he's
our way on
feeling
the
something.
offensive
I don't know
side.
what the
You've
fuck
only
he's
dropped,
feeling,
what,
but
2 rounds?
Yeah.
And that's largely because Kayak hit some impressive shots. Like, you are controlling tempo nicely. And I think you just kind of stick to your guns. And yeah, another moment where Fnatic's going to try something a little bit cheeky. Alpha, wide peek works out. Xander
he got laid
drops. Turret providing a bit of distraction. And Alpha will
what a
betray. We go 4v4.
That
Wow.
walked in from Doob, and Fnatic wanted to cut off those rotations. Now they get ahead of the game with
4v4.
those picks, but 100 Thieves
Viper,
they
Boaster.
don't really live with that deficit for too long. They're always at least able to go from a 5v4 to a 4v4. Now really just thinking off of Busio kind of starting to create
They're
that
going
space
A.
over at A. They'll bring the spike over.
Yeah, they're just clearing a couple of
Crashies.
angles. They're going to know that Kayak is not here. And that might be enough information to commit to this play. You
Crashies
can see
fighting
Busio's
alone.
just playing the anti-air defense right now. Just don't let him jump back up to that backside screen. Aldrone out. Deleted very quickly. Busio does get tagged. Slow orb to stop at any impeding possible plant.
They have sight.
Nano to push off the angle, and
They have
Asuna will just
sight.
take the vents and the ropes rather over and get the plant up top. This is going to be difficult for Fnatic to retake into, especially considering it's a Viper and Sage in the mix.
Crashy just has one shock bolt. You got Nade too, and Fnatic starting to get smoked
Wow,
up.
look
It's
at this
not gonna
post plant
be
they're
easy,
playing.
so Crashies at least can clear one corner, but Fnatic just have to swing and
I
use
don't
the
know about
power
this
of
angle.
friendship. And it's going to be who can
Wow,
continue the
Busio,
lead
nice
or
shot, though.
even things up. Trade for
Asuna?
trade. 100
Asuna.
Thieves are holding it down for as long as they
Observer,
can.
what are you
Kayak finally
doing?
activates on the flank, a double kill. Now dashing towards the spike. That is all, and Fnatic get up to match
Oh, what is
point.
happening? Is it lagging? Why is he a fucking observer not watching anyone?
Initially because
I didn't see anything
you
that
commit
happened.
through, you get a read.
What
that
the fuck is
Kayak was
Boaster
initially
doing?
playing over towards the B side of the map, or
Cut
more
the
importantly, you just
camera.
know he's not on A. So you're going to say, all right, we're in
The
there. We're going to
fuck?
commit. We know he's playing it up. Problem is, he drops the op for a Vandal. He's quick on the pinch. And no one's really
cranking
watching
his
for
shit
it. Because
live
if
on
you're 100
stream,
Thieves
dude.
looking at a Jet with an op, you just don't expect that that's the player on your flank. You've accounted for everything else. So nice moment from Kayak. Swapping the weapon, getting into play. Also just the fact that you get a trade from Crashies is massive to allow Kayak to continue to be a little bit unguarded and uncovered. So huge round for Fnatic, who now find themselves on that point.
That's the Kayak difference. What can he not do? There's always a player on Fnatic who has to step
Match
up and
point,
make
Fnatic.
miracles happen and to will a win into existence when it otherwise looks sometimes cooked. But got the ult from
Sniping.
Asuna, and he's going to go for a plant in the middle of his own smoke.
Wow.
Lockdown from 2 from Fnatic, kind of the same thing they did last round.
Yeah, this is messy, but the thing is, this is going to put a lot of pressure on 100 Thieves just because you've got this snowball of a rotation coming through the middle of the map for Fnatic.
It's too good to be
Asuna
true.
maybe in position, but Boaster's
Wow,
seen
he got
it.
spotted.
And
Wait.
now you look to see if Busio can help out at all.
What the
timing
fuck?
for Asuna here. Can he find more than just the first?
What
Yes,
the
he can, the trade is out.
And it's just Kayak now. 100
my
Thieves
god.
finally gotten together to get it up to
Oh
11.
my
And was it
God.
Mitch was saying 13-7 for Fnatic. I'm a little bit off with the 13-10
my
for
God.
100
I'm
Thieves,
way off.
but What was yours again?
I don't want to talk about it. Let's get into the next round.
Holy fucking shit.
Man, this is the best map I think we've had on the B stream.
Oh, without question.
This is hype.
We've had beatdowns.
Yeah.
On our
We
first
said
three
this was
best
our
of
match of the day.
We did say that, and I was skeptical, but here I am, eating my words for dinner.
Match point still.
Oh, you got EU close to a Hunter's
The buy is
Fury,
kinda
knives
shit.
out
Triple
from
stinger.
Kayak with stinger buys. Or, yeah, Hero
EU's
Vandal
one off
too
ult.
from Fnatic. But it's all up to what Kayak can accomplish really deep into
Kayak
B
with
main,
knives,
and
though, yeah.
100 Thieves kind of like to play slow sometimes in these early rounds, see what Fnatic are cooking up in the walk-up.
Well, and this is the thing, is the economy gets a little bit shattered here for Fnatic, so you've got a couple of Stingers and a Guardian in the mix, so it's going to force Fnatic to consider playing a bit more aggressive, which again, with this composition, is not going to feel all that comfortable, but look at the space they've already taken. You've already gotten through Tube, you've already gotten through Green. The Viper can rotate back for Boaster, and those snake bites can help delay a little bit longer for these flanks to get
Getting
into
flanked
the
by a
action.
Jet.
So,
Look at the Jet flank.
you know, for Fnatic,
Is he going to
you've got them
updraft
cornered,
belt? He's
you've
going to
got them
updraft
pinned. Now it
belt.
just
Watch
comes to,
Jet.
can you hit the
Watch
shots with
Jet,
Stingers?
please. I'm begging
Kayak
you.
was impactful on the flank before with the stinger. It'll be
What?
kind
Oh,
of
it's
different,
over. They lost.
and
It's
Alpha
over.
holds it down on the front line. So
Silva,
100 Thieves
here's
are kind
Silva.
of weak, and
Jets
despite
gonna
the
kill
Vandals,
Silva.
it should be just better. But
Wait, he jiggled
you're
him.
not
Wait,
obscuring
he saw him.
screens a whole lot.
Yo,
you're gonna
show
have to
me
play
the
from low
fucking
ground.
fight,
Kayak with the
dude.
knives out. Okay, Stinger not so good. Knives even better. But are these butter knives or what? The flank
Oh, I
is
hate
doing-
this observer.
is okay.
EU has to win this fight. He just absolutely has to. That's your post-plant security, and he's able to win it. Xander also able to follow up onto the site,
Asuna.
makes this a little
It's
bit
all
more
on
doable.
Asuna
Zaza
here.
is on
Oh
an
my
island,
God.
but the Hunter's Fury for EU is the win condition.
This is for the win, and it's all up to EU
He has
to
ult.
save 100
Good dart.
Thieves, and you still have
GG.
a Hunter's Fury. But Crash Eats is up first,
Wow.
and a big win. Fnatic 13-11.
Wow, it was a great opening dart. It's just one of those things that if he's able to follow up with the second one, maybe there's a world where he's able to convert, but the biggest part about that is that initial walkdown. I don't know what happened to Cryo right there.
Oh my
Being late
God. We have no time to
something.
process it. We're in the next one.
See what Forsaken wants to
It's
do. He's been
unlimited
pretty
fucking
aggro
games.
with these ults. May opt to try to go for something tricky.
That was a good
here
game.
again, or at least make
That was a good
Army
comeback.
Corp consider it.
Yeah, they read the TP right here, this location. They would get all the information they need.
Setup looks familiar.
Guys, they're only
Yeah,
playing
just a
Lotus and
little bit.
Icebox. No joke.
Smoke on B main. No approach.
No
coming
Dust
through
2,
the
no
door.
Mirage, fucking nothing. Dude. Just
Damn.
Lotus
Gets
Icebox.
the spot out, quickly repositions with the teleport.
Fucking 2-map event.
As something makes the first
player
fight, he's
standing.
able to win it. Brings it now just to
Ooh, tie
Sugetsu,
game?
who just doesn't have the HP to try to get by. Cleanup is there. His smiles abound here. PRX.
Damn. Wait, what do we think about
Very
that 100
much running
Thieves
this back.
game at the
Yeah.
end?
This
I
one
don't
a little
know.
bit scrappy,
I mean, there
though.
was
Definitely a few
kind
kind
of a
of
shit show. Nice comeback, I
oopsies
guess.
for PRX
Fake
that they'd like
comeback.
to have back. That round a little bit cleaner.
This is a BO3 and
Jing
second
on
map
that
is Icebox?
reaggress on the
Yeah, it's
angle.
scripted.
Crosshair is just a little bit off initially. Can't find the headshot. Something there good for one, but
When's the NRG BO3
damage
start?
done. And Sugetsu, one bullet grazes him and he's out of the
2
round. And
hours?
Forsaken takes a little bit of a pause. Flash out.
This might be my last one.
Martin gonna get the spot.
Still sticking around though, something. Maybe not reading
This
the
series might be
operator
my last
setup
one.
here.
I don't know. We'll see.
Ends
But
up paying the iron price. A solid kill to be found.
I don't know if I'm winning for NRG,
NRG,
but I'll be
trying
honest.
to regain the lead for themselves, get it up to 11. As Prowler will ensure that there is no one playing over in towards B main.
Down a Rebel.
Gotta be cautious here as PRX
I'm gonna
showstopper.
die. We'll see. We'll
Available
see.
for Evez.
We'll see how I
You have
feel.
an Outlaw which has the ability to get a one-tap kill on everybody. Admin is his ult, Devi is his ult, so a lot of ability to scale into the site.
5v4 KC advantage. They got a lot of
Trying to
ults.
suss out where these trips are going to be. Elite has been very meticulous about relocating them.
What
Consistently is
the
okay.
fuck?
Showstopper. Yeah, a ton of damage, but not able to find that kill. For
Oh my
down one after the other.
God.
Vez and Sugetsu both knocked out of the park. Elite eventually
What a
able to
shit
go ahead
show.
and peel that one back through the wall.
Visal. This is Valorant, bro. I love this shit.
There's the weapons taken away from them here by the steel
They still
guard.
got Yorwell
Still
too.
in
Yorwell.
play.
Here we go. Jing is
Slots
2
one.
off.
Decay as the decay expires, or Jing rather, as it expires. Only 3 HP.
Well, I know where they are. Can we kill them?
Trying to spot them out. Trying to give this info over.
I mean, that Yorwell didn't
to
do
Elite.
anything.
No
We knew they were in
trying
those
to play off
spots.
of it. Jing
He
gonna be
just
the
came
first
back to
hurdle.
retake from the same place.
If he isn't immediately dealt with, there you go. The round is just going to spiral. PRX now back into the lead, 11-10.
Cryo
Looking
lag?
from that
What do you mean
point.
cryo lag?
This PRX team just
100 dudes coming up with excuses?
confounds me sometimes. They're so good in heat of the moment situations. I mean, just running and gunning there for
You saw
Forsaken.
it?
Great response from Elite to find the spot and the kill, but
Literally watched it in the
Paper
game.
X has been really devastating, and now Paper X with the lead
What
after
lag?
losing both bonuses.
Both pistols, both bonuses. FKC now forced back onto
Flip it.
Nico, so will be full sheriffs here.
The
for
last
the
round,
team.
had the crowd down the last round.
Previous
Where?
round ends up being
Cryo
costly in
was-
more ways than one. Not only has the lead been conceded, the economy broken. There's a lot of ults invested.
Martin tucked himself
On the
behind
rafters?
rubble.
Yeah, I was looking at radar. I didn't see how he
Position.
died. I was looking at radar.
Saw it with Sugetsu earlier, but
I remember where he died.
It's going to be something
on the
Paper
rafters with
X
knives.
considers here.
But I was looking at
On an
radar.
island.
Did he have knives
Long
out? I
gonna
don't
be cleared,
remember
but
that.
they're just scaling forward, and immediately Patman will find that one. Crosshair a little bit offset. The swing in. Sugetsu, I'm not even sure how he got the kill. That one was lightning fast, but still quickly traded. Player advantage absolutely maintained here from Paper X. Right to the rope.
Planted.
Neves does manage to find the headshot. Weapon's not going to be collectible quite just yet. Patman down below, holding his own, looking for a 4K, puts Elite down to 4 HP, and will be able to confirm it. Paper X now up to map point, 12 to 10. Carmine, can they force another
Observer
OT?
lags?
Yeah, and you're
I'll
going
watch
to get
it over. I don't know.
really close to a nightfall here. One
Go
away
away
for
for now.
Patman off these explosive last couple of rounds. It's Carmine Corp. After what looked like such a good read on Paper X has made some adjustments, and frankly, they're just taking their time. They're being a little bit more diligent. You know, Carmine Corp trying to gamble a little bit with some of these Cypher setups at times, and now Paper X is finding their openings, finding their timings, and just frankly working together as a team. Seeing a lot of good coordination. They're going to try to make their way in. Showstopper, so yep, it's going to be B. They know they can basically secure this. This is going to be the C's to slow it up momentarily, but you know, Jing, again, it's all about just getting that plant down and then setting up for the post.
Timing.
He's not really been able to find any kind of real kill value when it comes down to these ultimates, but still very much puts the fear of God into him. Reposition, Sugetsu eats an immense amount of
Did
damage.
Cypher hear
They have a
that?
TP flank attempt coming through from Forsaken, arriving in around the back. Elite does
Oh,
know the
traded.
flank
That's
here
big.
from Divide, but there you go.
GG.
Forsaken, that second layer, ends up striking. Paper X very well
Wow.
poised to go ahead and close it out, and they shall. 13 to 10. And they do not slip here on their own map pick of Lotus. They run it back.
Just a massive
Oh, wow.
attacker side for Paper X. Sets Carmine Corp reeling after what looked like they might be able to steal away their opponent's map pick. Steady as she
And the
goes,
crowd goes wild.
for the Paper X train. It always seems like it might be a little bit rocky, might be falling off the tracks, but they're good to go.
They're able to get that one done. Solid
And
run back in for Paper X, but still
very
a good effort from
unfortunately,
Carmine Corp to make that.
but next map is Icebox. So yeah, let's fucking go. Okay, fatigue is starting to actually hit now. We're chilling though. We're gonna power through for a little bit. Let's take a look at the stats from 100 Thieves. Nothing too crazy here. Ooh. What happened to sleeping? I did sleep. I napped for 8 minutes, remember? Ads, oh yeah. Thank you. What do we do while we wait? What matches are coming up? Let me see here. BBL DRX is coming up. That's a BO3. Fnatic Gen G is coming up. That's a BO3. NRG Rex is coming up. That's a BO3. I'm thinking I watch Fnatic Gen G and then I call it after that. But then at that point, I'm already at the end of the day. Is that after? What stream is that on? That's on the main stream. So these guys play once this series is over. Watch the cryo clip. Where's the clip? Where's the clip? I'll find the clip myself.
Okay.
I don't know. You drop.
On the last round, chatters are saying cryo lagged and it should be a remake.
Four. Now really
I
just
call
thinking.
it cope, but the verdict is
Nice moment. Yeah. More than just the first. And I was skeptical.
here we go.
Got them cornered. You
Cryo
got them
on
now it just
entry.
comes to can you hit the shots of the Stingers?
Hey, Kayak was impactful on the flank before with the stinger.
What?
The fuck? That was observer lag though.
Kind of
What? To get into the action, so.
I think that was observer lag. I don't know.
You know, for Fnatic, you've got
Look at
them
his reaction.
cornered, you've got them pinned. Now it just comes to can you hit the shots of the Stingers?
Hey, Kayak was impactful on the flank before.
It does look like he reacted to him lagging out.
With the
But I think the camera's delayed.
stinger, it'll be kind of.
What flanks to get into
The others lag too? How do you make that out?
Holds it
How do you know everyone lagged?
down on the front line, so 100 deep.
How do you know everyone
now it
lagged?
just comes to can you hit
Look at
the
KJ.
shots of the Stingers?
Hey, Kayak was impactful on the flank before.
I don't fucking know what happened there. Did the server lag? Or the observer lagged? The observer? Yeah, I mean, Alpha killed him in that moment, so it must have just been the observer. Unless he killed him while he was lagging, which is unlikely.
A little bit longer for these flanks to get into the action, so you know, for Fnatic, you've got them cornered, you've got them pinned. Now it just comes to can you hit the shots of the Stingers?
Hey, Kayak was impactful on the flank before with the stinger. It'll be kind of different.
You're the caster? What? What?
And
Doo-doo. Next song. Yeah, I'm not feeling it right now either. Next song as well. I have to pee. I'll be right back. Ugh. Vape Trick stream one is crazy. What can we play while we wait? Check my subreddit. It's been a while. It has been, actually. There's so much. Oh my god, there's so much. 22 days I haven't been on here? Damn. I already did Wordle. I don't think I have the energy for this right now, but I'm gonna go through all of it. Like, hopefully tomorrow, honestly. This is too much. We can, in the meantime. You can't hear me? My music's high? Oh shit, my bad. Do I watch tennis from time to time? No, but it's funny you say that because yesterday I was on IG Reels and it was like a Turkish girl made it to like the singles round 3 for the first time in history of Turkey or something like that. Her name was Zeynep something, I think. I don't really watch tennis. I just saw that yesterday. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Zeynep Korkmaz. That's a sick last name. Korkmaz means like fearless. If you playing me, keep it on the low. 'Cause my heart can't take it anymore. Why is my camera tilted? Has my camera been tilted the whole time? Oh my god, are you guys faded? The fuck? I like the vibe, I don't know. I need to figure out what I can do to stall right now. What about we play a game of chess? I don't know how to play chess. Also, do I have an account? Log in. Log in with Google. I'll play a game of chess, fuck it. What are my stats on here? I haven't played in 3 years, dude. All I do is lose? What do you mean? These are all losses? I mean, I'm playing with GMs and shit, dude. Look at this. I'm playing with fucking GMs, bro. Should I play chess right now? I don't know how to play, like, I forgot. Should I try? How do I new game? What do I do? 10 minutes? 3-minute blitz? Done. Wait! Fuck! No, I'm fine. Never mind. Car going 90 in the rain. What? Fuck, I have to move. Play. Wait, what? Can I bring this back or no? Be honest. Fuck. How do I type to him? Fucking loser.
Jing just TPs up on the belt and absolutely tears apart 3. Aviz is going to be scratching his head saying, what the hell happened? That is one of the fastest pistol rounds that I've ever seen.
At least resign. I don't know
and
how.
I've been casting this game for a while.
How was I looking out there?
I had some things I wanted to talk about, and then nope, not going to happen.
Bit it.
Yep. Well, at least for PRX, they've won a pistol. They've got that going for him.
In the most Paper X fashion that they could have, I suppose.
I look good?
That is true.
Aside from
Really?
it being clean.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
Goodness.
They are just all distracted by the recon.
dart.
I did my Omen play. Wow.
Lands right there on the grate, and Jing just gets the 1-2-3 tap to really set the stage. Well, that is going to have Karman Corp reeling, because again, every single round on this attacking side is so important.
Now look at this buy from Paper X.
A double Bulldog, 3 Sheriffs.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is
what is
pretty
this buy?
unorthodox.
It is.
What is
as
this buy from?
that.
Are they trolling the fucking
Swing
Elo?
across, Patman spotting out multiple players. Will allow for the regen shield to come back up as tempted the one-way. Now going to be sent. Recon pings out onto all of them.
Oh my god.
Won't be able to find the punish though.
Look at this buy.
Patman can tuck back safely. Not getting scouted out himself, but his presence certainly is known.
Just lopping in mollies at him now.
That's what a nice Viper molly.
And it's no players lost yet for Karman Corp. And seemingly going to try to rotate the other side. Something.
This is where they can maybe find an
What?
advantage, but it's a collat off the Sheriff. This hits them both in the head. Divine now trying to backfill the space here, as we'll just take turns.
PRX are so confident.
Running things in the mid. No more. And at the end of the day, it will be Paper X closing out 2-0 and giving the bye. Pretty much nothing lost.
This is just...
What is happening?
This is just bizarre.
What's going on?
This is absolutely... I mean, even for Paper X, this is bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, a Sheriff collat.
Yeah,
it's so rare.
It is. And on top of that, like the whole buy, the whole situation, like the pistol round into this, whole start to this map, just funky. But you know what? I like it.
And they're feeling it now. They're having fun. Flash over the top. Orb going to be taken here by
All right.
Forsaken.
Bonus. They have an off?
To try to really contest these is something at the same time. Pushed forward. Recon getting a ping onto one.
Bang.
There's a jump peek out. Something goes for the shot, but connection not to be found. Martin stays alive and healthy.
Now the very cheap buy round for Paper X makes sense. You can get that op fast-tracked into something's hands. You saw Texture earlier today doing a number on this map with it.
And Jing should be able to afford another one if they lose this round or can't carry it forward off a win.
The cameras are bugged, yeah.
So they're well set up that really have this one cycled.
You know, one thing I was gonna say I was really interested about seeing on this map was gonna be the Viper v Viper battle.
Who did KC
with kind of the
beat?
old school Sugetsu versus the new school Patman. Hasn't mattered at all so far, but maybe as this one goes on, as I kind of was seeing Sugetsu go for a bit of a lurk there.
BBG2.
Can't really find anything out of it. Nobody giving him the
With the
opportunity
sub.
at the top of kitchen. And it's just gonna be a 5-man stack to pressure this
Okay,
op.
30 seconds.
Something still here. How do you try to displace, though? The drone already has been committed. Flash
What
not
a
gonna connect
jump.
onto him, but John
How's
is
he
not
alive?
going to connect onto the players of KC. Instead, they get quite a bit of damage here onto something. Holding him at bay, back around here at backside with that fragment.
12 seconds.
Shock dart would have certainly led to a kill, but now they're running out of time.
10 seconds left.
Wow.
The sins of old starting to resurface here
He's
for
so
Carmine
good.
Corpus at 6 seconds remaining. Need
Wow.
to get this plant down on the floor
Time?
already. They're
Time?
out of time as they try to work their way
Time?
forward
Forsaken?
into the nest, but have to come up with 2 kills. And there's just no hope in hell. Forsaken dropping down from the top rope, gets himself a 4K, and that is now Paper X.
Damn.
Giving them a bit of their own medicine as they convert the bonus.
Damn,
Yeah,
son.
just takes too long there. And Paper X, as the time dwindles down, happy to set up the 4-1 with the op and, you know, leave something to his own
Oh
devices
my
to at least
God.
stay alive and buy time, and he does exactly that. And then Forsaken, no fear.
That was so clean.
Goodness, he has been so good today. You know, going even back to their first match against Billy, he is just electric.
Wow, man.
And it's unstoppable. Deeper push this time for something.
And might be unexpected.
What? That was on him. He hit him.
Now
How?
he's going to be noted. Being tagged up a bit. They're really trying to hound him down. Shorty going to be drawn out around the corner. Forsaken
Oh my
open
God.
over the top.
Forsaken is
14.
farming right now.
Gone down point blank.
Oh my.
They're just continuing to
He's
scale
feeling it
forward.
so much, I'm
Fearlessness
scared.
is the game plan
He's
here for
actually
Paper X
feeling
as
it
they
so
continue to
hard.
just absolutely thrive in this chaos that they have ensued on the map.
Holy
As
shit.
it is going to be damn near flawless, just Forsaken on the floor. 4-0
This might
start.
be over already.
Well, that is old school Paper X right there. Just get aggressive early and stay aggressive. You know, Karman Corp trying to find a way to punch back, but a little bit of frustration being shown here. As that hand warmer not really doing the trick so far for Sugetsu. And Jing.
When do Sentinels play tomorrow?
Just going to be chilling as I suspect. Yeah,
It's gotta be timeout call after this one. Getting ready to go into your next buy. Your opponents are so far ahead economically as well as ult economy wise.
They play tomorrow first, 2 a.m.
Trying to get a solid game plan is absolutely
and then after that is 100 Thieves EDG.
I mean, it's
elimination. 100 Thieves
looking like when Knoxville fought
EDG.
Butterbean. Wasn't even close.
That's a banger as well.
Just on the floor in the mall.
NA versus China twice tomorrow. Actually, 3 times.
I wonder how many people actually get
Billy
that
versus
reference.
G2.
The audience is probably quite
G-Live
young.
versus Sentinels.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that
and
is
100 Thieves versus
old.
EDG.
Yeah.
And I watched that when I was a kid.
I might have been in high school.
Yeah, you are.
Elimination is BO3.
Very possible.
And upper
Very
bracket is
probable,
also BO3.
Let's see what the adjustments look like here coming out of the timeout. As we'll reverse the camera back up into the sky. So ultimates, critical ones. Pretty close by, 2 off the Hunter's Fury, 1 away from that pit if they can get into a post plant. You have a Hunter's Fury on the opposite side.
Okay, 4-0.
To contend with here to really try to slow up the approach.
And even if you put pressure onto something, he gets 1 kill, he gets his Blade Storm, so he can wreak some havoc potentially. Aggressive positioning.
Wow.
There it is.
The elbow, the finger.
Dead. Widely gaining a lot of these ult charges in his death.
Oh my god, PRX
Oh,
are
as
too
well.
hot right
Just
now.
Holding down 2.
I'm not gonna lie, they're warm.
Clearly, first map working as a bit of a warm-up here. As Patman similarly off-screen, able to find 1. Jing will do the same to Martin. The swing back yellow. Something will go ahead and put the nail in the coffin, sealing the deal on a flawless round.
Well, I mean, part of the problem here
that.
for Carmine Corp is the lack of duelists. You don't have the ability to put pressure onto something with that op, with these aggressive positionings that he's going to take. It's going to take immaculate utility usage to figure out where he's at, A, and then follow up off of it, B. And you don't have that quick ability. Like, you don't have a jet that can pop a dash to chase him down. Nothing that can really bother him because he has the ability to escape. He's got that dash himself. He's got those updrafts to find that ability to get the hell out of there. There again, they're going to push out mid this time. And here goes the Hunter's Fury. 4 Forsaken, catches 1, gets the kill.
Not dead. Martin does manage to trade 1 back as Jing will fall. Paranoia hitting the connection, but it will really scale forward, and eventually that blind expires.
What just
He'll
happened?
go ahead and find the elimination. Patman now playing flush against this. 2 players on the opposite side of his own wall. Tries to go for the
Oh my
push
god,
out.
they both went through at the
Just
same
get a
time.
little bit frazzled.
2v2.
Falling to the wayside of I going to be taken down as well.
4 seconds
Suddenly we
alive.
find ourselves in a 2v2. The pit going to be
Wow,
infested.
5 HP.
Elite wins the fight, but narrowly. Something rides across the rope. Checks in around the back. Nothing's going to be spotted here.
Where's something going?
What does the play call look like?
He's going back down.
Drop down. Cover another
oh my
weapon.
God.
Or try to send the
they're not
knives.
planning, they're scared.
But knows that they're not really committing to this one quite just yet.
Oh my god, they're so scared.
No plant coming through.
Oh my god.
Pushes, finds 1. Manages to duck out the tailwind to take him to safety. Gets his spot up, but Elite gets the headshot. Still a smile on his face.
Why is he laughing?
Narrow margins. The Carmine Corp scrape by with a round win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as weird as that situation got, something played that pretty darn well. Completely changing his position to catch him off guard. Some good trades finally for Carmine Corp.
Spike down.
Able to out-duel Divide there as Sugetsu. The Viper's Pit engaged. And then that shorty, that had 1 more bullet. Elite was 1 shot and so close. I mean, that's, you know, pull the blades there. You know you just need 1 to connect for something, and he's basically got the round over. Jing gonna TP up in the nest. Counter Hunter's Fury here.
Oh, tag on the Patman, and he bounds right back in for that second pump of the
I
ultimate.
saw him.
Kill
Surprise.
is found. Jing now, a little bit of a rough spot. Fragment not gonna go deep enough to really find the punish there as we have a trade on the Killjoys. Player advantage for now here in the hands of PRX as they look for a timing. A little swing out, and Jing actually just has to teleport out to safety. 35 health remaining.
Oh my god.
Here's the
Oh
jump
my
peek.
god.
Wants to swing in, but it's being watched by 2. At the same
Oh
time,
my
striking
god,
from behind,
he
and
peeked
Jing
off the perfect
as the
timing.
chaos comes in.
What?
Manages to get the timing to swing
No,
in
I
and
didn't.
collect
What is that,
2 kills
JNM?
for himself.
Explain. Explain to me, Jing, how you do that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I heard about it. I heard about
Swung
it.
back over towards something as soon as he struck with the outlaw on the flank.
60K for
Now it's on
streamers is
Sugetsu.
insane.
He will not be able to make it happen. What a reply around here from PRX. This Jing goes absolutely crazy.
I mean, I love the ideas here from Karmine Corp. Just
I'm not going to lie.
try
I
to play
think
a little bit defensively, try to
KC
play
needed
back
to
a
string
bit,
those rounds together.
and see if you can kind
Kill
of
one.
use that aggressiveness against
Dude, yeah,
PRX.
60
Do a
is
little
insane, bro.
judo throw, try to use their weight against them. Nope, not going to work. Jing just too good. Unbelievable. Devi has the lockdown now. Still sitting on the Omen TP, or, well, has the Omen TP.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had it already or not. Doesn't matter.
I think he certainly built it up in that round.
That's exactly it.
So, might have had it previous to that. Rope heard,
Wow.
outlaw ringing out. And trying to make Karmine Corp thinks twice about approaching this side of the map. Maybe a tuck away drone up over the top. Paranoia connecting something, repositioning. On finding some pings, but someone's not able to find the shot there. Go ahead and put them down. Martin's going to be tagged at 39 as the lockdown now in play. PRX wanted to take 0 chances at giving over a potential thrifty here. All of Karmine Corp now ushered back out through A main, maybe going for a pivot towards that B site where you have Jing.
They know it's B.
Fully entrenched in a forward
Does
spot.
Patman realize they crossed
Jason's
already?
position. You know,
Wait, look
so
at Jing.
far ahead.
Look
They're
at
very
Jing.
aware of this, and the rotations are
This
very
is not
fast
cleared.
here.
I'll bet money it's not cleared. I'll bet money. Anyone?
Jing
I'll bet money.
around the corner. He's going to play off the orb. That's 2. Can he find 3? No. Patman swinging in.
Patman is there to go ahead and fill the space. Tries to steady the spray. Elite does manage to strike.
Oh
but
my God,
Forsaken
they
is
look
quick on
so
the
free
flank.
for them.
7-1. The pain continuing.
It's just
So
brutal
free.
right now. I mean, Karmine Corp, gosh, I was so impressed with how they were coming into
Would
this match on Lotus. but
250K
this
case opening be the
icebox
biggest one of all
change-up
time in CS?
Not working out yet.
Fuck, I gotta hit up
One
Motar
round
2K and we have
speak
to
of
one up
so
it.
far here, as PRX has just
I don't know if
putting on a
Motar's going in
show
a $250,000.
in a lot of different ways. You know, some great macro reads and then some great micro play to help get them over the line in some of the rounds where it looked like maybe Karmine Corp have some answers. There's that dart. Don't want to go up that belt initially. Martino waited out, checking out what's going on. Sees the drone, gets spotted. But just Martino over there. Here comes something.
Or it's a shock dart, but yeah, something holding the angle in case he goes to the cross, and it is a very narrow one. Pulls off of it, though.
Look at how diligent Martine's being, though.
Wow,
It
they
would
know
be
it's
a
B.
regress angle, but Martine not going to give him the opportunity here.
They know it's B.
Meanwhile, it's a 4-stack.
They have KJ ults.
One-way set up here by Jing.
Wow, they're getting to yellow?
Just in case. I mean, with how much space again
PRX
that
fighting
PRX
it?
has, they can lean
Yeah.
their strong side over towards B. Set up for this hit. Just have to defend it. You're in the right place, right time.
They know.
So far has been immaculate. Nearly
Paranoia's
immaculate
ready.
for PRX.
They're gonna go through the smoke.
Jing gonna arm
Here
the
we go.
paranoia. And
Setting it at the ready, sends it on the timing, waiting until the last moment as the 0 point goes through. Ping reveal onto Jing, but safe enough position that he does not get punished. He's dancing
How
around,
did
they
he
nearly
get
line up
that?
for him. He's still
One
able
for
to find
one.
one. Forsaken doing the same before the trades come through.
Oh, David, big
Now
kill.
Devi out over the top. He's got Martine. There's something going to be
He
noted
broke
here
the
on
alarm
the
by.
flag.
He's going back to mid. 20 seconds.
that's a huge
They
kill
got
for
a
Devi.
plan.
Doesn't get traded for it.
That X low.
That has to stall up Karmine Corp. And they're
Lined
just
them
dead.
up. Wow.
Patman
It's so easy for PRX.
finds
It's
2
literally
there
over.
right at the end. They line up again.
They already won map 1, by the way.
And PRX is smothering Karmine
Sad
Corp
X
here
1 and 8.
out of this
Yeah,
first
they're
best
getting
of 3 at
dunked on a little
EWC
bit.
2025.
I don't think they can bring
oh
this back
my.
on defense.
This is immaculate stuff. I mean, the aggression for PRX, if it's not finding kills, it's finding space and info. And they're playing beautifully off the back of it. Even with the KO alls invested, didn't
Fuck, it
matter
makes me want to
much.
play, dude.
No, not at all.
I mean,
Lockdown available. Just the one Vandal.
I'm not shit. I don't care what
Have
they
to
say.
be a very cozy position early.
I just
Really even consider
troubled.
trying to
I'm
send that
troubled.
ultimate. Speaking of cozy, I mean, something is just donk walking forward.
wow.
And he's finding Sana.
Nice shot.
IGL on the floor. Gonna be doing
Hero
this one
Bengal
Angel
on
style.
KJ.
As they try to pull off a thrifty. Just the one hero
Junior
rifle
come
and
out
some
even?
sheriffs. 4v3 fashion. TP over to Snowman. Devi finding to get to the flank now dealt with. Elite does manage to put that weapon to good use, finding one, but Jing finds himself another 2 kills. That now just leaves Martin all by himself.
Well,
not much to do.
Doesn't have his ult. Can't go to the other side of the map.
Yep.
You're surrounded.
Maybe just paranoia a corner and try to clear it, but they're making noise, and oh, they have the read. Haven't spotted him yet. Swings in, gets a very nice headshot.
30 seconds
Does end up
left.
falling down at 20 HP as Patman just repositions. They are waiting for something to arrive. Slowly creeping up around the back. I mean, you'd love to hand this kill over to just about anybody else. As suddenly, ult is online, 15 seconds remaining. It's gonna be the sprint coming through here as PRX scrambles to try to get themselves over towards this A site.
I'm getting distracted. I'm getting fatigued,
Obviously
probably, right?
ignored with Devi
Focus.
dead on the floor. They're here, and they won't even allow for the plant money to come through. Up will be abandoned, but something tells me PRX have plenty of cash in the bank.
Just a bit. This is unbelievable. I thought this map was going to be close, and I was thinking Sunset might be on the cards, but
remaining.
So far it's all PRX all the time. I mean, Martin plays it patiently, finally able to kind of use that over-aggressive nature that exists inside of the PRX players against them, but at the end of the day, it still wasn't nearly enough. Only knife out, trying to clear out that position, and he's actually getting a couple suppresses, so that is the Hunter's Fury, though, for Forsaken.
I mean, he's had it. I think he's just playing Orb Denial. Just trying to stop
really?
and Sugetsu from being able to get their ults online.
Oh, well then.
Unless the UI was a little bit early. As now,
What?
Oh my god. Big reveal. Jing playing off the back
What
of it as
the
well.
fuck
The
from that
Hunter's Fury
close?
will collect one. Martin dead to Jing's hand
Look
at
at
the
the
same
shock
time.
dart as well. That's beautiful, bro.
And if
That
you're
is
Sana,
beautiful, man.
What are you meant to do? What's
Probably
the read that you
overfeed,
get?
but that's
Jing will
okay.
offer himself up as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here. And now you've got something deep angle
my
out
God,
from
they're
B
traps.
Garage. Staring to try
They're
to prevent
traps.
any kind of potential rotation.
Just hold him here. No reason to aggress here as PRX. Impetus is on Carmine Corp.
Swing out, Elite now dropped.
Enemy remaining.
Sadok dead.
Spike
Sees the
down,
third
attacker
final
spawn.
player. Waits out for the util. White
Oh.
swinging with the oppo is something. It is disgusting.
Nah, Sugetsu's mad as fuck. I know it for a fact. I know Sugetsu's mad as fuck for a fact.
That is just classic something.
It's so brutal.
It is. I mean, this is unreal.
Someone said it's low-key sad. Turn this
I'm
shit
just
off.
floored. I mean, you get the reveals, the hits, the follow-up with Jing. It's so beautifully coordinated from PRX. I mean,
What's happening
these
on the
early
blue
round
stream?
hits that they have to take control of
BBL
one main or
PRX.
another. And you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. It feels like it's Carmine Corp. You go one side, you're running into the op. You go into the other, you're running into util combos.
Suppress connecting, as will the flash. A bit of damage going to be suffered here by something, but he does successfully backpedal to safety until the
KJ.
flank comes in under tube. So a bit of a faster hit here from KC.
Oh, bottom side.
To set themselves
You
up
can't cross.
for a second round win.
Wow.
Up and over the top goes Jing. Will get shut down. It's the floor dead. Take place. Forsaken gets pinged down, and gotta do a quick cancel on that one, but still is going to be dead to rights. Carmine having a whale of a time here as they get the cleanup, leaving
10-2,
just
come back?
Batman to his own devices.
Damn
In a
PRX for
1v4
real.
clutch scenario.
What up, Chris?
Shock dart at his feet. Whittles away at the HP.
Poison orb emitting.
Recon not getting the ping, but Martin will be just a little bit snappier with the headshot. But 10-2 at the half from the defending side. Carmine have their work cut out for them.
Well, PRX fans,
I
so
don't know,
far,
bro.
you haven't had to stress too much. Let's see if the other half has something in store for us.
Yeah, a lot less of a roller coaster, you know, that they're on at the moment here. This one is a breezy ride in the kids section of the theme park, it would seem. Carmine Corp now needing to put this comp to practice on the defense. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
All right. Let's see what the other stream is doing. Is it start yet? No. What the fuck's happening? Flagging. What the fuck? Nah, they haven't started yet, have they? Nope. No siree. Ah. No Twitch drops? No, there's no drops for this event. Not that I know of. Do 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 do. When does TSM play? Chat. I had this idea. Well, I mean, for NACS, I feel like to revive NACS, they need like 5 big orgs to sign teams all at the same time. Like 5 big orgs all go into it same time, and that starts it off. Thoughts?
After a very brief
Maybe I'm talking to the wrong people about NACS.
here from PRX, damn near flawless, only giving over 2 rounds to Carmine Corp
Chat, is gaming dead?
on the defending side. And as we were very much harping on about, this map has proven time and time again to widely be attacker-sided. Carmine now need to
I don't
have
think so either.
one hell of a performance to try to run this back from the defense.
And you would think that narrative
Someone
would
said
carry
yes,
over.
deserved.
Because
What
you
the
have a
fuck?
duelist on the side of PRX. You do not on Carmine Corp. You only have the 1 Sentinel on Carmine Corp, so it's not like you're going to be, you know, doing something crazy with locking down both sites with the Sentinel util. Just have to wait and see. You never know. Anything is possible. Looking for another
All right, here we go. 10-2.
fast-paced hit here for
Hey,
PRX.
Rush.
Jing already up on top of pipes, and Carmine Corp already evacuating the site. They want none of this.
Triple flank to come through, pushing out of garage. Patman, lone player left behind. They try to watch for this.
Big.
Third shot. We'll go ahead and
Actually,
seal
a
the
great
deal.
shot
So
for the-
Martin gonna be
great
taken
spot for the
down.
sheriff.
Rest of the players pushing up mid.
Love this counterplay here from Patman. Could just re-aggress down mid himself. Especially if you deal with the KJ, you know that util's not going to be there to spot you.
Sadok's going to be caught on timing. Not reading something's potential forward position. Navas unable to flush him out as he is just looking so immovable. It's going to be both pistols here on Icebox going over to PRX.
He tried killing him.
Something picks up a 4K.
His teammate tried killing him.
And that might just be the writing on the wall here.
Harosh.
Carmine Corp PRX.
Harosh.
2 more rounds to close out, and they are going to be punching their ticket into the quarterfinals.
I suspect we're not going to see the same kind of anti-eco buy from PRX, but I suspect we're going to see a buy up from Carmine Corp. That was nasty from something. Quick little double for Sugetsu. They're not going to invest in this, just the Sheriff.
So they're playing for the overtime. It's a bold move.
Toxins going up.
And I guess given the heavy stack, the attempted read here from Sadok, they thought maybe they would be able to catch PRX pushing into this, but now realizing that they're not rushing their way forward into the A side, the 0 point see nothing. But they have gambled
Low-key, there's a world
they're
where...
trying to retake with
you
just
guys
the
are going to
one
call me a
sheriff.
jinx if I say it. Never
More
mind.
classics is going to prove to be so
Well,
damn
clip it,
difficult.
and after the event, I'll tell you what I was thinking.
Back up a bit.
Does that work that way?
Correct step taken. Clear on the recon, player spotted. Pushing forward out of Kitchen Hall.
If you bring up the clip, I'll remember. Maybe.
A little bit of damage. Push forward there onto
Say it?
Sugetsu.
Fine, I'm saying it. I think there's a real world PRX do the back-to-back.
Looking for some kills, but it's just going
I
to
think
be
they go
the
back-to-back
2 round
here.
There's Divine Forsaken. We'll lay it down on the floor, getting some much-needed rest. As the remainder of the team goes ahead and gets them over the line. And now up to match point, I should say.
Yeah, this is a belter of a shot from Sugetsu. But they're just walking into the meat grinder. Kind of using himself as a sacrificial lamb there. You're keeping over the Guardians. And a lot of rifles as well for PRX, so barely looks like a bonus for them. Patman, the only one who doesn't have a rifle in hand.
I mean, even then a Guardian.
Yeah, still
technically a rifle.
True.
It's not a full auto.
True.
Fight to clear back box. We're here at the B site.
Oh.
Elite.
12-2
down
comeback.
through tube. Does manage to catch Device, so stops the flank coming in, but Batman, there's that Guardian coming through, offering up a ton of damage. He is hungry for the kill. Won't be able to find it quite just yet.
Scoops up the Vandal, switches over. Just gonna try to keep his opponents guessing with the Poison Cloud.
It's been nice that there's 2 games going on, because that means we're kind of guaranteed to watch something throughout. That's been the nice part of 2 games.
Batman dealt with.
I guess the shitty part is you're gonna have to miss out on a game.
To keep their hopes alive of running 10 in a row.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, okay, now 2v5. Something Toronto finisher. I'm Jing and Forsaken to try to get it done. Shock Dart very wisely sent into the smoke. Gets a ton of damage there on the Jing. Regen shield not fully stocked up, so will not have too much HP to work with. And it's now down to Forsaken. Good amount of damage dealt. Looks for the first, cannot make it happen. Sonic will go ahead and secure a flawless round win. So first step on this long path to running this into overtime taken.
Team Ace.
We've seen it before.
If KC bring it back,
the run back for Carmine Corp,
nah.
Unlikely, but possible.
I ain't gonna say it because it ain't gonna happen.
You know, just
I won't get your hopes
round
up.
by round. And it is a little bit of a wonky economy because PaperX invested in that previous
What
one.
time is it for me? Past my bedtime.
And you're there, but
yeah,
it's gonna be a play for this B orbit, looks like, to try to get the blades online for something.
Yep. He's got the shorty behind it. Looks like they might try to use
Am I gonna sleep after
Paranoia and
stream?
a little bit of
Yeah.
Sova util to get the setup to go. Deep recon.
Revealing area.
Yeah, Sugetsu, no choice but to really just back off there.
Going away this time, Patman able to go ahead and secure the kill. Eats a ton of damage. This fragment going to be lobbed in, but that just sends him bounding forward here into Kitchen. As the drone now looks to try to flush him out. Backpedals out eventually. Yep, the wall bang shot.
Wait, is that on Pie Watch or no?
Nicely set up here from Carmine Corp to go ahead and counteract.
I slept 3 hours before stream.
And now they gotta
3 and
pump the
13.
brakes a bit. Don't know what's waiting on the other side of this A site.
Does that drone go deep enough? No. Martin, his position.
The spot is good with that smoke.
Should be somewhat expected. 3 players nearby enough, and that 0 point does take away the knives.
Good shot.
He slows up the approach here. There's plenty of noise being made.
Oh,
There's
that sucks.
something gonna be spotted. Just that tiny little bit out of place. Gives
Good
the
dart.
angle. Martin, easy enough for him to collect the elimination.
Blocked?
Why though?
He got blocked by Tarik.
Able to find Avis, takes him down out of backside. Martin now going to be taken down as well. So gets to try to go for the transfer.
Tarik
Eventually he's able to find the
Pride.
headshot. Gets it now into a 1v1.
Devi? Bomb is down top side.
Spike.
He doesn't know that he
Stranded
left.
up above. Sugetsu.
Pie hack?
Running out of
The
time.
angle to potentially be able to spot him out here. Devi's going to have to get a move on. He goes up and over the top. Sees the guns, tries to go ahead and get the shots in, but Sugetsu will stand tall. On his feet, getting themselves the clutch. It's going to be off the back of a 3K. Carmine Corp continuing to persevere.
What's up, Little Spoon? Thanks for the 27 bumps, dude.
Looked like maybe PaperX to get the job done, but Sugetsu coming up big, holding the line. Jing with that stinger, doing a little running and gunning. Oh, I was so close on that initial transfer.
10 seconds left.
Ready for the repeat though. And there you go.
Why is Sugetsu standing?
Nice job. Stingers and a sheriff here.
It's 12-4, mate.
Blocking.
First on the tap, but something still leading an immense amount of damage.
You know, that slowed up, I think, was going to be a little bit faster paced hit. And I'm a little bit of a deeper drone.
What?
Ooh. Nice shock dart. That takes down something. And the Molly's really stalling PaperX nicely.
Oh,
saw him.
Going to be spotted. Attempt at the wall bang here up and over the top. Avis will go ahead and get the readjust. Forsaken dead. That's just going to be the 1 kill found there from Pat. Stop it from being a flawless. Carmine Corp now a couple rounds in a row. Really looking to make a go of this. Starting to find their footing, find their momentum.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout from Alex just to talk about, you know, the next buy round coming up and how you want to approach it.
Oh, we hear that music, and it seems like your wish shall be granted.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Alex, you just want to end this now.
Wrap this shit up, dude. Let's
Give
shut
them
up
any
stream
hope
2.
of coming back into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, tactical
BBL
pause.
beating
For a second.
DRX 4-0.
More to work with as well.
Deep recon bolt pulls back Mako just a touch, but Flicker still holds on to the
This is
close
going to be
corner.
rough now.
Yeah, and this is, I like this from DRX with that early barrier mesh. It kind of allows you to take a little bit of an extra focused energy in the opening first 45 seconds of the round to where you can try to do something like that, where you're playing for double swings at mid. You know that B main's going to be safe. The issue will be...
Sometimes, you know, when you start running away with things like you did in the first half, that your comms can get a little messy.
Sunset, yeah, new map.
Kind of get a little bit unhinged, and you're kind of just going for hero plays and just want to tighten the screws a little.
This is a one-day tournament? No, it's like 5 days. Or
get back into the action here shortly. There's going to be an outlaw for Martine. Going to do a lot of damage to anybody but Patman. Forsaken did pick up his ult. Sugetsu sitting on a Viper's pit. Going to be something they're just going to pop off the rip here, or you know, him and Avez working together a bit there. Try to set up to counter any B main push that may come through.
Sugetsu?
Just catches a little glimpse.
Bottom there on the Jing, but Jing's still able to win the fight. Not much damage going to be suffered either. Loses out on his armor. As the push forward, Avez trying to catch the timing, but something is watching it. It seems like PRX read this perfectly off the back of the comms there from Alex.
Oh no.
Then trying to push forward, does end up getting taken down, but now the Hunter Fury is going to be crashing across
Something is farming.
collects himself yet another kill, up to 21,
Wow.
looks for more, and it's going to be another 4K to bring this to a conclusion. Decent little attempt from Carmine Corp, stringing together the 3 rounds here in that second half, but ultimately PRX just looked way too dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect that on Ice.
GG PRX, they're 2-0 in the upper bracket.
Will reveal that the B side
And
is
we're on to the
wide open
next.
for the taking, and Sociable will continue to let himself get pinged deep to see if he can slow down DRX on this rotation.
See if Bane has a timing here. He's going to have a 1v1, but he's just not on the right angle. Not at all. Sociable has now potentially just finished this one out. Just
no, they're not out.
alive and not in any sort of position to get that kill.
Wait, BBL are farming, no?
BBL again, keeping that lead strong.
Yeah, looking good. Tempo, tempo, tempo has been everything. Economy's going to flip now. And this is where things start to get really, really
Will I
dastardly.
open a blind box with vanilla mace?
BBL is just running away with this first half. And again, the issue right now is DRX, they want to take these early fights. They want to be in a position to respond to the aggression from BBL.
I still have some
and they're doing so by
that I
throwing
intend
an
on
early
opening.
utility at B main, but they're still not winning the gunfights that they do. Sociable's
With
11
Leslie
and 3
and
for
Ellen,
crying
but
out
we
loud.
just haven't set up a time
It's
yet.
interesting that the deadlocks, when we look back at the Titan game as well as Abo top fragging.
Well, that'll work. Talk about, again, getting aggressive through B main. The overdrive's in play. Flicker with the Hunter's Fury back over towards mid. Not going to connect. But that's great space. And it's a weapon. It's got the overdrive now. Weapon's been collected. Plus, the spike is down.
Levin. Oh, just didn't realize how close Levin, how close Human rather was, and Human will go down after collecting through. This guy's the first Blood Master, and he has done more than enough for DRX to come back in this run. And look, DRX had ultimates coming into that was their advantage, despite not having weaponry. Annihilation is still there for freeing, by the way.
Following it up off an Annihilation's going to be tough, though, with a Classic and a Stinger behind it.
Is PRX still in? Brother, we just watched PRX win their match.
To kind of at least
Why would they
isolate
still not be in?
if they get a read? Magnum. Bit of a rogue mission.
I've never seen a team get eliminated after winning, actually.
Initially, but doesn't
That's not true. Sometimes there's third place games.
Everything resets 40
Sorry,
seconds on the clock.
it's a valid
They know
question.
it's not A as well,
Yes,
because
they
A
are
is
still
so
in.
well covered by Bane's utility. Just contacting up 2 players, one by one. Profitery down, just down to Magnum now.
30 seconds
And this is a huge economic win. DRX is about to get their thrifty win, and they pick up guns too. This is massive.
The weapons are a little far away to get the instant upgrade, but they should be able to get 2. So that'll be nice. We'll see if Bane can find another. No, he's not going to get there in time. But still, regardless of it, a huge thrifty win for DRX puts them right back into this map.
Yeah,
They're
that's a
sponsored
confidence
by
builder as well.
Porsche?
You start to hear some of the
Or they're just
celebrations.
putting that
a
there
little bit
to
more
look
mild
like
than
good and
BBL,
shit.
but for DRX, measured, calm, collected, as they're not going to fall prey to the pressure of being down 1 in 5 earlier on in this Sunset, which is BBL's map choice that they haven't shown since December of last year. They're showing it now.
Every time, do I?
But DRX are still DRX.
Yeah, they're fighting, man. And again, they're doing the right things in terms of let's take B away, force the gunfights to happen through mid or at A, which is tough to do against a deadlock. So they're doing the right things in terms of keeping them in the playbook to counteract what BBL are throwing.
Sociably is 30 years old,
time,
really?
BBL going to have a little bit of a show of force at B main and now start to get an aggressive step forward at elbow.
Yeah, I mean, that'll be info now. Shots fired. Tag into Magnum as well. Multiple players shooting. Humans sprinting over. Curious thing is, though, A main is just so covered in utility between both Bane and Freeing, which really only leaves elbow available. And so they're going to make a lot of noise, but the issue is they've kind of stacked 5 man here. They're going to make a lot of noise. Might just go quiet here and re-enter A, but if they want to go to other places on the map, they just don't have the info anywhere else on the map, and that's a huge issue.
Yeah, because the Aldrone for DRX cleared all of mid and looked into tiles. So now you're using an Aldrone just to try to keep DRX a little bit more planted to give space for BBL to rotate over, but Yampy will fall on that lurk, and now it's just down to the 4v5 on-site. Paranoid cutting across. Mako stepping up into a corner. Hasn't fired yet, but does get figured out. Annihilation called behind that as Magnum will find a double, 11 another. And now it's just down to what exactly
is Bane doing?
And Freeing can find
Why would he be
outside
knife out
the picture
there?
of this Viper's Pit.
In what universe are you knife out there?
Freeing was hoping so hard that he was going to catch Magnum and that Annihilation. That would certainly defeat the Pit.
Over peeking.
He's going to make a good go of this one. 1 versus 2. Suddenly you start to feel like it might be doable. However, you are in against Viper's Pit. He's got a single grab net.
The skull means he's
not
not
full
fragging.
HP either.
There's the peek. No, not going to happen. Profit cleans it up. 6-2 the count.
Yep.
Not the worst news for DRX, but again, it just comes down to this problem position of once the site's been taken, the retakes have not really gotten off the ground.
Yeah, looking on the minimap for that as well, for how that round sort of transpired, that could have gone a lot more poor for BBL if the DRX, if the fake on A didn't sell so well and DRX pulled 4 over, because you have a situation where BBL aren't working off info there. They're just kind of thinking, okay, well, we don't know what else is happening on the map.
Getting closer,
we're going to sell an extremely good fake over towards the A side, which, you know, you're going to drop all this utility on the A main side. If you're DRX, which leaves Belt a lot more, elbow rather, a lot more open, and suddenly you lose control of that. You're getting scared. You're putting a lot of members over towards A. And BBL just hoping that was what ended up happening, and that did end up happening, which gave them a free site over on the other side of the map.
Yeah, and it helps that Magnum finds 2. That's another part of the problem there, is that you get that angle and he converts on it. So, good stuff for BBL. Once again, just moving around the map pretty darn swiftly. Again, that early Aldrone at mid does create an issue for BBL, but you're right. The counter from their own Aldrone, the defense gives them a chance at numbers.
That's the one I want to watch.
And that's been good for them.
15 minutes.
Really a number of rounds at this point, not just in first blood battles, but in 4v2s, they're not really faltering in those moments.
It is scary that it went down to a 2v1 though. And a somewhat winnable 2v1, potentially as, you know, so should be, where the Freeing got one of them. Unfortunately missed the Annihilation, which could have ended up in potential further kill. Just the Viper's Pit too hard to play into, but 2-6 now. BBL still really holding on to that 4-round lead that they've had for
NRG plays later.
Paranoid cuts across the right side of B. Fast lane allows entry. Levin stuck not once but twice. Hyunmin for another. Relay bolt gives Levin a chance, but there's the big slide across. Keep in mind that this is a limited purchase for DRX, and they're looking pretty flawless with a couple of weapons now collected.
That's just a complete shutdown. BBL wanted to speed up over towards B. I don't think they've done like a really super fast play at B yet. And yeah, classic Neon running into Trapwire. There's the Neon hard counter. No one there to assist. At least the relay bolt slowed things down a little bit. And now DRX, as the game slows down too, they're starting to pick up and close the gap.
Why did he drone?
Another important round for DRX. It's going to be a thrifty and a half-by win. Or 2 of their 3-round wins so far in this half.
He's going B.
So again, it's like, that's great, but at the same time, our full purchase has to have a little bit more significance.
Sure.
We want to try to finish off this half on a better note.
Just hoping for a plant now as DRX is full abandoned B, but Trapwire is going to give info out and then...
Thoughts on the fluorescent?
We'll just see how confident
I don't even know what happened after all that stuff.
Final moments of
There's like 18 twit longers. I lost track.
Could just be saving too.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
I mean, the cache isn't terrible, but
you're not winning with 1v4 really.
58 HP, 1v4. Yeah, you don't need to force a plant because the cash is fine.
And you know you're not going to get hunted here because the other team's cash is still just average.
So I was just looking for a couple of consolation picks. But, okay, good stuff from DRX there, counteracting the quick play from BBL. Again, Trap Wires, strong versus Neon. That's just another example of why Cypher gets played into Neon.
It's so cool seeing Hyunmin just slide on in, helping Bane there as well after Bane gets stunned up, which is the only thing stopping Bane from just getting that really fast pick onto Levin. Operator now on for Hyunmin, by the way, 12 and 8. First Blood Kingless guy. We saw versus Titan, or rather versus Sheelight. How
I'm going non-verbal, I can feel
often,
it.
just off rip, Raga a couple times being shut down. And
We're
now
shutting down.
Now the top duelist on the opposing side. And Hyunmin all too happy to show that he can still be top dog in the server. No Young Guns are going to stop him today.
Playing back, looking for a shoulder pick right here. He's going to get an opportunity for it, but Levin relay bolt out. Caught by one of his own, but Fast Lane will actually provide a bit of space. Paranoia to follow. GravNet locks this
It's not
play
the amount of time
towards
streaming.
Elbow,
It's the
5v4
time that we're
nonetheless. The
streaming
barrier
at,
match
bro.
Instantly deleted. And DRX
Just randomly
have to try to fight this 5v3 on the A side.
sleeping for a couple hours and going live from like 1 to 10 a.m.
Okay, I did not expect that, but I was going to say this could end very similar to what we saw with a massive
The time isn't the
sell
issue,
over
it's the
towards
time.
A, and then suddenly they're going to shift
That's
over
the
towards B.
issue.
DRX are reading this early. You already have Bane shifting over towards B, and you caught it. Massive TP into the back now from Profek. That's going to really make things awkward for DRX.
Yeah, I just don't know how you rotate around this if you're DRX. Going to walk down 1 through A main, hold hands on their way back through the defensive spawn to re-clear.
Watch for Marco.
He may have missed the timing just barely onto Sociable. And the two members into market. So now it's on to Bane.
Wow.
And he can't do anything. Can't get his one.
Marco.
Spoke out. Now the threat is known.
There'll
There'll be a
3.
plant. And with that, it'll be a bit of a staggered post-plant setup here.
That's really important for Marco to win that deal now over towards Market. Another one, freeing, taking down Yompi.
Wow, we're just not catching any of that as Magnum comes across you and Min.
Let's just give a straight to the rivers.
Out, shut down by Magnum. An important another double kill for him. And now they know that Mako is playing from somewhere on the front side of this B site. Isolates onto the first. 1v1 situation. Dark cover comes through. Magnum able to find him just before Mako gets into the cover. So 3 in the round for Magnum. Another clutch moment for him. 7-3 goes BBL up.
Really tricky situation. Another 2v1, but for BBL, this time they drop their first member. Profik falls. Magnum has to
What the spoiler?
Well, he does best to try and clean up that 1 versus 1, but yeah, unfortunately both players, too many angles to check. They couldn't play together as they would have liked to effectively trade off each other. That was pretty winnable for Marco. And DRX will be a little disappointed by how that round ends. But we talk about this 4-round gap, BBL consistently keeping that in the game.
Yeah, just a little back and forth here. You win one, we win one. Same GravNet trap play over towards A. Bested by the Speed 11. Relay bolt to clear. It's a lot of elbow space given. This will be the first time we've seen DRX playing on top of the site. Little double stack up, comes through. Flicker for the first and the second. He gets all 3. So that's a huge heroic play for the new guy into the mix for DRX.
Flicker
and
won?
wins the round.
Wait,
You got
Demon
Young Talent
won?
on your team, or we got
Is
Young
that a
Talent
Demon
on our
1
team.
tag?
DRX are happy to play through Flicker as he cleaned up MVP in his BO1. Hyunmin, speaking of cleaning up, that's going to be the first half. Nearly done for. DRX getting the 4th. Not really expecting Yumpy with just a judge.
Tough.
And a flawless round. On top of
I'll
that,
keep an eye
okay,
on
so let's
the
tally the inventory
mainstream.
here going into round 12.
Just
really don't have much. Maybe an overdrive for 11 to be earned. Close to a Hunter's Fury
No
for
one
both
Fnatic are
players.
getting ready.
And that's about it. So this is going to be one of those again.
Tarik doing anything but playing
bested for
Valorant?
this because flat out for BBL, the economy is not great.
I gotta hit
Considering
Radiant
how this started,
and then
you see
retire.
that 4-round lead,
Not
1,
even
2,
ranked
3, and
ones.
4
Hit
right at the
Radiant,
beginning.
retire.
That's kept
Radiant's
that
so far
4-round
away
gap
right now, no
going
joke.
for the majority of
I'm
this
like a
half,
7 and
really.
3,
Now
right?
suddenly
Or
BBL
Immortal
find
1? I don't know.
themselves on the few moments where they
Screw
don't have money. It's been fast plays so far, and they want to, well, they've been conditioning DRX to these fast plays.
This is different though. So you've got, again, DRX in a bit of trial at A. You saw the defense trying to back off B, but a trap wire falling at markets keeps this split. Now for BBL, the question will be with no fast lane.
Thoughts on overnight oats?
How
Fire.
do you want to try to break
I think
down
they're fire.
either of these two sites?
I don't know if you saw that, by the way, but the drone you had a situation where Levin could have killed the drone early. He actually backs out to main, allows the drone to see his entire team.
What, the Opper's walking out mid like that?
More, giving that mid room for Social B and the rest of BBL to play through, and they capitalize on that.
That is a crazy
Really nice for Levin.
mistake.
I just don't
That
think
is
you
a
need to peek that if you're
crazy
Hyunmin.
mistake.
You're in a spot where you're set in a 2-1-2 split up, and you've got a weapons advantage, and now all of a sudden things start to go the other direction, 4v2.
I think DRX believed that was just a full A committal. I don't think they realized how many members were still hiding over towards mid. And now suddenly BBL.
Wow, he got him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a free kill.
And the Hunter's Fury. That
wow.
Does he get the second?
Wow,
Sure does.
wow,
And
what
BBL
a
will
round.
take the 8-4 half. Decent fight back for DRX there in the backside of the first half, but largely speaking, that was as comfortable as it gets for BBL.
It's just such a beautiful round being played by BBL there. I mean, they've
Levin
conditioned
got
these
the worst
fast
pro
hits
you've
on
ever
every
seen?
part of the map
What?
so many times, but
Trust me,
particularly
he's
on
not.
that A side, to the point where it's like, if you are now expecting that a lot of these rounds, if you're DRX, and then the drone play, as I sort of mentioned, it's just a real tiny detail, and you only really get to see it on the mini-map. The fact that Levin allows the drone to see his entire team to sell that even further. You talk about how does that mid-kill come through? It comes through because DRX just, they were sold that, oh, the whole team's basically at A main again. They're doing the same A main thing they've been doing the entire way. So, yeah, let's start exploring a little bit. Hyunmin gets punished, and suddenly numbers go BBL's way.
Yeah, that's a decision that I think Hyunmin's going to want to back, because you could just free rotate back through your spawn. You had the Omen watching in through mid. Plus, there wasn't an impending attack
The other
on
game
A,
is not live right now.
Trying to find something, create an opportunity with the
Fnatic
operator,
Genji
but nothing there. So
maybe
8-4
start in
half.
like 20 minutes.
Swap the sides around here as DRX will have a chance on their offense, which has been their stronger half, at least over the course of this year.
And I would have said as well, if 5-7 finish with DRX would be a really nice recovery considering the first 4 rounds and how that situation went for them. I do believe, in memory serves correct, round 5 was even a thrifty win, no? So that was like, that was a really big round for DRX, but given that BBL have held on again onto this 4-round lead, DRX just still feel like they're getting close to closing that gap and then just slipping every single time as they get near it.
Actually, I think 7 was the thrifty win. Regardless.
Yeah, there was one in there somewhere.
There was one in there, yeah. But the pistol's going to feel super important here for DRX to try to get this thing closer towards level footing. And we'll be interested, again, with this composition. First time we've seen Flicker in the roster.
Okay,
Does DRX want to play with that same style of aggression off their Neon?
They don't have the Cypher, so I think in terms of getting information and filling gaps, that's going to be worse for the team. They're going to have the extra Viper wall to play through, but you are lacking in a lot of these insane cam positions that you can get.
Thank you for doing this.
Well, the other side of this, too, is it should make Hyunmin feel like he's going to be a lot more free to make those opening engagements happen. Just
yeah, no trap wire, right?
It's going to be all right. Tomorrow will be easier.
Check out A.
We're having a glaze off. Do the handshake emote where we're shaking cocks.
One's not terrible there, but the defense has to back off. The only thing about this Viper that allows BBL maybe a little bit more freedom on site is that you can just pop the wall as soon as you hear the run.
Yeah.
And that forces some respect to come through with the decay. Showcase there for a moment, but Hyunmin still able to connect up to the headshot as the spike will be planted at B.
Yep. Well, Bane's going to join the team. 70 HP through main. Will retake coming through Boba. Market's clean as well. Look at this coverage. They have B main covered, Cypher util, Market covered, Deadlock util.
Clean. So now it's just down to, can you win your gunfights on top of the site if you are DRX? Flicker on low health.
Flicker.
Finds 2 somehow.
Why do I kind of like that area?
So once again, a moment where BBL is starting to gain a little bit of footing back onto the site, but Flicker shuts it down quickly. He's having another good map.
I mean, look how dirty that double sentinel setup can be. If you actually make it onto site, you can actually set up everything. Bane living there, winning in a situation where, you know, honestly, I saw a world where Dompy actually gets 2 kills. He landed a couple of initial shots under Bane, but just couldn't connect on the head. Imagine, I mean, that's a totally different round otherwise. And then you have this, but it's so much easier for Flick and the rest of the DRX knowing how much coverage you have. B main covered, Market covered, has to be Boba. Everyone's going to come through there. You're just lining them up like ducks.
Oh, yeah.
And the Flicker takes them all down.
It's pronounced Flicker?
Wait,
Flicker sounds badass as fuck.
Would have to take some extra special care re-clearing B main, but he's feeling saucy, so we'll step up and get that position in the name of BBL. Classics everywhere else on the map, though. DRX are looking to make a play over towards A. Lure. Wow, 2 ships in the night. Yep.
Who's going to turn around first? Maybe not.
I mean, Levin's got the advantage here by slipping around the backside.
He's going to end up walking the trap wire, though. Yeah, freeing's not got a lot to do here. In fact, there could be a situation where Freeing's like, B's clean, let's rotate, and then Levin's suddenly in a position to catch the rotators. But how much can he get?
He's going to get an opportunity here. There's the first, and Now the question, yeah, Levin's going to know, wait a second, I found Mako. There surely is a lurker
B's clear, but we can't go there.
So
can we?
This will throw a little bit of an alarm system to BBL, who know that there should either be an impending play through mid on this rewrap back to B, or the defenders on A are about to be met with a lot of resistance.
There's all this info on B, but nothing else on the map here for DRX. And this needs to be so good for DRX.
Where's that guy that said Levin is the worst pro? Where's that guy that said Levin is the worst pro?
Trade comes through, sociable at mid map.
The stream is 30
Splits
FPS.
things out, heard by Freeing. And the problem from everybody else here for BBL, outside of the impressive nature of Levin, is that it's still just classics. Magnum's able to find himself one rifle. Can Sociable, or pardon me, Profit get another? And yes, 2v2, weapons on both sides. Post plant setup right here on top of the site. Magnum finds the first. Paranoia gonna cause some issue for Bang. 1v2, can he get outside the cyber cage and transfer? Tried for it, but doesn't find the first nor the second. BBL get their 9th.
What an interesting round. I mean, yeah, okay, Levin popped off 3K in there, beautiful stuff, but that entire 2 players B main passing each other, neither of them got to see that info. And then the big question is, what does DRX do about this? You have this really huge flanking member of your deadlock all the way.
What a round from Levin.
Or B, rather. Eventually, they make the call to rotate. Just look, this was so good. That really just gave the number advantage for BBL to be able to get this round back.
Yeah, that's the advantage.
Someone mute the crowd. That's not the crowd, bro. It's the players.
As much as it's like, you got a guy through, we got a guy through. DRX are caught. Just not expecting that long flight to come through. Hero rifle for Hyunmin here in round 15. Everything else is pretty much standards you'd expect.
Just couldn't get Freeing onto any sort of advantage and into a position where you can actually activate in for Magnum. Taking down that early hero rifle. This is falling to pieces already.
Yep. Should be a pretty comfortable round unless Mako can provide something Reddit-worthy. Hit by a bit of that snake bite. Chip damage is out. Sociable, Profit, clean, mid. Last one comes out.
Okay, not quite.
Not quite. Flicker. Let's see what you got here, kid. First one's good. No follow-up. 10-5, BBL in firm control.
Wow, extending that to a 5-round lead now. We talked about 4, how about 5? Bringing up one more. A second round, dude. Not winning your anti-eco. Really hurting for DRX. Hero rifle also didn't get much done. I understand, though, you know, put that hero rifle in the human's hands. He's been dominant. He's been keeping up. He's been winning. 15-13, the only double-digit member on DRX.
All right.
The BBL 10-5. I'm not going to be denied.
Big booty Latinos determined to close it out.
I want to see DRX hit with some aggression here. There's nothing in the way of Hyunmin. Use your utility, get aggressive, take the site.
Suppose we haven't really had a super fast take before. Well, maybe a little too fast. Profit quick on the trigger.
Yeah, but the trades are decent. Levin's in some trouble.
Wow, I don't even know where he went. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting sleepy, but I didn't know where he TP'd either. And I can see everything.
So post-plant setup's going to look pretty comfortable. 4v3. Freeing, watching the flank. Everyone else focused on the site.
And it's the double sentinel setup again. Link covered by, or at least partially,
out a king in a circus, he becomes a clown.
Now they're going to walk on in. Drone to lead the way. A lot to clear through, though.
Yeah, Sociable will find the first. Surely they don't just brute force their way into this. GrabNet will lock down one. Bane will punish. Sociable, the last one left. Annihilator's going to likely hit on the one. Now it just comes down to can he actually follow up after the kill comes through.
BBL.
Stunned up.
Wait, no, that was DRX.
Not able to finalize the kill. Gave himself a chance for the 1v2 isolation, but
spoilers.
Not to be in DRX get to 6.
Yeah, there was a whirl, but he gets stunned up at the end there. And unfortunately, not going their way. So DRX still keeping this competitive. You called it. Fast play. Change the pace here for DRX. Go towards a classic double sentinel plays. Barrier mesh into Link. Lock up alley with some traps. The rest should be pretty simple to play through. Mako really set things up for success on that initial take, though, because
Mobileye play peak with friends.
Look good, but Mako
I don't know.
quarterback by 2.
Yeah, that's just one of those.
But I want to
for
say
Profit,
thank you, Bombastic
just,
Z's, for the 5 gifted.
Cool.
You're keeping the lights on right now in my eyes.
Nice
wow!
Shot. Takes Hyunmin's face off.
Thank you, Levin.
And that actually stops the Aldrum
moment of
getting any more
excitement.
information onto site. So Levin will keep this angle
Peek
held.
me, pussy.
And honestly, for DRX, I just don't know what you do here. You just take a little jump double peek, apparently. That's what you do.
He did not get to fire. There could have been a opportunity to kill two. I saw the potential for the collat. He'll get taken down. Really nicely done by DRX to beat the operator.
No, the thing is they still have this deep barrier mesh that's already in play, so can you force some of that early consideration for BBL to stay on A? It fades, as you call. And that will allow the defense to move around just a little bit more sociable. Leaning mid, everything else just kind of set up for Magnum to play on an island by himself.
This is still a really good post plan if you can get there. I mean, we're looking at Hunter's Fury. Fring has an ult coming online as well.
Exactly where you are.
Just comes to be, can you actually get that done? Bane will get the reveal.
Is Magnum going to step up here? Looks like he wants to.
30 seconds left.
He's going to have to. He's going to have to get two. Only gets the first.
2v3.
Okay, so now you got Bane on alert. You've got everyone else cutting back through mid for the post plant.
The players that you want alive are still there. Plant probably should have gone to Fring if I'm going to be a little bit critical here. Flicker didn't need that.
Translate.
But
it's
we'll see if that ends up impacting the round or not.
Everyone get lost,
Most
come back at the end of the match.
Okay, by the way, in spawn,
like that.
if Bane wins this, that's probably round.
How?
Not quite able to. Actually misses every shot.
Oh, 1v2.
Prophet was
they know he's there though.
Completely.
I would say impossible.
Hindered by the graph net, so the 1v2
Actually,
would have
plant
to
is
come through
bad.
for
Where's
sociable.
Flicker
He's
going?
lost Flicker's timing.
I mean,
Honda freeing now.
the two ultimates just make it impossible.
Hunter's Fury going to pull him out. Sociable, grab net down. Still
Wait,
has
he got
time
him.
if he can stick this. Freeing did get captured, but no, the toggle not going to work out. Freeing finishes,
DRX
and now we're
yelling.
back to a 3-round deficit.
Yeah, I think Bane going down there was pretty huge, giving an opportunity. And that opportunity then ends up being acknowledged for the win. Just really considering that 1v2 so insanely hard to win when the double ultimates are online from those two Sentinels.
Yeah.
Really acknowledging the early trade there as well. Operator, Levin gets one. In my mind, was good for at least one more, if not a collect to kill three there.
It's tight, was close, but
Uncle
not quite.
Tarik?
Would have been impressive. BBL going to take a timeout, talk about this. Economy not looking all that strong as DRX has flipped things around a touch here. And again, it's just, you know, same story. We're just not seeing the Neon find as much value as you would have expected, but doesn't seem to make a difference late into these rounds. DRX are making the right mid-round adjustments.
Yeah. I don't think I'm going to make it to the NRG match.
We'll see what we get out of this timeout. Human has still been
might be a bit much for me.
In position of frag, despite a couple times that's not gone his
I
way.
don't know.
Obviously, you weren't too pleased about one of the rounds where he sort of walked out into mid and kind of just got fragged. We are also seeing speed ups now. DRX changing pace a little bit. His post plants are strong though. I mean, that is going to be the strong point, assuming you can get the right players alive. That round was still pretty
Bro, your
tight
job is to
considering.
sit and watch, lock in. All right.
The 1 versus 2, well, before that, I mean, when more numbers were still available and you don't quite have full B main control, but
yeah.
7 and 10 now, we've closed the gap a little bit.
Splash water on my face. Should I actually do that?
For what it's worth, just to judge frenzy.
Will it help wake me up a little bit?
Well, they want this round.
Yeah. Especially the Viper Spit being called. It does set yourself up to possibly
All right,
get
I'm gonna do that in a
this.
sec.
A bit of a choke point battle. None of that heavier, quote-unquote, weaponry is here, though. It's just a grab net. That'll get called. Fast line up. Keeps things safe. Nessie here at the Annihilation being called.
He
That
missed?
gets instantly countered.
How'd he
DRX
miss?
stay alive. Taking lots of chunk damage, though.
Ooh,
and Levin tries to finesse something. Doesn't really work out. Everyone stays alive, if only barely.
I don't even know how he got out of that without taking any damage at all. He just
How did that
slides on
deadlock ult?
in, gets revealed, and
Nice.
a lot of shock darts being traded here. Human did get hit by one of those. Now response.
Oh, and eventually the spam through the smoke gives an advantage over to DRX. Viper's Pit still in the way at A, but a chance to do what Bane is doing, which is try to find another angle of approach. Has the weapon advantage at mid. He's got Yampi in his way at market, and they may wait for that as the door comes closed. So
that's big.
Now it's just down to if BBL can get the info and maybe try to stop the door here with this judge. Prophet in trouble, try to spam. Timing beat by Hyunmin. Trade from Flicker good. DRX firm control on B.
Just wait for those grab nets to come back online, sliding on through, overpowering them with superior weaponry.
Barrier deployed.
Even mid still in position for DRX to have control as well. Bane, 1v1 coming through. And Magnum doesn't even have the weapon out in time. So, yeah, that'll be it.
This is a comeback. It was
2-round
8-4
gap now,
BBL.
DRX. Slowly but surely, on this attacking side, closing that gap.
Yeah, somehow, some way, right? I mean, it just hasn't happened in the way that you would have figured. This full gun round is an important
I watched
one,
my face.
PRX take this, and if they can do it in a way that continues to cause headaches to BBL, the dynamic of this entire map has completely changed. So this one feels pretty critical for BBL just to try to stop DRX's momentum. I think in particular because they haven't even needed the Neon to open the doors for him.
It's a story of the attacking sides, but right now on BBL's defense, big walk down in mid.
Oh, there it is. Hunter's Fury sidestep by Hyunmin as he's able to still find one at through mid. You get another teleport for Mako to clear out the backside at B, and DRX is going to have a 5v4 post plant where BBL need to make a decision here. This double flank around the back has a lot of stuff in its way.
And it will be revealed shortly. There's a lot of stuff in the front as well. There's a lot of stuff really all over the map, and that's the real problem here.
Felt better.
Good snake bite, flicker taken care of. Relay bolt comes through. Do they check the corner? They do. The bait still.
No way.
That doesn't matter to the aesthetic ability.
Stunned.
He's able to find both headshots. Hyunmin follows up.
1v3.
And now it's just down to Yampy. 1v3, and he has to save with the economy in tatters for BBL.
Bane just got away with murder there. BBL, they even checked it. They were thinking, we need to check this. There's probably
was
someone
a fake
there.
clear,
and they lose
though.
that to Bane. Unbelievable. Winning that situation is going to give DRX 9. And this was the gun round. They're going to save one rifle. And how keen right now of DRX, probably not going to chase this one. They're just going to run towards spawn. But yeah, I mean, second time we're seeing BBL on this half thing save, so
thank you.
Really is a story of attacking sides, and BBL wanted to do something different this round. They went down pretty aggressive in mid, lost one to Hyunmin, thought they could have caught Cat.
On Sunday, there's a BO3 that starts at 1,
Neon
and
doing
the
Neon
grand
things.
final starts at 2.
They also had Flicker stunned in the corner.
What is the
Doesn't
BO3
matter.
that starts
Or
at 1 in
Bane
third
stunned in
place
the corner.
match?
It doesn't matter. It's just an aesthetic ability. So this
Consolation
is looking
final?
like it's going to get to a 10-10 tie.
Go, go, go.
The
Don't
fuck
want
does
to
that
rule out
mean?
BBL with a hero rifle and a judge, though,
third place
especially
match?
in
That's
the
kinda
hands
funny.
of Profik, who is playing at elbow.
It's not a hero rifle on Levin or even Profik, though. Yumpy,
Never seen that one before.
with full
Like,
respect,
both at the same
unfortunately,
time.
he's not really. And there it is. He gives the rifle. I was going to say he hasn't putting up.
When does
he
Fnatic
hasn't been
Gen
putting
G
up the
start?
numbers
I have
like
it
some
on my
of the members
second
his
monitor.
team
It
has
hasn't started
today,
yet.
so see what Levin can do with this one.
Yeah, quick take should lead to a
I will switch to
full post
Fnatic
plant.
once it starts.
BBL trying to challenge. Really no reason not to. Yampy creates an opportunity for 2, but there's the
10-10
follow-up.
probably.
Leads Profik by himself. 1v3 technically as he's upgraded the judge into a Phantom.
Yeah, Bane won that 1v1 against the hero rifle of Levin in mid, and this will now give Profik the opportunity. Still got some reasonable util online to play through as well. Winnable 1v2, lack of util on the DRX side, and the two players on DRX are pretty split as well.
Yeah, I don't know if Profik saw any part of Hyunmin right there.
PRX.
But doesn't make a difference. Swings it out in the backside of the site for an easy headshot.
Yep.
We're tied at 10. BBL staggering on this defense right now. And again, it's just not in the same ways you would have
All right.
figured. Like, Hyunmin's having a
time.
good map, but outside of a couple of the rounds that they've been able to fast lane and Paranoia and get on to B, I'm surprised we haven't seen aggressive A hits come out more often from DRX.
These post plants are just so hard for BBL as well. This is 5 rounds in a row. And we were thinking earlier on, if you look at 13, 14, 15, pistol going away DRX, and then suddenly BBL bring it back and just win that second round and a half. And it's like, okay, now we're back on a struggle streak for DRX, but the last 5 have just been good.
There's the one-way smoke, relay bolt out. That clears out the backside of
What,
Lake.
fuck, focus,
Yampy in
Tarik.
the
What are you doing,
corner
bro?
In an untradeable spot initially, and Yampy is able to find 2. Plenty of damage
BBL,
done to Sociables,
fighting.
getting the workout over towards elbow.
Yeah.
And that will
1v3.
leave it down to
Flicka.
the new guy, 1v3.
I gotta tell you, I gotta call out Yumpy a little bit more, because when I did that, he just fired up. He absolutely got in that server. I said, you know what, maybe give the rifle to Levin. Levin died in that 1v1, but Yumpy, a couple rounds now, has stood tall in these situations where he needs to get a couple kills. This time, playing off the Sonic. The stun delivers.
See if there's any magic here for Flicker. Plenty of time and the spike to play with. Might get a nice little 1v1 here.
Does he turn around?
Nope. Levin will snap connect and BBL back up, but only by a small margin. 11-10, economy still fine for DRX.
Yep. Good round for BBL to break the cycle. 5 in a row. You wouldn't want that to be 6 if you're BBL, but for DRX, it has been a game of catch-up for them as we go to the DRX timeout now. I want to make sure that any semblance of, let's just say, comeback for this half is shut down right
map
away.
is not
BBL
active.
win 1 after
It's
dropping
pretty
5.
shitty
DRX want to shut that down and
'cause
make sure that goes back to DRX, and it is
the
just that one.
teams that are coming
and not
back from this event are playing in a different map pool going
See what
into
the call's
Split
gonna look
2,
like here for
which
DRX.
starts 1 week after they return
the
home.
execute through A main looked solid.
So everyone
It's
that's
just
at
getting
home
utility on the site itself
will have
doesn't come
way more
through there
practice
on that last take.
on
A
that
lot of
new
it thrown over
map pool
towards that A link
or the map pool that exists for the league.
at main. Not
Doesn't
really,
really
on the
make
site
that much
itself.
sense,
And
but yeah, that's the situation.
yeah, obviously, Yampi's able to punish it with the 2 kills that he finds and essentially wins the round after that point. So, again, the layering maybe not as convincing as you'd like to
In
see
the
from
NBA, they fly
DRX
back on
with the
Monday, and new
guy
stage
in,
starts
but
Wednesday. Yeah.
We'll see if they can find an adjustment here.
We talk about punishing
Yeah, it's
Neons as
pretty
well.
cooked.
Okay, you don't have a Cypher, but guess what? Sonic, since that you get that
I
stun
don't know.
down,
The circuit is
Neon
so
trying to run
weird.
through, that is still a way to punish.
It's fair.
And so when that
China
comes
already
through,
started. Yeah,
BBL
China's
happy
ahead
with
of
it.
everyone.
It's just not as much of a guarantee.
Just ban it that
was
map. I
also
think it's 2 maps that
revealed
got
by
swapped
Levin
out,
in that
though.
previous round, so information for DRX to play against in terms of
What is
understanding
it?
where
Bind
Black
is
shot up on the
back.
map.
And
Which has, by the way, been pretty rare on this side for BBL, given how many rounds they've lost. This will be the second
Is it
time
a
we've
new
seen
map?
Levin on the up. Unfortunately,
Find
no
the new
customers
map, right?
away.
Yeah, at least
Corrode?
not over towards A main. It's a full focus.
Find the
hit up
Corode.
their mid.
So-
Recon bolt out. Relay bolt out.
You're gonna have to
And
ban
Human
one of
able to
them,
isolate
but the
for
other
1v1.
team is gonna pick the other
Viper
one. You know?
Able to tally one by
You can
way
ban
of
one,
snake
but you're
bit.
not gonna have practice on the other.
And a follow-up is Magnum's looking to go to aggressive. Sociable making the call that they're trying to rotate through market, so help was very
2v4.
swiftly on the way. DRX will still get control of B, and at least enough for a plant. Annihilation queued, Sociable costs, and he's able to find a connection. No way for Bane to help out, and that will be map point now for BBL.
Yeah, it's a sad little fly through across the map for Flicker. Brilliant stuff from Sociable rather for 3 in that
Yeah,
round,
the
actually,
teams
after
that are
the
coming
Anarchy
back
comes on
should
through.
probably ban Corrode
Levin
and then
didn't
play
get to see a
Bind.
lick of action, but we'll get the free defuse at the end to work over towards the overdrive, and now map
DRX
point
brought
for
it back,
BBL.
and now they're getting it brought back on.
As that DRX tactical pause did not deliver them one round back towards them, and unfortunately gave one to BBL.
You're still
After a
twitch staff, don't
1-to-1
worry.
trade, Human going down, but unfortunately the rest all going
Out of
BBL's way
drugs.
after that 1-to-1.
So you're going to have overdrive here for Hyun Min with a stinger. Hunter's Fury at the ready, plus a neural theft for DRX. Levin close to an overdrive of his own. Hunter's Fury also one away for Yampi, but just kind of tallying that ultimate resource bank. And DRX going to show force
Now
at
he's doing
A,
walkout right now, but let's watch the end of this game.
It's all but a fake. At least an initial early show of pressure, no commitment, but the early walk down for Magnum is different and fresh for BBL.
Yeah, not something they've done just yet. BBL have certainly not, outside of that massive walk down with multiple players earlier on in the half. This is the first significant solo walk
He's
down
playing
that
time
we've seen.
spot to close it out.
And with this, look at the information given, huge rotations.
Oh.
Missed opportunity though for Profit.
Was Neon
Finger
push?
guns out for Hyun Min, playing scaled in the site. Owl drone
Saw him.
out. There's the shock, there's the reveal.
Wow.
Stinger will work,
Good
plus
stun.
the follow-up from Bane.
Brilliant
So
stuff.
DRX looking good to
teamwork.
get their 11th. Levin is stuck right now at market.
Stinger not upgraded just yet, can't quite reach a weapon, but that aside, I think Human's done more than he needed to. And now you have an operator to the retake. Would love to have an overdrive here if you're 11, but not on the cards. Unless he gets something here. Time is just running out, man.
Yeah, that's the biggest part about it, and as he's shut down. Magnum is the last one left, and he will also meet his fate. So
They have max money, to be fair.
DRX one away from sending this thing to OT. Plenty of considerations, as you know, as much as BBL has a nice bounce back after the timeout.
And maybe he got ult off that orb, I don't know.
BBL still, relatively speaking, struggling in the full
Gen G
versus full
Fnatic,
purchase rounds on this
Ascent,
defensive side.
Icebox,
I'm about to go
Sunset.
to a potential
They haven't started yet.
second OT for
But they're
BBL
getting
specifically,
set
given
up.
they went to OT against Sentinels, which they did win eventually, but this is almost the opposite of
I will
Sentinels
switch
game,
to
where
that once it
you start
starts.
6-6 for BBL and Sentinels in the first half, and then BBL get that insane 5-round streak on their second half before Sentinels start to catch on up. This time around, the first half dominant for BBL, second half a lot closer in DRX, really threatening this OT, especially with that kill.
Yeah, that's on that walk down for Magnum again. Annihilation out. Doesn't really need it, rather, I should say, as Profit is found immediately before it actually connects. Yampi just trying to contest wherever he can, but for BBL, they are stuck inside of the backside of B. Crossfire setup for DRX is 3 members wide. Good shock dart onto Hyun Min.
Good reveal.
But Damage is only
that's
part of the
LT.
problem here as you
That's
have to
LT,
find a way to
buddy.
retake. Here comes Levin, trying to get things done. Does have the overdrive
That's
out and
definitely
available.
LT.
Recon bolt deleted. Able to find one, but freeing on the crossfire setup is good. Trades back and forth, leaving it down to Sociable for what would have to be a 1v4 in technicality. And a defuse. And if you can't take it by the candor in my voice, the hopes are not high that he's going to find this one.
He just doesn't know where the members are. I mean, he's going to have to assume B main for sure, but I don't think he realized where Marco is, so this is just a little bit too difficult needed. One more player to still be alive. No time here. OT's coming in. And no issues for Flicker. Young gun for DRX, showing what he's made of.
Wow. This is big. I mean, for DRX, after the opening
Yeah,
first half
wall.
looked as miserable as it did, until that little bit of a back and forth that finished off the half, DRX pull this one away from BBL on their map pick, a map that we have not really seen a lot of film on, then you're going into an ascent where you have been really good on. Dangerous prospects.
It's that 16 to 20 spree of rounds you see from DRX that really made the difference here.
Genji game started?
Human
No, it hasn't. I'm
operator on the
watching.
defense this time around.
Wait, it's starting.
Now, if you remember, BBL's attacking side very fast, super quick hits. Don't care about the double sentinel
Would you
defense
rather watch
here.
pistol of that or OT of this?
See if that ends up being the play again.
Yep.
Hasn't started
I mean,
yet.
the defensive side is the question mark here. Hyunmin's going to play
OT,
something
yeah?
different with a
Okay.
glass cannon operator in the overtime. Quick play from Levin, shut down. Barrier mesh makes sure there's no follow-up. So big advantage here for DRX early on the defensive side, 5v4. Barrier mesh getting
Starting
shot
now,
at to be
but it's
deleted.
okay. We'll stay here.
Profit on the same front gets in the backside at A main to find a trade. And now that isolates DRX's defense on the site.
Yeah, I mean, look at Elbow as well. In play, Yompi
You know, they're
onto
locked
free.
here.
Barrier mesh to cut off in
so
towards
by me,
alley. That's finally going to clean up on all members of A.
3v2.
Looking pretty clean now for the plant. Human drops the operator, obviously. Gonna walk back in. Rifle in hand, but only 2.
Exactly, and there's no armor here for Hyunmin either. Can he open with something cleanly?
Recon's up.
Deleted. Yompi finds one, grab net, has him locked in place, and why not pop the Hunter's Fear, I suppose? BBL bounce back after dropping the first blood and take the 4v5.
Yeah, the timing was insane there for BBL. Both the grab net and also Recon coming up just as the final 2 members of DRX trying to come on through. What a big game from Human as well.
What the fuck is happening?
Pulling his team through. It was actually Sociable on the other side at 25. We talked about early on in that first half. He was already starting to lead in the stat department, and here
I'm sorry, I
not
was
shy
going to play
about leading the
pistol,
way for the
but
team.
I fucked it up.
Would be BBL's second
Oh my
OT
God.
win up against
Tweaking
a
out.
top performer globally.
I'm not doing it. It's 3v3
If they can
though.
take this one through.
We're staying.
But their attacking side has been.
I was trying to show a pistol, but I couldn't.
Well, the defensive side of BBL has been a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, both teams. That's been the issue. First blood to the defense. That's also through tiles. Quick aggression for BBL again, but reinforced this time. Magnum going to have to back off and try to play. This is a really good dark cover to slow down what looked to be an impending hit into B. There's also really no way for DRX to re-clear mid at the moment with that barrier mesh in the way.
Yep. DRX going
2-minute
quiet,
Gamba
draw rotators over, which
for a
successfully
Fnatic
they have been
match.
able to do. This is part of the issue is they being BBL because, you know, they lack the Cypher, they lack the extra utility check, these gaps. They just don't know what's happening on the A side. So off running is going to be Yompi.
Ooh,
1v1.
Yompi's
Timing?
walk down. Barrier mesh will fade, but draws the line in the sand, but catches Bane. That has to be DRX hitting the execute call now. Dark cover just has to be pushed through. Graph in the way, but the fast lane gives a little bit of space to work with. Sociable for one. Profit follows up, and a follow
GG.
there as BBL will win the
GG.
defense, win it in overtime in 2 straight rounds, and take map number 1.
Yeah, it doesn't matter who they compete.
For the peek through to deny the defusal. That was the round done, basically off the time alone. A decent start for the side of Fnatic, and of course, I wouldn't necessarily call this like a grudge match. Like, I don't think you're going to look at both these teams and go, oh yeah, there's a lot of bad blood. But you have to look at this from Fnatic's perspective. They only lost to a couple
It's
of teams
non-stop,
over
dude.
at Masters.
Holy
One
fuck.
of them was in the grand
Are they on a
final.
radio?
The other
Yeah.
was to Gen G.
I don't know.
So I think they will want to sort of prove that, okay, this squad may have beaten us in the last tournament, but
Is he casting
we
from
were
his
the ones that
iPhone?
ended up in that trophy battle. Texture, pistol in hand, always deadly, but Kayak is going to deal with him before anything more can happen.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't falling for the decoy. That's a lot of damage delivered. Munchkin and Karen very low indeed. They'll be invading the smoke, looking to move towards tree, clear out that space, but little do they know that wraparounds come in. Fnatic have a lot of control. They're waiting for every push. Crashies is grabbing one with the classic.
Yeah, I'll just do a small one.
It's a flawless display from that attacking side. Not that they're up against a stacked economy. We don't expect a lot from Gen G, but something would certainly be nice. And, well, at least they've got Boaster with a full magazine of the classic. That got a little bit scary.
I'm not making it all the way.
There was a moment in LPS head where he went, I could help him, but I'm not going to. He genuinely just kind of went, no, I'm not swinging that. That's all you, bud. You've got this. And then didn't even hit the shots anyway. He had to be saved by Kayak, who was thankfully a little bit kinder than maybe he was, but at least adds a slight amount of additional cost to Fnatic as they'll go into what will be the bonus round. But ultimately, this is where things should get that a little bit more interesting. No operator in yet for the defensive side. They can't quite afford it.
See my stream with the game on? Don't say that because I will.
Just a little bit. Although both teams have proved to be quite
I'll let you get into my fucking bed and go to sleep.
So perhaps Gen G getting on that board early.
I just told Myung to turn my stream off when the matches are over.
You already see Alfier and Chronicle down and out of the round.
Even consider
well handled in these early fights, and I mean, what you're left with now, a little bit of aggression going in towards A main. It's opened some space for Kayak. He's pressured it, but he's caught by Munchkin. Covering all their bases here are Gen G. And although, you know, we come into this round, there are weaknesses for Fnatic.
I can watch from my bed, dude. I bring my mouse, my headset, I move the microphone.
Like there were a lot of opportunities as well, where it was 1v1s, but just every single fight ended up going in the direction of Gen G. Like, I think Kayak coming back through was maybe the most surprising of the lot, just getting absolutely domed by Munchkin. And that's the fun thing about Ascent for them, is this sort of the map where obviously he still has a lot of that supportive utility, but it's kind of one of the only maps we haven't really seen him play Viper. Like that's sort of what he's been leaning into a lot recently. I think it's his most played agent by far. Picks up the KO and has that little bit more of an opportunity to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Munchkin going into Icebox Sunset and have a little bit more of that. I wouldn't say comfort. It's not like he's uncomfortable here on the KO. Again, that decoy going through, it won't be falling for at all. Texture's doing a great job. I mean, every time he sees that Yoru opening up, running it down, he knows that's not the real one. And he goes hunting for him, finding the opening pick here again. And Fnatic, again, there are already those weaknesses. You see Boaster come in with a stinger, but this is the round that you want to see Fnatic bounce back on. You mentioned that both teams pretty good on the attacking side. If you see Gen G run away with this early, it could be very dangerous for Fnatic. And already it's a 5v3.
Stay down.
B2.
Yeah, it seems to be getting worse and worse. And again, a lot of these don't seem to be tradable fights. Which, against a lot of teams, for Fnatic, that would be all right, because they'd win a lot of them. But in this case, they are losing these picks every single time. None of them able to take it over the line. And wow, there is a clear amount of information for Gen G right now. I wonder if this just becomes a save.
Going to bed?
Like, realistically, 2v5, your economy's in the bin for the next round anyway.
30 seconds left.
What are the chances that you manage to get into one of these sites, find a pick, and get a post-spawn? With 25 seconds left, almost zero.
Yeah, and if you run to the A site, like, you couldn't be foolish enough to think that they've abandoned it to go towards B main after an orb gets tapped inside. What they have done is pushed up
10 seconds
Munchkin
left.
All the way up mid, looking for Crashies, who's just around the corner. Flash is perfectly timed, but Crashies lands the shot. The first for this squad. Paranoia put through. A smoke even going down. A desperate attempt to keep Gen G back. And although Ash pressures a little bit, I think they'll get out with both of those weapons.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to overextend. Like, that's the thing. At this point of the game, their own finances aren't exactly built to a point of no return. It's not like they've got like 3-4 buys able to come in a row. So although it would be nice to remove all those additional weapons, I think it comes down to just making sure their own economy becomes strong. And you can see it now. That one player dropping means that there's an opportunity for Texture to buy back in with the operator. And this is another conversation that's been had a lot around Gen G, is like, is this guy the best sniper in the world? I think he's definitely up there. We watched him play earlier versus Kankan. It was another one that was in the conversation, and there wasn't a conversation.
What if I went to the
a lot of it did still revolve around Foxy Knight having a crazy game, but when the operator was put into play, he was definitely still up the top, and he's already had... This is definitely risky, though. It's risky because he's alone, and they have a low buy. It makes me a little bit nervous, but... It doesn't overextend too much. Ooh. These first engagements have been a little bit shaky for Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly not afraid to take some risks, that's for sure. Quick shot by Texture. This time he does get caught by the clone.
I could make
the
it
decoy
nice.
on its way, but
I'm just
he's
gonna
not
be
going for that
hella
crazy
chill, dude.
over-aggression. Doesn't have the dash online anymore, so much more tempered.
All right, we'll see how
as he
this
falls back
rest
to
of
cover
this
that
one
mid
goes,
push-up,
but maybe we
leaving
call it after
Ash
this one.
to hold down on short. You can see Fnatic are looking to pressure him. It will probably be that Yoru flash. No, in fact, Device one to pop to open this up. Finding a little bit of trouble in converting the kill, but they get there eventually. Now the pressure left onto that A-side holder. Charon at least able to grab the opening. A couple players low, and he's connecting shots.
Yeah, the gun's still in play, but the time really is ticking, and they still haven't been able to isolate Charon at all. In fact, he's just taken over the map. Oh, it loads him. Oh, that must have been a few HP difference from having an ace already in the tournament. It was incredibly close, but nonetheless, that was perfect from Charon. Just having that different target isolation, creating himself space.
Mr. 4K, that's Texture and Cryo, not Karen.
Tried to throw in the
But fuck it, we'll
Fury
give it
to
to him.
displace him, and he danced around it like it was nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that push, though. Alfier's running it through while Boaster's putting down his bubble full of smokes. Chronicle gets caught on low HP on short, and then, well, as you said, a bullet or two away from the ace. That's certainly not taking the wind out of his sails, being denied it, though. He is a happy man. And I think Gen G off to a flying start.
Is that happy, or is that, oh, I was so close?
No. That was a smile on his face there. You take the round win like that, and you start to deny that early success for Fnatic on the attack side. You force them into a tactical pause already. That's a big win for Gen G.
Remember when Karen stole Texture's ace? That's karma.
Wanting to
Was
get
it
a bit
Karen?
early. I don't think that's a bad sign from
I think it was
Fnatic. Like, this half definitely hasn't fallen too far out of control. But as you mentioned, you look back to some of their previous results, and I don't think it's crazy to say that they're good on both sides of the map, but at least versus Sentinels and RRQ, you're looking at 8 or 9 rounds over on the attack side. And the same can somewhat be said for Gen G. The last time they played it versus PRX, 8-round attack. So a lot of that, again, comes down to when you have this solid setup around someone like Texture, he's terrifying. So I do think that's something that they have to take into consideration.
Why does this sound so weird?
Definitely not. That's a good spot.
What's happening right now?
Much to worry about just yet.
By the way, they have a
Going
chamber, I
into
just
a buy
noticed.
round seems like the ideal place.
They've had their
Oh!
moment.
Saw him.
Tarik with his ult to clear a lot of space. You can see they're on their way towards this
What a
B
molly.
site. Maybe hinging on Alpha. Finding one of these opening picks. It's been a lot of individual fights, but of course, with him being able to just TP out of here, you're not surprised to see him playing that little bit more loose. The smoke down won't deny anything for him.
What are those dates on the
Thing is,
player
the only thing
cards?
Kayak's
Sutan.
ultimate will open up some opportunities.
Yeah, this is where we get to see if we are going to get the Foxy9 of earlier today under serious pressure. Paranoia has missed, but he's just managed to dodge almost everything. Still shoots the drone, but takes the man down himself as well. Kayak gone. And what was an attempt to put pressure onto Foxy9. Well, I'll take a look at his HP, bitch. I think it's at full.
He's not using
Not
that.
even a shot landed in return. Yeah,
But it applied pressure.
Again, this guy's on
But he has
form
it.
today. I understand trying to remove him from that B site. The paranoia being sidestepped, though, gives him such a leg up in that fight. The TP, it goes towards the spawn. It's a bold play, but I think they'll have that
12
information.
seconds.
Certainly a good inkling of it. 12 seconds left. An ult committed and the
Let's try
spike
it.
dropped on the floor. No movement from Gen G. No panic. And indeed, no
I
time
respect
left
the
for this
idea.
play. Chronicle, the best he can do here is probably save that weapon. The fourth is locked in for Gen G, and this was a big buy coming in for Fnatic. Yes, Chronicle
He
will
don't
walk
miss
away with a
those.
Vandal, but the damage is done.
Yeah, and as well, like at this stage, you do have a lot of credits for Gen G. So they can afford to take that risk to try and remove the extra gun. I think they are just getting stalled out, though. Like, they try and make a move off the back of the ultimate. You
Who's the
see all the
oldest in the pro
nanoswarms slowing
scene?
them down.
Gotta be
the quick
Angel, right?
rotation coming in from the
That motherfucker's like 45 or what, dude?
But, they're so tunnel visioned in onto, I think it was what Ash was doing, that it almost becomes just too easy for Foxy9 and Karon at the back of the site to be able to just hold on to things. 4 and 2, extending that lead. Tour de force alongside that rifle. Actually, Chronicle's not far away. The Tour de Force will get absolutely nothing. That is what I talk about when I'm saying that Texture with the operator is just a terrifying
Vash
force.
retire? Yeah,
one of the main dangers of this round already gone.
Yeah, one of the main dangers for Gen G, but for Fnatic, Texture still alive and lurking around. This guy is going to be difficult to deal with. He's already 7-1. The form hitting Foxy9, your solo site holder most of the time. He's there as well. For Fnatic, they need their own heroes to step up to the plate. We expect a good attack side. Already, it's looking like it will be 5 locked in.
He's got 5,900 credits, and he's playing with a judge. Just making sure that even if they do manage to kill him on short, the gun they'll get as a
I'm still watching your hot ones.
Help them out too much. An uncharacteristic shot. That was the warning. But again, Fnatic are playing this time so low. They're expecting aggression. They're expecting faces, someone to go and try and give them a pick, and they're getting absolutely nothing from it. And okay, they've got past one of the demons over on the side of Gen G, but
what the fuck just happened?
The other.
I looked away.
We questioned if he would keep up the form from the best of one early today.
Focus, buddy.
The fact is he has. I think it was. He had over 400 ACS, not just in total, but also in both
Another
halves,
4K?
which is just insane.
Yeah, it's rare that you see, and it's rare you'll hear me reference a rating. It might be the first time I've ever done it, but it goes up to 2.0. My man was 2.0. I mean, he couldn't have been any better. And then again, you know, you look at that start for Texture, beautiful. You follow that up then, having Foxy9 one-up him. And sure, it was a 4K against an eco, but still, those dangers, those are the kind of rounds that Fnatic can turn in their favor a lot of the time, but not in this series, not so far. 5-2, a strong start, but a bye comes out for Fnatic. Munchkin not sticking with the judge this time. It's a different approach, leaving the short close hold. I think that was just an anti-eco, understanding that that's a space that's been under-pressured, underutilized by Fnatic so far. They expected the hit to come in. Now, it didn't in the previous, but by the looks of things, this will be the round that they tested.
It's the
Boaster,
same play.
to pick up Texture puts a lot of pressure on this split.
Yeah, that's Boaster on 6 HP.
There's another player that makes that exact play.
Over. Karon, always seemingly in an awkward spot, but he has shot
You
himself.
hit him? Oh yeah, he did.
That Yoru clone. And the Steel Garden is actually going to take his weapon away, so it's whether or not they can put the pressure onto him. The thing is, he'll probably just sit this out. It's not like Boaster can really take that fight to try and clear him, so they're going to have a bit of an awkward position for Fnatic that they need to deal with this man from the back, and they also need to clear underneath the Valk. That's a quick double. Now Karon pounces, and this is all falling apart.
So well done.
Boaster was tagged at the beginning of this round. They get the site, but they just don't clear the positions properly.
Wow,
that
nice
ends
shot.
up being all too easy.
That was so well done by Gen G. Damn.
What a start to this first half.
Really, the adversity they just overcame there, losing Texture early, Karon isolated, hit by the Vysult, forced out of the site as well. And that's not great for Boaster on 6 HP. Can't really take that fight without trolling. But that means they isolated Munchkin. They had him on his own. And still, he's able to find success on that backside, opens up the window for Karon to come back in and take that fight. That is a round that looked to be, after the opening pick, very heavily favored to Fnatic. They can't get it across the line, and it comes with a heavy cost as all of their credits now gone. Gen G looking for that 7th, favored to take it across the line, and Texture, he might be picked off early in the previous, but you ain't getting away with that 2 times in a row.
I was about to say, he only has 2 deaths. So realistically, they've not got away with that much whatsoever. And I think that was literally the first time they've caught him since he's had the operator. So
what the fuck is going on?
It's not looking great. Oh, he's not going to fall for that one. This isn't a Durka fake. Come on, Fnatic. Grind to a halt.
I don't know, they're doing a test. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
I think that's a bit wider
we're gonna
than he
stay
meant
here.
to jump. He gets away with it, that's the main thing.
Didn't quite expect him to be pushed up into that corner, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe going for a slightly deeper jump into mid, but it's a bit of a gamble. Again, 40 seconds on the clock. No real ground garnered for Fnatic. they will at least move the crosshair of one. Well, Foxy9, I think he's decided, you know what, I've had this ult for a while, I've been holding on to it, let's just stick that one out, try and buy them and buy myself a little bit of extra time. Push coming in to his left, he's still going to survive.
Foxy's anchoring like a beast. 2v3. Winnable.
But it is a plant, and it is guns picked up for Fnatic. One of the better opportunities they've had. It's still not going to be easy, though.
Yeah, I mean, he bought a lot of time there, Foxy9, and with Texture coming back in, op in hand, you don't expect to see many shots missed. Great
what a
paranoia.
flash.
That gives Texture an easy kill. The dash
what a
in
flash from
as Karen
Karen.
takes Chronicle out of the round. It is a clean retake for Gen G.
Big.
Foxy9 does this work to pick up the double entry, and from that point, you weren't really doubting them, but once the paranoia hits, it seemed like a certainty. 7 on the board for Gen G. Fnatic will have a buy in the next, but this attack side favor that you talked about, Tom, it's certainly not there for Fnatic so far.
No, like they're definitely comfortable on either side of the map, but the problem is right now is a lot of the time we talk about this team's ability to win rounds that they never should really win, that big clutch factor. And I'll be honest, from Fnatic, it hasn't been there so far. Like, you look at this round, you go, okay, 2v3, they have a chance. Paranoia goes through.
They're doing good.
Catches both
7-2.
people immediately.
Full buy for
And
Fnatic.
that's the round, like,
Silver
normally
ult.
you'd at least expect a spark, but Gen G have extinguished that immediately. They have made sure the sprinklers are going off
Look at
the
Texture.
second there's any smoke.
Oh, good jump spot. It's
Texture has been spotted.
He's going
that
more?
Doesn't mean he's going to stop,
okay.
though.
No, but it does mean the Fnatic are going to address that. The Texture's pushing mid, get the hell out of there, retreat, and fall back towards this A main push. Now, typically Foxy9's been on the B side. That's where the Killjoy setup is. Now they're funneling themselves in to Foxy9, to Munchkin, who are ready and waiting for this push to come through. A Hunter's Fury perhaps could help them out in clearing some angles, but they have got one hell of a challenge on their hands.
Oh, he
That's
peeked
an
too
early
fast.
flash and peek.
He
Now the
peeked too
pressure on
fast.
Foxy9.
Yeah, the rest of the team are incredibly far away, only just looking to make their move through. And this time he has ended up shooting the
Foxy.
clone, but again he gets Kayak, and there still hasn't been a trade yet, down to just 5
Wow,
HP and
nice
eventually
try.
caught out. Boaster,
The
the
Silver
trade
ults
that was
hit one.
necessary. Again, a solid position from Fnatic to fight from. Shock darts going through to at least slow them down a little bit. And you can tell they're expecting a second one to be coming in. It's a round that should be going in.
What?
What? He expected to jump up. He predicted where Alfia is going to be. And now, well, Texture looking around the corner,
Wow.
wrapping in as quickly as possible. They haven't really needed him to go crazy in rounds, but this retake is
He has
looking
ults, but
all
what can he
too
do?
easy. Only man standing. And Crashy's got to go. They're already defusing. He's not in the right spot.
Nice
and
try.
even though he gets two at the end, it
Texture.
is meaningless.
Texture's
How
kill on
has
Alfia
Texture
was
done
huge.
that?
That shot through
That's
the
so
smoke.
tragic,
I
man.
don't know what the cue was. I don't know if he heard
That
a,
is so
a step
tragic.
as he moved towards the box, counted to 2 and fired away, but that game sense is insane. He knows he's on the angle. Smoke blooms.
Wow.
Like, what was the cue? What was the cue?
He's just predicting the jump up, but
to just completely
still.
dive in. That's unbelievable.
Maybe he was thinking, what would I do?
Yeah. I'd probably
what
jump
I'd
up about now. Oh, that's outrageous. And for Fnatic, you've got to just feel like you're being hammered into the dirt now. 8-2. Gen G expected to be solid on the attack side. And there is no space for Fnatic to play with. Texture with an opening. Karen following up with another. And the round barely started, and it looks like it's over. Munchkin with a chance to use that
There's
judge.
no way Brother has
and
a
he's only
judge.
picked up the one. That's at least a spark
Your
of life
ults.
for Fnatic. They may be able to get this spike down.
Oh, it's a bait from Kayak. He's hoping for a kill, wanted to try and make a play. Instead, he has sent them back down to a 1 versus 3 crash. He's trying to catch them while in the drone, but he doesn't know there's two
Impossible, nice try.
waiting for him on the other side. And that's the thing. Every moment, though,
They're starting to
that
run
we
away
have
with
that
it.
sort of core EMEA Fnatic
They're
belief.
starting
It's
to run
like,
away with
okay,
it, bro.
this is the round we'll see a crazy clutch. They just get bodied. Like, that wasn't even close. That 2v3 wasn't close. That was just comfortable, easy stuff for the opposing side. Even the last round, there was a 3v4 retake. It didn't look like they were pressed at all. I don't know. It may be just Gen G are the bogey team for Fnatic, but right now, they are looking like a different caliber of squad.
With that shot there as well from Texture, it's really feeling like in a lot of these moments that they have the perfect read. Like often when that push comes through,
casual smirk.
Crashies is going to catch someone off guard there. Someone at the door's closing, they either push forward to break it or they're starting to go window to get that heaven push underway. And instead, Texture just sat there holding it with the op. He expects the push and punishes it almost every time.
Where is he going?
One last round to play with, and they're being pushed on. Straight down through mid. Charon's finding one. The door already being broken. And the ult popped through. The Hunter's Fury. I mean, this is just...
He's got to be dead.
Got him.
This is full investment from Fnatic, and they'll at least manage to level the playing field.
Spike planted.
Oh, just in case.
I thought it was real for a second. Oh.
Not taking a risk. Smoke's faded, and there's nobody watching the angle. What was an even scenario, at least in personnel, has quickly diminished. Again, trying to pressure onto the drone, but there are always players waiting and watching Fnatic. They're playing for curses at this point, hoping to at least get themselves a third, but that is not looking likely. The retakes of Gen G have been an unstoppable force. Kayak still fighting his best and giving Crashies a chance for the traders immediate. Down to just one man standing, both of them
cutting through.
Desperately low on HP and almost just playing onto that time. Kayak knows that he will have it in the end.
9-3 curse?
It took a lot for them to finally grind
Not
out
bad.
a third round, but eventually the hero this time.
Why that Yoricon looks so real?
That's
That's what I said.
Perhaps the
I was
curse can
thinking
bring them
too.
across the line. We'll find out how this fares for
Oh,
Fnatic in the
mama.
second half after the break.
All right, quick break. What is this music? Oh my god, stop it. Holy shit. Shit is freaking crazy, buddy. Did we watch the other game? It's only half though.
Completely caught out. You're thinking he's dead to right. Surely nothing's going to happen here. This opening pick from Human, by the way, is disgusting. He beats out the tour de force and just snaps onto the...
Thank you for the 3-year resub. Bad Wolf. Heart.
Now an opportunity for BBL to try to break down this hit. And how about Prophet and Magnum just saying, come on into
What the
our
fuck
web.
is
We're
happening
spinning
here?
it through the Annihilation, causing a bit of an issue, but a mere inconvenience is more what it feels like as freeing. Run him down. 4.
Welcome back, folks. It is 9-3 in favor of Gen G. They have been lights out on their defensive side, putting 9 straight rounds and a close 1v1 that got Fnatic up to 3 to close out the half. Now, Gen G on the attack, somewhere we expect to see them putting up rounds, and if that's the case, we'll be going to Icebox very soon.
9-3 curse?
With their back
Unlikely.
against the wall, but hell, we know that's where they can be the most dangerous.
9-3
it was literally 9
curse.
rounds in a row for
Let's
Gen
see.
G after they lost the pistol in the last half and came out with 9 rounds. And very easily.
I think
could've
it's a
come out
lot
with
to
more.
ask for right now,
That's
but
what this
anything's
matchup
possible.
has
Let's
been
see.
so far. They have been the better side, but now it's up to Fnatic. And more importantly, I want to
Good
see more
shot.
from Alpha here. We talked about the consistency
Not bad.
over at Masters Toronto
It
and what
is,
he was able
Rusha.
to do, but we haven't seen it just yet. That's a nice start, though. The lifeline of the pistol necessary.
Kayak, nice shot.
Kayak gets the first kill.
Down to a 5v4.
Uh-oh.
This pistol's so valuable for Fnatic if they can find
Big
a Kayak.
Kayak.
And Crashies. Chronicles
Flawless?
there too. The whole team
Almost.
stepping up to bring the
Okay.
pistol into Fnatic's favor. That's 2 for 2 now on this map, but they are still trailing by quite a lot.
Yeah, it is definitely a long road back into it. Of course, this, again, it is one of those compositions that I think facing into a defensive side will be quite unorthodox. You've got those Vice setups, which are always difficult to get through in a pacey manner, and then you're going to have that aggression out from Alfia. My only worry, though, is the fact that he's just not been on the board just yet. Like, it has been a very, very quiet game from Alfia. Whatever
Alpha's warming up.
you're talking about, like a 3 and 11 is not something you'd normally see.
5 light armors on Fnatic.
Right, all right then. We're just spamming
Back.
smokes and getting 2 kills, are we, Crashies? It's a little bit of a different ball game, and then he throws out the dart, you know, because he didn't need it before. Just gets the timing. At least padding those stats a little bit. Realistically, I was going to say they want to try and keep things clean, but he has gone down.
There.
Yeah, one loss, not too major. Little execution from Chronicle. This one's looking like it will be a relatively clean
Munchkin,
closer.
where are you going?
The steps heard as Munchkin's running about in spawn.
Oh my god, he almost got
Although
him.
he catches Chronicle off, the classic shots don't land. 9-5, 4 players alive. Fnatic, well, this is exactly how that previous half started, but then it was 9 straight rounds for Gen G, something that's not possible here because the game would end before that.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be very difficult. Like, you can take a lot from how we saw the retakes played in the last half. Like, the setup from Gen G was fantastic. Like, they're so good at putting texture into positions where, well, and Caron, if I'm being honest, like the amount he was teleporting into angles and just taking aggressive fights. Now you put them onto the attack side, well, they can do that from the get-go. And immediately, we're going to see that operator pull up into Alfia. The belief definitely still there that he can take over, he can dominate this map. And you can see from the positions on the map that maybe a little bit tentative to fight into middle from Gen G, knowing that there could be some danger in that part of the map.
Well, the danger's coming to them. Not just in this B main push, but Alpha's now stepped through mid. There's a short push as well. Foxy9 locking it down on one side. And it looks like they'll look for space in mid, but not without that drone going through. That's a key part of this play. It actually hasn't spotted Alpha. It only saw the player up on short, but that's enough for Gen G to decide to wrap all the way around through spawn. In the meantime, the A push comes in, and well, it could be a mistake.
Oh my god.
Are able to pick
How did Chronicle die?
Stop short of taking down Texture, and so a 4v2, presumably post-plant, will be underway. Oh, it's got a 3v2.
That's a bit of a nasty surprise for Ash. And with both players still holding
Only
on to their
2 guys on
weaponry,
site. KJ doesn't spawn.
it's not out of the realms of possibilities.
What a lurk.
More so if they want to gamble these 2 guns.
What a crazy
now,
lurk.
Obviously for Alfia, he was hoping maybe he could get a few picks and maybe play towards that tour de force, but he is not even remotely close to it. So
this seems
a
too
gun
hard.
loss here would mean maybe not having a rifle at all in the next round, but definitely not having the operator. And already that late positioning from Foxy9 has completely caught him off. It leaves Kayak alone versus 3, still going for it. A nice shot onto the first. I think a lot of this may come down to either trying to save the operator or at least pick off the remaining members of Gen G as they exit, while Foxy9's read is just sublime. The man is having a great day of Valorant.
Well, I think fairly easy for him there. The flash goes out, nobody's peeking, no
I don't know what's
noise
happening,
made.
my bad.
What was the point? And of course, he correctly deduces that it was all a ruse. Great round from him, a great map indeed from him as well. And Caron, it was a bold play to go up on top of that wall, but he was supporting Texture. Together they
Is it
cleared
weird that if I
site,
had to evacuate right now, I grab my
dropped
wallet,
that
keys, and my
operator as
Labubu?
well. And a decent blow to the Fnatic economy with that. This round, well, this could be the beginning of the end for Fnatic already. It's 10-5, and their credits fully put on the line. Light shields on, well, light shields on 3 players,
he would
regen
follow
shields
naturally.
on 1. Not quite able to get that full protection in here, but Kayak, he won't be scared away by the lack of shields. Goes pushing down, has a small angle the turret can't see him from, but Foxy9, he's well aware of that
Do I
possibility.
plan on sleeping? Yeah, probably at noon.
Around any longer. Of course, for both of these squads, you can talk about making it to playoffs, you can talk about fighting for the trophy, but of course both are club partners as well, so they will be fighting for that overall ridiculous prize pool. And I'm sure the organization itself will be hoping that both of these teams are able to bring them some pretty significant points. Of course, the main changes this year is that the consistency over all of the esports is far more important than having 1 or 2 big winners. but they'll take the big winners anyway. It's still nice to get 1,000 club points on the board. Boaster under pressure, Stinger in hand. His target has gone walkabouts, and he will hit himself a shot, but unfortunately not the kill. Luckily, Crashies is still going. He's been having a great game so far, and Karen could do nothing about this one. And unfortunately for Foxy9, this time, his luck is just that little bit too far behind. This will be a 6th round onto the ball for Fnatic, and well, although they are still a distance behind Gen G, it's starting to look a little bit more possible as the rounds go on. It seems like some of them at least are starting to warm up.
The other thing as well, when you talk about the club points, is that the fact that you need to get that first place in at least one of these esports to go the distance and claim the top prize. It takes the pressure off the other teams so that you can build it a little bit later on. You want to find that early on in the season, early on in the weeks.
What a shot.
For Fnatic. Looking at their run internationally, it's definitely not out of the question. But there's a bit of a climb back on this map if they're going to be taking this series cleanly. This has already been a strong performance from Gen G. A mistake or two is allowed. But at this point, they're going to call a timeout, wanting to get ahead of this early.
Either way, taking it early, similarly to what we saw from Fnatic in that 3-2
BBL score
wanting
update.
to make sure that they keep themselves
6-4 BBL.
Not let this one slip away. Of course, Icebox up next is a strong map for Fnatic. And I think that's the fun thing about this series overall.
Yeah, music is quite intense.
The fact that it does feel like either
true
side
crime documentary.
Could come out on top.
A little bit, actually.
I believe is Sunset as well, which is definitely at least going to be an interesting one. I don't think it's been the best map for Fnatic overall, so the fact that both squads have ended up on that map, maybe wanting to prove that there is something a little bit more there for them.
Launching thorns.
But we are still looking at some of those individuals right now for Fnatic. Althea starting to come alive at least a little bit. It's been Crashy is the one to sort of lead the show. Or at least for now. Could be forced back a little bit.
Trap destroyed. Yeah, sending this short pressure, a little bit of a halt. Not sure what's on the other side.
What?
Boaster already giving up a lot of control.
Why are we not talking?
They've got Kayak embedded in wine. And I think just a lot of respect shown towards those weaker weapons, not wanting to give them the close range angle. Short now being held from the site by Boaster up top.
Holy fucking shit, bro.
There won't be any easy fights. Had they have pounced when they wanted to initially, this could have been a different story. The flash will send Boaster back. It's really Texture that's the danger man. The man with the rifle in hand, sneaking into heaven, finding one cloudburst for the crossover. That
Take a nappy.
It's just to get Foxy9 the weapon. Now
the
they're
only
both
way I
armed
can
and dangerous.
ride this
And
day
looking to
out
crunch
is
in on spawn. Cut that rotation off. Information gained by the jump peak, and they execute
watching in bed and I fall
Now
asleep.
knowing there should be only one player on the other side of the map, if any, and it's Alfier with an op. He finds one, but now the numbers are running at him. What a shot!
Oh, this could be big.
Wow.
Finally starting to see some life in Althea, a third
My
found.
goat.
But it's the spams of Texture that are having to be
My
dealt with
goat.
eventually. Kayak will finish his dinner, and those are the sort of rounds we expected to see from Althea. You said it. One man was left to try and defend that B site, but a bit of an unorthodox position.
Don't peeking me. Don't peeking me.
His way. That is a massive turning point and potentially such an important round. Bear in mind what was invested into that one from the side of Gen G. If that one slips, I almost call it map over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was one where they have one rifle going into it, find the pick in heaven, gets them an extra rifle, and then isolate Chronicle.
This could have been me.
Now
That
you've
used to
got
be me.
a lot of weapons and a lot of bodies coming towards one man with a
Once upon a time,
very
bro.
high fire rate weapon. But he's able to get it across the line, now putting the gap to 3. A remarkable recovery
10-7
already
from
for
9-3.
Fnatic. But this is a bigger challenge.
Am I a
because, as
whole-time
we said,
streamer or I
it
have
was a
some
very
other
low
job
investment
also?
From Gen G. Now they've got everything to work with.
Yeah, the tough thing for Gen G is that this setup is consistently changing. Of course, you want to have those executions where you can send Texture through supportive utility, but you don't know if you're running into Thorns. You don't know if he'll get isolated by a wall. You can. That has moved between short, A main, and wherever Chronicle fancies placing it. And then that normally means there's aggression elsewhere on the map. They're having to be incredibly methodical to try and catch out some of these players, but they're using a lot of utility in these early starts to the round. And it means that when it comes to execution,
the one thing I miss from pro play is getting knife kills on stage. And the crowd goes,
Foxy9 put down the alarm bot, but it wasn't fully covering the position. Ends up pulling it back. The ultimate used is that they're not too sure if players are waiting outside B main or not, but now Fnatic have
audible gas.
They know to be ready on the other side. As in goes the ultimate of the Hunter's Fury from a safe distance, and it's Charon to be dropped
call
to
this
the
comeback
floor.
from a mile away.
3 versus 5 with Ash already gone. But the plant seems to be secured. A lot of this hinges on Foxy9, but they know that he was around B main not long ago, waiting for him to walk up short. And Crashy strikes just in time with Munchkin low. This round seems to already be tied up in a neat little bow. Texture, the only one standing in their way. He would need a 1v5, an ace, and only 2 can be found. Fnatic do well to land an 8th round, and this gap that was looking daunting.
Sleepy Tarik is hilarious, bro. Please never go live fully rested.
Yeah, Texture decided to let them have it because he only ever gets 4Ks, so it's not really any point wasting his own time. Like, but you always get a little bit worried when he starts hitting headies like that. But no, a great round from Fnatic. Like, firstly, you could tell they realized immediately that, okay, that null command's online. We need to sit back with our utility. We need to have Chronicle away from that A site, at least initially, so that he can activate the Thorns if they do it. And then what we do is we have the Hunter's Fury from afar that could still be activated because it's not in the range. And then we have Alfia with an operator, which it doesn't need any utility. That's Alfia with an operator. And he was a lot more careful with it, at least initially, until he saw that Hunter's Fury for disruption. Once again, a lower buy for Gen G. They do have a few ultimates available to them.
Why are they doing that?
What catches the eye the most is, of course, that Blade Storm available for Texture. They had an incredible
What is that? I don't fucking know. I think someone's fucking with me.
10 on the scoreboard, but
maybe Myung's doing it to fuck with me. Maybe she's doing it to keep me awake.
Look at this
trying to W me
from Fnatic.
He's trying to keep me awake.
Kayak push up in B main early on alongside Alfia.
I mean, straight up, if the building's on fire, like, I'm fucking staying here. I'm too tired to leave.
And there's a vice wall as well.
That's where I'm at. I'm not getting out.
He'll be able to potentially take a pick.
Because you can't take the elevator. I would have to take the stairs.
Even just the drone
I'm not making it down there.
Information that could start the rotate.
Yeah, that's the thing. With him being able to teleport back to safety, and then the wall there, it's going to be interesting because for the Fnatic side, they don't really have to move.
If I shave my head, do I think that's just growing back or not? That's the issue. I don't know.
And then by that point, they can get back into the site. It's going to be the teleport across. Now the Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of ults being spammed into position. Bear in mind, this was a low investment round for Gen G, but in terms of ults, it is a high investment round. That's already 2 put into play. I believe Blade Storm's online as well, so that's a 3rd. They need to get something from this.
And it's the Blade Storm, at least to start, but he's being tagged down to 39, trying to use the updraft to pick him off from a different angle. And although the op didn't finish the kill, this round has become a major uphill battle to hold on to that spike control for Gen G. Pistols sitting on the site, pistol even, it's just Charon. As Alfia goes down, is underway. Ash is jumping through. They've stopped the defuse. Time is ticking, and Fnatic under so much pressure.
What the
Somehow, the Thrifty has worked out. It's an expensive round, but well worth the cost for Gen
That's
G.
a spike, I think.
No, that's outrageous, though. It wasn't even the ults that won it for them. The ults were null and void by the time. It's like, yeah, cool, okay, we've got ourselves the lockdown. That gave us the site. Okay, we used the Hunter's Fury. That didn't really do anything.
From the shadows.
And then, and then it's just Sheriffs. Like, that's what did it. Like, from this point where all the ults are gone, they should have still lost the round. It's just Sheriff shots from Ash and Charon, and
oh my god.
I think Fnatic will watch that round back and be absolutely fuming.
And there wasn't even any surprise element with Ash running
that was
through.
crazy.
He triggered the wall. They knew. Well, he's there. Somehow he's able to find so much value, as is everybody else. Shocking for Fnatic. They've been so clean on this comeback, on the climb back.
Monka.
Rising to the occasion, but falling at what could be one of the final hurdles. Gen G.
Wow.
Momentum not fully back in their sails.
They
As you can
both
see,
CP'd
Texture
out.
and Munchkin have been ripped out of the round, and Foxy
Oh!
he just ran back through the Razor Vine.
Yeah, that is the whole point of that utility. I think you can't do that, but hey, I probably didn't realize how much damage he's already taken. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, that's the thing for Fnatic. They still have plenty of finances. Like, that is an infuriating round. That's one you're going to want to forget. But they are a team that's very good with their mental fortitude. That's pretty much what we've talked about. Them and sort of Boaster and Chronicle. Chronicle, I think, might be the king of mentality. I don't know if there's anybody better. Then again, if you have the most trophies, you're probably going to be up there. But for now, at least, yeah, the remaining two just have to say. Like, you're in a spot
Is lock-in
where
same as Masters?
you've just about
Yes or
managed to
no?
get through the last round. I think the Spike managed to eliminate one or both remaining players. I think it was both. So they didn't have the gun saved over. Obviously for Texture, he didn't buy because he had a Blade Storm, so it was a little bit different. But yeah, they need to hold on to these guns to have anything. Otherwise, we could very easily see this leveling up in just a moment's time. So we might be laughing and watching and seeing that Sheriff round and going, oh, that never should have happened. But the fact that Fnatic come back so clean, it almost doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, it's the course correction, right? They've gotten right back on the train tracks. They're not
no lower
derailed just
bracket.
yet, and that's the important thing because
Single
a round
lane.
like that can very much cripple your mentality. And with a team like Fnatic, I don't think that's likely to ever happen, especially like Alphier. I think he was on Pie Watch at one point. Now he's definitely feeling it a little more. A little silly death there for Foxy9, and he doesn't look happy about that in the player cam either. I think he thought those vines were a little further forward than they were. Thought he'd get out with 7 HP, but left on 0. And now a timeout call by Gen G, a map that they had a huge lead on going into their favored half, that they then managed to upset the rhythm of Fnatic 2 rounds ago. And yet Fnatic answer back immediately. The gap closes and the economy is crushed for Gen G. This timeout definitely necessary at this point because it seems like their hands have been ripped from the reins.
Wow. It really does feel like Fnatic have somehow found themselves in the driver's seat. Like, this really was, like, this could have been 10 or 11 rounds in that first
Trust
half.
me, that shit is too loud.
And now in the second half, we've seen the rise of Alphier.
I'm up, man. I'm fucking reacting as hard as I can. What do they want from me?
That's not the
Can
start
I
we were
actually go
looking for,
check?
though. Texture
I mean,
already down and
realistically-
out. I think a 10th round. I don't want to say it's guaranteed because
I ain't
they've still
making it
got
down there,
sheriffs
bro.
in
I'm
their
way too
hands,
tired.
and
I'd
already
rather
seen what they can do with
fuck
those.
it.
But
I'll go down with the shit.
how many times do you think Fnatic will make that?
I'm
sort
going
of
down with the
critical
shit, no
error?
joke.
I think the answer might be 1.
That's where I'm at.
Well, you know, the other thing is they're not against the Blade Storm lurking mid. They're not against a lockdown to take them out of those deep control spaces. They're not against a Hunter's Fury
Also,
to
if it was
delay
real,
the retake
it would
or
keep going.
a Charon TP from the shadows to get the plant down. Not quite the same round for Gen G. What they do have is a Guardian on Foxy9, and look, with some of the rounds we've seen, that could very well be
Nah, they're
enough.
rage bidding.
Fnatic have
They're
come
definitely
back
rage
online.
bidding me.
They've started to hit shots, and it doesn't feel like they will be crumbling to just one weapon. But I may regret saying that in just a few
I was
moments.
about to say, they do have a very special set of skills. And that normally involves
They got my
headshots.
stream on
I
there,
don't
rage
know if
bidding.
they're going to expect the second
Where's
player
it
to
coming
be there.
from?
Foxy9
There's a speaker in
already
my
has
room.
managed to make it round the corner. That could be a bigger problem, though. There's only one is standing. Foxy9, he's not going to have a gun still for another few seconds. He's already managed to pick one up. I think he's made the realization. That shot's crazy, but the time is ticking away. He needs to grab that spike, and already Alfia is going to make it to the site. 20 seconds. He's going to have a decent idea. He's going to wait for him, but he's not quick enough.
Dexterity.
An incredibly nice
It's like
try.
management controlling it, I guess.
You almost had to eat your words. That was very, very close.
Oh yeah.
Alfia's got your back.
That scared me a lot there. when I see him also looking up to heaven, I'm like, okay, he's gonna be shot in the back.
Jokes
Clears
aside,
the
I think
correct
it's like,
angle.
I don't know,
Makes
they're
it a
doing like tests. I think
1v1.
it's just
Taps
tests.
the spike after hearing the player drop. He did everything right there. But Alpha taking out the shorty,
Why is there
knowing
a
he's a little
speaker
bit
in the
more
first
tagged
place?
up. That's put them
Dude, I have
within
no idea,
punching
bro.
distance of Gen G. A squad who won 9 rounds in a row in that first half. Fnatic winning both pistols has kept them alive. The heart's
11-10?
still beating
for the EMEA squad as they now look to equalize. As Gen G put their credits on the line. No ultimates to fall back on, at least for now. Kayak, he is playing a risky game if he goes through that smoke, but he's decided to be content with that deep mid control. In fact, he's already out of there.
Yeah, he's been quite happy to pressure, but then fall back. Already the operator
scary.
of Alfia has been seen. That's the fun thing about the Fnatic defense is a lot of it revolves around aggression with the ability to maneuver yourself to a new position in a second. Even quicker for Alfia. And because of that, Gen G are having to spend a lot of time feeling out the map just to try and figure out where they want their execution to take place. They also have to worry about those vines. They've definitely been causing some issues, even getting a kill onto Foxy9 just a couple ago.
I'm not popping a Red Bull because I'm already at the end, bro.
Already the operator has repositioned to try and find a new angle. Here is that null command again.
Oh, the spray's not quite there for Boaster, closing in the distance, and it's Texture on the other side. A reliable man when it comes to those kind of fights, and the spray down is what gets him through the smoke. But Foxy9 dropped. The late lurk up through short, expected, dealt with early, and Kayak now has ultimate to fight his way back in to clear all those corners on the way into the A side, and that's exactly how this will be used. Already spotting so much info, but they are just getting ahead of it, fighting straight into these angles, and well now, okay, good flash from Kayak, at least levels it up to a 2v2, but Texture wrapping around, he's already out of the door, he wasn't spotted, but Chronicle lands the shot anyways, desperately low on HP, the Classic comes out, but they're both just one shot, and it's Chronicle to keep Fnatic climbing back.
Oh my god, what a retake.
Those are the rounds you expect to see Chronicle winning. Like, it comes down to the millimeter, the slightest of margins. And that fight back continues. He's actually just not seen
what a retake
from Texture. And that just gave him enough time to react. This was the kill. That was the turning point of the round. Just there, just being quick enough to react. And there are a few people that I think are calm enough to hit that shot in that moment. And as said, Captain Cool himself of Chronicle, it just managing to get that over the line. We're also seeing that resilience from Kayak as well. Like, we still have to talk about, like, this is a guy entering his rookie season.
Gen G have a problem with closing games out.
But it doesn't look like it. It doesn't seem like the pressure ever gets to him, even with how far down they were.
An ongoing issue.
9-3 first half, and while we know for Fnatic that's nothing.
Fnatic with a much more passive hold. They've avoided that utility dump, that direct hit coming in on the other side. And this is at least giving them a breath. A moment to stand back and prepare for the retake, because they would have been a player or two down, but that kind of dive from Texture, the paranoia, the flashes coming through. The Hunter's Fury fired into heaven, finds nothing. Fnatic are doing an excellent job of avoiding the utility, but they still have to fight their way back in, and it's the paranoia to lead the way. Boaster lined it up, fired it through, but they haven't dealt with Karen in the corner. He's sidestepping all of those shots, keeping himself alive a moment longer. The op dealt with up top, and now Texture, the final boss of this side, alongside Ash. Winning those fights, but, well, the information is there. Fnatic putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. The time desperately low. The Classic comes out for Ash. And a little too brazen. Just about getting that diffuse across the line. You see why he swung so wide. If he could just get behind Dice, that could be a denial of the diffuse and an easy round win.
Chronicle's hit final boss mode. Like, this seems to happen like every single tournament he's in. The game starts to get close.
I can't hype it up as much as I would like to.
Like, I'm just not going down for the rest of it. Like, the way that he fought back into that site was absurd. Like, just managing to clear out pretty much every single position, switches back, clears main, and it's just like, I've got this. I've got 7 bullets. That's all I'll need to pick off the final player while you defuse. If he misses any of that, his teammate dies or he dies and you lose the round. It's just, the second he gets towards those late rounds, it's just like, Chronicle doesn't miss.
Yeah, even that 140 tag just a round ago. Yeah. And he manages to flick over and immediately punish Texture. He's been doing a remarkable job. is the beating heart of Fnatic here in the late stages of Ascent.
What?
He's shutting down that B main push at double before they've even crossed through that utility. A Hunter's Fury fired blindly through, but it's a good tag. Damage dealt to Karen. Chronicle ultimate activated. He's going to remove weapons from their hands just in time as Boasters arriving into the site. They'll have the weapon back very soon. It's just a classic to contend with, and that at least gets him the trade on Chronicle.
Yeah, the Steel Guardian's one of those slow activating ultimates, so the Guardian was still in play to at least kill off the man of the moment, Chronicle. He's died on the site, but as you said, Boasters found that trade. And now with 40 seconds left, it's just a pause from the side of Gen G. Hoping that maybe somebody rotates back in the other direction, hoping they make that move, but with full mid control
30 seconds left
from Alfia, he's just waiting and watching. Crash, he's on the cross, but he's lost that battle. A big kill for Ash. The operator is going to take him a moment to get back into position. This leaves Boaster, and he gets absolutely nothing. From the depths, Gen G have risen. It seemed like it was over. Maybe it still is. It's Alfia. Had a horrific first half, but he has been getting better and better as the time goes on, and he is trying to sit and wait and watch for his opponent to make a move. He gets it right, but doesn't quite manage to land the shot. And now on just 3 HP, overtime seems inevitable,
wow, he had the read.
And it will be.
He had
12
the read.
to
Nice
12.
try.
It's going the distance. It's delivering in this matchup
God.
for the playoff stage. Neither team wanted to let this one go.
Bloody nice attempt by him. No, I love the idea to just sit back, let your opponent outplay himself, but the shot not hit.
Wait, BBL
1-2-0? And now you look back to that first half. You look back to Texture.
BBL 1-2-0
so with that operator, and you wonder, is it going to be worth the risk? Pull the op out at the risk or the cost of the shields. A trade-off that we may see Gen G make, and if they do, they'll be right back to winning ways based on what we saw in that first. 9 rounds in a row. All of the rifle rounds, bar one at the very end that was the thinnest of margins. This should certainly be back to comfort. But both teams flipping the script. We expected to see strong attack sides, and well, we've had anything but.
Here.
Mentioned Kayak. You got to mention Ash as well. Another rookie on the scene, but you couldn't tell. You'd never be able to tell. Alfia in a decent position. The drone should be guarded. I think the fact that they did it from so close, you have to make the read that there's probably someone else on the other side. It was a gamble, and it's a gamble that has not paid off.
Again, just on this defensive side, it feels like so often Texture's holding the right angle at the right time. A beautiful bait, nade in to slow the execute on the back of this drone. And Texture holding out wide, dash online, and it's not even his kill. Munchkin's the one finding
3v5 is on so hard.
As he dove into the side with the gate crash, has been dealt with immediately. And this push coming through from Fnatic stalled and stopped. They go back in the other direction, but Foxy9's already here in position and missing a few shots, but he gets there in the end. A 5 versus 2, and now it's Munchkin's time to spring the trap. They are one step ahead every step of the way. 13 to 12 for Gen G. Back to the attack side.
Yeah, the fact is, though, it's been a game of defensive halves. Both team on that 9-3, so Fnatic are going back to what was pretty much favored from them all the way through. But yeah, the early round, I imagine from Alfia's perspective is that you see the turret, you expect the fact that you're already past the turret, that maybe you have that element of surprise.
One enemy remaining.
That is the thing. With this man on the operator, you asked, is it worth the gamble? And the answer was definitely yes. Every single time. It's a hit every time.
Without a doubt. He has delivered. On the attack side, he's been there at times, but Alfia's been able to trade blow for blow. Hasn't gone for the op this time. It's the rifle in hand. Pressure in. He's been suppressed already. They've dove in. They blinded him. He's revealed as well.
How's he alive?
He's somehow still drawing breath. Now
what?
there to back him
what?
Up. They are combining to shut
How
down
the
this push.
Fuck?
That's unbelievable. He was hit by so much utility. I can't believe Alpha made it out of there.
Yeah, that round's all Alpha Yak. I don't know how both of them have managed to just hit shots like that. Kayak somewhat defending him, but also it involved quite a lot of dancing from Alfia. I know he's a talented guy, done sports in the past, but I didn't know he was a dancer, and he's going to be the one to close it out with 3 kills to his name.
Wow.
Another superb round. And another defensive round. That's been the story of this map. Like I said, like both teams have had pretty impressive attack side displays. It can be argued that they're both solid versus other opposition on either side of the map, but this really has just been defensive dominance. And
wow,
I feel like it's going to be whoever can manage to get themselves that attack round that might just break the deadlock.
Not quite what you would have expected coming into this matchup
all right.
at all, but
double OT.
Sometimes that's the beauty of Valorant. It can be unpredictable. Genji back, and of course the op out for them, but Alfier,
yeah,
he's trading up. He's doing the same. Attack side operator in play, and perhaps an idea to counter some aggression from Genji. If they push into mid late, he'll be there to catch them. They go for that short peek, but there's nothing to be found as the drone goes through and attempts to spot out that hold, but it is Foxy9 spotted on that side of the map. They need to find texture. If it's not with utility, it'll be with a body hitting the floor.
Oh, double up. Definitely going to be difficult to clear with the operator. Maybe he gets one, but yeah, it's a one and done, and Karen just about quick enough. And then they find out where texture is, unfortunately. Not in the manner they wanted to. It's with a bullet, and it's the Boaster. Smoke's gone, and they now have to react fairly quickly. Foxy9's not going to catch the cross, but the info's there. Ash, we mentioned it before.
Oh.
He's a man of many more years than it looks.
30 seconds left.
Feeling like an experienced veteran while being a youngster at the same time, and while there's so little time for Fnatic, it's a full sprint. Chronicle's trying to make a flash actually works.
Wow.
But now Crashy steps up as well. These are the late game players. These are the guys that you look to in the clutch scenarios, but they still have to deal with texture. Chronicle, once again, that final boss that they have to deal with, sat at the back of the site. Not even moving, not budging, not giving anything away. Finally, he's been revealed and textured. He's the lab, but he's been immediately headshotted. It has to be the
my God,
here,
Chronicle is the fucking
Who
goat.
doubts him at this stage? It is Chronicle to bring the round home. Was that
my God.
I think it was a 2v5,
yeah.
Oh
my God.
Unbelievable again that they're able to take
wow.
that backside. At least 2v4 definitely 2v4. With the backside fight off the Vice Flash. Yeah, 2v4. Backside fight goes in because of the Vice Flash after they've risked the push through the smoke there. Then this beautiful turn from Crashy's, isolating both fights, landing Foxy9 and Karen. And sure, he goes down.
Oh my God.
Once you leave Chronicle in that
wow.
he's being
Match
reliable. And Genji know that this battle just became so difficult. They had the openings, they had the smokes down as well. Everything was going in their favor. And now it's going to be Fnatic favored to take this across the line. The defensive side's been good to both teams. But Fnatic, with one round win here, close out their opponent's map pick.
And that's Ash gone already. Not the start they were looking for. Managing to get past at least the paranoia, but it didn't matter. That's already texture dealt with. It feels like they're ramming ahead into a wall, and that wall... Oh, it's going to be orange. Oh dear, Foxy's tried to find a gap, and instead he's found absolutely nothing other than a bullet from Chronicle, leaving just two standing.
Another choke
we saw
to
a
Genji.
2v4. They need a 2v5 to stay in the map.
Yeah, 45 seconds to get in, and good read now by Fnatic. They've got the info to work with, and the decision is just to give up this A site. Let them plant, let them have it, and fight back in together. I like this. No risks being taken.
No props to Fnatic? All props to Fnatic.
A labored
doesn't
effort.
mean that
it
still means like they still choked. I can't talk.
That's what gave Fnatic
played insane.
The second lease of life, the chance to fight their way back.
What a crazy win!
Surrounded here, a player in the
what
smoke,
a crazy win for
tagging
Fnatic.
him and taking him down, leaving Karen to do it all. But
GG,
the 1v5,
man.
the
wow,
ace is too
bro.
much to ask for. Fnatic somehow
crazy,
managed to walk it all the way back. The 9-3 curse, it hasn't gone anywhere.
That's a tilter, man.
They were 9-2 down when the last round of the half and managed to turn this game around. It is a story of resilience as ever from Fnatic. But luckily this time we moved away from the best of ones, Mitch. There is still a very good chance for Genji to turn this one around.
Oh my god, that's crazy. Wait, both streams are paused? I'm gonna go lay down. I'm gonna turn this shit on. I'm gonna get some air.
could. They forced the overtime, and they find themselves the Game 1 victory. What a journey it was for the EMEA Titans. And now we are pushed to the brink. 1-0 Fnatic over Gen G. Welcome back. It's Zigon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. What a series it was. And yes, Kukuka is eating good right now.
I just love this POV.
Representative.
I just love this POV. So much to celebrate today. Yeah, I guess it's kind of difficult to go up against that composition when they're on the defense. The attack, you know, they struggled. There was struggle there. I understand. You know, I was suffering too. I thought this was done and dusted. Listen, Gen G was playing up so strong that I thought you were going to be right, but I am so happy you weren't.
Yeah, and to add a little bit more misery to the EMEA versus Pacific misery, it is on the other stream. It was a 2-0 victory for BBL over DRX. It was not close. BBL came out swinging DRX on the back foot in both maps 1 and 2 and get a clean 2-0, joining PRX into the money rounds, into the knockout. Congratulations to BBL.
It was so crazy. Last time that I checked, it was like 6-2 in favor of BBL. I checked again, and then it was 6-5 for DRX, and I was like, oh no, they're coming back. We're going to a third one. So seeing them winning in this fashion, we can see Yumpy celebrating, super happy with Profect. Definitely going to go back and see that game, because they've already made it to the quarterfinals with a 2-0. We know that they already have access to all that cash and all that prize. So, you know, looking to see if maybe within the next hour we can make those teams 2 EMEA teams.
There's lots of time left yet. There's lots of time. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. That's what they say. But I do have to say, unfortunately, this was an all too familiar story for Gen G. From what we saw from them at Masters, it was not being able to close out those games when it really mattered, and we saw that again.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard here after that last one. Again, it was a great job here by Fnatic to battle back. It was such a difficult start here as Gen G. They were vibing. We talk how teams, especially at that high level, it's vibes. You're able to go ahead and work your way through it and keep it rolling. But Fnatic, it was just so much suffering and grinding out these rounds to be able to come back here.
Absolutely. If you take a look at the bottom of this graphic, the rounds in white are the ones that Fnatic won, and the ones in blue, the ones that Gen G won. So if you see Fnatic gets the first 2, and then it's like 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 rounds in a row, I can count, for Gen G. I hope that's wrong. But obviously, with all that pressure onto you, knowing that Gen G picked this map, they knew exactly what they were going to face if they put Fnatic in this position. And with Fnatic and the showing that they had from this attack before in previous events in Toronto, we expected something different.
Yeah, I mean, a classic 9-3 curse. We should have known. We should have known big time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this has kind of been a problem that we've seen with Gen G the whole time. You said that they knew exactly what they were getting into with this SEN. You know, this is the 50th time in a row that Gen G have run this composition.
50th?
And it's not an exaggeration.
I counted. Like, they do not like change. They fear it wholeheartedly. Unlike Fnatic, where we see it's very new meta. It's Yoru, it's Vice, it's trying new things. Gen G often slow to adapt, and I do think that was probably their downfall today.
Absolutely. I like the fact that we are changing things up across the world. Apparently not Gen G, you know, but especially for a team like Fnatic. Like, Fnatic was also the kind of team that would stick with the same composition for a very long time because it worked for them, and in many maps they were even setting the meta for some of the compositions that were played. But with this one, it's so out of the box and they've made it work. I do not like the fact that we're having like a lot of Lotuses that are one on the attack and a lot of Ascents that are one on the defense, because I really like when a team is just dominant on a map. They understand both sides of it. I do not like, you know, that matches go like the way that we expect. It's like, oh, Ascend, you know, you're gonna have a strong defense. That's why I was, you know, struck. Of course, it's a 9-3. You're going to expect that it's not going to be easy. But it's also good to see that Fnatic still have the mental and all that still to go back into the game.
All right, next map here. We've got about 40 seconds before we toss on over. Gen G here, gotta go ahead and bounce back. What do you want to see from them here?
I mean, I just need to see what they showed against EDG. Their icebox looked rock solid there. Texture played a fantastic game. It's just about staying awake, closing out the map, not choking when it really matters.
And Kukuka, what did Fnatic need to do to close this one out?
I think they, the good thing is that they had the practice today already. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the map that they played against 100 Thieves. Love to see Chronicle on this map, and I'm really looking forward to see the head-to-head in the duelists.
All right, Gen G Fnatic round 2, 1-0 Fnatic. Who will win? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the desk.
Thank you very much, the wonderful and beautiful Degon. Yes, it's time to get back into the game. The first map most certainly delivered, 15-13. Fnatic looking good, but a little different than expected over on Ascent. Now onto Icebox. Fnatic's choice, but one where Gen G have destroyed their opponents today, 13-4 against EDG. While Fnatic, it may have been a bit more labored, they were up against the 100 Thieves.
This has got to be my last one.
Who's going to be favored in this matchup? Maybe Tom does.
This has got to be my last one.
Well, what I do know is that this could be a pretty
good
couple
vape break?
of best of threes for
I need a vape.
Because
okay, look, I don't vape, but I need a vape.
Stream, we've seen BBL
I don't think I'm gonna make
be
this
able
without a
to
vape.
take that matchup versus PRX in a 2-0
Let me hit the vape one time, bro. Please, I'm begging you.
That they are here to
I'm having withdrawals right
a
now.
Huge success for them. So I think Fnatic are going to
Blue Steel's having withdrawals because alcohol is illegal in Saudi. I'm having withdrawals because it's past my fucking bedtime by 15 hours.
Now we're going to be seeing those compositions locked in. No real crazy surprises coming through for
Yo, this shit started when I went to bed and it's still on. You're telling me, bro. Been here for 10 hours. They don't fucking end the games, dude. It's fucking endless.
I think we've seen quite a few teams start to do the removal of that second initiator. And on the other side of things, of course,
yeah, but closing soon, bro.
It's that Sage. We know that Chronicle is going to be sticking to that agent, and it's something that, again, I think it's become.
I took a nap yesterday night. I slept from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. And now I've been awake for 10 hours watch partying.
Better than that. And,
no joke, from this watch party today, I probably lost one day of my life.
Well, we heard it
like
even
on
recently
the,
from Anders, right, as to why this comp has lasted so long.
Repercussions of my body.
The reality is, this is a comp.
I probably lost one day of my life.
You look to the other side, it's not like they're lacking in all too much. For Gen G, earlier on today, as I said, this was a dominant performance from them. And this was where Foxy9, who was solid on that previous map, managed to go 24-9, 400 ACS, a 2.0 rating, and just about every other stat going his way, as you could desire. Hell, I'm sure he had 100% cast. But who cares about that statistic? People that don't know the game. It's time to get on into this map and what could be the last of this series.
Why are my subs decreasing and not increasing?
Certainly hope that's not the
fucking
case.
question.
They attempt to bounce back and
you guys
bring
got
us
any answers
all
for
the
me?
way to sunset. But first they'll have to get past Fnatic's bind, a task that 100 Thieves struggled with earlier today.
Yeah, I think the thing is, obviously going into this series, we talked about the fact that last time out, Gen G were able to take that victory over Fnatic, and I think they're a squad that, again, you look at the similarities between the map pool, this has always been one
dexterity, no.
Maybe not winning every single time, like a bit more of a back and forth for the side of Gen G, but they absolutely bodied EDG earlier.
How many subs for me to host my own EWC?
Right? And I think it shows that that level of form is definitely there. We questioned if Foxy9 was still going to be able to put up those sort of numbers. He kind of did in the last map. Maybe slightly lower than it was before, but he was having high impact rounds. You still had texture online, so I think if you're a Gen G
Ludwig
fan,
Tarik
you don't have to be too worried just yet.
Is my own EWC. No, it's not. Well, I don't even know what that means, actually. Am I getting rage baited?
Of the last 3 months.
This event is bankrolled by billionaires, yes.
Can they get off to a strong
literal billionaires.
Or will Gen G get that opportunity this time around?
Well,
I say one wrong thing.
Once you have that super close map, that the second doesn't follow suit.
I'm streaming on a Zubu.
The team that won carries the momentum forward, or there's a big bounce back in a dominant way. Let's hope that's not the case here. Already Kayak is the one to pick up the opening, put under pressure, but still delivering a triple kill and the dash to get out.
Genji are tilted, bro. This is sad to see. Oh no, it's gonna be a Fnatic 2-0. It might be over. No, bro. The day can't come to an end this early.
Not even tagged up, but as the
come on, bro. Let's go map 3, man. I'm begging you. Come on, bro. Please,
put 1-0 on the board for Fnatic. What a round from Kayak.
Yeah, I think the only time I'll get truly worried.
Are you gonna watch the NRG match? My eyes are bleeding. Do you hear me?
Early start, because we saw that in the last map, but obviously that wasn't after sort of
I need NRG to get canceled.
Lead slip away, and we know with Fnatic, like, they're known for their comebacks, a lot less known for their chokes. So Kayak already.
Listen, no joke.
Sort of mention it a lot. I think it's something that.
Who do I gotta talk to reschedule the NRG match?
Masters run as well. That this guy was brought in to replace Durka. Nobody thought that he could replace Durka. And he's done a damn good job at replacing him. Like, he's been super impressive. A calm head, don't get me wrong. I'm still
J&M, literally
for my bald brother to make it back to that international stage later in the year, but realistically, it has been a meteoric rise from Kayak from that Ascension victory all the way to almost managing to win the first Masters he attended, which would have been absurd.
This is not my job, bro. This is a hobby, and people throw money at me.
It was damn close.
I'm
not
literally
close enough. Second
basically
time,
a stripper.
rookie. Not usually how it works. For Fnatic, they'll certainly hope that this is where they claim their international title for the year. Genji on the walk-up, classics in hand. Disadvantage in every fight, and Boaster firing. A Sheriff through the smoke is what puts this even further into Fnatic's favor. And I mean, in this round, you don't expect a lot, but damage is always nice to at least pick up a couple of frags. And so far,
30 seconds left.
they're not even dealing damage. Everybody is healthy as when the barriers went up, well, at least on the Fnatic side.
I should sleep at 6 p.m. instead of 12. Word. I'll meet you at 6.
No, time is ticking. If they're going to go for a plant, they've got to do it now. And while Boaster's already got the spot that he was looking for... you know what? He didn't even want that kill. Didn't even want it. He wasn't that close to his ultimate anyway, so he was just hoping that somebody else would come along.
Take the orb.
A few warning shots. That's just what we're looking at. But realistically, the main thing is that they keep everybody alive. Like, that's those extra credits building, even just the less shields that have to be purchased up. And more importantly, opportunity for a few upgrades here. So I think we're going to see a pretty decent
it's getting ready.
buy for this defensive side. And while the biggest thing on the screen, we saw it in the last map. Obviously, it was Althea.
I need them to be playing while this is going on.
That chamber.
Deep breath.
Now,
just imagine your cold pillow waiting for you. My pillow is warm.
Operator bought into round number 3.
Revealing area.
I think the predominant factor when it came to that off was Texture, though. Big boots to fill.
He's role-playing with himself.
He wants to have that same defensive impact
we've lost it.
that his opposition did. Chronicle's being dropped up top. They have to concede. They have to play passive on this A site with a double push coming through mid, but there's a turret watching it. Haven't got the smoke to put down on it. It'll have to just be a cloud burst for the cross, but that's not worked out.
I have toxic friends who don't know how to play and always blame me should I stop playing with them.
To try to deal with this 3 players sent back, but walking into this up might not be the right play. It's given Kayak an opportunity to.
It's not that bad to be in a toxic environment, man. It could build character. I think ride it out for 6 months.
Dead up on the belt. Ash is now surrounded and dealt with quickly. Texture with the pressure.
That's bonus for Fnatic.
Having to make a big play, and he'll do well to start, but he can't get out of that choke point.
Yeah, I like the attempt. You're up against a Guardian and an Operator. There's actually a pretty decent chance they get away with that one.
Most energetic watch party I've seen on Twitch.
Well. Like, I think the element of surprise was having that many players push behind, try and deal with that flank.
Why'd I read that?
Obviously, I think they sent in Munchkin first, who's already very low on HP. The fact is, though, it's mainly Althea just managing to deal with that pressure. Not pushing up above and then just allowing him to basically surround the remainder. And also, in the meantime, the other two are just fighting that 2v2 within the site.
What?
Impossible scenario, and that had to be a pretty
what the hell was that?
In the end, from Kayak.
What the hell, Burton?
Getting pretty low.
Yeah, no, and you're spot on there, Tom. It's the fact that there's 2 players behind. The idea from Genji wasn't bad. Someone's flanking, let's isolate them. But they couldn't.
Someone in chat just wrote the numbers 30.
Can't quite get the isolation game going when they can cover all their bases. Now this smoke
honestly, that's
is
even
to
worse.
directly stop
I know what he's
Kayak
trying to say. He just wrote 30.
His opening pick, but then they've crossed. He was just a pixel away from
that's even worse, man. He just wrote 30.
Doesn't land as he goes back out. And the flank up.
Wow.
C9's got a double. The Bulldog
labored.
Working wonders.
Wow.
Will eventually meet his maker though, and with a relatively low investment, Genji putting up one hell of a fight, leaving Chronicle to do it all. Now everyone's one hit to him with that.
If Chronicle wins this round, I'll go to sleep.
Floor in the open.
Yeah, he forgot to stand on top of another gun, but there we go. There we go. Got there in the end, but immediately dealt with. This round,
Tarik, how do I sleep 10 and 3?
Comedic effect. Like, I don't know.
How do I sleep 10 and 3?
It seemed like everything that could have gone wrong.
What the fuck does that mean?
Completely missed the player in middle. I don't know how. Like either because it's hard to find like until we sort of watch the replay.
how he's managed to get this far. I don't know if there was just not an alarm bot placed that should have been, or maybe Alfia was meant to be catching that cross. Then you have almost a generational whiff from Alfia where he hits the headshot in the end. And then Chronicle loses a gun. That's around the... Cover going up. Well, I think if the socials guys are doing the replays, they're probably not going to pick that one.
How do you sleep 10 hours in 3 hours?
For sure. Certainly not this opening pick. Kayak down and out. The early stages of A aggression.
This is my longest
stream
ever.
This is a passive play from Gen G towards that A site. They've just left Foxy9 there.
I'm wasting my energy reading these comments.
Looks to push into Boaster. He's been good with the Sheriff so far, and that pistol, he was picking up kills, but a shot straight to the head ends any possibility of damage.
It seems like already. Sure, this is a weaker purchase, but I was starting to worry a little bit for Gen G.
Has anyone been here since the start of the stream? That's all I want to know. All 9.5 hours.
Pistols, and it seems like an immediate momentum shift. They have to be careful. This time, Chronicle does have a gun in his hand.
Who's been here all 9.5? No joke.
When it started to get close, this guy was unstoppable. He's ready and waiting. Already has now got that res online, but this is all about damage. They're going to have the finances for the next one. You keep swinging this guy, he's going to keep knocking them out of the park. That's a third already.
Oh, I'm not going to sleep. It's fine. Just turn off the alarm.
Gen G has dissipated. Now bear in mind they had some bonus credits from the guns that they saved. He's even predicted where Foxy9 is going to be. This might be an ace without ever stepping anywhere near the spike or the site.
Is he safe? He will be. He wants to get that off though, and it looks like he will.
What? I can't. No, I'm streaming.
Great damage done on the other side. That is a remarkable way to... look, he doesn't win the round, but when you're in that position with so many players to take down, that's about as good of an outcome as you could possibly have hoped for.
Do I have to go?
And as you said, Tom, Chronicle has just been that clutch player. He has been there in every 1vx that we've seen him in. He's either winning the round or, like we've seen just there, he's making it costly, getting the best out of a bad situation. And that's not even a big reason. I think it's the reason that they won the previous map.
Stop. This is Tarik. This is annoying. Bro,
He's definitely not been at his best.
This is not a skit, bro.
Throughout this series
What's
so
happening?
far. Had a really rough first half of map 1. Came back into it, but as you mentioned, still wasn't the defining factor. I think I'd put it down to Crashy's Cron.
You should run.
And some Kayak. Already, though, they are under serious pressure.
Fuck, I think they're onto my vape in the bathroom, dude. I think my vape set off the alarm.
Into Karon, and while he just isn't missing a beat so far in this round. Finally, there'll be a response.
No joke. That one, like,
little too late.
I know they're doing drills, but that one didn't sound like a drill. Why would they say that?
Whether or not they can truly find some footing in this round. Now they do have the res available. But you look
I'm not kidding. This is not a
skip,
skip,
all
bro.
Of those remaining players.
Fuck.
How do you get to any of them?
I mean, I don't know. It's probably a drill. Whatever, dude. Fuck it.
You can hear it from Munchkin's POV. He knows these players are going towards spawn to save. Texture's watching for the crossover. So they've got them boxed in. And the late play coming through from Karon, even on 11 HP, he's looking to hunt some of these players down. He might get them. The corner's cleared. Oh, but only half cleared. He won't be able to deal with Chronicle. But Texture certainly will. And double to close it out from the Jet. Orbs online, ults in play, and Gen G
if it's not a drill,
swing. You know, I agree with you, Tom.
How do we figure out like what I do with my stream? I want my stream to continue even if I'm not here for it.
Slow to start.
Fuck.
But certainly picking up the pace now as these rounds go on.
Yeah, it was a very sort of quick pace start from Fnatic, but they've quickly crashed down to earth.
No, I mean like,
for
like the future days. Okay, if I am no longer able to stream, I would like
a big gap found in middle,
like a different person to stream on my channel.
An operator into the hands of Texture was never something
watch partying my content.
Again,
every single day a different person though. They just watch party the stuff I have done in the past.
We're seeing it here at 3-3. Very proactive with the pauses. The coaching staff don't want to.
They don't play anything. They don't watch anything else.
Or maybe something more
they do 4 hours, different 4 hours, different people. 6 different people a day, 4 hour segments, 6 people,
I don't think
every day different
6
for 1 year, and then my channel deletes.
And for the other side of Gen G, well, it looked like a little bit of a slow start from them, but the second they won that
For money?
low buy round,
They don't
the
have to pay
second
me
some of
now.
the stars started to step up.
I'll let them be on here
It's
for
looked
free.
like a very different story. Credits in a pretty decent spot, and for Fnatic, that's not the case. It is going to be another weaker purchase.
Credits in a pretty decent spot after a round where Chronicle picked all of them off, got rid of the op as well. Like,
J-Nam, stop asking me to pay the mods. You're literally a fucking Nepo baby, bro. Everything you have was hand-fed to you, bro. It's fucking embarrassing, dude. Get a fucking job, man,
Very much
please.
looking to hunt down that player, clear out a few corners, but it is the flank they need to worry about. Fnatic have got a lot of weak weapons, a mixed bag of a buy. They've gone for this full spawn push, having ran through
God
B.
damn it,
The
bro.
drone has sacrificed Crashy's
Bro,
life.
J-Nam's...
And the hope here is that
God,
someone
I
goes
hate
swinging
it,
deep into
man.
spawn.
He got the
That
luckiest
doesn't happen.
RNG
Back
and
joins the
spawn,
crew,
dude.
And now they have to fight their way through the
Now
entirety
he just sits in
of
Twitch
this
chat and
well-armed
trolls
attacking
me.
side.
The only thing they can really hope for is that they tunnel vision in and maybe forget about Althea, but they've already killed off Althea. Even still, it's brought back to a 3v3, but that time is going to become an issue. They need to get a move on. They're doing incredibly well.
Isn't he like
They're sort of
5'4"?
wiping out
I
the
mean, yeah,
forces,
but like...
just listen to
Would you be
how
okay
fast
being
that spike is
5'4"
already
Nepo
ticking. They would
baby?
need to be on it
Or would you
right
rather be
about
6'1"
now.
and
The
poor?
round's not going to be going their way, and neither will any of the other kills. You met Texture on the other side. It's not quite a 4K, but it is a 3K, and Gen G will now take the lead for the first time.
I'm
in this
going
map.
5'4" and
This is
Nepo
it.
baby.
Again, the same as the previous map. You're seeing Texture on form, but this time on that attack side, finding so much impact when he's given the opportunity. You think back to that attempted save 2 rounds ago. And sure, he might not have been a big part of the early round, just taking space. But once there were players on his screen, once he had the chance to take a fight, he was winning it. And the same is true here. In full form, 9 and 5. And Chronicle almost matching up, but a lot of those are exits.
If I give you 10K for every inch of height I take off of you, how many inches are you giving?
Full investment, operator in
10K per inch of height we remove from your
down to
body.
the breadline. They need to take this round. They needed to at least be close.
You're not giving 10K an inch?
Operator back in the hands of Kayak with deep control. Already
4
there, so I
inches,
wonder
I'm
if this will
6'4".
start to then be the gamble rotation. You can
Damn, you
already
sell
start
out to
see
6-0 for 40K?
Chronicle just spotting for mid. They don't want to give up that spot that they already did earlier. But for Gen G, this is much more patient and passive. With the Viper's Pit available, maybe the plan is to just get into that A site. And already with Paranoia sent through, they are under pressure.
Fnatic have everything except Blade Storm. That's why the lockdown goes in so early. Boaster almost falls.
8
Viper's
inches,
Pit
I'm 5'10",
almost
I'm
certainly
willing
out
to
of the
be
question
short.
For the defensive side now is just one shot needed to take it down. Hunter's Fury put through. It had
Bro's
already been burned up by Gen G, so
5'2".
of course, no counter to the lockdown. They have to give up the space. Munchkin gets dropped. So too does Foxy9. Okay, we're back in the game here. Fnatic with a chance to pull this across the line. The wall already broken. The diffuse tap to bait them into the open, and that's exactly what it does. It forces the fight. It brings them in to the crosshair of the waiting players, most of which was Chronicle, a triple kill
Sleep-deprived
for him.
Tarik is
And I said
funny.
most of his
Someone
kills,
was telling
they
me to
were
never
exits,
show up
but
on
now
stream well
you
rested
start to see
again.
the impact flowing.
I don't know what to do with
That's what
that.
he's doing. He's using those exit kills just
yeah,
to warm up, and now they walk towards his crosshair, and he domes every single one of them. It's another big round from him individually. I don't mind the idea, again, for the side of Gen G, but it really became a problem for them when Munchkin got eliminated. You were hoping that that Viper's Pit would sort of buy you a lot of extra time, and I believe it was Althea
Let
that
me pull up
managed
the
to
second
eliminate him.
stream.
Potentially even just on the edge
Oh,
of
they
the pit, 'cause
started.
the lockdown
NRG
did
lost
force them
pistol.
back.
I think we should finish this map, right? And then we'll
Back
go
to
there
even.
after.
This is probably what the
maybe.
pause was for.
Let's stay here. Is anyone even watching? Half the
we're gonna
people
see
in the
this
chat are typing, and the other half are
control
actually
from
watching.
Kayak. This was what allowed them to have the gamble.
I
That was
assume
what
the people
allowed
watching
for
have just
Chronicle
zoned
to
me
be in
out.
position. It's gonna be challenged this time.
Players already up top. Kayak in trouble, I
I'm
thought.
split screen right now.
The pressure on all
Vince
sides,
is
but it was just Munchkin
watching, but
walking
not
through,
really, though.
taking a double, and the B site's theirs. Fnatic
Vince,
in the
did you get your
previous round, they had
WWE
a lot.
working
They
yet?
used their
We're
lockdown,
waiting
or
still.
Hunter's Fury to fight the way back through to reveal some players.
We
to
want you on
get
John
some
Cena.
picks. It's an ult up round, but when push comes to shove, when it's only rifles in play, it seems to be Gen G with a resounding victory. Well, Karen, unfortunately, that Paranoia did not land, but still, at 2 versus 4, the Fnatic are left in.
Yeah, this seems to be the story of their game so far. It's like they have these close fought rounds, retakes that are a battle and a
I
war,
was
and then
working
when
your.
Gen G
I
went
was
around,
ready to
it's almost
pwn
like
Jordan
utter
and Eric.
dominance.
Yeah, I lost you, but that's okay.
The way they've been able to
Heard.
take this one home. I want to point out as well, I think Munchkin before this round had 1 kill. And then he's just gone, all right, IGL taken over, double entry, job done. It shows again, you can
She's
say this for
speaking
both
British,
sides,
cut her
but the
some slack.
individual depth that is there for Gen G, that
But
the guy that's leading the way can just take over a round like that with relative ease. And I think a lot of it just came down to maybe catching Kayak off guard a little bit. And that's the thing we're seeing with this same smoke that's being placed down. It's normally you have that vision all the way down in towards that B main position.
Oh no.
But when you... Was this needed?
We didn't need a replay.
Was that necessary?
Yeah, you might not believe this, but the fist bump was for the end of the round, not for that spray.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so.
Well done, you got him eventually.
Yeah. Nice try, fist bump.
What the fuck just happened? Where'd he ult?
It is going to be an A push. You've
Am I
already heard
tweaking
the
out?
rotation come through, and you know they've been doing well to pressure off those B main plays. That smoke's been causing a lot of issues. Now they're leaving them to have that control. They're playing in towards the site with the Viper's Pit, finding a pick onto Alfier, sure, and just straight up going for the plant.
Yeah.
Also in place to bait.
Beautiful start to the round for Gen G.
Well, yeah, they were maybe hoping.
Alfier is a fucking bot. If Alfier is a bot, then what the fuck are you?
It hasn't though. Into the post plant they go. Of course, fighting from this angle can be quite tough, especially once that wall goes back up. That's why you see Texture sort of playing ahead of it. He's hoping that maybe he could bait this. The wall also needing to be broken, but it has been. Gaps being found. Chronicle's done well, but there is the surprise from Texture once again. Even manages to escape his awkward corner and get back out of there, and now has the backup of Foxy9 to finish the job.
W-react.
A wonderful little angle, and that's sort of the value you get with a superstar jet from Texture. You can have that post plant, you can have the shock darts, you can have the nanos, you can have all of that ratty little utility, and then you have the man that makes it awkward, where he's just hiding around in these little corners. And the second that hit drops, it's all too easy for him.
Well, that man was to beat Charon, but he was put smokes down as they ran back in the pit, so he got he had to get them with the claws, and it didn't quite work out for him. But yeah, it is just remarkable how reliable Texture has been, a safe pair of hands in almost every engagement like that.
I would complain about the observers, but I ain't trying to get him in trouble out there.
Always able to find a few. Kayak with the reposition. This time he's on the A site. Blade Storm's
I'm very neutral over here.
one of the main weapons that they have to work around. The main pieces of
Never mind,
but,
what Blade
well,
Storm? I didn't even see a Blade Storm. I think you were lying. I don't think there was one in this round.
Yeah, I think he used it last round.
Yeah, he used it right at the end just before he died, and yeah, never even had it in this round. Don't replay that. Don't replay that. Yeah.
Doesn't have an orb, but
Bad movie recommendations, F1.
Yeah.
With Brad Pitt.
But seriously, like that was a real chance.
That is the movie you should watch.
They didn't know where he was, and a complete whiff is now just.
That is the movie I want to watch.
Gen G, a 7th round cleanly. They are in a 5v1.
Hey, you know they like
Most mid movie ever.
They're gonna push him one by one.
Are you guys fucking? Are you stupid? I haven't watched it, and I know
He's
you're
had
like
that res online
you're wrong.
for that incredibly long time.
K-pop
Don't you
Demon
dare.
Hunters.
Don't you dare Texture.
What?
Gets off the knife to take out Chronicle with a stab to the back, and well, they've got themselves a flawless round and an elimination. See, that smirk scares the hell out of me. Look, that's not a man
You
who's
should
just
watch
with knife. That's a man
the
who's
summer
going,
of
you will regret that discrepancy.
Hikaru.
You will live to regret what you have done to me.
That is just out of line.
He's gonna ace this round. I'm ready.
It's beautiful as well.
He's gonna res someone to watch him ace.
It's almost poetic because Kayak tried to get them with the knives, and instead it was Texture.
K-pop Demon Hunters is really good. Wait, what is that? I don't even know what that is.
Sorry, yes, no, my bad. Yes, he didn't use the Blade Storm. Doesn't have it now, and let's not ask ourselves why. Texture doesn't have his Blade Storm either. He's been dealt with, and Kayak
on
good
Netflix?
to take down Karen. Okay,
Wait, really?
That's not a great start though. He has been immediately traded out. Luckily, the res is there, and he was down below.
I'm writing
so
it down.
It's an easy escape as they reset it into a 5v4.
And he's down below until he flies into the air. Here we go. Lockdown available.
How good is Kayak?
But
He's fucking insane, bro.
the counter.
I don't know how you want me to quantify it, but
card.
he's fucking insane.
is online on the other side. Operator in
Crack
hand
mechanic.
for Boaster. Now, if this was a few years ago, we might be questioning this, but it's normal at this
What is
point.
this,
This
op?
guy
Yeah.
loves to pick up an operator,
Ooh,
might
nice.
genuinely be his best weapon, and that's already going to be one pick to his name, using the orb in an attempt to get out of there, but Munchkin is going to try and push through it. The element of surprise and almost doubled up once again. Texture currently on completely the wrong side of the map.
Alert.
He's just waiting for Kayak, and it seems like at this stage, Kayak is aware.
Yucky. Still got the kill.
Eventually,
Kayak, I'm sorry I jinxed you,
will find
bro.
himself the kill.
That's not even your
Now
fault.
the question is on to
Wait, what?
Foxy9.
What the fuck? The KJL doing there?
No, he's going to try and run back, and that is
Is he gonna make it across?
Chronicle is on that cross. Getting past this is not going to be easy. He's not got time, really. He's got to run.
Yeah, he can sprint, though. Yeah, it's such a small gap.
Oh,
being
he's let him
held by
go.
Chronicle. 14 seconds. Spike can make it there. Texture has to delay. If
Saw
he
him.
falls, the round's already over. 10 seconds.
Oh my
It's time
God,
to
they almost
sprint,
lined
it's
up.
time to run, and now it should be done.
No, don't kill me. Wait, Sova ult.
To dodge
Crashes?
that Hunter's Fury, but
He
instead,
canceled it. He's like,
was a
oh, I didn't
shot
do
to
that.
the head delivered. A wonderful half. Let's see what happens in
Is
the
the new
next.
Jurassic Park good? There's a new Jurassic Park too? Jurassic Park. Oh wow. Jurassic World Rebirth. That's a fun movie, no? I like watching the Jurassic Park movies. Superman's coming out too? Wait. Oh my god, turn this fucking dog shit off. Wait, there's a lot of fucking movies out there right now, eh? We're kind of thriving. That's Superman's coming out with a new movie as well? Oh. Superman 2025. Damn. When does that come out? I don't even know. July 11. Damn. Damn. There's too many movies. I see Sinners. I did see Sinners. We saw Sinners in the theater. It was a good movie, but we went to the theaters and me and Ellum were sitting next to a couple that smelled like crazy body odor. So we were just fucking there miserable the whole time. It was miserable, yeah. Like there's nothing we could do. And also there's no other seats in that theater that were available. Like the whole thing was packed. So we couldn't even move. I even thought about leaving and going home, but yeah. All right, here we go.
Well, yeah, it was a 9-3 defensive half when they faced up against EDG as well, so I think that's where they're feeling confident. It's also worth noting that these teams have only ever played each other twice at previous Masters events, one very recently. The first was a while ago.
Don't know if you should watch F1 or Jurassic Park. I would say F1, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Victory for Fnatic, and then two
F1 looks like a
sick
sick-ass movie.
already. Foxy9 back on this defensive side and thriving.
Would do a lot for Gen G to win this pistol. 4v3, big wrap coming around the back of the site. 3 players behind that wall. But for now, Fnatic even have a safe space to try to get this plant down.
F1 and
If anyone coming up the
4D
road,
max? What is
attempting
4D
to deny.
max?
The shock dart thrown through, still not
Is it 4D?
Crashy's desperately low. Boaster trying to be the snake in the grass behind the box. He's grabbed one. Looking for more as that orb goes down.
The seats move?
He has the timing, and there it is.
Oh.
It's dropped. A big fight for him.
Bro, this is not a
And he
roller
does take
coaster
down
ride,
Texture.
bro.
Ash falls as
let's
well.
grow up,
It's all
J-Man.
left onto Munchkin. The flank coming around, they suspect it. Why is he not with the rest of the group? It's because he's rapping. They've made the right read. Both players so very low. A shot needed for Munchkin onto Crashies. 2 for
I remember in
Chronicle, but a
Universal they would
headshot
have those
delivered by
fucking
the
things
man
where you sit in
himself.
the seats and
Coming
like
up
it starts
clutch
blowing
when
air
they
on
need
you
it.
and like spitting
Another
in your
pistol
face
for
and
Fnatic.
shit.
I
Was it the
guarantee
Shrek
if
one or something?
Fnatic win this map, it's Chronicle at the top. Like,
without a doubt.
Especially after being knifed. Like, I'm gonna
The
have
mummy ride?
nightmares.
Nah, not
That's
the
gonna be
mummy
like my
ride.
sleep paralysis team. It's just him
That
smirking
ride.
after being
I think it was
knifed.
a
Like,
Shrek
that's a
ride,
guy
no?
who couldn't have given less of a damn about being knifed.
I don't know what it was. Bugs Life?
He's gonna take home an
I think it
important
was
pistol
Shrek.
round 4 Fnatic. They were,
Am I
of
allowed
course,
to be unhinged
9-3
here?
down in the last map.
Hey.
Only 7-5 down in this one, and he is up there. Iman
Hey, we're not gonna stop you.
leading the way, just a kill difference.
No, it's just actually sick.
See the goal
Universal
here
is
for
the best
Gen G.
amusement park.
Got themselves an orb. Try and drop as many guns as possible. It's 3 rifles.
It's like the Harry Potter world and everything. I don't know if they still have that,
Well, the
but
weaker weapon has already started with a kill.
Yeah, Cal damage. That's what we're looking for.
Nah.
How much can Gen G take out of the hands of Fnatic for the next? Much reinvestment? can they
NRG score
force?
check. 3-3.
And their hopes and dreams are that it will be an A push so they can pounce on them with the numbers that they had. But as time
I have
ticks
no
away,
live feed, so I'm
they
watching
start to
Tarik.
doubt that it'll be a play in this direction.
Willius?
You can already see that Charon is moving back towards mid.
Aren't you with
worried
NRG?
about that lurker, and for good reason. Fnatic are taking it back to the other side, back to Foxy9, who is 20 HP with a classic. If he gets even one, he can't even push up all the way because he heard the turret. If he gets one kill
You're
here,
sitting in
I
front
am
of them
going
right
to
now?
be impressed.
Okay,
to say the
no
least.
joke. Give me a number. How much for you to pull
Crazy things have
Sam's PC plug?
30 seconds left.
This would
Give me a
have to
number.
be a bit of a blunder. And yeah, Bo's just not letting that one slide.
I have this fight.
Oh, don't forget the wall.
No?
Come on, don't
Question
forget
mark?
the wall.
What just
Get that
happened?
plant
Never
in,
mind.
get
You're
towards
good,
the
bro. Enjoy the
rails.
match.
I said, I think it was only used once in the last half, and it was in the last round.
Anyone notice that the ad blockers
Either
ain't
way,
working on
I have
Twitch
a
anymore?
feeling that
The fuck's
Gen
ad
G
blocker, bro?
Boys might be thinking about going down to the spike. Don't want to give any more orbs over to a Chronicle or a Boaster, who are starting to climb up with the orbs. This is the man that's hunting. Okay.
Yo,
yeah, fair
chill!
enough. It was going to be Alpha, yeah. Now, they can't afford anybody
Hey!
else to die. I don't expect to
Why did I
see
say
anybody
anything?
on the Fnatic side peeking at this stage. Your 3 rifles are still intact. Anything more, and one of those guns is gone. And for Gen G, they're sort of in the same boat. We don't want to give the orbs over. We'll just die to the spike.
And indeed, that's how it will go down. The spike taking out the
It'd be
last
funny
remaining
if the
players,
people blocking the
resetting
ads
economy
had
for
a
the
fucking
next,
badge
and
next to their
denying
name.
those precious orbs on the other side. They did give another orb to Chronicle by shooting them through the smoke, but a trade-off that they're more than happy to take. Any way to take him down at this point.
Oh my god, what
Now,
should
we
I
spoke
order after
about
stream? This is
Texture,
gonna be the
and
most
I think that he's
satisfying
going
meal
to
of my
be a
life.
big factor once that
10-hour
operator
stream.
comes out.
I'm
But
fucking
now's not
so
the time.
tired.
They don't
I'm gonna
have the money
fucking food
to go
coma
for that.
myself for like
In
a.
fact, 2
Oh
players
my.
are coming in with light shields, and with
I'm gonna
Alfie
food coma
playing
so
on an outlaw,
fucking hard that I might just
this
wake
could be
up
a dangerous round
feeling
for
fucking
plenty of these
great.
players. 7-7.
Oh, this is
tied
fucking
up.
exciting.
And Gen G, it's not really an aggressive
All right,
play.
7
They
up.
should
Let's focus on
just
the
be
game here,
getting the
people.
orb and then backing off. But Texture, he's
I
spooked me
might
a little
actually
bit.
develop eye bags from what I'm doing, dude.
Normally means he's about to do something.
If I get really dark eye bags, I'm going no face
terrifying
cam. I don't give a
normally
fuck,
for the
dude.
opposition.
Or
See though, there's a fair few players waiting around that corner. There goes the swing, and he gets out of there scot-free. Garon has taken a bit of a tag, so needs to be a bit more careful with it. But they are still just looking to fight. a
What the
brawl. In
fuck
fact,
is
he's
Pajak
continuing.
doing,
Finally
bro?
put down by Alpha, yeah. And you can see immediately, Karen's like, no, I'm out. Texture's dead. I'm low. I don't need to give this man advantage up, especially when you're up against that bonus round.
Even without the big
This is not
gun,
looking good.
he's so terrifying.
this kill on B is everything.
To play against. Now, they've taken a lot of space on A. Fnatic have pushed them all the way back, but they're sending it in the other direction. Munchkin, tucked in, needs to be cleared, and Boaster's gone the other way.
Oh.
The wall that's up actually gives him a bit of a gap.
The screen down.
You need to make sure, first of all, the spike doesn't go alone.
30 seconds left.
Secondly, the spike doesn't go this direction that they haven't cleared, but it is. Chronicle's going to give him a chance, an opportunity, but the shots aren't hit. And now, Munchkin knows he's probably surrounded.
Wait a
How far
fucking
Boaster are
minute.
Gone, though.
and a 3v3 with
Wait a
Alfier's
singular
Lord
fucking
playing
minute.
a much bigger role now. There's no utility to section him off inside
Chronicle
the
has
kitchen.
res, but no
He
one's
should have
here.
free kill, a
Oh!
freebie onto Karen. That he absolutely does. The pressure on as Foxy9 feels surrounded, gets pushed
Wow,
into Boaster.
they won
who's
that
picked
round.
up a triple,
Damn.
and Fnatic walk away with the round win.
Damn.
Yeah, it's surprising. You consider those 2 opening picks coming up for Texture.
Get your
they got those
boasties
advantages.
going.
They put themselves into a good
Oh
position.
my goodness
and then
gracious.
it's that conversion coming through from Fnatic. Lead taken, but it's more so just the damage that it's done. Boaster being able to catch that timing, and that sort of seems to be the story of the round. Just players not ready for
Holy
the positions that they're for from.
They like the immersive.
It's got to be a frustrating one. You know as well that Fnatic in the second half so far has
Dicks
been
out for Harambe, balls
the
out for
better of the
Boaster.
two, but also heading into their attack side of this map in general has always been incredibly strong, and it seems like Boaster maybe was just warming up in map number 1 because right now he's on fire.
Well, maybe Big Time can lip read and translate some of the Korean, but I imagine Texture was saying something along the lines of, what more can I do? Picks up a double opening in the round, just spirals out of their control.
Boaster said, Boaster go
Fnatic
kill.
in the lead, Fnatic with rifles, ultimates coming online
Fucking
as well.
genius.
Advantage in this round, obviously, when it comes to the weapon.
Hey guys, watch your
retake
flank.
needed by Gen.G will send them into Alpha. Nobody
Come on,
with
bro.
shields. It's a double barrel operator. It's in the hands of Alpha, even more
Oh, it's
terrifying. You see exactly why. Looks way too easy.
God damn it, these guys are talking to each other about which blocker is
Picks
better.
are all they can really hope for.
They're having a
Damage,
full blown out
and
conversation
even
about the
then, It only
blockers.
amounts to 1.
Guys, take it out of here, man.
Scary sight. The
Don't
Fnatic
fucking
players just laughing away
do it
as
in
they make that
DMs,
one look
dude.
easy. A 4-0 start in the second half after it was a 7-5 half in favor of Gen.G. This is where we wait to see the response. The other worry is that they haven't had to use any of the ultimates.
I blocked
that they've
my
been
ads
building
using
up.
my
I
Prime
think
subscription.
Alfie gets his
And that's why I
one
fuck with
away.
you.
In this round, I think Boaster had it already. The Res is also online, so they are not only building economy in terms of the finances.
Oh, an
but
ad
the
real quick. I want
ultimates
to check my ad block.
firmly
All right,
in their
bet.
favor for now. Ash does have that Hunter's Fury at least, and Bladestorm's not far away, but this is what we were
I
looking
actually
for.
ran one, so the people that are watching them, I'm
Operator into the
sorry.
hands of Texture.
They don't
He's
hear
still
me,
been
but I'm sorry
incredibly
to them.
good with a rifle,
It's
but
60
this
seconds, a short
is
one.
where he becomes the maestro in the server.
They will miss this entire round.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. I think I've jinxed him. I just didn't expect anybody to have got that far. Well, that's the easiest pick of the day for Kayak.
Could have went for a knife kill of his own if he fancied it. That'd have been a bit risky.
Wait, Yinsu got an ad? Oh,
climb the
fuck.
rope in front of Texture.
Everyone, pog. Make it seem like something crazy happened. Everyone go crazy. Be like, oh my god, pog.
You know, a
Whoa.
wonderful opening duel, and again, you know, gap exploited by Fnatic. Ash.
Make it seem like
He's
Boaster's
pulled things
something
back
crazy.
in their favor. Chronicle dealt with after just one of the spike now dropped in the open. Look at the space that Boaster has found, but there's nothing to do with it anymore. Munchkin having pushed up in B main, that flank around.
Wait, you guys are
Bruce Brown's gonna take
low-key. You guys are
a long
gaslighting me.
time to come to fruition.
For a second, I was like, wait, did he do something crazy for real?
Lockdown will send
You
them
guys are
back
selling it
and
pretty well.
back
that's what
into
they
the
want.
waiting arms of Boaster. That's a free pick with Ash desperately low, and it was a headshot anyways. Somehow, they've recovered this fumble.
Well, yeah, it's recovery on recovery. The initial work from Ash was fantastic, but maybe some slight over-eagerness. Now it's left on to Munchkin. He did at least for a second manage to isolate the jaw, but he's now got Viper's Pit in mid. The spam battle, but Munchkin just can't take that for much longer because his HP will be dropped. Either has to try and
the
wrap
Halliburton's
around back
happening
through
here?
heaven, or just hope that maybe he can create some disparity, hope that he could find the opposing Viper in the pit, but his HP ticks down by the second. He still manages to kill.
Tarik out.
The problem, though, is that time has been ticking the whole time. He needs to kill off Alfia within a matter of seconds. He needs to get onto that spike. Around the corner,
bro?
Alfia goes. It's 10 for Fnatic as they start to run away with this
NRG winning
map.
6-4.
You always know trouble's brewing when you see him take out that shorty. He is an animal.
You gotta be a dumb fuck to run an ad in the middle of the match, bro. I'm so fucking sorry. No joke. I'm actually so fucking sorry because it was an accident.
This double
Damn.
opening from Ash.
You don't have to make
is
me feel bad about it though.
remarkable.
Like that's pretty fucked
And it
up,
all
dude.
goes down to Alpha here. Being able to land those picks as they push forward, close it out here with a second onto Munchkin. Send players back towards Boaster, who were already tagged so desperately low.
We've officially approached the 10-hour mark.
Added up to
I'm on 3 hours of sleep, 10 hours of stream. You cannot tell me this is not harder than a 9 to 5 job, bro.
Like they found the golden path.
No, I'm not going to have that conversation right now for another day.
And Alpha here led them there.
Mad right now.
The Boaster
I'll
Strike
legit get fucking mad as fuck,
for
dude.
Gen G, that's got to be a devastating way to lose that round. Especially when you consider the last couple really for this squad. There's been a few opportunities this half that felt like they were definitely going to go their way. And then it swings the other way. This is the clutch Fnatic we were missing in the first map.
This is how you know that the players are listening when he doesn't have the earphones on. He is just straight. He's just like, yeah, just so you know, guys, don't have the earphones on. Not listening to you. This is what you
work
need
a 9
to
to 5 and see how much harder it is.
And to be honest, when Solo talks, you listen. There is no arguing. There is no response.
I like the challenge. This is definitely harder.
Him and HSK.
Let's focus on the game here, guys.
Legends dating back all the way to Counter-Strike. There were a few to sort of play through the Korean scene.
That was the one time.
And I said, well, when they start giving you information, you better be taking it in. And while maybe it was to put Texture into these aggressive positions, just looking to try and take the fight immediately with the Blade Storm, but he hasn't found anything. It is a very passive hold from Fnatic. I don't think maybe the response was, all right, everything's been going awfully.
Wait, some people are actually trying to argue for my side.
Do something aggressive.
By the way,
wait until
I'm not gonna clarify. Fuck it.
A winning here for Fnatic, making it to playoffs. An extra 15K guaranteed, even if they bomb out there.
They're not serious, by the way. Some of them are. Those are my stands right there.
Fighting for survival down in that lower.
Those are my stands in the chat, being like, "You right, King.
To win this map,
you right, King.
Back, find that momentum, and then take the next." That's not what you want to see. That's definitely not what you want to see. Whiffy on both sides, but Texture, who's been so reliable for Gen G. I think it was 2 knives fired out. Then he took his other blade out.
I think he'd already shot some of them earlier. That was all he had left.
What happened?
Makes more sense.
What's harder, this job or playing the finals of Boston Major?
He managed to find that pick into middle and then is on that wraparound behind. There are
it really does get mentioned like almost once a day. And it's not me bringing it up.
Seconds there. And neither does Munchkin. It's almost identical on other sides, but neither is quite capitalized.
Watching this match is way harder than the Boston Major. FaZe was free.
That time is ticking in Fnatic's favor, though. Munchkin still going.
We had him right where we want him. They had no fucking clue.
Needs to be dealt with, but he's just playing it calm, playing it patient.
What's happening here?
He's going to be going out, but he's just going to try and stick it as much as he can, and well, he can't for long. Alpha yet again mentioned it in the last map that he definitely wasn't in the form that we'd seen over in Masters Toronto, but right now,
what is this fucking shot?
That's him and Boaster in that clutch.
No joke.
The snake bite forces you off, and it makes it easy for Alpha. Body shots all that's needed with the vulnerable.
I have a talk with the cameraman after the VOD. If I see the VOD, I go to the cameraman, I slip him a 20. I'm like, listen, don't zoom in on me.
With the flank that Boaster makes up through mid. So much space found. That's 11-7, and most hope for Gen G sat in that previous round. They used up their Blade Storm already, so 2 rifles in play and not a lot else to fall back on. A Viper's Pit and a lockdown at least, and certainly economy advantage for them. But with Crashy's having a Hunter's Fury of his own, it's not going to be as simple as pushing players back with that lockdown. There is a simple rock to scissors response for Fnatic. A res for Chronicle in case anything gets a little risky.
At a page,
yeah. And a massive advantage in terms of weaponry when it comes to most of these fights.
What the fuck does this guy say?
Back against the wall.
Gen G are cucks. How the fuck do you lose your own map pick with a 9-3 lead?
To pull off some pretty magical
does that make him a cuck? How does that make them cucks?
Like the streak in the first half where they just had that one standout play. It was the mid push that came through from Foxy9. Gave them just that little bit of wind in their sails.
Enemy tag.
We haven't seen anything like that for a while. Most of the clutches, most of the
Did he fall by
have
accident?
gone back towards Fnatic. Even the cheeky bits of aggression haven't been succeeding. Seen a fair few whiffs as well. Munchkin, though, has been one of the glimmers
what
of
does
hope.
cuck mean?
This is an angle that has not been cleared. The first is for free. There's plenty more to be had, though. And Boaster very
it means
quick
instead of buying a Vandal for yourself, you'd rather drop it to your teammate.
Once again. Unfortunately, they haven't got that gun back yet.
And the res is just going to be popped here.
You will not
immediately bringing Alpha back.
I don't know.
Advantage in play again for Fnatic, and they're looking immediately. Chronicle just continues that push back towards their own spawn, eliminates Ash. Boaster threading the needle under the bridge, gets an easy pickup, and Texture, reliable as he has been. This is way too much to ask. It's the IGL of Fnatic to put them onto 12 with a triple kill, and it's all smiles on that side of the stage. Just
watching your duo play with someone else and enjoying it.
To bring them to playoffs, to lock in that
Well, I think, what's wrong with that?
and to send Gen G down into the
That's
danger
the fuck say.
zone
What's wrong with
where
that?
their key could be crushed.
God damn it, bro.
Exciting time
I'm no
for
different.
Fnatic as well, and I think that you have to talk about a lot of the sort of critique that was coming through onto Boaster and his individual play when it came to Master
12-7 match point. Gen G, low-key, pretty bad loss for them today. Mainly because of a SEN.
With the best of the best. And I don't just mean in terms of the leadership, I mean in terms of individually. He's currently out fragging.
Wait, Boaster's top fragging?
On his own team. I think he's 19 and 12.
What
Those definitely haven't been exit kills. Those have been him taking over the site. Definitely feeling confident, and well, why not? They are yet to lose a round in this second half.
Down.
Utility removed by the shock dart, and then Crashies follows up by removing the utility
Oh.
laser. That is a risky play from Ash and a complete misread on the space taken by Fnatic. A 5v3, a Hunter's Fury sent in, but Munchkin stands his ground. Unfortunately, Kayak takes that ground back. The same angle that he found a pick in just moments ago as he catches Caron off. And now Alfier slipping past undetected.
Over to NRG
Texture.
we go.
This is the end for Gen G in this series. Munchkin needing an ace, a 1v4 to stand a chance, and he won't even get close. Fnatic
Domination.
take this series
Domination on the second half.
2-0.
Yeah, what an utterly dominant second half. That was an 8-0
Damn.
second half from Fnatic.
Gen G looked pissed
It
as
seemed to
fuck,
take
I'm not
them
gonna
a while to
lie.
Get into the game, a 9-round streak.
Boaster
on
just
map
fucking
number
dunked
one,
on
half
him.
Number one, but they built back in. And okay, sure, we saw a little bit of Gen
Wait, I want to
G
see the
in
fist
that
bumps.
first
Hold on.
half of this map, but when they got going, it seemed like Fnatic were impossible
I'm here for the drama.
to stop. The group of death made it look easy, and that's the first time they've ever beaten Gen G as well. So another
Nah, don't give him a hug, bro.
on their path.
He's dangerous right now.
Of course, for Gen G, this isn't the end. They're not getting their key crushed just yet. They will still be going into that.
All right, we're out of here. GG's. GG, well played.
Yeah, whether it's the thorns from Brock on the post plan or even a flash from Ethan, whether you want to use it within the site, how comfortable you are. Just
no
going to make
Fnatic
sure that there's no
EDG.
one deep back
EDG's
there.
playing
13
who
seconds.
again?
Energy are going to activate
100
now. The
Thieves,
only one who
right?
could say something about it is Monyet, who's going to be on
We got
that high
3
ground.
NA
and waiting
China
for
matchups
reinforcements. And
tomorrow.
thorns
If
are
NA
also gonna
lose
be a
all
problem.
They just
3,
don't have guns. That's the biggest
someone's
problem.
got to go
He's
ball,
gonna
not
make
me
the play
though.
anyway. Oh, and he's already been.
The fuck is
okay,
Monyet
I
doing?
mean, he's been
Oh,
called.
Zico.
Really, as soon as he got shot immediately, he should have known it was going to be too tough. Minimum would have liked to have seen somebody else follow through. But need to get a lot closer with the classic to have any value here. So might just end up
IGL
playing for
18 and
exits.
7? It's IGL type of
Gemkins
day.
can still do a decent amount of damage. Every single play on NRG is within one-shot territory for this Outlaw.
That force from NRG really just shifted the tides, the way they're able to
The
carry now a
Sentinels already
couple rounds
play?
together. And Jemkin,
Well,
like you
define
said,
play.
getting those exits. And this has been, neither team have been able to really create too much of a gap. This is now the biggest gap we're going to see. 3 rounds as NRG lead that.
And I thought RQ probably would struggle a little bit on this defense. They got that early pistol, but just you called it. You're losing that anti-eco.
2-minute gamble. Go all in or you're a pussy.
Really hurts the momentum for what RQ could have achieved. It's actually double pistols for them, but instead of getting the 4 rounds, they'll get the 3. When you consider that half the rounds they've won is essentially off either a pistol or something close to that. Doesn't feel good as far as the guns come on through, and the guns that do come on through for this round, obviously the Outlaw that was saved over from Jemkin, but even with the rest of them, there's only 2 rifles here.
I can't tell if you're serious. Fuck.
Sphera's going to play inside smoke with the judge.
Why is the game audio so low over here?
or at least think about it.
I need them to introduce a second
Yeah,
volume
just keep
mixer
down to
here
zero. It's such
that
a
allows
bummer
me to
for
tweak the
RQ,
casters and one for the game
The
audio.
power of Judge compels you on this map, I swear, especially being in male. If Mana
alright, though.
tries to just satchel in, be crazy with it, you just have so many people looking at you, whether it's Vents or even a Judge sitting over in male. So NRG, if they keep, wow, they're just going to spray through the smoke, I guess, and really punish Jemkin.
Well, they saw the shot come through. Jemkin revealed positioning, and then NRG too happy just to throw shots in there, hoping for the best, and they'll get better than that. And now you're starting to feel really worried for RQ, given that they have essentially forced up on this defense. You don't see a lot of those happening, but yeah, everyone's essentially buying to zero, whatever they can. And can Xferia get close enough for this Judge to work?
Good paranoia, and of course you
That
got
was
the
actually not
Molly
that
too,
great.
so
Only got
RQ have
raised,
gotten
right?
good delay, and this gets Xferia into a
mollied
better
out, though,
position.
Viper
He's
molly.
rotated over with the Judge. You almost wish he held it at the front door. It would have been so much more impactful, but probably trying to play anti-sky,
Omen's out.
anti-flash where you
Soman?
can.
Soman?
And look, the impact of that dog, nothing. Som is going to stay put, and NRG have to push and don't know which side of the pillar to get around, as Som has to reconnect.
My stripper
Good
doesn't
win against
lift.
Manya gives confidence for NRG to go forward. There is 12 seconds. RQ can try to play prevention. The plant does go off, and it's Cushy left in a 1 versus 3, and he can't do it. Double digits for NRG.
What the fuck just
The
happened?
Monyet ultimate comes on through conversion pass, slows things down massively. NRG have to pump the brakes there, but RQ can't really do much with that. They can't afford to get
You
too
watch Tier
aggressive.
2 after? Yeah, I'm going to watch
They know
Tier
there's
2 and
NRG
play CS
members over
after.
towards
For
main.
sure, bro. Just stick
But
around.
now they have to go for timeout as their money is just completely broken.
I'm going to watch
Losing
Tier 2
Jemkin
and then I'm going to
early
watch
hurts
Tier
a lot
3
there.
and then after
Xferia
that,
at
I'm
least
going to
got
watch
that one on
myself
the
watching
Judge,
those games and
tucked
VOD
away
review so that I'm
near
ready
the
for
default
tomorrow's watch
plant,
party.
try and swing
Make
through
sure
for an
everything
extra
fucking
kill. The
good for
Judge
you, dude.
reveals his positioning quite early and just can't quite collect more. They had a definite
Watch MSI too.
weapon
I'm going to have MSI on a
disadvantage
second
going
monitor,
into this
so I'll be
round,
reacting to that as well.
which
So if
turned
you have it
them
on your
into a
second
player
monitor, we're
disadvantage.
basically watching together.
Which then turned into a possible recoverable situation with ultimates being used, but just no value gain to actually give them anything to work through in that round. Once the hindering
Can I
starts
goon
to
to you
fall
playing
off in
CS?
terms of
You wouldn't be the first,
the
so why
debuff.
not, bro?
And then NRG happy to just reignite their
I'm not going to
aggression
ruin a
onto
goon
site.
sesh.
Yeah, RQ feeling the pain of not having more initiators and just not being able to follow up with kind of the good utility. It's just NRG playing very well positionally against it. And Som, I think, did well for kind of being in an unhelpable, untradeable position.
streaming for 10
and
hours
then once he
without
got
food,
that
I had a
pick,
sandwich,
NRG
but I'm gonna
flooded
order
in,
food.
so that looked really good.
That might have been one of the more
What should I
impactful picks.
get?
Som getting into the back of side and getting the kill to Monyet, who had one of the only rifles on board
Kebab?
for RQ. And he's probably the guy that is best in position to take advantage of his own conversion pass and
hate trying to
try and
figure
take
out
down
what to
some hidden
order.
members.
'Cause I only
The
know
fact that he
certain
just loses to
places.
Som, which was a player that they were not able to scout out.
Not ready yet.
It's not like Som ulted there or anything. He just snuck his way in, used his basic TPs, and put himself into a winning spot for the map, for the round, and
I'm not
yeah,
ordering
maybe
from
for the
this
map,
place
because
again.
10-6 now.
Yeah. If RRQ don't convert the next rifle
out,
round,
man.
this map is cooked. But
pee.
at least it's a best of 3,
I'll be right
and
back.
Pearl is RRQ's map pick, so they could try to force the third one, but it's not over yet. NRG are starting to run away with this. A 1 to 2 round gap is getting ever so larger, and a lot of that coming from the economy difference ever since that NRG force. Now with that boom bot, you are going to see someone in mail, but now that you're able to poke out, you know no one's in vents, so good information out of NRG. Where did those defenders go?
RQ just wanted to take a risk. They wanted to force up themselves in defense, which is a little bit less common, and well, they found out why most teams probably wouldn't do that. Crazy guy, yeah, paranoid, that'll be good. That'll slow things down. Snakebite as well.
Crazy guy's timings on those paranoias are so big too. Just the molly to catch anyone in the corner, just to spam through Crazy Guy, not able to escape. But next up has been Xferia to cover the gap, and he goes 1 for 1. But I don't think that's going to be enough against RRQ, especially if they would have wanted to pick up those rifles. Now Cushy has full util. Him and Jemkin are going to have to pull a rabbit out of their hat.
It's a decent amount of trades though. RQ, I mean,
Ask Myung if she wants anything.
hate to say that
of
this is
course,
actually
but I
pretty
don't know what to get.
workable. Util is pretty decent. They just need to connect these shots, and it's not happening. Scuba is a little bit
Oh
too
my
sharp,
God.
and Ethan, even though
Wait.
Scuba goes down,
Okay, based
too
off of what
happy
we've
to trade
seen,
an 11
low
pound.
key, hear me out.
Of course, you talk about the fact that that
If
was
it's
an
not
eco.
NRG PRX
They got a
finals,
couple
it's
kills
going to be
on that
Fnatic
eco.
Sentinels.
For the last 2 remaining members, it is so hard
If you know
for the
ball, you know
retake.
ball.
And now this is the round. Weapons back online, operator in hand for Jemkin. Dimensional Drift in there as well. Yeah, there's
Sen?
also,
Yeah,
by
those
the
are
way, a
warm-up
decent
games
amount of
today.
ultimates on the NRG
Everyone
side.
knows we
for
start slow.
RQ. This is going to have to be
Losing
an
the
absolute
first one is
massive
good
round,
for us,
otherwise
'cause it wakes
it's
us
a
up.
one-sided split. as we
Rather
get ready
wake
to
up
move
early
into
than
map
late,
two.
you know?
Yeah, NRG are looking almost flawless on this offensive half. If they win pistols, then NRG are going to clean up maps even faster. But they can win everything else, and Jemkin is insane, but he does get punished. Look at where Psalm ends up, too. Like, he's just already towards screens. It allows that Viper's pit to get set up from Scuba, and the plant is as easy as that. It's going to be outside of the pit, though.
Most importantly, Jemkin dies, which means you don't have a very important tool to clear this pit through the Dimensional Drift. Speaking of this pit, Scuba,
Spike.
shorty kill coming on in.
Wow.
I don't know if planting within the pit would have made a difference, but
Scuba.
Monya is insane for dashing in the middle of enemy territory, but it's a 1v1 Crazy Guy versus Scuba. The newest additions facing off to make a difference. And it's just a stalemate with the pit up, the spike down, 52 seconds. It's a chess match.
He's let the pit go. He is really hoping he'll get timing here. Crazy Guy is getting impatient. Shoulder gets checked. And Scuba 3 kills in the
Scuba
round.
actually
Will clean
cooked,
things
bro.
up for NRG to get 12 and 6. And what a brutal gun round to lose if you're RRQ, because now you're just not going to have guns to bring through for what is probably going to be the final round of the half of the map. NRG at map point.
Wow. What a read, too, from NRG in that last 1v1, knowing where they were going to come from. I like that NRG are extending further and further outside of the site, and Monyet has to go for crazy plays, kind of just sacrificing himself to try and get the spike delayed just so RRQ could have a better entry, but it is match point. RRQ don't have a good buy.
I feel bad for Martin away because I don't think we've seen a single showstopper even fired it, let alone getting a kill. However, doesn't matter for NRG. Like I said, that Jemkin kill was so huge. That's one of the best tools for them to clear the Viper's pit, taken away immediately. RRQ want to make their own pit play in mid.
Ready for me.
Forcing this to the extremities for NRG, but you know what? That's probably fine. NRG have won plenty through B main and A main in the past, and look at the advanced movement here. If this is a kill, it's probably over. Jemkin's gone, and now conversion. Call it right now. Let's hit the pearl.
Yeah, no dimensional drift, no pit. This is RQ going next, and Mitch will be joining us in a second. We'll have some news to report over the big favorites of RQ, but maybe it's just a map pick difference and just the power of NRG having more bells and whistles to play with. Big fan of the sky and how much information Ethan's been able to provide, and even though it's not the Mata show, it's an NRG well-rounded team closing things out very shortly, hunting down Cushy, who I think RQ have accomplished so much in the VCT Pacific scene as the champions, and they'll have that buffer. But wait a minute, a 1v1? Did I go there too soon? It's a nightfall. It's a clutch from Cushy. All right, Mitch, go sit back down.
That is ridiculous. Cushy coming in with 4 large
Wait, what just
that
happened?
round should have been over. NRG
Wait, what
had
happened?
Such an
I'm so sorry.
player advantage. They had map control. They had basically everything going their way. Items as well in terms
I
of
have to see that
weaponry, in
again.
terms of everything they have in their
1v4?
utility. That is
New
a
Psalm
crazy
Cove moment?
comeback. The Nightfall to clean it up as well. Did not expect any of this. Things got out of hand
Wait,
quick
what?
and around the NRG would like to
Let me
forget now.
see.
Do NRG still most likely just win this map anyway? Yes, but this is just players 1v1 into
Fuck. Someone clip it. I'll watch it
sidelines of
after.
Cushy, and he's like, yep, this is how I'm going to clutch it.
And like on a half buy too from RRQ, like we're both like, yeah, let's go to Pearl, but
Oh my
RRQ,
God.
not on RRQ's watch. Now you got the double walk up, double dash. Just give it NRG the hug.
Maybe show us the guy dashing in. I don't fucking know. Not the guy sewers. Not the guy looking sewers when no one's there.
That's also ultimate
Nah,
down.
that's fine. I don't even know how to observe.
One of your rifles down. RQ have certainly recovered from worse, as we just saw, but they're going to need to do that 5 times in a row now to hit an OT. If we want to put some and inject some belief into RQ.
Yo, Tarik, can my poor ass watch this
the
on
remaining
stream or nah?
5 rounds
Like,
and a half.
you watch party, me watch
Here we
party?
go, Cushy, the hero of the previous round. How much of a hero is he going to be this time?
Ooh. Well, it's not only just
Nah,
the
you're
trade,
good.
but the information that, okay, we're heading towards the A site, so the teleport gonna happen for Crazy Guy to go and check out A. It doesn't stick it.
He did that so early. Did he assume that
Shot the
NRG
bird.
had already rotated on? Surely not.
Jemkin's
because
nervous.
Cushy
Why
literally
is
had the
Jemkin
info.
nervous?
There was a bunch of rotators still coming through from spawn, so it's like, that was a weird ult coming through in my opinion. Dimensional Drift will see everything else. He's only going to see Ethan. Oh.
Share? Where do you see share? What a fucking idiot. You couldn't find that? All right, let me see this 1v4 for myself, dude, because there's a lot of question marks in here. And if it was history made, I want to make sure I get to see it as well. Let's see what the fuck happened here. I already did Wordle and everything. I've played every fucking game. I've been live for 10 hours. Any fucking game you can think of that we could play on the stream, I've played it.
It says 1-0, but Fnatic,
This is the wrong stream.
easy for them. Entertaining, for sure, but they have...
was unaware, came into Pacific, into kickoff, and already just started taking names who were scouted by the coaching staff of RRQ.
Information Ethan's been able to provide, and even though it's not the modest scan of the sky, and how much information Ethan's been able to provide, and even though it's not the modest show, it's an NRG, well-rounded team, closing things out very shortly, hunting down Cushy, who I think RRQ have accomplished so much in the VCT Pacific scene as the champions, and they'll have that buffer. But wait a minute, a 1v1? Did I go there too soon? It's a nightfall. It's a clutch from Cushy. All right, Mitch, go sit back down. Go sit back down.
That is ridiculous.
What's the observer doing? I'm pretty sure the Observer is like a fucking Hearthstone player. They don't even play this game, so I don't even blame them.
And of the sky and how much
They're just kind of summoned to the job.
Ethan's been able to
We will be shutting down the power to entire property at 12:30 p.m. Please be advised there will be minimum lighting in common areas and elevators will not be in service. Please turn off your electronics and do not use the elevators.
What?
We will be shutting down the power to entire property at 12:30 p.m. I repeat, we will be shutting down the power to entire property at 12:30 p.m. Please be advised there will be minimum lighting in common areas and elevators will not be in service.
What do you mean? Am I being trolled?
Do not use the elevators. I repeat, do not use the elevators at this time. Thank you for your cooperation.
What do you mean, thank you for your cooperation? I'm running a live stream here. I can't turn it off. It's like an online game. No joke. I have to end the stream in 5 minutes.
You are and whether the flashes
I'm gonna end at
are
12:29 and turn my off
but
PCs
I think
off.
NRG are looking
And
good
then
so far.
stare at my
with
wall,
that
I guess.
first
I don't
blood,
fucking know.
already getting RRQ
I got no
to
electricity.
patch up those
What am I supposed to do with no
gaps that
electricity?
were left behind
My
from
phone charged?
Cushy's corpse.
Oh.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? We will be shutting down the power to entire property at 12:30 p.m. Please be advised there will be minimum lighting in common areas and elevators will not be in service.
Nah.
Please turn off your electronic and do not use the elevator at this time. Please
For
turn
how
off
long?
your electronics
For how
and do
long?
not use the elevators at this time.
How long?
Please turn off your electronics
How
and do
long?
not use the elevator at this time. Thank you for your cooperation.
I wasn't given a choice to cooperate.
Left, does it have enough to take down NRG when it was just such a good start to the pistol? NRG, though, have a problem, and it's Manya. The solution could be there, playing out of sight, out of mind. Crossfire for NRG, and you have a knife. You have Scuba in position. One enemy. And it's Ethan and Scuba that could collide one last time. Ethan just gonna bait for Scuba getting the finish, and RRQ took both pistols last map, but it's NRG with a better start.
Hey, we're talking about problems for NRG. How about problems for RRQ there? Long flank coming through from Ethan on minimal HP, but in position to just strike at the right time. Went from 4v2 to 2v2, so you'll say the double duels from RRQ started to really show their
Wait, Myung's not even home.
towards the end
If
there.
she,
No
if she comes back home, she
utility
can't
either,
even
just
get back
having
to the apartment.
Face that one straight up.
It's gonna take her 35 minutes.
Ethan will close the door and then doesn't even die. Doesn't get traded. So now NRG pick up the
Nah, they're
pistol.
fucking with us.
Fun fact,
Nah, they're
RRQ
fucking
got
with us
both
for sure.
pistols on last map and
Nah,
still
I
in
ain't
the
buying it.
crush.
I ain't buying it. I ain't
Good
buying
stuff,
this.
RRQ, considering that narrative.
Nah.
I think NRG got good info off
I'ma
of
ride it.
Ethan's
I'ma ride
knife
this
over
shit.
at the A orb.
I'ma ride this shit. I don't
Just
give a
knowing
fuck.
those numbers,
I'm tanking.
gives confidence for NRG to
I'm gonna
grab
tank the
orb,
hit.
and
Fuck
you're
it, chat. I'm
expecting
gonna
an
tank the
anchor
hit.
over
Let's see if
at
they can take
B,
my shit
whether
out.
it's
I'm tanking the hit.
Jemkin, probably not expecting that, but he's able to teleport out if he's met with NRG fire.
They might be
But just
fucking with
now
us,
it's kind
right?
of the orb grab, little Easter egg hunt.
Might be call around to finish at A. Certainly had Ethan hanging out in that direction for a while, though not advanced movement. Now back over towards Art, which is the direction they headed
Like,
in
do they
the
not realize there's a watch
previous
party?
round,
They can't wait till 1 p.m.?
Very scary. They just
Can
don't
someone tell them
really
30
know
more
what
minutes?
they're
There's only
walking
one
to
map left,
right
bro.
now. More
I trooped through the whole
specifically
fucking
with
day.
Crazy Guy
Push
pushed
that
up
shit
so
for another
far,
30.
They do not have info that Crazy Guy is going to have a flank on them.
Of course, smokes in place from Scuba. Be able to get a safe plan. This is going to be even harder to retake from RRQ, especially with the time it takes to rotate back.
I don't know how to
NRG
make
can
food.
Take all the space they can, whether it's the Stingers or
not
Mono
here.
that want to play deep,
I'm
or they
doomed,
could just
bro.
play from
I'm
A
actually
main.
fucking
But on
doomed.
this flank, it could be Crazy Guy that gets a good surprise.
Yeah, it will be. That's the
Wait,
guy
did I just drop some frames?
really
Wait, they're fucking preparing me. Why am I dropping frames? Hello?
Totally unknown player. How far back are the rest of RQ though? They're like in
Nah, they're
spawn
fucking with my
even.
shit already.
Yeah, just going down with the
Are they
ship.
gonna even
Yo, can you guys hear me? Don't. I guess pog, don't troll.
I mean,
Pog?
Just die to the
they're not even.
spike
They're not.
and
But
not get
really, you
orbs,
should
so.
even consider some exits
Please
here.
pog,
but
hello?
No, it looks like they're just gonna
Thank
die
God.
spike.
Stop trolling me, bro. I'm tanking the hit. I'm calling their bluff.
This
I don't give a
seems so
fuck.
hard to.
I'm tanking the hit. I'm
to
calling their
retake
bluff.
with the amount
I
of
don't
time
give a
NRG
fuck.
could have had to set up and not wanting NRG to get too much momentum, especially on their offense, because that's where NRG were the deadliest on split. Kind of the crazy win streak they went on, and RRQ really suffered in the economy because of that.
Just would have liked to maybe see Crazy Guy at least attempt
I don't think
something
they're
there,
serious what
being
they're
an
talking
unknown
about.
player
And if they are, there's no way it's
and a
affecting my
reasonable
apartment.
positioning, but I can respect the fact that, you know,
And if
don't
my
want
shit
to
gets flat, I'm
accelerate
suing.
NRG too quickly.
'Cause I didn't know. I wasn't home when it happened.
Guns up now. All full armors except for Jemkin.
No big actually a turret adjustment from Cushy over on the right side of the map, where NRG have liked to push before. Of course,
Do I
the
get emails?
knife change
I'll
from
check my
Ethan
emails.
from A orb to around where they'd like to push.
1 minute? Nah, y'all are actually
NRG
crazy,
just
bro.
being able to use the smoke to maybe pop
You
flash
guys
out
think they're
with Ethan, but no,
actually-
Ethan's in mid, so.
I mean,
there's 3 players here on the defense as well.
they definitely warned us, but like, what are the
It's gonna
realistic
reposition
chances
slightly, play off of
that the
Cushy,
power is gonna
seeing
fucking
if
go out on the
anybody's
entire
gonna bite.
fucking property? You know how many people